The rust-corroded alloy gate slid open slowly amid the grinding of gears. Metal shavings mixed with the distinctive grit of the scrap star rattled against Lin Mo's worn work pants in a faint, crisp patter. This was a scrap star, worthless with nothing but the designation 07 foot as a name. A crude building rebuilt from the wreckage of an old era starship stood there. Above the entrance hung several rusted alloy characters Awakening Center. The mottled walls were covered in bullet holes and rust stains. The only hint of official Federation status was the silvery white robot administrator by the door which had lost half of one arm. The robot's cold electronic voice was utterly flat. Its scarlet scanning eye swept across the queue and finally fixed on the boy in the line. Lin Mo stepped out of the queue. His spare lean frame made him stand out sharply from the other youths. He was 175 centimeters tall. Years of malnutrition made him look frail, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp, like a lone wolf waiting in a scrap-star junkyard, honed into vigilance and coldness by countless betrayals and humiliations. Growing up in an orphanage on this scrap-star, Lin Mo's childhood had no warmth, only endless hunger, scarce supplies, and the bullying of other children. Behind Director Zhou's seemingly kind face was greed. How many times had he secretly sold off the orphans and relief goods? How much of the kind-hearted donations from all over the universe had been skimmed away layer by layer? No one could say for sure. In the end, all that reached their hands were expired nutrient packs and worn-out clothes. These experiences had taught Lin Mo one truth early on: a scrap star there was no free kindness. Every approach carried a purpose. Don't be nervous, little Lin Mo. Being able to awaken is a blessing. Even an F rank is stronger than an ordinary person. An oily voice sounded beside him. Director Zhou leaned in with a smile-filled face, holding a nutrient pack with yellowed packaging. Come, have some energy in advance. The director is rooting for you. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the expiration label. The number said the nutrient pack had expired 3 years ago. Cursing Director Zhou countless times in his heart, Lin Mo nonetheless sidestepped him without changing his expression and said flatly, "Thank you, Director. I'm not hungry." Director Zhou's smile froze for a moment, and a flicker of gloom passed through his eyes before he quickly hid it. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder. "Good lad, ambitious. Go on, awaken. Who knows, maybe there'll be a surprise." Lin Mo ignored him and walked straight to the one-man-thick black stone pillar in the center of the Awakening Center. He didn't know how large Scrap Star 07 was, but this was the only awakening device within thousands of kilometers. An outdated first-generation Federation product with an extremely high failure rate, yet the only way out for these teenagers. On a Scrap Star, only awakening an ability could free one from the fate of being a bottom-tier scavenger. Even the lowest F rank was better than nothing. He raised his right hand and touched the pillar's cold, rough surface. An instant later, a faint current flowed through his fingertips, traveling along his meridians, and causing a slight tingling numbness. The pillar's surface emitted a dim white light, so weak it was almost drowned out by the dim ceiling lamps. Ability fluctuation detected, evaluating. After a moment, the robot's cold electronic voice sounded again. Awakened ability Mimicry F rank. Ability description: can temporarily copy one F rank ability. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Copy limit 1. Comprehensive evaluation: lowest level ability, no potential for advancement. The cold verdict was like a basin of ice water, extinguishing the last bit of expectation in the youths around him. C. A waste. What good ability could come out of an orphanage? F rank Mimicry. Copying for 10 minutes is useless. Even my F rank brute strength can carry things. Director Zhou says he has high hopes for him. I think he hopes he stays in the junkyard forever. Whispered laughter and jeers rose and fell, but Lin Mo remained expressionless and slowly withdrew his hand. He had long expected this. Resources on the Scrap Star were scarce, high-level awakeners were nearly non-existent, and abilities were partly hereditary. Without seeds, how could sprouts grow? For these teens, being able to awaken an ability was already a stroke of luck. How could they dare to hope for a high-rank ability? But only he knew that at the instant his ability awakened, the unremarkable black pendant against his chest had sent out a faint, fleeting warmth, so brief it was almost an illusion. The pendant had been with him since he could remember. Its material was unknown, pitch black with no ornament. Director Zhou had tried more than once to see it, but Lin Mo had always declined with an excuse. The pendant was extremely hard. Intuition told Lin Mo it was no ordinary object, perhaps connected to the parents he had never met. It was also his only keepsake as an orphan. Ah, what a pity! It turned out to be F rank Mimicry. Director Zhou's voice sounded again, his face showing just the right amount of regret, but his gaze imperceptibly swept over Lin Mo's collar as if confirming where the pendant was. It's all right, little Lin Mo. Go clean up. Tomorrow you'll come with me to the junkyard for the assessment. As long as you recycle 10 gene of star iron fragments, I'll apply for federal relief grain for you. Lin Mo sneered inwardly. Junkyard assessment. He had lived on this scrap star for 16 years and long knew exactly what that so-called assessment was. Deep in the junkyard, mutated iron-backed wolves lurked all year round. Many orphans who had awakened F-rank abilities disappeared during those assessments, and never came back. Was Director Zhou trying to send him to his death? Why? Because he had awakened a useless ability, and lost his value. Or, for the pendant? Lin Mo suppressed his doubts and put on a look of just right disappointment and obedience. Thank you, Director. I will work hard. He knew this was not the time to break publicly. On a scrap star without strength, any resistance was futile. As he walked out of the awakening center, the wind and sand grew even stronger. Beneath the dim yellow sky stretched endless garbage mountains and dilapidated buildings. From afar came the occasional roars of mutated beasts, the eternal background sound of the scrap star. Lin Mo pulled his thin work clothes tighter, quickened his pace toward the orphanage, and kept a wary look behind him. He had the feeling that eyes were watching him from the darkness. Just as he reached the narrow alley behind the orphanage, the pendant on his chest suddenly became scorching hot, like a red-hot iron pressed against his skin. Lin Mo hissed, sucking in a breath of cold air, and tried to pull the pendant off, only to find it seemed to have grown onto his skin, unmoving. Then a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, completely different from the robot in the awakening center, carrying an ancient and majestic texture. Host vital signs stable. Ability awakening complete. Origin star fragment energy activated. Binding conditions met. Origin system binding. 10. 50. 100. Binding successful. Lin Mo stopped abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. What was this in his head? A hallucination? Or had the scrap star's radiation driven him mad? Before he could think further, a pale blue semi-transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Host Lin Mo, age 16, overall strength early bronze, initial ability F-rank Mimicry, temporarily copy 1 F-rank ability, duration 10 minutes, cooldown 24h, ability evolving. Origin star core fragment and origin system dual activation, unique evolution path triggered. Evolution successful. Obtained SSS-Rank unique ability copy cut. At the sight of SSS-Rank and unique, Lin Mo's heart suddenly pounded so hard it nearly burst from his throat. Although he was an orphan from the scrap star, he had once found an old book about ability rankings while scavenging, and he knew the classification system. From F to SSS, every rank was a world of difference, and SSS was completely unheard of. What did that mean? In the history of the Federation, the strongest awakener had only reached SSS rank. Yet he, a newly awakened orphan, possessed a unique ability beyond legend. He forced down his shock and continued reading the ability description. Copy cut. SSS rank unique copy can copy any creature's ability, professional skill, or combat art, with no limit on total copies. Copies are stored permanently, and can be used at any time. Copy time depended on the target's rank. F rank 10 seconds, E rank 30 seconds, D rank 1 minute, C rank 30 minutes, B rank 1 hour, A rank 24 hours, S rank and above would take even longer, varying by the ability type. Special rule abilities of the same type can be combined and upgraded. The more combinations, the stronger the result. Cut at the corresponding cost permanently sees the target's ability, professional skill, or combat art. Cost mental energy consumption depending on the ability type. Special type abilities require additional corresponding energy or resources. Additional function. Target ability analysis can display target ability rank, effects, weaknesses, and the cost of copying or cutting. Current mental energy 50, system space 10 cubic meters, no living creatures stored, expands as host strength rises. Origin clue library not activated, current keepsake unknown, pendant origin star core fragment energy 1100. Lin Mo stood in the alley, wind and sand hitting his face as his mind raced. Copy any ability, unlimited, permanently stored, combine and upgrade. Cut and permanently seize. This ability was practically tailor-made for playing the pig to eat the tiger. He thought of Director Zhou's hypocritical face, the orphans who had bullied him, and the cruel law of the scrap star, strength above all. With this ability he no longer had to worry about being discarded or used as cannon fodder. But years of experience kept him from being carried away by the sudden luck. He quickly calmed down, closed the system panel, and looked around warily. The alley was empty, but he knew Director Zhou would never let it go. Today he had awakened a useless ability, so tomorrow's so-called junkyard assessment would be his death. Want me dead? Then let's see if you have what it takes. A cold smile curved Lin Mo's lips and ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He touched the pendant, which no longer burned, and a plan slowly took shape in his mind. Director Zhou was an outer scout for the Black Scorpion pirate gang. Lin Mo had accidentally overheard his encrypted communication with someone last year. Now he realized that Zhou's greed for his pendant might be connected to the pirates. The iron-backed wolves in the junkyard were probably not an accident, but a cleaning tool deliberately arranged by Zhou. F-rank mimicry. Trash. Lin Mo murmured, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Soon you'll know that the trash in your eyes will become your nightmare. He didn't return to the orphanage. Instead he turned into the depths of the alley, where he had a secret hiding place containing all his scavenged possessions: a steel pipe with a sharpened tip, 3 unexpired energy packs, and several star iron fragments from scrapped machines. He needed time to master this sudden SSS-Rank ability. At least before entering the junkyard tomorrow he had to copy a usable ability, and prepare thoroughly for his own safety. At that moment in the orphanage director's office, Director Zhou was speaking into an encrypted communicator. Boss, that kid awakened F-rank mimicry, a total waste. I've arranged it all. Tomorrow he goes for the junkyard assessment. The iron-backed wolves will accidentally solve him, and the pendant will soon be ours. I've arranged it. Tomorrow he goes to the junkyard for assessment. The iron-backed wolves will solve him by accident, and the pendant will soon be ours. The hoarse voice from the communicator said, "Be careful, old ghost. That pendant is not simple. Black Scorpion has ordered it at all costs. If that boy isn't dead tomorrow, you know the consequences." Don't worry, boss. An F-rank waste can't turn the world upside down. Director Zhou picked up the expired nutrient pack on the desk and casually threw it into the trash, disdain on his face. But he did not know that at this moment Lin Mo was already standing at the starting point of a road leading to the peak of the universe. Lin Mo sat in the corner of the hiding place, fingertips brushing across the rough wall, and the system panel information surfaced in his mind again. Copy. Cut. He murmured, his eyes growing brighter. Director Zhou, iron-backed wolves, Black Scorpion pirates. Your abilities and lives, I'll book them first. The night grew deeper and the wind on the scrap star grew wilder. But the teenager in the depths of the alley was like a blade about to leave its sheath, radiating a chilling sharpness. The dead star 07 was still steeped in dim yellow night. In a hiding spot inside a rust-eaten alley, Lin Mo curled his body in the weak lamplight, his fingertip gently tapping a curled iron shell beetle before him. It was the most common low-level mutant insect on the scrap star, yet it carried an F-rank ability, hardened carapace, which could withstand light impacts. Target: iron shell beetle. Ability: hardened carapace, F-rank. Time required to copy: 10 seconds. Copy cost none. A pale blue system panel floated before his eyes. Lin Mo held his breath, staring at the countdown on the panel. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. When the panel flashed copy successful, he clearly felt a faint stream of energy flow through his body. His skin seemed covered by an invisible thin armor, hard to the touch yet leaving his movements unhindered. It really works. Lin Mo clenched his fist and slammed it against a rusty iron pipe beside him. A sharp clang rang out. The pipe dented, yet his fist was completely unharmed. This was the experience he had figured out last night. The system's ability copying process needed no active guidance. He only had to lock onto the target and keep eye contact, and when the countdown ended, the ability was his. Moreover, copying an F-rank ability cost no mental energy, making it the perfect beginner practice for him right now. He tried to activate the newly copied hardened carapace. With a single thought, the thin armor vanished instantly, and his skin returned to normal. This sense of effortless control strengthened his confidence in his own ability. When the sky began to pale at the horizon, Lin Mo had already packed his gear. He tucked the polished steel pipe into his belt, shoved 3 energy supplement bottles into his inner pocket, and pushed the pendant under his collar, binding it tightly with a strip of cloth. After last night's system prompt, he was increasingly certain that this pendant was precisely what Dean Zhou was after. When he returned to the orphanage, Dean Zhou was already waiting at the gate, still wearing that hypocritical smile, but his eyes swept over Lin Mo's body like a hawk lingering on the neckline. Little Lin Mo, are you ready? I've specially prepared a map for you. Most star iron fragments are in the bone spur zone. It's remote but safer. Lin Mo took the yellowed map. His fingertip touched the rough edge of the paper, but inwardly he sneered. The Bone Spur Zone was the deepest part of the junkyard and the nest of the Iron Spine wolves. For Dean Zhou to call it safe was an outright insult to his intelligence. Thank you for your concern, Dean. I'll be careful. Lin Mo lowered his eyelids to hide the cold gleam in his eyes and took as if naturally the nutrient pack Dean Zhou offered. The packaging did not look expired this time, but Lin Mo knew that who knew what had been mixed into it. He casually stuffed it into his backpack, planning to throw it to a stray dog in the alley later. Dean Zhou watched his obedient manner and nodded with satisfaction. Go on. Come back early. I'll be waiting for your good news. Lin Mo turned and walked toward the junkyard, his steps slow, every step observing his surroundings. He could sense a gaze clinging to his back until he stepped into the junkyard's territory, only then did it disappear. Obviously Dean Zhou had sent someone to trail him to confirm whether he truly entered the Bone Spur Zone. The junkyard was grimmer than he had imagined. Endless mounds of garbage rose dozens of meters high, all made of old-era mechanical wreckage, abandoned starship parts, and domestic waste. Rusted metal spikes stood everywhere, piercing the ground like white bones, fitting the name of the Bone Spur Zone perfectly. The air was thick with the stench of rust, decay, and mutant beast dung. Whenever the wind blew, it swept up gravel and fine metal fragments that stung the skin. From the distance the roars of mutant beasts came now and then, sometimes low, sometimes sharp, sending chills down the spine. Kid, stop. A rough voice rang out. Two scavengers carrying mining picks on their backs stepped out from behind a huge starship wreck, faces full of vigilance. There are iron spine wolves deep in the Bone Spur Zone. Yesterday they dragged away a scaver. Are you a green kid trying to die by walking in there? Lin Mo recognized them as Lao Wang and Lao Chen, scavengers who often worked at the edge of the junkyard. They were said to have awakened the F-rank, or perception, and E-rank brute force abilities, making them fairly strong among the bottom scavengers. Thanks for the warning. I'm looking for star iron fragments, the Dean said. The Bone Spur Zone has more. Lin Mo's tone was flat, revealing nothing. Lao Wang frowned. Dean Zhou. That old bastard means no good. The Iron Spine wolves in the Bone Spur Zone are pack hunters, at least 3 together. What ability have you awakened? F-rank Mimicry. A useless ability. Lin Mo deliberately made himself look weak. Lao Chen sneered. Then get back. An F-rank Mimicry against Iron Spine wolves is no different from delivering rations. Lin Mo shook his head. No choice. The Dean requires me to gather 10 gene of star iron, or I won't get the relief grain. He put on a helpless, timid expression fitting the persona of a useless ability user. Lao Wang sighed and pulled a small fragment of star iron from his pocket. Take it. This is something I picked up yesterday. Enough for you to report back. Go now. Lin Mo was stunned. He hadn't expected that on a scrap star where everyone looked out for themselves someone would actually help him. But years of wariness kept him from taking it immediately. He only watched Lao Wang warily. Why help me? Because you look like my dead nephew. Lao Wang's eyes dimmed. Don't waste time in this godforsaken place. Since you've awakened an ability, go try the Federation recruitment ship. Even doing hard labor is better than staying on this scrap star. Lin Mo's heart stirred. He took the star iron fragment and muttered a thank you. But he did not leave immediately. Instead he turned toward the depths of the Bone Spur Zone. I'll take a look. If it's too much, I'll come back. Lao Wang and Lao Chen watched his retreating figure, shook their heads helplessly, and turned to leave. They had done all they could. There was no reason to risk themselves for a stranger. Lin Mo walked deep into the Bone Spur Zone. The surrounding light grew dimmer. Huge garbage mounds blocked most of the sky, and only scattered light leaked through the gaps, illuminating the metal spikes all over the ground. He deliberately slowed his steps, letting out soft footfalls while activating the copied hardened carapace to prepare for battle. According to the system prompt, Iron Spine wolves had sharp hearing and smell. All he had to do was lure the snakes out of their hole. Sure enough, after walking less than 500 meters, a thin sound of footsteps came from behind the garbage mounds ahead, accompanied by low growls. Lin Mo stopped, gripping the steel pipe at his waist. The system panel instantly appeared. Target: Iron Spine Wolves 3. Rank: F-rank Mutant Beasts. Abilities: Hardened Skin, F-rank Brute Force, F-rank. Traits: Pack Hunters, Ferocious, Fast Skin, can resist some attacks. Time required to copy Hardened Skin 10 seconds, Brute Force 10 seconds. Cut cost 5 mental points each. 3 Iron Spine Wolves darted out from behind the garbage mound and surrounded Lin Mo in a triangle. They were as large as calves. Gray fur bristled with hard bone spikes. Sharp fangs glinted coldly, and blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Lin Mo. Drool dripped from the corners of their mouths, hitting the metal fragments on the ground with faint hisses. 3 after all. Lin Mo understood at once that Dean Zhou was determined to see him dead. The head wolf attacked first, lunging at Lin Mo with fangs aimed straight at his throat. Lin Mo was ready. He sidestepped the attack and at the same time started the copy countdown, locking onto the head wolf's hardened skin. 10 seconds, not long yet not short. The other 2 wolves also pounced, claws whistling toward Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo could only dodge again and again, whirling the steel pipe in his hand like a wheel, barely fending off the attacks. But when the wolf's claws struck the pipe, the harsh metallic ring numbed his tiger-mouthed palm. 3 seconds left. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. He stared at the head wolf, his steps nimble, avoiding another lunge. Copy successful. Ability acquired hardened skin F rank. Copy successful. Ability acquired brute force F rank. The instant the system notification sounded, Lin Mo felt his body's energy layer thicken, instantly more than a rank stronger than the iron shell beetle's copied ability. Almost at the same moment, a wolf's claw slammed onto his shoulder. A clang, sparks flew. Lin Mo felt only a slight impact, his skin was unharmed. Time to fight back. A fierce light flashed through Lin Mo's eyes. He stopped retreating and charged the head wolf head-on. Gripping the steel pipe, he activated the brute force ability. The veins on his arms bulged and his strength doubled in an instant. The steel pipe whistled through the air and slammed hard against the head wolf's skull. With a heavy thud, the wolf's hardened skin failed to stop the brutality-boosted pipe. Its skull cracked in an instant. It let out a shrill cry and collapsed, twitching a few times before going still. Seeing this, the other 2 wolves did not retreat. Instead, they grew even more savage and lunged at Lin Mo at the same time. Lin Mo moved forward instead of back. He sidestepped the left wolf's attack and swung his pipe horizontally into its ribs. Another crack. The left wolf was sent flying, crashed into a garbage mound and fell unconscious. Taking advantage of the turn, he thrust the pipe at the right wolf's eye, the weak spot with no hardened skin protecting it. With a low wet sound, the steel pipe pierced the wolf's eyeball and reached deep into its brain. The iron-spined wolf let out a miserable howl, thrashed on the ground, and then died completely. The entire fight took less than a minute. Of the 3 iron-spined wolves, 2 were dead and 1 was unconscious. Lin Mo panted heavily. Despite copying hardened skin and brute force, the constant dodging and attacking had drained his stamina considerably. He walked to the unconscious wolf without the slightest hesitation. The pipe fell, ending its life. On the scrap star, mercy to an enemy was cruelty to oneself. This was a lesson carved by 16 years of experience. Detected host has slain 3 F-rank mutant beasts. Basic attributes: increased strength 0. 1 speed 0. 0.5. Currently copied abilities: hardened carapace, iron shell beetle, hardened skin, iron spine wolf, brute force, iron spine wolf. Prompt: similar abilities: hardened carapace, hardened skin can be combined. Combine. Lin Mo's mind stirred and he chose yes. Combination successful. New ability acquired: double hardening E rank. Defense strength increased by 50. Can freely switch between single-double modes. It can actually combine and upgrade. Lin Mo was overjoyed. The power of this ability far exceeded his expectations. An E-rank ability was already higher than the ceiling for ordinary awakened ones. The average awakened on the scrap star could at most improve from F-rank to E-rank. Yet Lin Mo had merely copied 2 F-rank defensive abilities, combined them into E-rank, and could keep copying more of the same type to upgrade further. Just as he was about to collect the valuable parts from the iron spine wolves' corpses, he suddenly caught a faint smell of blood in the air. It did not smell like the wolves, it smelled human. He instantly went on guard, activated double hardening, tightened his grip on the steel pipe, and slowly turned around. In the shadow of a garbage mound, a figure was quietly backing away, trying to hide. Lin Mo's eyes were sharp as an eagle's gaze, locking onto the man. Black tight-fitting clothes, a face mask, a short blade at his waist, and a scorpion tattoo on his arm. Black Scorpion Pirate. Lin Mo's heart tightened. So Dean Zhou really had left a backup plan, sending pirates to confirm whether he was dead. The man clearly had not expected Lin Mo to kill 3 iron spine wolves. Shock filled his face. The moment he was discovered, he turned and bolted extremely fast, clearly a speed-type ability user. Run. Lin Mo sneered, activated the brute force he had just copied from the iron spine wolf, and gave chase. He was not as fast as the other man, but double hardening let him ignore the sharp metal spikes along the way. He simply crashed through the debris blocking his path and kept pursuing. The system panel popped up the man's info at the same time. Target outer member of the Black Scorpion Pirates. Rank mid-bronze. Abilities Extreme Speed F rank, Stealth F rank. Time required to copy Extreme Speed 10 seconds, Stealth 10 seconds. Cut cost 5 mental points each. Lin Mo kept running while locking onto the Extreme Speed ability. The countdown began. 10 seconds later, copy successful rang out. His speed suddenly surged, closing the distance between him and the pirate. The pirate sensed the movement behind him and looked back. Seeing Lin Mo closing in, he was scared out of his wits. He pulled the short blade from his waist and turned to stab at Lin Mo, looking for death. Lin Mo sidestepped the blade. He swung his pipe, smashing it into the pirate's wrist. A crack, the wrist broke and the short blade clattered to the ground. He followed up with a kick to the man's chest. The pirate flew backward, crashing into a garbage mound and spitting blood. Lin Mo stepped forward, placing the steel pipe against the man's neck, his eyes cold. Did Dean Zhou send you? The pirate's face was ashen, his whole body trembling. Yes. It was the Dean. He sent me to confirm whether you were dead. What do you know about the pendant? Lin Mo pressed on. I don't know. The pirate shook his head frantically. I only know the Black Scorpion leader wants that pendant, said it's worth a lot. The Dean said if you died I should take the pendant back. Lin Mo stared into his eyes to judge whether he was lying. But he showed no mercy. He pressed the steel pipe down hard, snapping the pirate's neck. He searched out a communicator and a handful of star coins from the man's body. Just as he was about to put them away, the communicator suddenly rang. The screen showed the name Dean Zhou. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, pressed the answer key, held the communicator to his ear, deliberately lowered his voice, and mimicked the pirate's tone. Hi, Dean. Is the brat dead? Did you get the pendant? Dean Zhou's voice came through the communicator, tinged with impatience. Lin Mo sneered inwardly, but on the surface he said, dead, torn apart by the iron spine wolves. But I didn't find the pendant. Maybe it was swallowed by a wolf or fell into some crack. Useless. Dean Zhou cursed. I'm coming over now. Wait there. You must find that pendant. The communicator went dead. Lin Mo's eyes turned completely cold. Dean Zhou was coming in person. Lin Mo looked around. The mounds of garbage rolled endlessly, with hiding spots everywhere. Since you're delivering yourself to me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the steel pipe, a plan forming in his heart. He did not leave. Instead, he found a hidden depression, hid inside, and activated the newly copied stealth ability. His figure instantly melted into the shadows. Dean Zhou would arrive soon, and here Lin Mo would prepare a big surprise for him. What Lin Mo did not know was that Dean Zhou was not coming alone. Behind him followed 2 bronze rank members of the Black Scorpion pirate group holding powerful energy guns. That was the backup Dean Zhou had specially requested to ensure nothing went wrong. The wind howled across the junkyard, sweeping up metallic debris. Under the dim light, 3 figures strode swiftly over the sprawling wreckage. Dean Zhou walked at the center, his usual geniality long gone, replaced by an expression of restless urgency. 2 Black Scorpion pirates followed behind him, both clad in black combat suits with energy guns holstered at their waists, the scorpion tattoos on their arms flickering in and out of the shadows. Goddamn trash, can't even find a pendant. Dean Zhou kicked aside the scrap iron at his feet, cursing in a low voice. That brat must have the pendant hidden on him. How could an Iron Ridge wolf have swallowed it? Or maybe the brat stashed it in some corner. The pirate on the left was tall and wiry, nicknamed Shoho. He had awakened the F rank, precision shooting, ability. He idly toyed with the energy gun in his hand, his tone dismissive. Dean, no need to rush. A dead F rank nobody, what trouble can he possibly cause? Once we find his corpse and search it from head to toe, we're bound to find it. The pirate on the right was burly and thick-set, nicknamed Heishiong. Possessing the E rank, brute force, ability, a full rank above Shoho, he spoke in a deep rumbling voice. That kid's communication just cut off all of a sudden. Nothing's happened to him, has it? Aside from the Iron Ridge wolves, is there anything else dangerous in this Bone Spur zone? What could happen? Dean Zhou sneered. An F-rank mimic, even if the Iron Ridge wolves didn't bite him to death, he wouldn't last half a day. Let's hurry up and search. Once we find the pendant, we leave. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place a second longer. As the 3 of them spoke, they had already reached the spot where Lin Mo had killed the Iron Ridge wolves. Seeing the 3 corpses on the ground, they all froze. Did that brat do this? Shoho's eyes bulged in disbelief. 3 Iron Ridge Wolves, even a mid-bronze rank would find it tough going. How could an F-rank nobody have managed it? Dean Zhou's face instantly darkened, a trace of unease flashing through his eyes. Something's off. The wounds on these Iron Ridge Wolves are all fatal, delivered with tremendous force. This doesn't look like something an F-rank ability could have done. Could that brat's ability be? Not mimicry. Suddenly he spotted the pirate's corpse not far away. He strode over to it, and upon seeing the fatal wound on the neck, his expression grew even grimmer. His neck was snapped. The kid isn't dead, he killed the pirate. What? Both Haixiong and Shouho panicked. On instinct they tightened their grips on their energy guns and scanned their surroundings warily. Where is he? How could an F-rank nobody kill a bronze rank? Not far away, Lin Mo, hidden in a recess, merged into the shadows with his stealth ability, watching everything with absolute clarity. The system panel had long since displayed the three's information. Target Dean Zhou. Rank early bronze rank. Ability disguise F-rank, can conceal emotions and presence, briefly deceiving others. Combat skill basic fists and kicks. Copy time required 10 seconds. Cut cost 10 mental energy points. Target Shouho. Rank mid-bronze rank. Ability precision shooting F-rank, increases firearm accuracy by 30. Copy time required 10 seconds. Cut cost 5 mental energy points. Target Haixiong. Rank mid-bronze rank. Ability brute force E-rank, increases strength by 50. Copy time required 30 seconds. Cut cost 8 mental energy points. E-rank brute force plus energy guns. Lin Mo made his calculations inwardly. Dean Zhou's disguise ability is somewhat interesting, but the most important thing now is dealing with these two pirates. The energy guns in their hands are the real threat. He didn't strike immediately. Instead, he locked onto Shouho's precision shooting ability, and the countdown silently began. 10 seconds later, the notification, "Copy successful," rang out. He clearly felt his mastery over firearms spike instantly, as if he had been born wielding every kind of gun. Immediately after, he locked onto Haixiong's brute force ability. The 30-second countdown was longer than the previous F-rank ability, and he would have to wait patiently. Dean Zhou and the others continued searching in every direction, extremely vigilant, the muzzles of their energy guns sweeping constantly across the surrounding shadows. Something's off. That brat must still be nearby. A faint tremor crept into Dean Zhou's voice as he suddenly realized he might have underestimated this orphan. His ability is definitely not mimicry. Perhaps he's been hiding his rank all along. Dean, should we fall back? Shouho was starting to feel afraid. The grisly manner of the pirate's death had unnerved him. Fall back. Dean Zhou's eyes turned savage. The pendant isn't found yet. If Lord Hixie holds us accountable, we'll all die. Keep searching. Even if he isn't dead, he's bound to be wounded. Are the three of us scared of some snot-nosed kid? Just then Haixiong suddenly pointed toward the direction where Lin Mo was hiding. There's something moving over there. Lin Mo's heart clenched. The countdown had 5 seconds left. He couldn't wait any longer. He abruptly activated the extreme speed ability, his figure bursting out of the shadows like a specter charging straight at Shouho. Watch out! Dean Zhou shouted in alarm. Shouho reacted with lightning speed, instantly raising his energy gun at Lin Mo and pulling the trigger. Whip! The energy bullet shot toward Lin Mo with a blinding blue light moving at terrifying speed. But Lin Mo had long since copied the precision shooting ability, allowing him to clearly predict the bullet's trajectory. He dodged sideways, the energy bullet grazing his shoulder before slamming into the garbage mound behind him with a thunderous boom, blasting a small crater in it. What? Shouho's eyes bulged, unable to believe his precision shooting had actually missed. In the instant Shouho was stunned, Lin Mo had already closed the distance. Activating double hardening and the freshly copied brute force ability, he slammed a punch into Shouho's chest. Crack! The sound of ribs shattering was unmistakable. Shouho spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing into the scrap metal pile. Whether alive or dead, no one could tell. In one fluid motion, Lin Mo snatched the energy gun from his hand. You're looking for death. Haixiong let out a furious roar, swinging his fist as he charged at Lin Mo. With his E-rank brute force ability activated, his punch whistled through the air with devastating force. Lin Mo neither dodged nor avoided. He threw out his own fist, meeting Haixiong's head on. Thud! The two forces collided with a dull, heavy boom. The arrogance on Haixiong's face froze, instantly replaced by shock and agony. He felt as if his fist had slammed into a steel plate. His bones were nearly shattered. How is this possible? Your strength is greater than mine. Haixiong howled, stumbling backward. Lin Mo gave him no chance. Activating extreme speed, he instantly circled behind Haixiong and pressed the energy gun against the back of his head. The icy muzzle made Haixiong's entire body go stiff. Don't move. Lin Mo's voice was piercingly cold, devoid of any emotion. Dean Zhou recoiled in terror, completely dumbfounded by the scene before him. Was this still the worthless orphan who had awakened F-rank mimicry? Instantly killing Shouhou, overpowering Haixiong. This level of strength was at the very least peak bronze rank, perhaps even silver rank. Why you? What exactly are you? Isn't your ability mimicry? Dean Zhou's voice trembled. The disguise on his face could no longer be maintained, revealing a look of pure terror. Lin Mo didn't answer. Instead, he turned his gaze to Haixiong, his tone frigid. Why does the Black Scorpion pirate group want my pendant? Haixiong trembled all over, not daring to withhold anything. I don't know. I only heard Lord Haixi say that the pendant is from the Origin Star, very valuable, worth a fortune in star coins and resources. Origin Star. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The personal history clue database on the system panel suddenly flashed a notification: key information, Origin Star, detected. Personal history clue database unlocked. When the Origin Star is the birthplace of old Ara humanity, the token is linked to the Origin Star's core. Just then a cruel glint flashed through Dean Zhou's eyes. He quietly raised the energy gun in his hand, aimed at Lin Mo's back, and pulled the trigger. Watch out! Haixiong shouted instinctively. Lin Mo was already on guard, having kept Dean Zhou in his peripheral vision the whole time. At Haixiong's warning, he instantly activated extreme speed, sidestepping the energy bullet while firing a shot back at Dean Zhou without even turning. Flip! The energy bullet struck Dean Zhou's shoulder with unerring accuracy, blood instantly staining his clothes red. Dean Zhou let out a cry of agony, and the energy gun dropped from his hand. You old bastard, you really did have bad intentions. Lin Mo gave a cold laugh, walking up to Dean Zhou and pressing the energy gun against his forehead. Little Lin Mo, spare me. Dean Zhou instantly put on a pleading expression, tears and snot streaming down his face. I was forced into this. It was the Black Scorpion pirates who forced me. If I didn't do it, they would have killed me. Lin Mo looked at the hypocritical expression on his face, his heart utterly unruffled. He activated the system locked onto Dean Zhou's disguise ability and selected Cut. Cut target. Dean Zhou ability, disguise F rank. Mental energy required 10 points. Confirm. Cut. Confirm. Lin Mo intoned silently. A faint stream of mental energy surged from his body, traveling through the energy gun into Dean Zhou. A wretched piercing scream tore from Dean Zhou's throat. His gaze instantly turned vacant, and the pleading expression on his face went rigid. He could no longer disguise anything, only pure terror remained. Cut successful. Ability acquired, disguise F rank. Current mental energy 40 points. Now tell me the truth. Lin Mo pressed the gun muzzle down a little more. How much do you know about the pendant's specifics? What other plans does the Black Scorpion pirate group have? Terrified out of his wits, Dean Zhou no longer dared to hide anything. I only know that Lord Haixi received intelligence that there's an Origin Star token on the Waste Star, and that token is your pendant. He said this pendant can lead to the treasure of the Origin Star, a hoard of countless star cores and high-tier cultivation arts. The Black Scorpion pirate group's headquarters is at Black Rock Fortress. They've already sent men to rendezvous with me. They'll arrive any moment. Black Rock Fortress. Lin Mo committed the name to memory, then asked, How can you be certain my pendant is the token? It's a portrait Lord Haixi provided. It matches your pendant exactly, Dean Zhou said, trembling. He also said that according to the timeline, the token's bearer should already be 16 years old. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. The Black Scorpion pirate group had known of his existence all along. They even knew about his origins. What secret lay behind all of this? Just then Haixiong suddenly lunged toward a nearby garbage mound, trying to escape. Lin Mo's eyes turned icy. Activating precision shooting. He aimed the energy gun at Haixiong's leg and pulled the trigger. Whip! The energy bullet struck Haixiong's knee. With a shriek, Haixiong collapsed to the ground, unable to run any longer. Lin Mo walked over to Dean Zhou. Without a hint of hesitation, he aimed the energy gun at his forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! Dean Zhou's head burst open, killing him on the spot. He had done countless evils, embezzling the orphan's supplies, colluding with pirates for profit, and treating human lives like weeds. This was exactly what he deserved. Having dealt with Dean Zhou, Lin Mo walked over to Hexiong, pressing the energy gun against his chest. How many pirates are there at Black Rock Fortress, and who is the strongest? Trembling violently with fear, Hexiong hurriedly answered. Black Rock Fortress has over 100 pirates. The strongest is the leader, gold rank strength awakened with the A-rank shadow devouring ability. There are also 3 deputy leaders, all at silver rank, gold rank, and A-rank ability. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Even though he had now copied multiple abilities and his overall strength had reached peak bronze rank, it was still nowhere near enough to face a gold rank powerhouse. Anything else you need to confess? Lin Mo's voice was devoid of any warmth. And no. Nothing else. I've told you everything I know. Mercy, spare my life. Hexiong pleaded bitterly. Lin Mo paid no attention to his desperate begging and pulled the trigger. On the waste star, showing mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself, especially pirates who didn't deserve a shred of trust. With all his enemies dealt with, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. His physical strength and mental energy had both been depleted considerably. He searched all 3 bodies and found over 500 star coins, 3 bottles of high-grade energy serum, and an encrypted communicator. Just as he was about to leave, the encrypted communicator suddenly buzzed the screen, displaying the words, Black Rock Fortress. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, pressed the answer button, held the communicator to his ear, and remained silent. Old Ghost Zhou found the pendant yet? We're already at the edge of the Bone Spur Zone. We'll be there right away. A gruff, impatient voice came through the communicator. Lin Mo's heart jolted. The Black Scorpion Pirates' reinforcements had arrived this fast. Without responding, he hung up the communicator, then crushed it in his grip, the device shattering into fragments in an instant. This was no time to linger. The pirates from Black Rock Fortress had already reached the outer zone. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Lin Mo gathered up his spoils, activated the extreme speed ability, and sprinted toward the outskirts of the junkyard. His figure wove rapidly through the dim light, soon vanishing behind the endless stretch of garbage mounds. And shortly after he left, more than a dozen Black Scorpion pirates arrived at the scene. Seeing the corpses on the ground, their faces all turned extremely grim. Shit! Old Ghost Zhou and his men have been killed. The pendant's gone. That brat must have taken it. After him. We've got to catch that brat and get the pendant back. With furious roars, the pirates gave chase in the direction Lin Mo had fled. Lin Mo ran at full tilt, quickly bursting out of the junkyard and back into the city district. He didn't go back to the orphanage. It was no longer safe, and the pirates would undoubtedly search there. He thought of what Old Wang had said the day before: the Federation's recruitment vessel would be coming near the Waste Star. This might be his only chance to leave the Waste Star. But right now, with the pirates hunting him throughout the entire city, where could he possibly hide? Just then he spotted a familiar figure up ahead, Zhao Hu of the salvage squad leading his team as they hauled star iron fragments. Zhao Hu spotted him as well, froze for a moment, then quickly waved him over. Lin Mo. Why are you running so fast? Did you find the star iron fragments? Lin Mo hesitated. Zhao Hu seemed like a decent man, but he didn't dare trust him completely. Right now, though, he had no other choice. He walked quickly up to Zhao Hu and lowered his voice. Brother Hu, I've gotten myself into trouble. The Black Scorpion pirate group is hunting me. Zhao Hu's expression instantly turned grave. The Black Scorpion pirate group? How did you get mixed up with them? Lin Mo gave a brief account of what had happened, omitting the evolution of his ability and the pendant's secret. He only said that he had killed Dean Zhou and several pirates in self-defense, and that the pirates were now hunting him down. After hearing this, Zhao Hu's eyes darkened. So that old Ghost Zhou really was in league with the pirates. Come with me, I'll take you somewhere safe. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo nodded. Thanks, Brother Hu. Zhao Hu led Lin Mo into a narrow alley heading deeper into the city. Lin Mo followed behind him, his heart filled with wariness. He didn't know whether Zhao Hu genuinely intended to help him, nor whether what awaited him ahead was a safe refuge, or another trap. In the distant sky, a small pirate vessel was descending slowly. On both sides of the narrow alley, the metal walls were riddled with bullet holes and scratches. Wind slipped through the gaps with a wailing sound, as if lamenting the desolation of the Waste Star. Lin Mo followed Zhao Hu at a brisk pace, every step falling into the shadows. His activated stealth ability blended his figure almost seamlessly with the darkness. A pirate search squad is up ahead. They blocked off the main roads of the district. We'll have to take a detour. Zhao Hu lowered his voice, his tone grave. The camp is inside the wreckage of the abandoned starship Iron Anchor. It's our scavenger team's secret stronghold. Most people can't find it. Lin Mo nodded, scanning his surroundings cautiously. The air carried a faint burnt smell, and in the distance came occasional shouts from pirates, and the crack of energy guns. The search had clearly reached a fever pitch. He gripped the energy gun at his waist. The precise shooting ability he had just copied gave him far greater mastery over firearms than ordinary people. The instant an enemy appeared, he could lock onto his target. Just as the two turned into an even narrower alley, footsteps and voices came from ahead. Captain, do you think that kid ran this way? Dean Joe and the others died in the Bone Spur zone, so the kid can't have gone far. A hoarse voice said. Search. Search carefully. Lord Black Scorpion said if we don't find the pendant, we'll all be thrown to the Iron Spine Wolves. Another cold voice responded, carrying unquestionable authority. Lin Mo and Zhao Hu immediately stopped and hid behind a pile of discarded parts. Lin Mo activated the system, and a panel instantly appeared. Target Pirate Squad Leader. Rank Late Bronze Rank. Ability Alertness F Rank. Heightened awareness of the surrounding environment. Combat Skill Basic Firearms. Time required to copy 15 seconds. Cut cost 6 points of mental energy. Target Pirate Crew Members 2. Rank Early Bronze Rank. Abilities Brute Force F Rank, Speed F Rank. Time required to copy 10 seconds each. Cut cost 5 points of mental energy each. This is Black Scorpion Pirate Group's search squad. The squad leader is late bronze rank, even stronger than Black Bear was. Zhao Hu's voice carried a note of concern. We can't fight them head on. We have to go around. Lin Mo shook his head, his gaze sharp. There's no way around. This alley is the only path. If we move, we'll be spotted. He turned to Zhao Hu and lowered his voice. Brother Hu, stay hidden here and don't move. I'll deal with them. No. That's too dangerous. Zhao Hu quickly tried to stop him. There are 3 of them, and they all have energy guns. You alone. Don't worry, I have a plan. Before Zhao Hu could finish, Lin Mo had already activated his disguise ability, instantly altering his aura to look like a timid scavenger. At the same time, he activated extreme speed and slipped silently out of the shadows. Who's there? The pirate squad leader immediately sensed something and raised his energy gun toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo deliberately staggered, fell to the ground, and said in a tearful voice, Please spare me. I'm just a scavenger. I'm not the one you're looking for. The pirates exchanged glances and relaxed their guard. One bulky pirate stepped forward and kicked Lin Mo. Worthless trash. This is a restricted search zone. Get out of here. In the instant the pirate came close, a cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He sprang up, pressed the energy gun under the pirate's chin, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot was swallowed by the alley's echo. The pirate collapsed without even a scream. Not good. The squad leader reacted and immediately raised his gun to fire. Lin Mo activated double hardening, dodged the energy bolt sideways, and simultaneously activated precise shooting, training his muzzle on the squad leader's wrist. Whiz! The energy bolt hit true. The squad leader's wrist streamed blood and his energy gun clattered to the ground. The other pirate was about to fire when Lin Mo rushed up and slammed a fist into his temple. The pirate crumpled to the ground. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. All 3 pirates were dead. Lin Mo holstered his energy gun, dusted himself off, and gestured to Zhao Hu, who was still hiding behind. Zhao Hu walked out and stared at the bodies, his eyes full of shock. You! How are you so strong? You killed all 3 in one instant. Lin Mo smiled faintly and did not explain. Let's go. The gunfire might attract more pirates. The two quickened their pace. After passing through several alleys, the massive wreckage of an abandoned starship appeared ahead. The main body of the ship was rusty and covered with huge gaping holes, as if it had been struck by meteors. It was exactly the Iron Anchor Zhao Hu had mentioned. Let's go in, it's safe inside. Zhao Hu pushed open a hidden iron door on the side of the ship and entered first. Lin Mo followed and discovered the interior had been transformed into a hidden haven. The main hall contained a few metal tables and chairs. Piles of star iron fragments and assorted parts were stacked in the corners. Several scavengers were sorting supplies seeing Zhao Hu bring Lin Mo, and they stopped and eyed Lin Mo warily. "Brother who is this?" A young man with a crew cut spoke. Wearing a worn leather vest with a machete at his waist, he was Xiaoli, whom Lin Mo had met earlier at the junkyard, an awakened F-rank basic healing ability user. "His name is Lin Mo. He's an orphan being hunted by the Black Scorpion pirate group, so he'll stay with us for a few days," Zhao Hu explained. "Hunted by pirates?" An old man with graying hair frowned. It was Old Chin. "Brother, who our scavenger team already has a hard time. Will taking him and bring us trouble? Old Chin, Lin Mo is a promising kid. He killed Dean Zhou and several pirates, which counts as getting justice for us." Zhao Hu continued. "Zhou the old devil used to shortchange our supplies and collude with pirates. He deserved to die long ago." The other members nodded one after another. They had all suffered under Dean Zhou and hated him to the bone. Lin Mo watched everyone's expressions, feeling somewhat reassured, but he remained cautious. He knew that to earn a place here he had to show his worth and gain their trust. "Everyone, I won't eat and sleep for free," Lin Mo said. "I awakened an F-rank mimicry ability. It isn't strong, but I can help with things I'm able to do, like sorting ore and standing guard." He deliberately hid the fact that his ability had evolved, keeping his true strength concealed, while feigning weakness was his trademark trick. Old Chin curled his lips, clearly not believing an F-rank ability user could be of any use. "Sorting or requires or perception. You can't mimic that. And standing guard is something we can do ourselves." Lin Mo did not argue. He simply walked over to a pile of ore in the corner and activated the ore perception ability he had copied earlier. In an instant he sensed a faint energy fluctuation coming from an ordinary-looking stone. "Uncle Chin, this stone seems different." Lin Mo picked up a black stone and handed it to Old Chin. Old Chin took it, weighed it in his hand, and sniffed it. His eyes suddenly lit up. "This is star iron. And high-purity star iron at that. It's worth at least 200 star coins." Everyone crowded around, their faces full of surprise. The pile of stones had been scavenged from the junkyard the day before. Old Chin had examined it with ore perception and found nothing special. No one expected such a high-purity piece of star iron to be hidden inside. "How did you find it? Aren't you F-rank mimicry?" Old Chin looked at Lin Mo suspiciously. I mimicked your ore perception ability." Lin Mo feigned embarrassment. "Just now, while watching you sort the ore, I tried to mimic it. I didn't think it would actually work." The explanation was perfectly reasonable. Though the others were astonished, they did not suspect anything. An F-rank mimicry ability could only copy temporarily, but copying E-rank or perception was already astonishing. "Good kid, you've got some skill." Zhao Hu patted Lin Mo's shoulder. "From now on you'll sort ore with Old Chin. You won't be shortchanged." Lin Mo nodded, laughing inwardly. After that use, the system sent a notification detected that the host has frequently used ore perception. It has a faint correlation with the copied precise shooting ability, and can be combined. "Combine. Combine," Lin Mo commanded inwardly. Combination successful. Acquired new ability, precise detection E-rank. Can sense the location of ore and the surrounding environment simultaneously. Detection range increased to 50 meters. Excellent. Lin Mo was secretly overjoyed. Precise detection could not only locate ore but also serve as an early warning system. 2 birds with 1 stone. Over the next few days, Lin Mo settled into the camp. Every day he sorted ore with Old Chin. Relying on precise detection, he found many hidden pieces of high-purity star iron and rare ores, doubling the scavenger team's income. He also volunteered for guard duty. Precise detection allowed him to spot pirate patrols in advance, steering the camp away from danger more than once. The team members' attitude toward him gradually changed from wariness to recognition and trust. Xiaoli even regarded him as an idol and constantly pestered him with questions. "Brother Lin Mo, you're incredible. An F-rank mimicry ability is actually this strong. Can you teach me that precise shooting you copied later?" Xiaoli said with admiration. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. "Mimicry requires close contact to copy, and it's only temporary. It wouldn't help you. But I can teach you some basic shooting techniques." "Really? Great." Xiaoli jumped up excitedly. That night Lin Mo was standing guard at the camp's edge when precise detection suddenly issued an alarm. Multiple energy fluctuations had appeared within a 50-meter radius, and were closing in fast. Detected multiple targets: bronze rank 5 people, silver rank 1 person. Target Identity Elite Search Squad of the Black Scorpion Pirate Group. Leader Early Silver Rank Ability Flame D Rank Combat Skill Flame Blade. Lin Mo's heart tightened. The Pirate Elite Squad had actually found the camp. He immediately ran back to the camp and shouted, "Something's wrong. Pirates are coming, 6 of them and 1 is Silver Rank." The members inside became nervous at once and grabbed their weapons. Zhao Hu's face darkened. Silver Rank? The Black Scorpion Pirate Group actually sent a Silver Rank expert. They're clearly determined to find Lin Mo and the pendant. Brother Hu, what do we do? Let's fight them to the death. Shaoli clutched his machete, his gaze resolute. We can't win. Zhao Hu shook his head. I'm the strongest among us and I'm only late bronze rank. The others are just early bronze rank. We're no match for a silver rank enemy. Lin Mo looked at the tense faces and knew it was time to show some real strength. He walked up to Zhao Hu and said calmly, Brother Hu, don't be afraid. Leave that silver rank one to me. You should be able to handle the other pirates. You. Zhao Hu and the others were dumbfounded. Lin Mo, you're only F-rank mimicry. How can you possibly beat a silver rank? I copied Lei Bao's lightning ability. Lin Mo lied. Earlier at the junkyard I met one of Lei Bao's men and copied his lightning ability. It's only temporary, but it should be enough to handle a silver rank. Lei Bao was the overlord of the Waste Star, a silver rank powerhouse with a B-rank lightning ability. Everyone had heard of his fearsome name. If Lin Mo really could mimic his lightning ability, then perhaps he truly could fight a silver rank opponent. Fine, I believe you. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth. The rest of you follow me and deal with those 5 bronze pirates. Lin Mo, that silver rank is yours. Lin Mo nodded, tightened his grip on the energy gun, and activated double hardening, extreme speed and precise shooting, all at once prepared for battle. His gaze fixed on the camp entrance. There a figure was approaching, slowly wreathed in blazing flames, the leader of the pirate elite squad, the silver rank powerhouse Hualang. Hualang's eyes were ice cold as he swept his gaze over the camp and finally rested on Lin Mo. So brat, you're the one who killed Dean Zhou and my subordinates. Hand over the pendant and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Mo sneered without a word. He activated the system locked onto Hualang's flame ability and began copying it. Target Hualang. Ability Flame D rank. Time required to copy 30 seconds. Cut cost 15 points of mental energy. 30 seconds, that's enough. Lin Mo said, inwardly activated extreme speed and charged at Hualang. Hualang had not expected Lin Mo to attack first. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes and he swung a flame blade at Lin Mo. You really don't know what death is. Lin Mo dodged the flame blade, aimed his energy gun at Hualang's chest, and pulled the trigger. Whiz. The energy bolt carrying the added power of precise shooting flew straight at Hualang's vital point. Hualang's expression changed. He hurriedly activated his flame ability to form a flame shield. The energy bolt struck the shield with a deafening boom. The shield trembled violently but did not break. You've got some skill, but it's still nothing. Hualang roared and slashed out another flame blade, this time with even more raging fire. Lin Mo dodged while watching the countdown on the system panel. 10 seconds, 20, 30. Copy successful. Acquired ability Flame D rank. The instant the copy succeeded, Lin Mo's mind stirred and he activated both the lightning and flame abilities simultaneously. The two energies converged in his palms, forming an orb woven from lightning and flame. What is this? Hualang's eyes bulged in disbelief. How do you have flame ability? And lightning as well? Lin Mo did not answer. He hurled the lightning fire orb fiercely at Hualang. Boom! The orb exploded and the tremendous shockwave blasted Hualang away. His flame shield shattered instantaneously. His body caught fire as lightning riddled it, convulsing violently. Seizing the opening, Lin Mo rushed forward, activated brute force, and slammed a punch into Hualang's chest. Crack! The crack of broken ribs was clearly audible. Hualang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. You! Just who are you? Lin Mo paid him no heed. He struck again, hammering his temple. Hualang's body went limp and toppled over, completely lifeless. Having dealt with Hualang, Lin Mo turned to the other pirates. Zhao Hu and his team had already disposed of 2 bronze-rank pirates. The remaining 3, seeing their leader killed, were scared out of their wits and tried to flee. Lin Mo activated extreme speed, chased after them, and fired the energy gun rapidly at the backs of the 3 pirates. Whiz! 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 The three pirates fell to the ground and the battle was truly over. The scavengers stared at Lin Mo with reverence. An F-rank mimicry user had actually killed a silver-rank powerhouse. It was nothing short of a miracle. Zhao Hu walked up to Lin Mo and said solemnly, "Lin Mo, you're not an F-rank mimicry user, are you? Your real strength is at least silver rank." Lin Mo knew he could no longer hide it. He was about to speak when a huge explosion suddenly sounded outside the camp and the ground shook violently as if a large starship had landed. Zhao Hu's face changed drastically. "No. It's the Black Scorpion pirate group's warship. They actually sent a warship." Lin Mo's heart clenched. He looked up at the sky outside the camp. An enormous black warship was slowly descending, marked with a ferocious scorpion emblem, the Black Scorpion pirate group's flagship. Pirates were sliding down ropes from the warship in dense numbers, at least 100 of them. "We're surrounded!" Xiao Li's voice was full of despair. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the energy gun, his eyes sharp. The Black Scorpion pirate group had even sent a warship. It seemed a fierce battle today was unavoidable. But he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. So many pirates meant more abilities for him to copy. Boom! The Black Scorpion pirate's warship slammed down onto the open ground outside the camp, sending a storm of sand and metal shards into the air. The warship's bottom hatch slid open and pirates poured out in a dense tide. Their black-clad figures merged into a single swath beneath the dim yellow light. Energy guns and machetes glinted with icy killing intent as they closed in on the wreck of the iron anchor. "All of you fall back into the ship. Defend using the narrow corridor advantage." Zhao Hu bellowed and rushed to the camp entrance first. Activating the E-rank brute force ability, he raised a half-ton slab of scrap iron with both hands and planted it in the doorway. "Lin Mo, you take the flank. Xiao Li, get the wounded deeper into the ship." Lin Mo wasted no words. He instantly activated the precision detection ability, and the distribution of pirates within 50 meters was rendered clearly in his mind. 30 bronze-rank pirates on the main road ahead, 20 on each side. On the warship's deck stood a tall figure in black battle armor whose aura far exceeded that of Firewolf, the vice commander of the Black Scorpion pirates, a mid-stage silver-rank powerhouse named Gu Ci. Target: Gu Ci. Rank: mid-stage silver rank. Ability: Bone Spur Proliferation. C rank. Can grow sharp bone spurs from the body surface, serving both attack and defense. Combat skill: Bone Spur Slash. Time required for copy: 1 hour. Cost for cut: 30 points of mental energy. A C rank ability in mid-stage silver rank. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he locked onto the pirates charging in front. The system panel rapidly refreshed. Target: Pirate Vanguards 3. Abilities: Flame Jet F rank, Heavy Shield Defense F rank, Swift Assault E rank. Time required for copy: 10 to 30 seconds each. Take out the vanguards first and open a gap. With a single thought, Lin Mo activated the Extreme Speed ability. His figure shot forward like a ghost and his energy gun fired round after round. Whiz! 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 3 energy bullets struck the 3 vanguards squarely between the eyes. The pirates with flame jet and heavy shield defense died on the spot. The one who relied on swift assault barely dodged with his speed, only for Lin Mo's follow-up steel pipe to smash into the back of his head, sending him to the ground convulsing. Copy successful. Acquired abilities: Flame Jet F rank, Heavy Shield Defense F rank. New copied abilities added: Defense type abilities have reached 3 types and can be combined for an upgrade. The instant the system notification sounded, Lin Mo silently commanded the combination. Combination successful. New ability acquired: Triple Hardening D rank. Defense strength increased by 100, can directly withstand attacks from abilities below C rank. The energy layer covering his body instantly thickened, taking on a dark gray metallic luster. Lin Mo charged forward into the pirate's barrage. Energy bullets clattered against his body with ringing clangs, not even leaving a single white mark. He activated the newly copied Flame Jet ability, and released a torrent of roaring flames from his mouth. The pirates ahead screamed as they were swallowed by flames, their formation instantly falling into chaos. Is this kid a monster? The surviving pirates were scared out of their wits. They had never seen anyone withstand energy guns and wield multiple abilities at once. Zhao Hu stared utterly dumbfounded, and the scrap iron in his hands nearly slipped away. With strength like this, Lin Mo is no silver rank. He's even stronger than Lei Bao. Lin Mo did not linger in the fight. Flame Jet was only meant to disrupt their formation. He activated precision detection and locked onto a silver rank squad leader in the pirate crowd. The man was raising a heavy energy cannon aiming at the core hatch of the shipwreck. Target silver rank squad leader. Ability Energy Cannon Mastery D rank. Time required for copy 30 seconds. Lin Mo activated the stealth ability, melted into the shadows and silently circled around behind the squad leader. When the 30-second copy countdown ended, he appeared abruptly, smashed the steel pipe into the squad leader's wrist, and snatched the heavy energy cannon. At the same time he activated Energy Cannon Mastery, swung the muzzle around and aimed at the packed pirates. Boom! A colossal beam of energy erupted, engulfing more than a dozen pirates in an instant, and blasting a crater several meters wide in the ground. The pirate horde panicked completely, and fell back, not daring to attack rashly again. Useless. A pack of useless trash. On the deck of the warship, Gu Xi let out a thunderous roar. Dense bone spurs burst out across his body, turning him into a human porcupine. He leaped from the warship and charged at Lin Mo. You brat. You dared to kill people of my Black Scorpion pirates. Today I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Gu Xi was extremely fast. In a flash he was in front of Lin Mo. A fist armored in bone spurs came howling down. Lin Mo activated triple hardening and raised his hand to block. Bang! Two immense forces collided. Lin Mo was driven back 3 steps, his arm numb, while Gu Xi was also bounced back. Shock spread across his face. Your defense can actually block my bone spur fist. Try this. Lin Mo sneered and activated his lightning and flame abilities at once. In both hands he gathered a blade of lightning and fire energy, and slashed it toward Gu Xi. This was the combination technique he had worked out last night, Thunderfire Blade. Its power far surpassed any single ability reaching the peak of C rank. Gu Xi's expression changed drastically. Bone spurs crazily multiplied across his body, forming a bone spur shield. Crack! The Thunderfire blade slammed into the shield. Bone spurs snapped apart, and cracks ran through the barrier. Gu Xi let out a miserable scream as the energy shockwave blasted blood from his mouth. Bone spur ability copy progress 30. Lin Mo gave him no chance to recover. Activating extreme speed, he circled Gu Xi, rapidly unleashing Thunderfire Blade after Thunderfire Blade while using precision detection to search for a weak point. He discovered that although Gu Xi's ability was formidable, every surge of bone spur growth consumed a great deal of stamina. The bone spurs over his chest were the sparsest. That was the weak point in his defense. Now. Lin Mo accelerated abruptly and drove the Thunderfire Blade straight at Gu Xi's chest. Gu Xi tried to dodge, but Lin Mo had him locked down. SHHK. The Thunderfire Blade pierced through Gu Xi's chest, fire and lightning exploding inside his body. A shrill, miserable cry tore from Gu Xi as he went limp and collapsed, his life aura extinguished. Copy successful. Acquired ability Bone Spur Proliferation C rank. Current mental energy 30 points. With Gu Xi settled, Lin Mo picked up the Bone Spur war blade that had dropped from him and turned to face the remaining pirates. When the pirates saw their vice-commander killed, they completely lost their will to fight. They retreated, desperate to flee back to the warship. Trying to run. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He activated Energy Cannon Mastery, aimed at the warship's hatch, and pulled the trigger again. Boom! The energy beam struck the hatch, triggering a chain of explosions. The warship's hatch was destroyed, and the pirates' escape route was cut off. Zhao Hu and the salvage crew seized the opportunity to charge out and counterattack the collapsing pirate ranks. Screams filled the area outside the camp. Just then an icy voice suddenly came through the warship's communicator, carrying a suffocating pressure. You dare kill people of my Black Scorpion pirates. You're seeking death. The instant the voice fell, the turret atop the warship turned slowly and aligned with the wreck of the iron anchor. At the same time, a dark figure flew out of the warship's command cabin and landed in the middle of the camp as if by teleportation. Dense shadow energy emanated from him, making the surrounding temperature drop sharply. Lin Mo's precision detection instantly sounded an alarm, and a glaring red alert flashed on the system panel. Warning. High-level target detected. Target He Yen, commander of the Black Scorpion Pirates. Rank early stage gold rank. Ability Shadow Devour A rank. Can devour energy attacks and convert them into his own power. Combat skill Shadow Slash. Time required for copy 24 hours. Cost for cut 50 points of mental energy. Danger level extremely high. Evacuate immediately. Gold rank. A rank ability. Lin Mo's pupils shrank sharply and his heart sank like a stone. Though his current overall strength had reached the peak of silver rank, he had no chance of victory against the gold rank expert, especially He Yan, who possessed the A rank Shadow Devour ability. The man could devour his thunderfire attacks and might even devour his abilities themselves. He Yan's gaze swept the field like a hawk's, finally fixing on Lin Mo with piercing coldness. Boy, was it you who killed my vice commander and my men? Hand over the pendant, and I'll let you die a quicker death. I don't have the pendant, Lin Mo replied calmly while secretly signaling Zhao Hu to lead the crew back. Zhao Hu also saw how terrifying He Yan was and knew that staying meant death. He lowered his voice and said to the crew beside him, "You all pull back first. I'll cover Lin Mo." "Brother Hu, you go first," Lin Mo said urgently. "He's after me. Staying here won't help." "Nonsense. I, Zhao Hu, am not someone who forgets favors." Zhao Hu raised the scrap iron block and planted himself in front of Lin Mo. "If we leave together. If we die together." The other crew members also halted one after another, gripping their weapons tightly and looking at He Yan with resolute eyes. They were afraid, but Lin Mo had saved the camp many times before. They could not simply abandon him now. Warmth surged in Lin Mo's heart. This was the first time he had truly felt camaraderie. But he knew he could not let everyone sacrifice themselves for him. He activated the disguise ability and deliberately wore a panicked, helpless expression. "The pendant is in the ship's storage compartment. I'll take you to get it. Don't hurt them." He Yan sneered. "At least you know what's good for you. Lead the way. Try any tricks and I'll kill them all in an instant." Lin Mo nodded, turned and headed into the ship, rapidly calculating countermeasures in his heart. His mental energy was only 30 points, not enough to cut He Yan's A-rank ability. But the system had prompted that the token's energy could supplement it. The pendant had 1 point of energy left, not enough for 50, but maybe. Just as he walked to the corner of the ship's corridor, he suddenly activated extreme speed and stealth, turned around and shouted to Zhao Hu and the others, "Go now. The Federation recruitment starship arrives in 3 days. Wait for me at the meteor belt outside the city." At the same time, he activated triple hardening and bone spur proliferation. Sharp bone spurs grew across his body as thunderfire energy converged in his hands. Then he launched a surprise attack at He Yan. "You're asking for death." Anger flickered in He Yan's eyes. Shadow energy exploded outward, forming a huge shadow shield that blocked Lin Mo's thunderfire attack. Even more terrifying, his Shadow Devour ability activated. Lin Mo's thunderfire energy was absorbed by the shield, transformed into shadow energy, and rebounded toward Lin Mo. Not good. Lin Mo's heart jolted. He hurriedly activated precision detection, traced the path of the rebounding shadow, and narrowly escaped the reflected shadow energy. "You think you can get away with this?" He Yan sneered. Shadow energy wrapped around his body, and his speed surged instantly as he chased Lin Mo like a phantom. Shadow slash. A jet-black blade of energy howled out, moving so fast that Lin Mo could not possibly dodge. At this critical moment, the pendant on Lin Mo's chest suddenly burned with intense heat. A faint golden energy surged from the pendant and enveloped his body. Lethal crisis detected for the host. Token energy activated, mental energy temporarily raised to 50 points. "Do you want to cut He Yan's Shadow Devour ability immediately?" "Yes," Lin Mo answered in his mind. His mental energy exploded outward, and through the pendant's energy link he locked onto He Yan's Shadow Devour ability. He Yan sensed something was wrong and tried to break off his attack, but it was too late. Cut successful. Acquired ability Shadow Devour A rank. Current mental energy 0 points, token energy depleted. A miserable scream burst from He Yan as the shadow energy within him collapsed in an instant. Shock and disbelief filled his eyes. My ability is gone. Just who are you?" An agonizing pain shot through Lin Mo's head. Exhausted mental energy left him dizzy, but he forced himself to activate the newly acquired Shadow Devour, absorbing the shadow slash He Yan sent at him. At the same time, he whipped a thunderfire blade back at He Yan. With his ability lost, He Yan had only his gold rank physique left, and was completely unable to withstand the thunderfire blade. SHHK. The blade slashed into his shoulder, and blood gushed out. "I won't let you get away with this." He Yan roared, turned and ran toward the warship. He knew that without his ability he was no match for Lin Mo. Lin Mo wanted to pursue, but his depleted mental energy left him weak. Darkness flashed before his eyes and he almost fell. Zhao Hu rushed over to support him. Lin Mo, are you alright? Hurry. Zhao Hu nodded, carried Lin Mo onto his back and ran with the crew toward the ship's rear exit. Outside the ship, He Yan had already fled back to the warship and was roaring into the communicator fire. Blow this ship to pieces. Blast that brat into fragments. The warship's turret rotated again, aiming at the wreck of the iron anchor. Boom! A huge energy beam struck the ship's stern, triggering a violent explosion as the starship wreck began to collapse. Lin Mo, Zhao Hu and the others charged out of the ship in the blast wave and fled toward the meteor belt outside the city. Behind them, the wreck of the iron anchor was engulfed in a sea of fire under the bombardment. He Yan's furious roars and the pirates' pursuit echoed in the distance. Lin Mo's consciousness gradually blurred as he lay on Zhao Hu's back. He had successfully cut He Yan's A-rank ability, but his mental energy was exhausted and the token energy was gone. Right now he had no combat ability at all. Ahead, the meteor belt was fraught with hidden dangers. The pirates' pursuit continued and the Federation recruitment starship would not arrive for another 3 days. Crisis upon crisis weighed on their hearts, and the road of escape had only just begun. Watch out! An asteroid is coming from the left. Zhao Hu, carrying Lin Mo on his back, weaved arduously through the floating asteroid field, his hoarse shout drowned out by the thunderous clamor of colliding rocks. The asteroid belt on the fringes of the waste star truly lived up to its reputation. Asteroids of all sizes, like runaway wild horses, collided chaotically in the gravitational field, their surfaces covered in jagged ice crystals and rust-scarred streaks. One careless slip would be enough to smash them into pulp. Even more lethal, the magnetic field in the belt was wildly unstable. Communication devices completely failed, and the pirates' pursuit signals were jammed. But in the same stroke, they too lost all contact with the outside world. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from behind. Hyan's warship, the Venom Sting, had tried to force its way into the asteroid belt, but a colossal asteroid dozens of meters wide slammed into its flank, instantly caving in a huge section of the hull. Hyan's furious roar carried across the asteroid maze, seething with defiance and rage. Search for them. Even if I have to flip this whole belt upside down, I will find that brat. Zhao Hu gasped for breath, setting Lin Mo down on a relatively stable asteroid platform. He wiped the sweat from his face. We're safe for now. The magnetic field here is too chaotic for their warship to get in. All they can do is send small groups of pirates in on foot to search. Leaning against the icy asteroid, Lin Mo felt the dizziness gradually fade. He pulled out the high-grade energy serum he had taken off the pirates, twisted off the cap and drained it in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat, instantly transforming into pure energy that nourished his depleted mental energy. System notification detected energy from high-grade energy serum. Mental energy recovering. Current mental energy 15 points. Finally, I can breathe again. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, focusing his mind to sense the Shadow Devour ability he had just cut away from Hyan. A stream of icy energy circulated through his body, utterly different from the lightning and flame abilities he had before. It seemed capable of devouring all light and energy, making his presence increasingly elusive. He tried channeling a wisp of shadow energy, and a pitch-black vortex immediately appeared in his palm. The surrounding light was crazily sucked into it, and even the ice crystals on the asteroid's surface became cloaked in a layer of black mist. So this is the power of a Class A ability. Shock rippled through Lin Mo. Compared to this, the Class C and Class D abilities he had possessed before were worlds apart. Shadow Devour could not only absorb energy attacks and convert them into personal strength, but it could also briefly mask his presence entirely. It was even more useful than a stealth ability. Lin Mo, how are you? Can you stand? Xiao Li crouched beside him, handing over a repaired energy gun, his face full of worry. That Hyan fellow just now was terrifying. His gold-tier presence nearly crushed the breath out of me. Lin Mo took the energy gun, slowly rose to his feet, and stretched his stiff limbs. I'm fine. It won't kill me. He activated his precision detection ability, and the environment within 50 meters instantly unfolded in perfect clarity. 3 pirates were carefully threading their way through the asteroid gaps less than 30 meters away. The search squad Hyan had dispatched. System notification: target pirate search squad 3 members. Rank late bronze tier. Abilities: thermal detection Class F, hook line climbing Class F, energy blast Class E. Threat level low. Free experience delivered right to my door. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. He activated Shadow Devour, and his figure instantly merged into the shadows of the asteroids. The shadow energy not only concealed his presence but also interfered with the pirates' thermal detection. All three pirates remained completely unaware, continuing to approach the asteroid platform. Captain, the signal disappeared somewhere around here. That brat has to be hiding here. One pirate raised a thermal detector and said with a frown. The detector's screen was full of static, clearly disrupted by both the magnetic field and the shadow energy. Search carefully. Find that brat and Lord Hyan will reward us handsomely. The leading pirate gripped his energy gun, scanning the surroundings warily. The moment they stepped onto the asteroid platform, Lin Mo burst out from the shadows. Shadow energy wrapped around his fist as he slammed it into the back of the lead pirate's head. The pirate didn't even have time to scream. He collapsed to the ground and fell into a dead faint. The other two pirates snapped into reaction and tried to raise their guns, but Lin Mo had already activated extreme speed, circling behind them. Shadow energy condensed into claws and ripped across both their throats in an instant. System notification: host has used Shadow Devour to kill targets. Absorbed trace energy. Mental energy recovered by 5 points. Current mental energy 20 points. Can this ability restore mental energy too? Lin Mo was inwardly overjoyed. This was a welcome surprise. He searched the three pirates' bodies and found 5 bottles of energy serum and a portable magnetic field jammer. This device could temporarily amplify the magnetic interference in the asteroid belt, which was exactly what they needed. Lin Mo, you're amazing. Xiao Li watched dumbfounded. What kind of ability was that? It's even better than stealth. It's Shadow Devour, just copied. Lin Mo didn't conceal it. Trust within the team was critical now. Hyan's ability. I cut it over with mine. What? Zhao Hu and the other team members were utterly stunned. Cut away a Class A ability. How is that possible? What exactly is your ability? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then decided to reveal part of the truth. My ability isn't Class F imitation. It evolved into copycat. I can permanently copy other people's abilities, and I can even cut them away and claim them for myself. Copycat. Permanent copy. Zhao Hu sucked in a sharp breath. What kind of ability is that? There has never been anything like it in the history of the Federation. The team members also showed expressions of awe. Though they didn't understand the specific classifications of ability ranks, they knew exactly what permanent copy meant. This isn't the time to talk about that. Lin Mo cut off their shock. Hyan will definitely send more pirates to search. We need to find a safe hiding spot as fast as possible, and wait for the Federation recruitment ship to arrive. Zhao Hu nodded, pulling a tattered star chart from his backpack. I used to scavenge for scraps in the asteroid belt in the old days. I know a hidden cavern with a stable energy source that can also block detection. The only trouble is the path there isn't easy. Lead the way, Lin Mo said decisively. They set out once more, with Zhao Hu guiding them deeper into the asteroid belt. The asteroids grew denser along the way and the magnetic field stronger. Even Lin Mo's precision detection was affected, its range shrinking to 30 meters. Just as they were passing through a dense maze of asteroids, Lin Mo's precision detection suddenly triggered an alarm. Hidden in the gaps of the rocks 10 meters ahead were more than a dozen pirates, led by none other than Hyan. And aside from Hyan himself, there were 15 pirates at late bronze tier and 3 at early silver tier. Not good, it's an ambush by Hyan. Lin Mo let out a low shout and immediately activated Shadow Devour, masking the presence of all the team members around him. Everyone, don't move. Hide behind the asteroids. Hyan had clearly calculated their route and was waiting here with an elite squad. Having lost his core ability, his gaze had grown even more sinister. In his hand he held a pitch-black Earth-rank war blade coated with lethal poison. Brat, where will you run this time? Without Shadow Devour, let's see how you block my Venom Fang blade. The pirates edged closer, forming a tightening encirclement, energy guns aimed at the asteroid where Lin Mo and the others were hiding. The silver tier pirates activated their abilities, various energy attacks at the ready. They would strike the instant Hyan gave the order. Lin Mo, what do we do? There are too many of them. Zhao Hu gripped the scrap iron in his hand, sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Mo coolly analyzed the situation. Though Hyan had lost his ability, his gold-tier physique was nothing to underestimate. With 3 silver-tier pirates backing him, a head-on clash was definitely out of the question. His gaze swept over the dense asteroids around them, and a plan immediately took shape in his mind. Zhao Hu, I'll draw their attention in a moment. You take the team and break through the gap on the right. The magnetic field there is the strongest, so the accuracy of their energy guns will drop. Lin Mo said in a low voice, "Shall we get your basic healing ability ready? Tend to anyone who gets injured at once." "What about you?" Zhao Hu asked urgently. "Don't worry, I have a way to escape." A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. He activated Shadow Devour, his figure once again merging into the shadows while simultaneously channeling the lightning and flame energy within him to form a massive thunderfire orb. "Haiyan, your opponent is me." Lin Mo's voice rang out from among the asteroids. The next moment the thunderfire orb hurtled viciously toward Haiyan. Haiyan's expression changed. Even without Shadow Devour, his reflexes remained lightning quick. He swung the Venom Fang blade, sending out a fierce blade aura that split the thunderfire orb in two. "You sniveling coward hiding in the shadows! Come out!" Haiyan bellowed, charging toward the direction the orb had come from. The other pirates opened fire as well, energy rounds exploding among the asteroids, sending shards of rock flying. Using the extreme speed ability, Lin Mo darted agilely between the rocks while continuously releasing small thunderfire orbs to draw the pirates' fire. "There he is!" A silver-tier pirate spotted Lin Mo's trail and activated his flame ability, sending a colossal pillar of fire roaring toward him. Lin Mo was ready. Activating Shadow Devour, a pitch-black vortex appeared in his palm and swallowed the pillar of fire in an instant. Not only that, he converted the devoured flame energy into his own power, and with a backhanded stroke sent a flame blade slashing out, severing the silver-tier pirate's arm. "Ah!" The pirate let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. "What? He can devour flames?" Haiyan's eyes went wide with disbelief. "How can he still devour other forms of energy?" Lin Mo didn't explain. As a Class A ability, Shadow Devour had never been limited to devouring shadow energy alone. Haiyan had simply only ever used it to swallow shadow-based attacks. Through his system analysis, Lin Mo had long since mastered its full range of uses. Any energy attack, regardless of its nature, could be devoured and converted. "Kill him! All at once!" Haiyan went completely berserk, charging at Lin Mo with the Venom Fang blade. The toxic wind of the blade made even the surrounding air grow thick and viscous. Lin Mo activated triple hardening and bone spur proliferation, sharp bone spikes sprouting across his body. At the same time, he activated the lightning shadow phantom step he had copied from an earlier battle, narrowly evading Haiyan's attack. The Venom Fang blade struck an asteroid, cleaving it in two in an instant, while black poisonous smoke billowed out. That was close. Lin Mo's heart jolted. The Venom Fang blade was truly formidable, not only razor-sharp but also laced with deadly poison. If it landed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He kept dodging while continuing to unleash energy attacks, drawing the attention of all the pirates. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Hu led the crew in a breakout toward the gap on the right. The pirates noticed their intent and tried to pursue, but Lin Mo's thunderfire attacks locked them down. "Trying to run? Stay right where you are." Haiyan saw through Lin Mo's plan and roared, wanting to go after Zhao Hu. "Your opponent is me." Lin Mo activated the shadow clone ability he had just copied from a silver-tier pirate. 3 doppelgangers materialized at once, tying Haiyan down. Although the clones held only 30% of their original's power combined with Shadow Devour, they could still hold Haiyan back for a brief moment. Seizing the chance, Lin Mo ran in the opposite direction while activating the magnetic field jammer he had seized earlier. In an instant, the surrounding magnetic field grew even more chaotic, severely reducing the accuracy of the pirates' energy guns. Many shots slammed harmlessly into the asteroids. Haiyan broke free from the shadow clones and stared after Lin Mo's retreating figure, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. "Brat, you won't get away." He turned to the pirates around him and bellowed, "You lot go after those scavengers. I'll kill that kid myself." With that, Haiyan took off in great strides after Lin Mo. His gold-tier physique allowed him to move across the asteroid field as if it were flat ground, his speed no slower than Lin Mo's extreme speed ability. Lin Mo glanced back and saw Haiyan in hot pursuit. His heart sank. He knew that if he kept running like this, Haiyan would catch him sooner or later. His eyes landed on a massive asteroid ahead, its surface riddled with cracks, clearly unstable. "You're the one," Lin Mo muttered to himself, speeding up to circle around the side of the giant asteroid. At the same time, he gathered all the shadow energy in his body, forming a colossal shadow blade, and slashed at the asteroid's cracks. Crack! The shadow blade struck the fissures with pinpoint accuracy. The giant asteroid collapsed in an instant, countless fragments hurtling toward Haiyan behind him. Hyen's face drastically changed. He swung the venom fang blade frantically to ward off the debris, managing to cleave through most of it, but a fist-sized rock still slammed into his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, while Hyen was halted, Lin Mo turned and plunged into the deeper asteroid maze. Here the rocks were even denser, and the magnetic field so intense that even precision detection was useless. He had to rely on his naked eyes. He ran for about 10 minutes before finally stopping, leaning against an asteroid and gasping for breath. The sound of Hyen's pursuit had faded away, clearly blocked by the collapsing rocks. System notification: current mental energy 5 points. The recent battle and that shadow blade had drained his mental energy to the brink once again. Finally got away. Lin Mo sighed in relief and was about to contact Zhao, who, when the pendant on his chest suddenly grew blazing hot, more intense than ever before. System notification: intense star core energy fluctuation detected. The token is resonating with the star core fragment. Location of star core fragment 500 meters ahead at the center of the asteroid cluster. System notification warning. An unknown high-level energy fluctuation has also been detected, possibly from a powerful creature or enemy. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Star core fragment. The system had mentioned before that the star core fragment could unlock clues about the pendant's origins and replenish the token's energy. But the unknown high-level energy fluctuation put him on high alert. At the heart of this perilous asteroid belt, what kind of powerful being was lurking? A mutated interstellar creature, or perhaps Hyen's reinforcements? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to go. The star core fragment was far too important to him. It could unlock the clues to his origins and enhance his ability. Moreover, with his current strength, even if danger arose, he had the power to fight. Lin Mo activated Shadow Devour to mask his aura and crept slowly toward the center of the asteroid cluster. The pendant grew hotter and hotter, guiding his way forward. The closer he got to the center, the fewer asteroids surrounded him, replaced by a field of hovering ice crystals. A faint trace of energy hung in the air. A massive cavern loomed faintly ahead. The energy fluctuation of the star core fragment was emanating from within it. Just as he prepared to enter the cavern, a low guttural roar exploded from its depths. The sound was saturated with raging energy, causing the entire asteroid belt to tremble slightly. Lin Mo's heart plummeted. The owner of that roar was definitely no weaker than Gold Tier. Clutching the energy gun tightly, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he stepped forward toward the cavern. The entrance of the cavern was sealed by thick ice crystals, refracting the faint light filtering through the meteor belt and radiating a bone-chilling cold. Lin Mo activated the Shadow Devour ability, suppressed his aura to the minimum, and crept toward the cavern entrance, as lightly as a falling leaf. The closer he got, the hotter the pendant grew, as if it were about to ignite. The system panel kept flashing prompts. Detected strong star core energy fluctuation. Distance to target 100 meters. Detected biological energy fluctuation. Level Gold Tier mid-stage. Target Ice Crystal Giant Python mutated interstellar creature. Ability Ice Mastery B rank, can manipulate ice crystals for attack, defense, and create ice mist maze formations. Traits: thick-skinned and tough ice crystal shell with extremely strong defense. Weakness: the 7-inch spot is not covered by ice crystals. Replication time required 12 hours. Cutting costs 40 mental energy points. Current mental energy 5 points. Needs star core energy to replenish. Gold Tier mid-stage. A B rank ice ability. Lin Mo's heart clenched. This was a notch above Hyen. But the star core fragment was right in front of him. He had no way back. Not only for the clues to his origins, but also to raise his strength and deal with Hyen's pursuit. He took a deep breath, activated precise detection, saw through the ice-sealed entrance, and took in the scene inside the cavern. In the center of the vast cave, a fist-sized blue crystal hovered in midair, radiating a soft blue glow. It was the star core fragment. Below the star core fragment coiled a giant ice crystal python, dozens of meters long. Its silver-white scales were covered with thick ice crystals. Curved bone spikes grew from its head, and its eyes, like two beads of ice, were tightly shut in slumber. The cold it radiated had condensed thick ice crystals on the cavern walls. While it sleeps, I'll try to steal the star core fragment. Lin Mo calculated, silently activated extreme speed, and slipped through the ice crystal gaps at the entrance like a ghost into the cavern. The cavern was bitingly cold, and Lin Mo's breath turned to white mist. He moved cautiously toward the star core fragment, staying out of the ice crystal python's perception range as much as possible. The moment his hand touched the star core fragment, the ice crystal python suddenly opened its eyes. Its ice blue pupils locked onto Lin Mo, and it let out a deafening roar. Not good. Lin Mo's heart shouted. He immediately activated triple hardening and bone spike proliferation, bone spikes bursting from his skin in an instant, while channeling thunderfire energy to defend. The ice crystal python lashed its tail, sweeping at Lin Mo with a howling icy wind. The ice crystals on its tail were like cold glinting blades. Lin Mo hurriedly dodged aside. The tail smashed into the cavern wall with a thunderous crash, collapsing the wall and sending countless icicles and rocks raining down. Roar! The ice crystal python shrieked again, spewing a massive ice pillar straight at Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated Shadow Devour, a pitch-black vortex appearing in his palm as he tried to devour the ice pillar. But the ice energy was too vast. The shadow vortex could only barely offset part of it. The rest of the ice pillar slammed into him. Triple Hardening's defense instantly cracked all over, and Lin Mo was blasted back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. System host has suffered a heavy blow. Mental energy consumption increased. Current mental energy 3 points. System star core fragment energy can temporarily replenish mental energy. Absorb. Yes. Lin Mo said inwardly and activated precise detection to lock onto the star core fragment. A faint blue stream of energy surged out from the star core fragment, flowed through his palm into his body, instantly dispelling part of the chill, and his mental energy quickly recovered. System current mental energy 13 points. It works. Lin Mo's heart jumped with joy. He once again channeled thunderfire energy into a thunderfire blade and slashed at the ice crystal python's 7-inch spot. This was the python's weak point, the only place where its defense could be broken. The ice crystal python clearly sensed the danger. Its body curled abruptly and its ice crystal shell thickened, instantly blocking the thunderfire blade. With a crack, the thunderfire blade struck the ice crystal shell, leaving only a shallow mark. This defense is insane. Lin Mo was stunned. B-rank ice mastery truly lived up to its reputation. He knew a head-on fight was useless. He had to find a way to break through its ice crystal shell. His gaze swept over the cavern, taking in the icicles on the walls and the frozen floor, and a plan formed in his mind. He activated extreme speed, dashing swiftly through the cavern to deliberately provoke the ice crystal python. The python kept spewing ice pillars and whipping its tail, wrecking the cavern even further with ice and rock fragments scattered across the ground. Now! Lin Mo suddenly stopped, activated Shadow Devour to absorb the scattered ice energy around him, and channeled thunderfire energy within his body, fusing the two forces in his palm. System host is attempting to fuse ice, lightning, and fire energies. Proceed with combination upgrade. System combination conditions: all 3 elemental abilities present. Mental energy reaches 10 points. Conditions met. System confirm combination. Confirmed. Lin Mo said inwardly. The 3 energies clashed violently in his hand, merging into a tricolored energy sphere that radiated an ominous aura. This was his first attempt at a tri-element combination. The system announced. System combination successful. New ability acquired: tri-element fusion A rank. Can melt C rank and below defenses with additional suppression effects against ice and metal defenses. Excellent. Lin Mo's heart surged with joy. He hurled the tri-element fusion sphere fiercely at the ice crystal python's 7-inch spot. The python's expression changed drastically. It tried to curl up and defend, but it was too late. The tri-element fusion sphere struck its 7-inch spot and burst in an instant. Fire melted the ice crystals, lightning pierced the scales, and ice energy intensified the internal shock. Roar! The ice crystal python let out a miserable scream. The scales at its 7-inch spot shattered and blood gushed out. Its ice crystal shell collapsed at once, its defense greatly reduced. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, activated extreme speed and brute strength, charged up to the python, and drove the bone spike war blade coated with tri-element fusion energy fiercely into its 7-inch spot. Thunk! The war blade pierced through the python's body, tri-element energy erupting inside it. The python convulsed violently, struggled a few times, and then lay still, completely dead. System host has killed a gold-tier mid-stage creature. Absorbed a large amount of energy. Mental energy restored by 30 points. System current mental energy 43 points. System replication of Ice Crystal Giant Python ability 10. Target dead. Replication interrupted. Lin Mo gasped for breath. Though the cost had been enormous, successfully killing the Ice Crystal Python boosted his confidence. He walked up to the star core fragment, and reached out to grasp it. The fragment was ice cold in his hand, yet filled with pure energy. The instant he held it, the pendant on his chest exploded with dazzling blue light resonating with the star core fragment. A vast surge of energy poured into the pendant. Its color gradually shifted from black to deep blue and intricate patterns emerged on its surface. System star core fragment energy detected. Token energy activated. System token energy 1100 to 20,100. System origin clue archive unlocked 10. System the host's parents were guardians of Origin Star entrusted with protecting the Origin Star's core fragments. System when the apocalyptic cold wave of the old era struck Origin Star was invaded by the Void Tribe. To protect the token, the host's parents sent the host to Waste Star 07 and fell into slumber themselves. System the Void Tribe is searching for Origin Star's core fragments, seeking to use the fragment energy to open a void passage and invade the entire interstellar realm. System tip collecting all 10 star core fragments can awaken the host's parents and unlock the complete origin story. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply, a huge wave rising in his heart. His parents weren't dead. They were merely asleep. And his origins were actually tied to Origin Star and the Void Tribe. The Void Tribe had already set its sights on the token in his hand. The Void Tribe. Lin Mo clenched his fist, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Whether for himself or for his sleeping parents, he had to grow stronger as soon as possible, gather the star core fragments, and fight the Void Tribe. Just then He Yan's furious roar came from outside the cavern. Brat, you really are here. The star core fragment is mine. Lin Mo's heart tightened. He Yan had actually chased him all the way here. He had just consumed a great deal of mental energy. Though he had killed the ice crystal python, he would still struggle against He Yan. He quickly put away the star core fragment, and the pendant activated Shadow Devour, and hid in the shadows of the cavern. He Yan charged into the cavern with 5 pirates. Seeing the dead ice crystal python, his expression changed. This brat actually killed a gold tier mid-stage ice crystal python. But when he saw Lin Mo's empty hands, greed flashed in his eyes. Where's the star core fragment? Hand it over. Lin Mo did not show himself. Instead, he activated precise detection to observe He Yan and the pirates. He noticed that He Yan now had a mysterious figure in a black cloak beside him. The figure's aura was hidden, and his rank was unknown, but he gave Lin Mo a strong sense of danger. System target mysterious figure. System rank unknown beyond precise detection range. System ability unknown. System danger level extremely high. He Yan stopped wasting words with him. The mysterious figure's voice was hoarse with a hint of mechanical coldness. Just search. The energy fluctuation of the star core fragment is obvious, so he can't hide it. The mysterious figure raised his hand and swept it through the air. An invisible wave of energy spread out and covered the entire cavern. Lin Mo's heart jolted. His Shadow Devourer had actually been pierced by that energy, exposing his presence. Found you. He Yan's eyes lit up as he charged toward Lin Mo's hiding place. Brat, let's see where you run this time. Lin Mo knew he could no longer hide. He activated triple hardening and tri-element fusion, ready for battle. But the mysterious figure's strength was unfathomable. Lin Mo wasn't sure he could fight both He Yan and the mysterious figure at the same time. Brat, hand over the star core fragment and the pendant, and I'll give you a quick death. The mysterious figure walked slowly toward Lin Mo, eerie red light flickering beneath his hood. Otherwise, I'll let you experience a fate worse than death. Lin Mo sneered. If you want what's mine, come and take it. He attacked first, hurling a tri-element fusion sphere at He Yan. He Yan's face changed drastically. He swung his Venom Fang blade to block, but the tri-element fusion energy instantly melted the venom on the blade and sent him staggering back. A flicker of surprise crossed the mysterious figure's eyes, then he sneered, you have some skill, but it's still not enough for me to take seriously. He raised his hand and fired a black energy ray at Lin Mo. It was so fast that Lin Mo simply couldn't dodge. Lin Mo could only activate Shadow Devour and defend with all his strength. Boom! The black energy ray struck the shadow vortex. The tremendous impact sent Lin Mo flying backward. He slammed hard into the cavern wall and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shadow Devour had absorbed part of the energy, but the rest still left him gravely wounded. System current mental energy 43 to 23 points. System host has been struck by unknown energy, and the body is damaged. Immediate evacuation is advised. Lin Mo struggled to his feet, shocked to the core. This mysterious figure was far too strong, at least late gold tier, maybe even starlight tier. Brat, scared now. He Yan sneered as he advanced. Hand over the star core fragment and the pendant, and I might beg the master to spare your life." Lin Mo watched He Yan and the mysterious figure close, in his mind racing for a countermeasure. He only had 23 mental energy points left, not enough to cut and copy the mysterious figure's unknown ability, and tri-element fusion couldn't deal a fatal blow to him either. Just then Zhao Hu's voice came from outside the cavern. "Lin Mo, we're here to help you." Lin Mo's heart leaped. He turned and saw Zhao Hu leading Shaoli and the other squad members into the cavern. Energy guns seized from the pirates aimed straight at He Yan and the mysterious figure. "A bunch of ants. How dare you butt in?" A murderous glint flashed in the mysterious figure's eyes, and he raised his hand to attack Zhao Hu and the others. Lin Mo seized the chance, activated extreme speed, dashed behind the mysterious figure, and slashed a tri-element fusion energy blade at his back. "You're looking for death." The mysterious figure reacted swiftly, spinning around and raising a black energy shield to block the attack. But in that instant Lin Mo's precise detection suddenly noticed something under the mysterious figure's cloak, a fragment similar to his pendant, also bearing intricate patterns. "You also have an origin star fragment," Lin Mo exclaimed. The mysterious figure's face changed in an instant, his gaze growing even more sinister. "You actually know about origin star fragments? Then I can't let you live." No longer holding back, he erupted with black energy, creating a huge black vortex that swept toward Lin Mo, Zhao Hu and the others. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. This black vortex was far more powerful than any previous attack. Once caught in it, death was certain. He shouted urgently, "Fall back." At the same time he activated all his remaining mental energy, fusing tri-element fusion and shadow devour into a massive defensive shield to withstand the black vortex. Boom! The two energies collided and the enormous shockwave shook the entire cavern, making it tremble as rocks and ice shards rained down. Lin Mo's defensive shield was instantly covered in cracks. He spat out another mouthful of blood as the shockwave flung him into the air. Zhao Hu and the others were also knocked to the ground, seriously injured. The mysterious figure sneered and walked toward Lin Mo, a black energy blade condensing in his hand. "Brat, prepare to die." Lin Mo lay on the ground, mental energy depleted and body unable to move. He could only watch as the black energy blade descended toward him. Was he really going to die here? His parents were still asleep and the star core fragments were still uncollected. At that critical instant the pendant on his chest suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light, and a blue energy barrier wrapped around him. The black energy blade struck the barrier and was reflected back in an instant. Hit by his own attack, the mysterious figure spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back several steps. System fatal crisis detected. Token energy emergency activated. Temporary defense barrier engaged, duration 10 seconds. System warning, token energy insufficient. The barrier will disappear after 10 seconds. Evacuate immediately. Lin Mo's heart leaped. Seizing the last chance, he roared to Zhao Hu and the others, "Go. Withdraw through the back exit." He activated extreme speed and ran toward the back of the cavern, dragging his wounded body. Zhao Hu and the others also struggled to their feet and followed Lin Mo. The mysterious figure's face was ashen. "Don't run," he bellowed, and chased after them together with He Yan. The back exit led to a narrow passage at the end of which lay another region of the meteor belt. Lin Mo knew the 10-second barrier would soon vanish. They had to escape the mysterious figure's pursuit before then. But the mysterious figure and He Yan pursued relentlessly. Black energy attacks kept striking behind them, and the passage could collapse at any moment. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The instant the barrier disappeared, the mysterious figure's black energy blade came slashing down again. Lin Mo glanced back at the enemy, closing in a flash of resolve in his eyes, and quickened his pace. The blue barrier of the token dispersed precisely at the 10th second, and the black energy blade wrapped in a sharp shriek that tore through the air, slashed straight at Lin Mo's back. At the critical moment, Lin Mo twisted sideways and activated the Shadow Devour ability, channeling residual star core energy into his palm to form a condensed vortex of shadow. Bang! The energy blade collided with the vortex. Most of the black energy was forcibly devoured, but the remaining impact still hurled Lin Mo backwards, slamming him hard into the rock wall of the passage. He spat out a mouthful of blood laced with ice shards. His ribs sent a clear ache of fracture through his body, but he ignored the agony and roared at the others below the passage. "Use the energy cannon." Zhao Hu already understood. He hefted the heavy energy cannon captured earlier, fiddled with it haphazardly, then aimed at the load-bearing ice pillar at the top of the passage and pulled the trigger. Boom! The colossal energy beam pierced the ice pillar, and the entire passage trembled. The ice crystals and rocks above thundered down, forming a thick wall of rubble that temporarily blocked the pursuit of the mysterious man and He Yen. Go! Lin Mo struggled to his feet, activated triple hardening to prop up his body, and charged into the depths of the passage first. At the end of the passage lay a broad open meteorite depression. A thin layer of frost covered the ground, and the vague outline of an abandoned interstellar supply station could be seen in the distance. It was an emergency outpost left behind by the old Era Federation. Xiao Hu had mentioned it before. There might be still functioning energy equipment inside. Xiao Li supported the wounded team member, as he followed behind, using basic healing to ease their injuries while running. Brother Lin Mo, your wound. It's nothing. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out the star core fragment, and clenched it in his palm. Refined energy poured into his body through his palm. His fractured ribs tingled with a numb, itchy sensation, and his mental power recovered quickly. Current mental power 231538. Seizing the opportunity, he channeled energy and upgraded the Tri-System Meltdown ability once more. The system notified Tri-System Meltdown A-Rank peak can melt defenses below B-Rank, duration extended. Just as the group was about to rush into the supply station, a cracking sound came from the collapsed rubble behind them. A black energy blade split through the debris and ice, and the mysterious man's figure shot out like a ghost trying to run. With Lord Void here, you won't escape even if you grow wings. He raised his hand and swept it out, sending 5 black energy threads at the group so fast they had no time to dodge. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. He shoved Xiao Li aside and at the same time activated the partial ability of the ice crystal python he had absorbed through Shadow Devour, instantly freezing a wall of ice across the ground. Thud. The energy threads pierced through the ice wall, grazed Lin Mo's shoulder, and left 5 deep holes in the rock wall. Using the ice wall as cover, Lin Mo unleashed all the energy in the star core fragment, while mobilizing his ice shadow and speed abilities. Xiao Hu, take the team into the supply station. I'll hold them off. Before his voice faded, dense icy mist surged around him and instantly covered the entire meteorite depression. It was a new skill he had improvised on the spot. Icy fog formation. His ice ability created a freezing fog. His shadow ability masked his presence, and precise detection locked onto enemies, making it the perfect counter against tracking-type opponents. Damn this fog! The mysterious man rushed into the mist. His invisible detection energy swept continuously, but it was disrupted by shadow energy, and he could not find Lin Mo's trace at all. He Yen followed closely, swinging his venom fang blade wildly, but only cut air, and nearly struck his own ally. Hidden in the fog like a lone wolf on the hunt, Lin Mo used precise detection to lock onto both of their positions. He activated extreme speed, circled behind one pirate, and condensed shadow energy into a claw that slashed open the man's throat in an instant. The pirate's scream barely arose before it was swallowed by the dense fog. Detected host, killing target, absorbing energy. Mental power 3. Over here. Lin Mo deliberately made a sound to draw He Yan's attention. He Yan roared and charged over, slashing his venom fang blade toward the source of the sound, but struck only an ice sculpture, a decoy that Lin Mo had quickly condensed with his ice ability. In the instant He Yen froze, Lin Mo burst out from the side and slashed his Tri-System Meltdown energy blade across the man's back. Ah! He Yen screamed as the flesh on his back was instantly melted away, exposing his pale white bones. With his ability lost, his defenses had plummeted, and he could no longer withstand a peak A-rank attack. He staggered, collapsed to the ground, and could not get back up. The mysterious man sensed something wrong and unleashed a wide wave of black energy, trying to disperse the ice fog. Lin Mo was ready. Riding the shockwave of the energy eruption, he shot out of the formation like an arrow from a bow, straight for the supply station gate. Trying to run. The mysterious man roared as he chased after him, the red glow beneath his cloak growing more sinister. He raised his hand, condensed a black energy sphere, and hurled it at Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo heard the sound cutting through the air behind him, but did not look back. He activated Shadow Devour, and a small vortex appeared behind him, catching the energy sphere with precision. The energy was absorbed and converted instantly. He even felt his mental power rise a little. Current mental power 41. Impossible. You can actually fully devour my void energy. The mysterious man was utterly shocked and enraged, his voice twisting. Lin Mo finally burst into the supply station. Xiao Hu immediately shut the heavy alloy door and reinforced it with scrap iron. Only when the door was locked shut did the group finally relax, collapsing to the floor and gasping for breath. Inside, the station was dim, lit only by the weak green glow of emergency lamps. The space was small. On the left were stacks of expired nutrient packs and energy blocks. On the right sat a dusty communication device. In the middle were a few metal tables and chairs. Lin Mo walked over to the communication device, activated mechanical repair, copied from one of the pirates during the earlier battle, and began checking the equipment. Target: Old Era Emergency Communicator. Status: insufficient, energy signal receiver damaged. Repair requirement: 10 energy blocks, 30 minutes. Can you fix it? Zhao Hu leaned over and asked, his face full of expectation. If they could contact the federal recruitment ship, they could escape this crisis completely. It can be fixed, but it needs energy blocks and some time. Lin Mo nodded and looked at the corner where the supplies were piled. There are energy blocks over there, though they may need to be purified before use. Shaoli and the team members immediately got to work sorting through the energy blocks and usable supplies. Lin Mo began taking apart the communicator using his copied mechanical repair ability to restore the damaged components bit by bit. His movements were precise and practiced as if he were a natural-born mechanic. That was the advantage of the copy ability. He possessed all kinds of powers and any skill could be mastered in an instant. During a break in the repairs, Lin Mo checked his system panel. The mysterious man's words made his heart tighten. Void energy. So he really is connected to the Void Clan. System analysis: residual energy of the mysterious man contains Void Clan characteristics. Conclusion: the mysterious man is likely a Void Clan vassal, or has been modified by the Void Clan. Warning: Void Clan vanguard forces may have arrived near the Waste Star. Leave as soon as possible. Lin Mo's expression turned grim. The Void Clan's threat was closer than he had imagined. If the mysterious man really was a Void Clan vassal, then an even more powerful Void Clan master might be behind him. Brother Lin Mo, look at this. Shaoli suddenly ran over, holding a metal box stamped with the Federation's emblem. There are star charts inside and a communication frequency table for the federal recruitment ship. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. He took the box and opened it. The star charts marked the routes near the Waste Star, including the scheduled course of the federal recruitment ship, and the frequency table would let them contact the ship directly. More importantly, the star charts also marked the location of another star core fragment, on the Waste Star's moon, Ash Moon. Great. With this we can contact the recruitment ship and find the next star core fragment. Zhao Hu said excitedly. Lin Mo, however, did not relax completely. He activated precise detection and swept it around the supply station. Although the detection range was limited by the building, he could clearly feel that the mysterious man outside the station had not left. His aura was growing stronger, as if he were summoning something. Something is wrong. He's contacting his allies. Lin Mo's expression changed. We need to speed up. His reinforcements will arrive within at most an hour. The group dared not delay and quicken their efforts. Shaoli managed to purify 10 energy blocks and Lin Mo connected them to the communicator. The device gave a low hum as the green light on its screen gradually brightened. Communicator repair successful. Attempting to connect to the federal recruitment ship. A mechanical electronic voice sounded. Just then violent impacts struck the station's alloy door. The thunderous pounding shook the entire room. The mysterious man's voice came from outside, carrying a hint of a sinister smile. Kid, don't waste your effort. The Void Vanguard is already here. None of you will escape today. Lin Mo's heart turned cold. The Void Vanguard had really arrived. He rushed to the door and looked out through the observation port. More than a dozen figures in black battle armor stood outside the station, their armor covered in eerie patterns, and their eyes glowing with the same red light as the mysterious man's. Their auras were cold and ferocious. These were indeed the Void Clan Vanguard. Target: Void Clan Vanguard 12. Rank: Silver. Rank: Peak to Gold. Rank: Early Stage. Abilities: Void/C Rank. Void Shielding C Rank. Danger level: extremely high. Even more terrifying was the leader of the Vanguard, a 3-meter-tall Void Clan giant covered in thick carapace holding a huge battle axe. His aura far surpassed that of the mysterious man. Target: Void Clan Squad Leader. Rank: Gold. Rank: Late Stage. Ability: Void Shockwave B Rank. Danger level: lethal. It's over. One team member's face turned pale, his voice full of despair. They had struggled even against the mysterious man and Hei Yan, let alone such powerful Void Clan squad leaders and more than a dozen Vanguard soldiers. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his mind racing through calculations. His mental power was at 41. Tri-System Meltdown was at A rank. Peak Shadow Devour could absorb void energy, and he still had triple hardening and extreme speed. But even so, his chances against a gold rank late stage Void Clan squad leader were still slim. Communicator connection successful. Speaking with the Federal recruitment ship. The electronic voice sounded again, bringing a sliver of hope. Lin Mo's heart jumped. He shouted into the communicator, "This is the supply station in the Waste Star meteorite belt. We are under attack by the Void Clan Vanguard. Requesting emergency rescue." Repeat, requesting emergency rescue. Static crackled from the communicator, and then a steady voice spoke. "This is Chiming, the Federal recruitment ship. We have received your distress signal and are expected to reach your location in 1 hour. Hold your position, and we will send a rescue team." 1 hour. Lin Mo's heart sank. The station's door could hold for at most 30 minutes. They could not last a full hour. "We have to buy time." Lin Mo's eyes sharpened as he swept them around the supply station, a plan forming in his mind. "Zhao Hu, take the team to hold the vent on the 2nd floor. That's our only high ground. Shaoli, you're in charge of healing. Keep everyone as combat ready as possible." He paused, looked at the star core fragment in his hand, and a trace of resolve flashed through his eyes. "I'll lure them away and buy you time." "No way. It's too dangerous." Zhao Hu quickly tried to stop him. "If you go out alone, you'll be throwing your life away. Don't worry. I have a way to escape." A cold smile curved at Lin Mo's lips. He activated Shadow Devour, and dense shadow energy surged around him. "Void energy, just what I need to raise my strength." He walked to the side door of the supply station, where a narrow passage led deeper into the meteorite belt. He looked back at the group, his gaze firm. "Guard the communicator and wait for my return." With that, he pushed open the side door and dashed out like a leopard, activating icy fog formation to create another thick mist and draw the Void Clan's attention. "There's movement." After him, the mysterious man shouted, leading several Void Vanguard soldiers in pursuit. The Void Clan squad leader also roared, swung his Void battle axe, and charged after Lin Mo. Lin Mo deliberately slowed his pace, letting the Void Clan keep up. He knew this was a gamble, a bet that he could survive their pursuit, and a bet that Chiming would arrive early. Through the dense fog of the meteorite belt, a lone figure sprinted ahead, chased by the relentless Void Clan force behind. The golden Void battle axe split the fog, and black Void / energy kept surging toward him. With extreme speed and Shadow Devour, Lin Mo narrowly dodged each strike. His mental power was draining rapidly. Current mental power 41 to 1031, but every time he absorbed void energy, a little of his mental power recovered. Just as he was about to rush into a dense cluster of meteorites, the Void Clan squad leader behind him suddenly let out a roar, raised his Void battle axe high, and activated the B-rank ability Void Shockwave. A huge black energy wave blasted toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. The wave's range was far too wide to dodge. He could only turn around, pour all his mental power into Shadow Devour, and form a massive vortex to resist the Void Shockwave with everything he had. Boom! The black energy wave collided with the shadow vortex. The enormous impact made Lin Mo spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite, with a snapped string slammed into a meteorite, and he blacked out. The Void Clan squad leader walked toward Lin Mo step by step, his eyes shining with icy killing intent, his Void battle axe slowly raised. In the darkness, the pendant on Lin Mo's chest grew faintly warm again, but the blue light from before never erupted. At the brink of life and death, a dazzling white light suddenly came from beyond the meteorite cluster. The Void Clan squad leader's expression changed. He looked up toward the source of the light, wariness flickering in his eyes. Buzz! The Void battle axe tore through space with a sharp shriek, about to cleave down upon Lin Mo's head. At that critical moment, a dazzling white beam shot from beyond the meteor cluster, striking the Void Clan squad leader precisely in the back. The squad leader let out a miserable scream as his thick carapace was instantly pierced, black blood gushing out. "Federation people!" The squad leader whipped around, staring at the source of the beam, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Beyond the meteor cluster, a silvery white starship hovered in space, its hull emblazoned with the Federation emblem, and the three large characters, Chiming. The hatch at the bottom of the ship opened, and 5 figures shot out like arrows from a bowstring. Leading them was a middle-aged man in standard Federation battle armor, a golden battle blade at his waist, his aura steady and formidable. Target: Federation Rescue Squad Leader Lu Feng. Rank: Late Gold. Ability: Metal Control. B rank. Combat Skill: Golden Blade Art. Grandmaster. Rank: Danger Level Moderate. Target: Rescue Squad members. 4 rank. Peak Silver. Abilities: Fire, Lightning, Defense, Perception. Overall Danger Level Low. Lin Mo lay on the ground, consciousness gradually clearing. Watching the suddenly appearing Federation Rescue Squad, the stone hanging in his heart finally fell. Qiming had arrived just in time. 1 second later he would have died under the Void battle axe. Void Clan Vanguard, how dare you cause trouble within Federation territory? Lu Feng's voice was icy. His metal-type ability activated, and several golden blade energies materialized around him. Stay right there. He leaped into the air, drawing the golden battle blade. Unleashing the golden blade art at full power, he sent a massive golden blade energy slashing toward the Void Clan squad leader. The squad leader's face changed drastically. Forgetting about killing Lin Mo, he swung his Void battle axe to block. Clang! The golden blade energy collided with the Void battle axe, producing a deafening roar. The squad leader was blasted back several steps by the tremendous impact, his arms numb, and eyes full of shock. A Federation gold rank powerhouse. The other 4 rescue squad members attacked as well. Fire ability erupted with blazing flames, lightning ability unleashed bolts of lightning, defense ability formed golden shields, and perception ability locked onto the positions of all Void Clan members. Though the Void Clan vanguards were powerful, they were instantly put at a disadvantage before the well-trained Federation squad. Cries of misery rose one after another. The mysterious man saw the situation turn bad and turned to flee. Lu Feng had already seen through his intention. With a wave of golden blade energy, he cut off his escape route. Stay! The mysterious man's face turned pale. He abruptly pulled a black token from his bosom engraved with eerie void patterns. He crushed the token and a black void rift instantly appeared, enveloping him within. Lord Void will not let you go! The mysterious man's voice came from the rift. Then the rift closed, and he vanished without a trace. Lu Feng gave a cold snort but did not chase. The void rift was unstable, forcing his way and might trap him in spatial turbulence, not worth the risk. The Void Clan squad leader saw the mysterious man flee and himself firmly suppressed by Lu Feng, knowing the tide had turned against him. He let out an unwilling roar, erupting with void energy to form a massive black barrier that blocked the Federation squad's attacks. Then, taking the remaining 3 Void Clan vanguards, he fled deeper into the meteor belt. No need to chase. Lu Feng raised his hand to stop his men. They can't get far. Qiming's detectors will lock onto their position. Attend to the wounded first. He walked over to Lin Mo, crouched down, and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Are you the Lin Mo who sent the distress signal? Young as you are, surviving under a gold-rank Void Clan member is no small feat. Lin Mo struggled to sit up, activating his basic healing ability to ease his injuries while remaining wary. Thank you for saving me, Captain. He did not reveal much, simply explaining that he was an orphan from the Wasteland Star, had been attacked by the Black Scorpion pirates and the Void Clan, and had been separated from his scavenger team companions. Lu Feng did not press further. He simply nodded and said to the men behind him, Take him back to the supply station and reunite him with his teammates. 2 members stepped forward, supporting Lin Mo as they walked toward the supply station. Along the way, Lin Mo observed Lu Feng and his men through precise detection, secretly astonished. The Federation rescue squad was indeed formidable. Lu Feng's B-rank metal ability and Grandmaster level combat skills were more than a cut above He Yan and the mysterious man. When they returned to the supply station, Zhao Hu and the others had already opened the gate and were waiting anxiously. Seeing Lin Mo helped back by Federation soldiers, everyone hurried over. Lin Mo, are you okay? Zhao Hu asked with concern. I'm fine, just a minor injury. Lin Mo smiled, indicating he was all right. Lu Feng walked into the supply station, his gaze sweeping around. Seeing He Yan's corpse on the ground and scattered Void Clan remains, a trace of gravity flickered in his eyes. The Black Scorpion pirates are actually colluding with the Void Clan. It seems the situation on the Wasteland Star is more complicated than we imagined. He walked to the communicator and checked the equipment. You did well. The signal energy was transmitted precisely, allowing us to arrive half an hour early. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable, Shaoli said excitedly. It was all Brother Lin Mo's doing. He made us guard the communicator and lured away the Void Clan. Lu Feng looked at Lin Mo with a few more shades of appreciation. You're Lin Mo, right? 16 years old. What ability did you awaken? Lin Mo's heart stirred, knowing that a Federation powerhouse would certainly test him. He deliberately pretended to be embarrassed and said, Just an F-rank mimicry ability. I got lucky and copied some useful skills. F-rank mimicry. A flicker of doubt passed through Lu Feng's eyes. Clearly he didn't believe an F-rank ability user could do all this. But he didn't call it out, only smiled. Whatever your ability protecting your teammates in a crisis makes you a good man. He turned to his men and said, "Clean up the scene, collect the Void Clan remains and pirate data and bring them back to Chiming for analysis. Also check the supply station's materials and resupply them with energy agents and medical supplies." "Yes, Captain." The men immediately got to work. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mo walked to He Yan's corpse and retrieved his Venom Fang blade, and a black storage ring system notification storage space 1 cubic meter containing a small amount of star coins and supplies. He quietly stored the Venom Fang blade and the storage ring into his system space while using the system to study combat skills. Currently copied combat skills: Basic Blade Method, Rage Blade Method, Flame Blade Method, Basic Saber Art. Notice combat skills of the same type can be combined to upgrade. Combine. Combine. Lin Mo silently intoned. Combination successful. Obtain combat skill: Comprehensive Blade Art, Proficient Rank. Fuses 4 basic blade techniques. Power increased by 50. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. With comprehensive blade art reaching proficient rank along with the spirit rank Bone Spur Battle Blade and Earth rank Venom Fang Blade, his close combat strength rose to another level. At that moment, Lu Feng suddenly walked over to him holding a piece of Void Clan remains. "How much do you know about the Void Clan? Why would they target you?" Lin Mo's heart tightened knowing Lu Feng was still suspicious. He pretended to think for a moment, then said, "I'm not sure either. All I have is a pendant I've worn since childhood. The Black Scorpion Pirates and the Void Clan seem to be after this pendant." He did not hide the pendant's existence. The pendant's energy fluctuations had already been exposed during the earlier battle. Hiding it would only invite more suspicion. He took out the pendant and deliberately let Lu Feng see it. Lu Feng took the pendant, examined it closely, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "This is a token from the Origin Star. How do you have this?" "Origin Star?" Lin Mo feigned confusion. "I don't know. It's been on me since I can remember." Lu Feng did not ask further. Returning the pendant to Lin Mo, his gaze turned complex. "This pendant is very important. You must keep it safe and not show it to others lightly. The Void Clan has been searching for things related to the Origin Star. If you encounter them in the future, be careful." He seemed to know some secrets about the Origin Star but did not reveal more. Lin Mo took note inwardly, knowing Lu Feng was definitely not simple and might be connected to the Guardians of the Origin Star. After the site was cleaned up, Lu Feng said to Lin Mo and the others, "The supply station is not safe. The Void Clan may come back for revenge. Come back to Chiming with me. The admission assessment starts in 2 days and you can rest aboard the ship." Lin Mo exchanged glances with Zhao Hu and the others, then nodded. It was the safest choice at the moment, and they had no reason to refuse. The moment he boarded Chiming, Lin Mo was stunned by the ship's interior. Unlike the dilapidated wasteland star, Chiming's interior was spacious and bright, full of a sense of technology. Neat rooms lined both sides of the corridors, and at the ship's center were a huge training room and rest area along with a dedicated medical room and supply depot. Lu Feng arranged rooms for them and took them to the medical room to examine their injuries. The Federation's medical technology far surpassed that of the wasteland star. After an injection, most of Lin Mo's injuries were instantly healed and his mental energy was fully restored. Current mental energy 50 points. During the rest period, Lin Mo did not stay idle. He went to the ship's training room, activated comprehensive blade art and various abilities, and began familiarizing himself with his new strength. The training room's intelligence system could simulate opponents of different ranks. Lin Mo chose a virtual opponent at early gold rank. After a fierce battle, he succeeded in defeating it. System notification detected host's combat ability improvement. Comprehensive strength rank peak silver, early gold. Currently copied abilities 23 types, combined abilities 4 types, double hardening, triple hardening 3 system fusing ice mist maze. Overall assessment early gold rank. Lin Mo's heart rejoiced. He had finally broken through to gold rank. Now he had the strength to fight an ordinary gold rank powerhouse. Just as he was about to leave the training room, a familiar voice rang out. "Yo, isn't this the trash from the Wasteland Star? How did you manage to board Chiming?" Lin Mo turned around and saw Zhang Yang looking at him with a sneer, accompanied by 2 lackeys. Zhang Yang had evidently also passed the admission assessment and boarded Chiming. "Young Master Zhang, why are you here too?" Lin Mo feigned surprise, sneering inwardly. The current him couldn't care less about Zhang Yang. "I'm the heir of the Zhang family of Qinglan Star. Isn't it only natural that I board Chiming?" Zhang Yang said proudly. Unlike you, an orphan from the wasteland star. If not for the luck of being rescued by the Federation, you'd have died in the meteor belt long ago. His lackeys chimed in. Young Master Zhang is right. This kind of trash isn't even worthy of taking the assessment with us. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. Activating his shadow-devouring ability, faint shadow energy surged around him. Zhang Yang and the others instantly felt a powerful pressure, and their faces turned pale. Why you? Your strength. Zhang Yang's eyes bulged in disbelief. A few days ago Lin Mo was just an F-rank trash. But now he was actually emitting a gold rank aura. Whether I'm trash or not is not for you to decide. Lin Mo walked toward Zhang Yang step by step, his tone icy. Shouldn't we settle the score from last time? Zhang Yang staggered backward in fear, wanting to flee. Just then Lu Feng suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training room, frowning slightly. No infighting is allowed on the ship. Stop it! Lin Mo stopped, and withdrew his ability. He knew now was not the time to deal with Zhang Yang. Once the assessment began, there would be plenty of opportunities. Lu Feng looked at Lin Mo, a meaningful glint in his eyes. Lin Mo, come with me. The captain wants to see you. Lin Mo's heart clenched. The captain wanted to see him. Was it because of the pendant, or his ability? He followed Lu Feng toward the ship's command cabin. Along the way his heart was full of vigilance. A Federation captain was at least diamond rank. Facing such a powerhouse, he had to tread carefully. Inside the command cabin, a middle-aged man in a Federation admiral's uniform sat in the main seat, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, radiating a powerful aura. He was none other than Qin Yu, captain of Qiming and a diamond-rank powerhouse. Target: Qiming's Captain Qin Yu, rank early diamond, ability spatial control, A-rank, combat skills spatial/divine, rank danger level extremely high. Qin Yu looked at Lin Mo and came straight to the point. Lin Mo, your pendant is a token of the origin star, right? Who are your parents? Lin Mo's heart jolted. Qin Yu was directly asking about the pendant and his parents. He knew that concealing it was no longer meaningful, but he couldn't tell the full truth either. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I'm an orphan. I don't know who my parents are. This pendant has been on me since I was a child. It's also the first time I've heard of the origin star. Qin Yu stared into his eyes as if judging whether he was lying. After a long moment, he slowly said, The origin star is the birthplace of old Ara humanity and the primary target of the Void clan. Your pendant concerns the safety of the entire interstellar realm. He paused, then continued. After the admission assessment, come with me to Federation headquarters. There are detailed records about the origin star that perhaps we can find clues to your origins. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Federation headquarters actually had records on the origin star. That was exactly what he needed. But he also knew there must be conditions behind this. Why are you helping me? Lin Mo asked warily. Qin Yu smiled. Because we are all guardians of the origin star. Just then the ship's alarm suddenly blared. A crew member's voice came through the communicator. Captain, detectors have spotted a large number of Void clan ships heading our way. More than 10 ships led by a Void clan Major General, a Starlight-rank powerhouse. Qin Yu's face instantly turned grave. The Void clan actually dispatched a Starlight-rank powerhouse. It seems they are determined to seize the pendant. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. Starlight rank. 2 ranks above gold. He was no match at all. Lin Mo looked at Qin Yu, a flash of resolve passing through his eyes. This war concerning the origin star and the Void clan. He knew he could no longer stay out of it. And in the distant starry sky, more than a dozen black Void clan ships bearing an aura of destruction were rapidly closing in on Qiming. The piercing shriek of the Qiming's alarm tore through the cabin. Red warning lights flickered wildly along the corridors as the entire starship shuddered with violent tremors. In the command cabin, the holographic projection clearly displayed a scene from the distant starfield. More than a dozen black Void clan vessels like ravenous wolves closed in from all directions. At the lead was a flagship several times larger than the Qiming, its hull covered in grotesque bone spurs and emanating suffocating dark energy. High-level Void energy fluctuations detected. Target: Karen, Major General of the Void clan. Rank: early stellar rank. Ability: Void Law, A-rank peak, can manipulate local space and tear apart matter and energy. Combat skill: Void Storm, God rank. Danger rating: lethal. The red prompt flashing from the system panel sent Lin Mo's heart plummeting. Stellar rank. A full 2 major ranks above gold rank and wielding the A-rank peak Void Law, A powerhouse of this level could crush his current strength with mere aura alone. All hands battle stations. Raise the energy shields. Charge the main cannon. Qin Yu's voice remained as steady as ever without a trace of panic. Lu Feng, lead your squad to hold the port flank and intercept the Void Clan landing craft. Communications, contact Federation headquarters and request reinforcements. Yes, Captain. The crew members at every station answered in unison, and the Qiming instantly shifted into battle readiness. A pale blue halo bloomed across the energy shield enveloping the ship. The main cannon slowly rotated its muzzle, gathering blinding white energy poised to strike. Standing by the side viewport of the command cabin, Lin Mo watched the Void Clan fleet draw closer and tightened his grip on the Bonespur war blade in his hand. He knew he could not stand aside from this battle. The Void Clan's target was the pendant he carried. As long as he remained aboard, the fighting would never end. Lin Mo, take your companions to the safe zone in the lower decks, Qin Yu said, turning to look at him. A stellar rank battle is beyond your reach. Protecting the pendant is your greatest mission right now. Captain, I'll stay and help. Lin Mo shook his head in refusal, his eyes resolute. My ability may prove useful. Activating precision detection, he swept his gaze over the Void Clan fleet and discovered that the energy shields of 3 support craft were relatively weak, and they were launching landing craft. A glint of approval flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, and he said no more. This was exactly a time when every hand was needed, and Lin Mo's ability truly held special value. Good. You'll be responsible for destroying the Void Clan's landing craft. Lu Feng will coordinate with you. Qin Yu gave the order decisively. Stay safe. Don't overextend yourself. Lin Mo nodded, turned, and dashed out of the command cabin. Zhao Hu, Shaoli, and the others were already waiting in the corridor. Brother Lin Mo, we're coming with you. Shaoli tightened his grip on his energy rifle, eyes resolute. No. It's too dangerous. Lin Mo shook his head. Go to the safe zone, guard the communicator, and notify me at once if anything happens. He knew that the strength of Zhao Hu and the others would be useless in this battle, and staying would only mean dying in vain. Zhao Hu still wanted to insist, but Lin Mo's stern gaze silenced him. That's an order. Protecting yourselves is the greatest help you can give me. With that, Lin Mo activated the hypervelocity ability and raced toward the ship's armory. He needed a more powerful weapon to deal with the Void Clan's landing craft. Inside the armory, Federation-issue energy weapons and melee weapons filled the racks. Lin Mo's eyes immediately settled on a silver-white war blade, the Earth-rank melee weapon Star-Edged Blade. Star patterns were engraved along the blade, and it could amplify energy attacks. He picked up the Star-Edged Blade, and the system prompt appeared. Target Star-Edged Blade, Earth-rank. Traits: amplifies energy attacks by 30, holds a slight suppression effect against the Void Clan. Bind. Once bound, it can be controlled at will. Bind. Lin Mo murmured in his heart, sending a faint wisp of mental energy into the Star-Edged Blade. The war blade instantly emitted a faint silver glow, and forged a connection with him. At the same time, he took 2 heavy energy guns, slung them over his back, turned, and rushed out of the armory. By now, the Void Clan's landing craft had already closed in on the Qiming. Dozens of small assault ships swarmed toward the ship's deck like locusts, each carrying several Void Clan vanguards. Stop them. Lu Feng's voice rang out. He led his squad in setting up a defense on the deck, golden blade sheaths slashing out continuously, shredding landing craft after landing craft. But there were too many Void Clan landing craft. Soon several broke through the defense and touched down on the deck, and Void Clan vanguards swarmed out. Lin Mo activated Shadow Devour and hypervelocity, appearing on the deck like a phantom. He raised a heavy energy gun, activated precision shot, and the energy rounds struck the landing craft's energy core dead on. With a thunderous boom, the craft exploded instantly, and the Void Clan vanguards aboard were blasted to pieces. Host has killed a Void Clan vanguard. Void energy absorbed. Mental power 5. Current mental power 50,555. Lin Mo did not linger. The Star-Edged Blade left its sheath wreathed in tri-element sunder energy, and he slashed at the Void Clan vanguards rushing toward him. A flash of blade light, and 3 Void Clan vanguards were slain in an instant, their bodies dissolving into black smoke. Lin Mo, over here. Lu Feng's voice came. He was entangled by 2 gold-rank Void Clan fighters and could not spare a hand. Lin Mo charged over at once. Activating Shadow Clone, he sent 3 clones to tie down 1 gold-rank Void Clan fighter, while his true body swung the Star-Edged Blade at the other. Tri-element sunder, slash. A golden blade arc wreathed in thunder fire and ice slammed into the Void Clan fighter's chest. Its defenses were seared through in an instant, and its body was split in two. After finishing this fighter, Lin Mo turned and reinforced his clones, cutting down the other gold-rank Void Clan fighter together. Thanks. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, even more astonished by Lin Mo's strength. Killing a gold-rank Void Clan fighter at early gold rank had already surpassed the bounds of an ordinary prodigy. At that moment, the distant Void Clan flagship suddenly fired a black energy beam straight at the Qiming's energy shield. Not good. It's the Void Cannon. Lu Feng's face changed dramatically. Boom! The energy beam struck the shield. The pale blue halo rippled violently and dimmed considerably in an instant. The ship shuddered violently once more, and much of the equipment on the deck was shaken to pieces. Captain, the energy shield is critically damaged. Only 30 energy remains. An urgent report came through the communicator. Lin Mo looked up at the Void Clan flagship. Karen's figure had appeared on its deck, clad in black battle armor and surrounded by roiling black void energy. His eyes were ice cold as he stared at the Qiming hand over the origin star token, or I will destroy this ship and make all of you accompany Lord Void in death. He raised his hand and swept it down. Void energy gathered into a colossal void blade that slashed toward the Qiming's deck. Wherever the void blade passed, space itself warped, releasing a terrifying pressure. Lu Feng's face turned ashen. He tried to dodge, only to find his body locked in place by void energy, unable to move at all. Lin Mo also felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible hand were clamped around his throat, making it hard to breathe. The stellar rank void law is truly terrifying, Lin Mo thought with alarm. At this critical moment between life and death, he instinctively tightened his grip on the pendant at his chest. Just as the void blade was about to strike the deck, the pendant burst with dazzling blue light, resonating intensely with the star core shard in Lin Mo's hand. A blue energy barrier expanded instantly, covering the entire deck. Clang! The void blade struck the energy barrier with a deafening impact. The blue barrier rippled violently but did not shatter. Instead, it hurled the void blade's energy back toward Karen's flagship. What? Karen's face changed drastically. He had not expected the origin star token to possess such formidable defensive power. Hastily, he marshaled void energy into a black barrier to block the reflected energy. Boom! The two forces collided and Karen's flagship was blasted several kilometers backward, with much of the equipment on its deck destroyed. Karen spat out a mouthful of black blood, shock and greed filling his eyes. I didn't expect the token to hold such power. It seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. He leaped from the flagship. Void energy erupted around him, forming a black torrent that surged toward the Qiming. The all-out charge of a stellar rank expert was astonishingly fast. In an instant he crossed several kilometers and arrived above the Qiming's deck. "Qingyue, come out and die!" Karen roared. The void law activated at full power, and the surrounding space began to warp. The deck equipment was torn apart into fragments one after another. "Your opponent is me." Qinyu's figure appeared at the center of the deck. His space ability erupted at full force as countless spatial rifts materialized around him. "You scum of the Void Clan dare to run wild on Federation territory." He raised his hand and swept it forward, sending the spatial rifts shooting at Karen. Karen sneered. Void energy wrapped around his body, and the spatial rifts could not harm him in the slightest. He threw a punch at Qinyu. Void energy condensed into an enormous fist with the power to tear space apart. Qinyu did not dare take it head-on. His figure flickered into a spatial rift and reappeared behind Karen in an instant. Activating spatial slash, he sent a translucent blade arc at Karen's back. A cheap trick. Karen turned, forming a void energy shield to block the spatial slash. The two were instantly locked in combat. Spatial rifts and void energy clashed endlessly, the entire deck trembling violently and threatening to collapse at any moment. Lin Mo, Lu Feng and the others hurriedly retreated into the ship's interior and watched this earth-shaking battle from a distance. The clash of stellar rank and diamond rank power let them feel the gap in absolute strength. The terrifying pressure made it difficult even to breathe. Lin Mo, look. Lu Feng suddenly pointed at Karen's chest. There a black crystal was emitting an energy fluctuation similar to the star core shard. That's the void core. It's the source of Karen's power, and also his weak point. Lin Mo's heart stirred. He activated precision detection and locked onto the void core in Karen's chest. Target void core, Void Clan energy source. Rank A rank. Traits provides immense void energy, weak defense. Once destroyed, Karen's power will plummet. Copycut cannot. Copycut requires 100 mental power. Current mental power 55. The defenses are weak, but I don't have enough mental power. Lin Mo calculated silently. His mental power was only 55 points now, far from enough to cut the void core. But if he could destroy it, Qin Yu would gain the upper hand. He looked at the star core shard in his hand, and a plan took shape in his mind. The shard contained pure origin star energy which suppressed void energy, and might be able to destroy the void core. Captain Lu Feng, hold Karen off for a moment, Lin Mo said to Lu Feng. What do you plan to do? Lu Feng was taken aback. I'm going to destroy his void core. Lin Mo's eyes were resolute. That's the only way the captain can defeat him. Without waiting for Lu Feng's response, Lin Mo activated Shadow Devour and hypervelocity poured the star core shard's energy into the star-edged blade and charged at Karen. Karen and Qin Yu were locked in a close, evenly matched fight and had not noticed Lin Mo approaching. Seizing the chance, Lin Mo leaped and slashed at Karen's chest with the star-edged blade wreathed in star core energy. You're courting death. Sensing the attack behind him, Karen roared and formed a void energy barrier to block the star-edged blade. But star core energy suppressed void energy, and a crack split open in the barrier in an instant. Although the blade did not strike the void core directly, star core energy poured in through the crack. Karen let out a miserable scream and the light of the void core dimmed in an instant. My power! Karen's face changed drastically. His strength dropped by 30% in an instant. Qin Yu seized the opening. Spatial Slash erupted at full power, and a huge translucent blade arc slammed into Karen's back. Karen spat out another mouthful of black blood, his body blasted across and crashing heavily into the Qiming's energy shield. I won't let any of you get away! Karen roared. Void energy erupted, tearing open a black void rift. He dove into it and vanished. His fleet withdrew with him, disappearing into the distant starfield. For now the crisis was over. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. That last all-out strike had nearly exhausted his mental power. Current mental power 55 to 3025. Qin Yu walked over to him, approval in his eyes. Well done. If you hadn't destroyed his void core, defeating him would have cost me a considerable price. Lin Mo smiled but said nothing. All he wanted now was to rest and recover his mental power. Just then the pendant at his chest grew warm again. A blue light emerged from it, coalescing into a blurred figure. A woman in white battle armor whose features bore a faint resemblance to Lin Mo. Xiao Mo, if you are seeing this image, it means you have already activated part of the token's power. The woman's voice was gentle but firm. Remember, the core of the origin star lies deep within Qinlan Star. There you will find the answers you seek, and the key to fighting the Void Clan. Protect the token, gather the star core shards, and awaken us. The projection stopped abruptly at that point, and the pendant's light dimmed. Lin Mo's pupils sharply contracted, shockwaves surging through his heart. Was that his mother? The core of the origin star was on Qinlan Star. Qin Yu watched the scene, his eyes turning complicated. This is the message left by the origin star guardian. It seems Qinlan Star is not only the site of the enrollment assessment, but also the key to unraveling the mystery of your origins. He paused, then continued. The Void Clan may have retreated, but they will certainly not let this go. We must reach Qinlan Star as soon as possible. There is a Federation garrison there. It will be relatively safe. Lin Mo nodded. His mind was already made up. Qinlan Star, he had to go. Not only to participate in the enrollment assessment, but also to find the core of the origin star, awaken his sleeping parents, and unravel the mystery of his origins. The Qiming powered up again and set course for Qinlan Star. Standing by the viewport, Lin Mo looked at the distant starfield, his heart filled with anticipation and vigilance. The engines of the Qiming gradually steadied as the massive starships slowly glided into the atmosphere of Qinlan. Through the porthole, Lin Mo saw a sight utterly different from the waste star. Vast green plains stretched to the horizon, silver-white city clusters rose in orderly splendor, hover vehicles shuttled through the air, and a Federation patrol fleet could be seen beyond the atmosphere. Every inch spoke of the prosperity and order of the interstellar age. So this is Qinlan. Xiao Li pressed against the porthole, eyes full of longing. So much better than the waste star. Zhao Hu also sighed. This is a place where people can actually live. After you finish the assessment, we'll settle down on Qinlan and never go back to that godforsaken place. Lin Mo nodded, but there was no ease in his heart. The more prosperous Qinlan was, the deeper the hidden dangers might be. The core of the origin star mentioned in his mother's projection was here, and both the Void clan and the forces coveting his pendant had surely long since laid their schemes. He activated precision detection and swept it across the city below. Sure enough, he sensed several faint energy fluctuations, one of which was extremely similar to the mysterious man from before. Be careful. This place isn't simple. Lin Mo warned in a low voice. Don't act alone. Contact me immediately if anything happens. The starship landed steadily at Qinglan's interstellar port, and Lin Mo and the others followed Lu Feng off the ship. The port was crowded with people, most of them young candidates, heading to the Ability Academy for the assessment, each full of vigor and radiating ability fluctuations to some degree. The Academy's reception desk is just ahead. I'll leave you here. Lu Feng handed over an identity wristband. This is a temporary pass. With it you can enter the Academy grounds. Captain Qin has already put in a word, so your assessment slots will be given priority. Thank you, Captain Lu. Lin Mo took the wristband. It was cool to the touch, engraved with intricate patterns, clearly a piece of high-tech Federation equipment. Lu Feng nodded and cautioned the Academy is full of all kinds, noble scions of the Federation and geniuses from other colony planets alike. Keep your wits about you in everything. Especially your pendant. You must keep it well hidden. On Qinglan, those watching for the origin star relic are no fewer than on the waste star. Lin Mo's heart tightened. It seemed Lu Feng knew far more than he let on. He asked no further questions, only nodded solemnly. I'll be careful. After taking leave of Lu Feng, Lin Mo headed toward the reception desk with Xiao Hu and Xiao Li. They had not gone more than a few steps before a group blocked their path. At the lead was Zhang Yang, flanked by 3 lavishly dressed young men whose auras were all at peak silver tier, clearly noble scions of Qinglan. Oh, isn't this Lin Mo from the Waste Star? You actually managed to board the Qiming. Pretty lucky, huh? Zhang Yang crossed his arms with a sneer. But Qinglan isn't the Waste Star, and the Ability Academy isn't a place for trash like you. I suggest you crawl back home before you lose your life in the assessment. The purple-haired young man beside him sneered. Young Master Zhang, why waste words on trash? Just throw him out. This man was Li Hao, a scion of Qinglan's Li family. He had awakened a C-rank wind-type ability, and had long been Zhang Yang's partner in crime. Another stout overweight youth chimed in. Exactly. Garbage from the Waste Star. Does he deserve to take the Ability Academy exam? It's an insult to Qinglan's reputation. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold, but he did not act immediately. He activated precision detection and swept it over the 3-target Li Hao rank peak silver tier ability. Wind mastery, C-rank combat skill, wind blade / proficient copy time required 30 minutes. Target Wang Pengzi rank mid silver tier ability, gravity amplification, C-rank combat skill, heavy pressure fist, proficient copy time required 25 minutes. Target Zhao Yu rank peak silver tier ability, metal manipulation, C-rank combat skill, metal spike, proficient copy time required 30 minutes. 3 silver tiers. Far from enough. Lin Mo sneered inwardly, yet he put on a cowardly look. Young Master Zhang, I only want to take the assessment. I have no intention of offending you. No intention of offending. Zhang Yan stepped forward and deliberately bumped into Lin Mo. On Qinglan, if I tell you to get lost, you get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Hu immediately stepped forward to shield Lin Mo, activating his brute force ability. Don't go too far. Oh. A guard dog protecting its master. Li Hao sneered, activating his wind ability and summoning fierce gusts around himself. Looks like we need to teach you a lesson before you learn the rules of Qinglan. The gale blasted toward Xiao Hu and Xiao Li, throwing them off balance and nearly knocking them down. A flicker of killing intent crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He raised his hand and activated triple hardening, placing himself in front of the two. The gale crashed against him like a harmless tickle, utterly ineffective. Oh. Some skill. Surprise flashed across Zhang Yang's eyes, then he sneered viciously. But this level of strength is nowhere near enough. He activated his flame ability, and a pillar of fire shot toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not dodge. Activating Shadow Devour, a black vortex appeared in his palm and swallowed the pillar of flame in an instant. He looked at Zhang Yang, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Young Master Zhang had enough fun. Zhang Yang and the 3 noble scions changed color at once. They had never expected Lin Mo to devour the flame attack so easily. This strength was far beyond their predictions. You! How can you be this strong? Zhang Yang's eyes bulged in disbelief. Being stronger than you is enough. Lin Mo stepped toward Zhang Yang, radiating a faint gold tier aura. Shouldn't we settle the score from the trial forest? Zhang Yang retreated in fright, shouting with feigned bravery. Stay away. This is Qinglan. My father is a counselor of Qinglan. Touch me and you'll pay for it. A counselor? Is that supposed to impress me? Lin Mo sneered. He raised his hand and sent out a thunderfire blade which grazed Zhang Yang's cheek and split the stone pillar behind him in two. Zhang Yang's face turned pale with terror. He collapsed to the ground, all arrogance gone. Li Hao and the other two also showed fear and tried to flee, but Lin Mo's aura locked onto them, freezing them in place. Get lost. Lin Mo's voice was bitingly cold. Zhang Yang felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Scrambling to his feet, he fled with the other three, shooting Lin Mo a venomous glare before leaving. Just you wait. I won't let you off during the assessment. Lin Mo ignored him and turned to Zhao Hu and Shaoli. Let's go. Zhao Hu and Shaoli watched his back off, filling their eyes. They understood that Lin Mo's strength had far exceeded anything they could imagine. At the reception desk, a female receptionist in a white uniform was processing paperwork. When she saw Lin Mo and the others, a barely perceptible contempt flickered in her eyes, but she still smiled professionally. Are you three here for the Ability Academy assessment? Please show your identity wristband and awakening certificate. Lin Mo handed over his identity wristband and the awakening certificate he had brought from the Waste Star. After scanning them, the receptionist's expression shifted slightly. An orphan from Waste Star 07. Awakened an F-rank mimicry ability. Her voice was not loud, but the surrounding candidates overheard it. Many broke into mocking smiles and exchanged remarks. F-rank mimicry. Trash like that dares to take the exam. It's different when they come from the Waste Star. Any riffraff can sign up. I bet he's just making up the numbers. He'll be eliminated in the first round. Lin Mo remained expressionless, his heart undisturbed. The mockery of these people meant nothing to him. Strength was the only proof that mattered. The receptionist quickly completed the formalities and handed over 3 assessment vouchers. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, report to the Academy's trial grounds for the entrance exam. The exam requires you to survive in the trial forest for 7 days and collect 10 beast cores. Good luck. Her tone carried a hint of perfunctory indifference, clearly showing she did not believe Lin Mo would pass. Lin Mo took the vouchers without another word and left the reception area with Zhao Hu and Shaoli. Following Lu Feng's advice, they found a small inn near the academy and checked in. Inside the room, Lin Mo stared at the assessment voucher, lost in thought. Qinglan's trial forest was certain to be far more dangerous than the Waste Star's scrapyards, and with Zhang Yang and the others plotting against him, the exam would not be easy. More importantly, he sensed something off about the receptionist's gaze, as if she were covertly watching him. She might well be a spy for some faction. Lin Mo, what should we do about tomorrow's assessment? Shaoli asked worriedly. With mine and brother whose strength, we probably won't be of much help in the trial forest. Zhao Hu added, right, Lin Mo? If it really comes to that, Shaoli, and I can skip the exam and wait for you outside. Lin Mo shook his head. No. Qinglan is more dangerous than the Waste Star. I won't feel at ease if you act alone. Tomorrow you'll enter the trial forest with me. Stay by my side and I'll protect you. He paused, then continued, besides, there may be clues to the star core fragments in the trial forest. We can take the chance to search for them. Zhao Hu and Shaoli exchanged a glance and nodded. They knew Lin Mo's decision was right. Staying beside Lin Mo was the safest option. Lin Mo did not idle away the remaining time. He took out the mortal rank cultivation art, body tempering art, which he had found in Hyan's storage ring, and began to cultivate. Though it was only a mortal rank art, it was very helpful for solidifying his foundation. At the same time, he activated his copy ability, sorted through every combat skill and ability he had previously copied, and experimented with new combinations. Detected host has copied 3 elemental abilities: Thunder, Fire, Ice, 2 defensive abilities: Triple Hardening, Bone, Spike, Proliferation, and 2 speed abilities: Extreme Speed, Thunder, Shadow, After Image Steps. Multi-system combination upgrade available. Combine. Combine. Lin Mo ordered silently. Combination successful. New ability acquired: 5 system fusion SS-Rank. Fuses Thunder, Fire, Ice defense, and speed abilities, greatly enhancing overall strength. Current overall strength level: early gold tier, mid gold tier. Lin Mo rejoiced inwardly. With 5 system fusion reaching SS rank, his power had risen another level. Now, even against a mid gold tier opponent, he was confident of crushing them. Just then the pendant on his chest grew faintly warm and the system alerted energy fluctuation of a star core fragment detected nearby. Energy source direction of Qinglan Ability Academy distance 10 kilometers. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. The star core fragment was actually inside the Ability Academy. It seemed the origin star core mentioned in his mother's projection might be hidden deep within the academy. He immediately activated precision detection and swept it toward the academy. Sure enough, in the academy's core area he detected a faint yet pure star core energy fluctuation. At the same time he sensed several powerful auras, one of which reached Diamond Tier, likely the dean, or a high-ranking figure. The academy truly holds hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Getting the star core fragment won't be easy. Lin Mo mused to himself. Just then a sudden knock came at the door. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. Activating Shadow Devour, he asked warily, "Who is it?" "It's me, Lu Feng." Lu Feng's voice came from outside. Lin Mo relaxed and opened the door. Lu Feng walked in, his expression grave. "Lin Mo, something has happened." "What is it?" Lin Mo's heart tightened. Captain Qin received word that Void Clan spies have already infiltrated Qinglan. Their targets are likely you and the star core fragment in the trial forest. Lu Feng continued, "Moreover, there is a Diamond Tier instructor at the academy named Mo Chun. He is a man of the Shadow Pavilion and has also been secretly searching for the Origin Star Relic. You must be careful." Shadow Pavilion. Lin Mo's heart stirred. It was a secret organization within the Federation said to specialize in assassination and intelligence gathering, and it was extremely powerful. "Exactly?" Lu Feng nodded. Mo Chen's ability is B-rank shadow manipulation. He excels at concealment and ambushes. During the assessment you must stay vigilant, and don't let him target you. He handed Lin Mo a black communicator. "This is an encrypted communicator. If anything urgent comes up, contact me anytime. Captain Qin has already arranged people to support you at the edge of the trial forest." Lin Mo took the communicator, warmth rising in his heart. "Thank you, Captain Lu." Lu Feng smiled. "No need to thank me. We're all fighting against the Void Clan. Remember, protecting yourself and the pendant is more important than anything." With that, Lu Feng turned and left the room. Lin Mo looked at the encrypted communicator in his hand, his gaze growing more resolute. The Void Clan spies, the Shadow Pavilion instructor Zhang Yang's schemes, and the crisis on Qinglan were all far more complex than he had imagined. Yet he felt no fear, instead he was filled with fighting spirit. The more dangerous the place, the faster one could grow. He gripped the star-edged blade tightly, and silently vowed no matter what difficulties he encountered he would pass the assessment, obtain the star core fragment, unravel the mystery of his origins, and protect the people around him. Early the next morning Lin Mo, Zhao Hu and Shaoli arrived at the Ability Academy's trial grounds on time. The grounds were packed. Candidates from various planets had gathered, gearing up eagerly for the exam. Lin Mo soon spotted Zhang Yang and his group huddled with several silver tier candidates, and murmuring among themselves. They glanced at Lin Mo from time to time, sinister gleams flashing in their eyes. Clearly they were conspiring to make their move against Lin Mo in the trial forest. Lin Mo sneered coldly and ignored them. These people's petty tricks could not withstand a single blow before him. Just then an old man in a grey robe walked onto the high platform of the trial grounds. His hair and beard were white, his gaze sharp, and a powerful aura radiated from him. He was none other than Yun He, the Dean of the Ability Academy, and a Diamond Tier powerhouse. Target: Yun He, rank mid-Diamond Tier, ability would mastery, A rank combat skill, withering and blooming art, grandmaster, danger level medium, friendly disposition. Yun He swept his gaze across the crowd and announced in a booming voice, "Welcome everyone to the Qinglan Ability Academy entrance examination. I am Dean Yun He. I will now announce the rules. The trial forest contains mutant beasts ranked F through C. You must survive inside for 7 days and collect 10 beast cores. During the assessment, competition between candidates is allowed, but lethal strikes are forbidden. Violators will be disqualified immediately. Now the assessment begins." As soon as he finished, the gate to the trial grounds slowly opened, revealing the lush forest within. The candidates flooded into the trial forest like a tide, and Lin Mo followed with Zhao Hu and Shaoli. The moment they entered the forest, Lin Mo felt several gazes land on him, among them Zhang Yang's and Mo Chen's. He activated Shadow Devour to conceal his aura and said to Zhao Hu and Shaoli, "Let's find a safe place to settle first and get familiar with the environment." Just as they headed deeper into the forest, Lin Mo's precision detection suddenly raised an alarm. 50 meters ahead, 3 candidates were lying in ambush in the grass, hostile glints in their eyes. They were Zhang Yang's lackeys, Li Hao Wangpongzi and Zhao Yu. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Mo's lips. It seemed the show was starting ahead of schedule. Instead of stopping, he quickened his pace and walked toward the ambush point. Zhao Hu and Xiao Li sensed something amiss, and wanted to warn Lin Mo, but he stopped them with a look. In the grass, Li Hao and the other two saw Lin Mo approaching, smugness flashing in their eyes. They had already decided to cripple Lin Mo at the very start of the assessment, completely stripping him of his qualification and avenging Zhang Yang. When Lin Mo reached 10 meters from the ambush point, Li Hao and the other two burst out abilities instantly activated. Wind Blade Slash. Heavy Pressure Fist. Metal Spike. Wind blades, a gravity field, and metal spikes struck at Lin Mo, simultaneously sealing off every route of escape. Killing intent flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He did not dodge. Activating 5-system fusion, thunder, fire, and ice energies surged around him, while triple hardening and extreme speed took effect at the same time. He swung the star-edged blade, and a colossal 5-system energy blade tore out, instantly shattering the three men's attacks. Li Hao and the others' faces changed drastically. They had not expected Lin Mo to be this strong. They wanted to flee, but it was already too late. Lin Mo activated extreme speed and appeared before them in an instant. The star-edged blade lashed out again and again. 3 flashes of blade light, and their weapons were snapped, their arms slashed, blood gushing out. Get lost. Lin Mo's voice was cold, carrying an unyielding authority. Li Hao and the other two fled in utter terror, scrambling away on their hands and knees. They knew Lin Mo had shown them mercy, otherwise they would already be corpses. Having dealt with Li Hao and his group, Lin Mo did not linger. He led Zhao Hu and Xiao Li deeper into the forest. He knew this was only the beginning. In the next 7 days, even more dangers and challenges awaited him. And deep in the forest, a pair of icy eyes watched Lin Mo's retreating figure through the gaps in the leaves. A strange smile tugged at Mo Chen's lips. The bearer of the Origin Star relic is indeed interesting. It seems this assessment won't be too dull. His figure flickered, vanished into the forest, and followed like a phantom. The vegetation in the trial forest was extraordinarily dense. The interwoven branches and leaves of towering ancient trees hid the sky from view, and only sparse beams of light drifted through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was thick with the damp scent of grass and wood, mingled with faint bestial roars. Occasionally a candidate's cry of alarm or scream drifted from the distance, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked here. Lin Mo led Zhao Hu and Xiao Li swiftly along the forest path. His precision scan ability remained active at all times. No flicker of movement within 50 meters could escape his perception. 30 meters behind them, that faint shadow energy trailed like a persistent shadow. It was Mo Chen. Brother Lin Mo, I think we're being followed, Xiao Li said in a hushed voice, his face tense. Although his basic healing ability was not suited for combat, his senses were keener than an ordinary person's, and he too sensed something amiss. I know. Lin Mo nodded, his tone calm. Don't turn around. Just walk normally. He won't make a move for now. He could feel that although Mo Chen's aura was dangerous, the man had not released killing intent. Clearly he was observing and probing. Zhao Hu tightened his grip on the energy gun, and warily scanned the surroundings. Is that the diamond rank mentor Mo Chen? Most likely it is. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with sharpness. His target is the pendant. He won't expose his identity lightly. We still have a chance. Just then the sound of heavy footsteps came from ahead, and the ground trembled faintly. Lin Mo stopped at once and activated precision scan. A massive mutant beast was striding out from the depths of the forest, the C-rank mutant beast thorn giant bear. Its body was covered in hard dark brown fur entwined with razor-sharp thorn vines, and its blood-red eyes blazed with a savage aura. Target Thorn Giant Bear C-Rank ability Thorn Symbiosis C-Rank. Can control the thorns on its body to attack and bind. For defense is extremely strong. Brute Strength C-Rank. Power Amplification 100. Weakness beneath the brown mane on its head lies its energy core. Time required for copy 1 hour. Cost required for cut 35 mental power points. Current mental power 25 10 35 points. A Thorn Giant Bear. A C-Rank mutant beast. Zhao Hu's face changed and he instinctively took a step back. A mutant beast at this level would require even a peak silver rank examinee to team up with others to handle it. Lin Mo's eyes, however, lit up. The binding effect and defensive power of the Thorn Symbiosis ability were exactly what he needed right now. What was more, this giant bear's appearance was the perfect chance to probe Mo Chen behind him. You two hide behind the trees. Don't come out. Lin Mo instructed in a low voice, gripped the star-edged blade and walked boldly toward the thorn giant bear. The moment the thorn giant bear saw Lin Mo, it let out a deafening roar. The thorns over its body suddenly surged and shot toward him like sharp swords. Lin Mo activated 5-system fusion, covering his body with thunder, fire, and ice energy. With triple hardening turned on and extreme speed active, he wove agilely through the dense barrage of thorns. SSS-Rank. The thorns struck Lin Mo's energy shield with a piercing screech, but could not break through. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo closed in on the bear and slashed at its front leg with the star-edged blade, now coated with 3-system fusion energy. Clang! The blade hacked into the giant bear's fur, leaving only a shallow white mark. The defense of a SSS-Rank mutant beast truly lived up to its reputation. Enraged, the bear raised a massive paw and swiped at Lin Mo with a howling gust of wind. Lin Mo twisted aside and the paw crashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. He took the chance to circle behind the bear, activating Shadow Devour to absorb the shadow energy around him, while channeling ice energy to form ice spurs around the bear's limbs, restricting its movements. Now! Lin Mo leaped the star-edged blade, aimed straight at the mane atop the bear's head. Sensing danger, the bear tried to lift its head and resist, but the ice spurs bound it, slowing its reactions by half a beat. Thunk! The star-edged blade pierced through the mane and struck the energy core with unerring precision. The thorn giant bear let out a miserable shriek. In an instant, the thorns over its body withered and its colossal frame crashed to the ground, utterly dead. System host killed the SSS-Rank mutant beast. Energy absorbed. Mental power 15. Copy progress for thorn giant bear. Ability 20. Target dead. Copying interrupted. Current mental power 35. 15. 50 points. Lin Mo landed. He was just about to harvest the bear's beast core when the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. A black shadow rift exploded open from underground and countless shadow tentacles lashed toward him. Finally lost your patience, Lin Mo thought with a cold sneer already prepared. He activated extreme speed, evading the shadow tentacles in an instant, then turned to look behind him. Mo Chen's figure emerged from the shadows. His gray robe stirred without wind, dense shadow energy swirling around him as he fixed an icy stare on Lin Mo. Impressive strength. Mid-gold rank, yet you can easily slay a SSS-Rank mutant beast. A strange smile curled at the corner of Mo Chen's mouth. What's even more interesting is that your abilities seem to be more than one. You even have a rare skill like Shadow Devour. No wonder Qinyu regards you so highly. Mentor Mo Chen attacking an examinee during the assessment isn't exactly in line with the Academy's rules, is it? Lin Mo asked, feigning calm while the star-edged blade in his hand was poised to strike. He knew he was no match for Mo Chen, so he could only stall for time and look for an opening. Rules? Mo Chen sneered. Before absolute power and interest, rules are worthless. I have no interest in you. Hand over the pendant you carry and I might spare your life. His shadow energy erupted again. Shadow tentacles shot toward Lin Mo like venomous snakes as the light around them gradually dimmed, forming a sealed shadow domain that isolated them from the outside world. Zhao Hu Shaoli, don't come out. Lin Mo shouted, activating 5-system fusion. Thunder, fire, and ice converged into a massive energy barrier that blocked the shadow tentacles. Boom! The shadow tentacles slammed into the barrier, which rippled violently and instantly became covered in cracks. Mo Chen's strength far exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. The B-rank shadow manipulation ability in his hands displayed diamond rank power. Daring not to fight head-on, Lin Mo activated Thunder Shadow Steps and wove nimbly through the shadow domain while also activating Shadow Devour to absorb the incoming shadow energy. He discovered that although Mo Chen's shadow energy was powerful, it was unlike the mysterious man's void energy, and was much easier for Shadow Devour to absorb. System host is absorbing shadow energy. Shadow Devour is upgrading. Upgrade successful. Shadow Devour peak A rank, can absorb shadow energy below B rank, and conversion efficiency is increased by 50%. Your Shadow Devour can actually upgrade. Surprise flickered in Mo Chen's eyes before giving way to even greater greed. This pendant is truly extraordinary. It seems it is not only a token of the origin star but also capable of strengthening abilities. He intensified his shadow energy output, and the shadow domain contracted, pressing in on Lin Mo. Lin Mo's space for movement shrank by the second, and his breathing grew strained. He knew that if this went on, Mo Chen would trap him sooner or later. I have to counterattack. Lin Mo gathered his thoughts, mobilizing all the mental power within him. The 5-system fusion energy converged upon the star-edged blade, forming a dazzling multicolored energy blade. 5 System Meltdown Slash. Lin Mo roared, slashing the energy blade at Mo-chan. This was the strongest attack he could unleash at present. It carried the 5 energies of Thunder, Fire, Ice defense, and speed, reaching the level of late gold rank in raw power. Mo-chan's expression changed. He had not expected Lin Mo to release such a formidable attack. He dared not be careless. His shadow energy condensed into a huge shadow shield in front of him. Clang! The energy blade struck the shadow shield with an earth-shaking crash. The shield shattered in an instant, and Mo-chan was blasted back several steps by the immense impact. A thread of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo was no better off. His mental power was instantly exhausted. Current mental power 50 to 50 points. A wave of weakness swept through him, and he nearly collapsed. Impressive, brat. You actually managed to wound me. Mo-chan wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze turning even darker. It seems if I don't show my true strength I won't be able to take you down. He raised his hand and swung it down. Shadow energy condensed into a black shadow battle blade that radiated dense darkness, then slashed toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's heart sank. His mental power was exhausted, and he could no longer unleash a powerful attack. But at that critical moment the pendant on his chest suddenly grew hot. A surge of blue energy rushed out from it, and wrapped around his body. At the same time the star core fragment he had stored in the system space flew out on its own, resonating with the pendant. System detected resonance between the star core fragment and the token origin key function activated. Temporary acquisition origin energy shield S rank. Can withstand attacks below diamond rank for 10 seconds. Temporary acquisition origin energy blast S rank. Can repel opponents below diamond rank at the cost of star core fragment energy. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. Seizing this last chance he activated the origin energy blast. A massive wave of blue energy exploded from the pendant and blasted toward Mo-chan. Mo-chan's face changed drastically. He had never imagined the pendant possessed such terrifying power. He hastily swung the shadow battle blade, sending out a shadow energy blade to block. Boom! The origin energy wave collided with the shadow energy blade and the shadow energy was shattered in an instant. Struck by the energy wave, Mo-chan flew backward like a kite with its string snapped. He slammed heavily into an ancient tree and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of the origin star. Fear flickered across Mo-chan's eyes. He dared not stay any longer. Shadow energy enveloped his whole body and he vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a vicious threat. Lin Mo, just you wait. Once the trial is over I will definitely take that pendant back. The origin energy shield and blast effects disappeared at the same time. Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The star core fragment's glow dimmed and it returned to the system space. Brother Lin Mo. Are you alright? Zhao Hu and Shaoli rushed over, faces filled with concern. I'm fine. I just exhausted my mental power. Lin Mo smiled, took out a bottle of high-grade energy potion, and drank it down in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat and his mental power gradually recovered. Current mental power 20 points. He walked to the corpse of the thorn giant bear and dug out a fist-sized beast core C rank. He also noticed a blue crystal in the bear's lair. It was the very star core fragment he had detected earlier. Lin Mo picked up the star core fragment. It was icy to the touch and held energy far purer than the previous fragment. The pendant grew hot again, absorbing the energy of the star core fragment. System detected second star core fragment. Token energy 20,100 40,100. Background clue archive unlocked 15. The origin star core is hidden inside the origin temple at the deepest point of the trial forest on the Qinglan star. The origin temple is guarded by a formation set up by the old era guardians. It can only be opened after collecting all 3 star core fragments. The Shadow Pavilion is colluding with the Void Clan and their target is the power of creation within the origin star core. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. So the Shadow Pavilion really was colluding with the Void Clan. The power of creation. It seemed the origin star core hid an even more formidable secret. He put away the star core fragment and said to Zhao Hu and Shaoli, we now have a C-rank beast core which is worth 10 points, enough to meet the assessment standard. But deep in the trial forest lies the clue to the origin star core, so we must push further in. Zhao Hu and Shaoli exchanged glances and nodded. Although they were afraid, they trusted Lin Mo's strength. In the following days Lin Mo led Zhao Hu and Shaoli steadily deeper into the trial forest. Along the way he collected beast cores and copied useful abilities. He copied the extreme speed assault ability of a C-rank Gale Leopard and the poison mist spray ability of a C-rank poison mist snake. Combining and upgrading them gave rise to the 6th system fusion ability, pushing his overall strength to late gold rank. During this time they were also ambushed by other examinees, but Lin Mo dealt with them all with ease. John Yang and the others tried many times to seize opportunities for revenge, but after witnessing the immense strength Lin Mo displayed, none of them dared to act rashly. They could only follow from afar. On the 5th day, Lin Mo's precision scan suddenly detected a powerful energy barrier 100 meters ahead. Behind the barrier emanated a thick origin star energy. It was exactly where the origin temple stood. He also sensed several faint energy fluctuations around the barrier. Apart from Mo Chen's aura, there were a few unfamiliar presences all above gold rank, clearly the agents of the Shadow Pavilion and the Void Clan. The origin temple is just ahead. Lin Mo lowered his voice. But there are many ambushes around. We must be careful. He activated Shadow Devour to conceal his aura, then led Zhao Hu and Shaoli cautiously toward the energy barrier. The barrier was transparent, and through it an ancient temple could be faintly seen. At the temple's peak a dazzling blue light radiated outward, the exact location of the Origin Star Core. The Origin Star Core. A trace of excitement flashed through Lin Mo's eyes, and images of his parents surfaced in his mind. As long as he opened the barrier and entered the temple, he would find more clues about his parents and his own origins. Just then a familiar figure emerged from the depths of the dense forest, the very same mysterious man who had fled earlier. 2 gold-rank Void Clan vanguards followed beside him, clearly here to assist Mo Chen. Lin Mo, we meet again. A strange smile hung on the mysterious man's face. I didn't expect you to make it this far. It seems the Origin Star's token truly chose a worthy host. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to the Void Clan and the Shadow Pavilion? Who I am doesn't matter. The mysterious man sneered. What matters is that today you have to leave behind the pendant and the Star Core fragment, or die right here. He raised his hand and waved it. The 2 gold-rank Void Clan vanguards charged forward immediately, their void energy condensing into sharp claws that tore toward Lin Mo. At the same time, the concealed ambushers around them all revealed themselves, 5 gold-rank powerhouses in total, Mo Chen among them. Lin Mo's heart sank. 7 gold-rank powerhouses plus the mysterious man. This battle was far more dangerous than any he had ever fought. Zhao Hu, Shaoli, hide near the energy barrier and protect yourselves as much as you can. Lin Mo gripped the star-edged blade, his gaze resolute. I'll hold them off. Brother Lin Mo will fight with you. Shaoli clenched his energy gun, determination burning in his eyes. No, if you stay you'll only die in vain. Lin Mo shook his head. Remember, no matter what happens, don't leave the area near the energy barrier. As long as I draw their attention, you'll have a chance to enter the temple. With that, Lin Mo activated 6th system fusion, his body erupting with tremendous energy, as he charged at the Void Clan vanguard. The star-edged blade swept out an enormous 6th system energy blade, instantly cleaving one vanguard in 2. Kill. Mo Chen roared, condensing his shadow battle blade again and slashing at Lin Mo. The other gold-rank powerhouses struck as well, hurling all manner of energy attacks toward him. Lin Mo weaved nimbly through the dense assault, using Shadow Devour to absorb shadow energy, while 6th system fusion continuously countered. But there were simply too many enemies. He was quickly encircled, and his energy shield was struck again and again until cracks appeared. Current mental power 20 to 30 minus 10 points overdrawn. Warning: host's mental power is overdrawn and the body is on the verge of collapse. It is recommended to use token energy immediately for replenishment. A jolt of alarm ran through Lin Mo. His mental power was overdrawn and weakness was already spreading through his body. He knew that if this continued he would be defeated sooner or later. Just then the energy barrier suddenly rippled. A blue silhouette appeared from within the temple, slowly forming a blurry figure, the same woman who had appeared in the pendant's vision. It was Lin Mo's mother. Xiao Mo, activate the origin key and open the barrier. Her voice came through the silhouette. Inside the temple lies the Origin Star's inheritance, which can make you stronger in a short time. Joy surged in Lin Mo's heart. He immediately activated the pendant and the Star Core fragment. 2 streams of blue energy gushed out, shooting toward the energy barrier. The energy barrier rippled fiercely as a crack gradually appeared. No. He's opening the barrier. Mo Chen's expression drastically changed. He increased his attack and slashed at Lin Mo's chest. His target was the pendant. Lin Mo's heart clenched. He wanted to dodge, but 2 gold-rank powerhouses had him detained, leaving him unable to move. The shadow battle blade drew closer and closer, about to strike the pendant. At that critical moment, Zhao, who suddenly charged over activated brute strength, lifted a huge rock and hurled it at Mo Chin. Lin Mo go. Struck by the rock, Mo Chin froze for an instant. Seizing the chance, Lin Mo activated the last wisp of origin energy and dashed toward the crack in the energy barrier. Trying to run. The mysterious man sneered. Void energy condensed into a chain and lashed out, coiling around Lin Mo's ankle. Crack. The void chains coiled around Lin Mo's ankles like venomous serpents, a bone-piercing chill spreading across his skin as if to freeze his meridians. A sinister smile curled at the corner of the mysterious man's lips as he suddenly exerted his strength. Come back here. Lin Mo felt an immense pulling force and his body involuntarily pitched backward. From the corner of his eye he caught sight of Zhao, who being struck on the shoulder by Mo Chen's shadow war blade, blood gushing from the wound. Shaoli was desperately administering basic healing, only to be forced back step by step by a gold-ranked Shadow Pavilion member. You're asking for death. A blazing murderous intent burst from Lin Mo's eyes, and the dizziness from overdrawing his mental energy was crushed beneath a surge of fury. He violently summoned the remaining origin energy from the pendant, azure light flaring around him. His 6-element fusion ability erupted at full power. 6 threads of lightning, fire, ice, poison, wind, and shadow interlaced into chains that ensnared the void chains and seared them apart. Bang! The void chains snapped, and the backlash sent the mysterious man staggering back several paces, shock and disbelief filling his eyes. Origin energy can actually counter the power of the void. Lin Mo paid him no heed. Turning, he dashed toward the crack in the energy barrier. He knew that only by entering the Origin Temple and obtaining the inheritance could he protect Zhao Hu and Shaoli. Stop him! Mo Chin roared, condensing shadow energy into several shadow spears that shot toward Lin Mo's back. Brother Lin, watch out! Shaoli cried out. Lin Mo activated the just-copied ability Blitz Assault, his figure blurring into an afterimage as he narrowly dodged the shadow spears. At the same time, he activated Venom Mist Spray, and a dense toxic fog billowed out, blinding the pursuers. Zhao Hu, take care of Shaoli! Lin Mo shouted back over his shoulder, then leaped into the crack in the energy barrier. Shaoli tried to follow, but Zhao Hu grabbed her. Don't go. We'll only slow him down. Trust Lin Mo. Clutching his bleeding shoulder and enduring searing pain, Zhao Hu activated his brute force ability, seized a boulder, and hurled it at the encroaching Shadow Pavilion members. The moment Lin Mo passed through the crack, a wave of warm energy enveloped his body, and the exhaustion from depleted mental energy instantly vanished. The scene opened up before him, revealing a magnificent ancient temple. Its body was built of pale blue crystal inscribed with intricate origin runes and radiating dense life energy. At the very center of the temple, a floating blue crystal blazed with dazzling light, the Origin Star Core. Origin Star Core energy detected. Keepsake energy activated. Current keepsake energy 40,100, 70,100. Lineage clue database unlocked 20. The Origin Temple inheritance requires passing the 3 trials: Trial of Elements, Trial of Will, and Trial of Guardianship. Completing the trials grants a fragment of creation force and awakens part of the Origin Star Guardian bloodline. Warning: the temple barrier can hold for only 10 minutes. Enemies are about to break in. Not daring to delay, Lin Mo strode quickly toward the center of the temple. The moment he stepped inside, 6 elemental runes blazed alive on the ground. 6 energies, lightning, fire, ice, wind, earth, and shadow, surged from the runes and formed 6 energy giants blocking his path. Trial of Elements initiated. Defeat the 6 elemental giants and prove your mastery over the elements. Hint: use a copied ability of the same element to communicate with an elemental giant and reduce the trial's difficulty. Lin Mo's heart stirred. He activated the 6 element abilities within him. His lightning energy resonated with the lightning elemental giant, and the wild ferocity in the giant's eyes diminished. Rather than fighting head-on, he channeled his lightning ability and merged with the lightning elemental giant's energy. Thunder resonance. Lin Mo uttered a low shout. The lightning elemental giant did not attack him, instead it transformed into a stream of lightning energy and merged into his body. Immediately afterward, he used the same method to communicate with the fire, ice, wind, and shadow elemental giants. One by one they turned into energy and merged into his body. Only the final earth elemental giant remained. Its energy was the heaviest, clearly the heart of the elemental trial. Lin Mo activated the abilities he had just copied, Thorn Symbiosis and Gravity Amplification, and his earth energy resonated with the giant. Earth's guard. The Earth Elemental Giant let out a low rumble, then transformed into a stream of earthy yellow energy that merged into Lin Mo's body. Trial of Elements complete. Acquired the talent 6 Element Affinity, and Elemental Ability Power increased by 50. Overall combat level late gold rank, early stellar rank. A vast energy erupted within him. Lin Mo's aura skyrocketed, 6 element energy swirling around his body, and the oppressive pressure of the stellar rank made the entire temple tremble. He gripped his star-edged blade tightly. 6 element energy coated the blade, granting it far greater power than ever before. The light of the second trial flared and countless images surfaced on the temple walls. The apocalyptic cold tide of the old era, the Void Clan's invasion of Origin Star, his parents leading the Guardians in desperate resistance, and finally sending the keepsake and him to a ruined star. Trial of Will initiated. Face your past and strengthen your heart of guardianship. Lin Mo watched the images of his parents, his eyes growing slightly red. He remembered the difficult years on the ruined star, the pursuit by pirates, and the Void Clan, and the trust Zhao Hu and Shaoli had placed in him. His heart of guardianship grew ever more resolute. No matter the cost, I will protect the Origin Star Core, awaken my parents, and stand against the Void Clan. Trial of Will complete. Acquired Guardian's Will. Mental energy cap increased to 200 points, and you are immune to mental attacks of B rank or lower. Current mental energy 200,200 full. Before the light of the third trial could rise, the temple barrier shuddered violently. With a crack, a fissure appeared. From outside came the mysterious man's furious roar. Lin Mo, come out and die. Otherwise we'll kill your friends. Lin Mo's heart tightened. He activated precise detection and saw Zhao Hu and Shaoli surrounded by Mo Chen and the others. Zhao Hu was badly wounded and Shaoli's basic healing was nearly depleted. The situation was dire. Trial of Guardianship initiated. Early, protect your companions and repel the invaders. Reward Fragment of Creation Force 1 control of the Origin Temple. Just in time. A glint of killing intent flashed through Lin Mo's eyes. His stellar rank strength gave him full confidence to crush his enemies. He strode swiftly toward the temple gate, condensing 6 element energy into a colossal energy blade that he slashed violently at the crack in the barrier. Boom! The energy barrier shattered instantly. Lin Mo burst out like a war god, his stellar rank pressure sweeping over the entire field. Mo Chen, the mysterious man, and every pursuer were shaken by the pressure. Their faces changed and they instinctively stepped back. Stellar rank? Impossible. Mo Chen's eyes bulged in disbelief. Just days ago Lin Mo had been at early gold rank, yet he had broken through to stellar rank in such a short time. Zhao Hu and Shaoli looked at Lin Mo, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. Brother Lin. Without wasting a word, Lin Mo blurred into motion, appeared beside Shaoli, and formed a shield of 6 element energy to block an attack from a Shadow Pavilion member. He raised his hand, sending out a blade of energy that instantly slew the member. Mo Chen, you got away last time. This time it's time to settle the score. Lin Mo's voice was icy as his star-edged blade pointed at Mo Chen. Mo Chen's face turned pale and he turned to flee. Lin Mo activated Blitz Assault, caught up to him in an instant, and unleashed a 6 element energy blade. Shadow Shield. Mo Chen hastily activated his strongest defense, but a stellar rank attack was simply beyond his ability to withstand. Crack. The Shadow Shield shattered in an instant. Mo Chen was struck by the energy blade, his body cleaved in two, utterly dead. Host has killed a diamond rank target. Shadow energy absorbed. Shadow Devour ability upgraded to S rank. Copy successful. Shadow manipulation B rank. With Mo Chen dealt with, Lin Mo turned to face the mysterious man and the remaining pursuers. Fear filled the mysterious man's eyes as he turned to open a void rift and flee. Trying to run. Lin Mo sneered, activating Shadow Devour to absorb all the void energy around the mysterious man. The void rift could not form, trapping the mysterious man where he stood. Who exactly are you? Why do the Shadow Pavilion and the Void Clan want to seize the Origin Star Core? Lin Mo walked toward him step by step, the stellar rank pressure rendering him unable to move. Pale as death, the mysterious man knew he could not escape. He burst into wild laughter. You think it ends when I'm dead? The Shadow Pavilion Master is already on his way, a peak stellar rank powerhouse. And Callan, the Void Clan's stellar rank Major General, will return as well. All of you are going to die. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and cut the mysterious man down with a single energy blade. There was no time to question him further. The remaining pursuers were still attacking Zhao Hu. I'll deal with all of you. Lin Mo activated his 6-element fusion ability, sending energy blades raining down like a storm. The gold rank pursuers were no match for a stellar rank attack. They screamed and fell and were quickly slaughtered to the last. With the crisis over, Lin Mo hurried to Zhao Hu's side. He activated basic healing while channeling origin energy to treat Zhao Hu's wounds. Origin energy's healing effect far surpassed basic healing. Zhao Hu's wounds closed at a visible speed. Brother Lin, thank you. Zhao Hu breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. Shaoli said excitedly, Brother Lin, you're incredible. Stellar rank. Lin Mo smiled, but his heart remained tense. The mysterious man's words put him on guard. The Shadow Pavilion Master and Callan were both stellar rank experts, and they would arrive soon. He had to complete the trial of guardianship as quickly as possible and obtain the fragment of creation force and control of the temple in order to face the coming crisis. Let's go into the temple. I need to finish the final inheritance. Lin Mo led Zhao Hu and Shaoli back into the Origin Temple. The moment they stepped into the temple, the light of the third trial shone once more. The Origin Star Core radiated blinding blue light, and a beam of blue energy shot into Lin Mo, merging with his body. Trial of Guardianship complete. Obtained Fragment of Creation Force 1 and control of the Origin Temple. Fragment of Creation Force detected. Keepsake Energy 70,100 100,100 Max Lineage Clue Database unlocked 25. The host's parents are sealed within the Origin Star Core. Only by gathering the 5 Star Core fragments and the complete creation force can they be awakened. The Shadow Pavilion Master is a traitor among the Old Era's Guardians. Wielding part of the Void Clan's power, his goal is to seize the Origin Star Core and resurrect the Void Clan's progenitor. Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy. His parents really were sealed within the core. He felt the immense power of the fragment of creation force within him as his overall strength rose, once more reaching mid-stellar rank. At the same time, he gained control over the temple. With a single thought, he could command its defensive formation. He immediately activated it, and the temple's energy barrier re-erected stronger than before. We're safe for now. Lin Mo let out a relieved breath and said to Zhao Hu and Shaoli, the Shadow Pavilion Master and the Void Clan will be here soon. Let's rest inside the temple and wait for Federation reinforcements. Zhao Hu and Shaoli nodded and began searching the temple for usable supplies. Lin Mo meanwhile walked to the Origin Star Core, feeling the vast energy contained within it, his heart full of anticipation. Just then the temple began to tremble violently, and a huge crack split across the energy barrier. An icy voice came from outside, carrying a suffocating pressure. Lin Mo, hand over the Origin Star Core and the fragment of creation force, and I may spare your life. Otherwise I will destroy the temple and send all of you to accompany the Void Clan's progenitor in death. Lin Mo's heart sank. The Shadow Pavilion Master had arrived. He activated precise detection and saw an old man in a black robe standing outside the temple, surrounded by dual energies of shadow and void. His aura was even more powerful than Callan's. It was Yishang, the Shadow Pavilion Master, a peak stellar rank powerhouse. Target: Yishang, rank peak stellar, ability Shadow Void Fusion, peak A rank. Fuses shadow and void energy with limitless power. Battle skill Shadow Void / God, rank danger level lethal. Behind Yishang followed a dozen or more elites from the Shadow Pavilion and the Void Clan, all above gold rank. In the distance a Void Clan warship was fast approaching. Clearly Callan was arriving with reinforcements. Lin Mo's expression turned grim. With Yishang at peak stellar rank and Callan's reinforcements arriving even under the temple formation's protection, he would be hard-pressed to hold them off. Brother Lin, what do we do? Shaoli's face was pale, her voice trembling. Lin Mo gripped the star-edged blade tightly, his gaze resolute. We deal with it as it comes. When soldiers come, we drive them back with generals. When floods come, we hold them back with earth. Since they want the Origin Star Core, they'll pay the price for it. He activated the temple formation and countless origin runes blazed, reinforcing the energy barrier once more. At the same time he mustered the 6-element energy and the fragment of creation force within him, preparing for a bitter battle. Yishang sneered, condensing shadow void energy into a gigantic war blade and slashing it at the energy barrier. Break. Boom. The energy barrier shook violently, the cracks growing wider. Lin Mo knew the temple formation could not hold much longer. He had to find a way to buy time and wait for Federation reinforcements. At that moment the pendant on his chest suddenly blazed with dazzling blue light, resonating intensely with the Origin Star Core. A blurry figure emerged from the core. It was his father. Xiao Mo, remember, The true way to use the creation force is to fuse all elements, and awaken the guardian power of Origin Star. His father's image spoke only half the message before it abruptly cut off. But Lin Mo understood in an instant. The 6 element abilities within him combined with the fragment of creation force might be able to fuse into an even greater power. He immediately mobilized all the energy within him and began attempting the fusion. The 6 element energies and the fragment of creation force collided and merged inside his body as an unprecedented power took shape. Yishang's attacks grew fiercer, and the energy barrier was on the verge of shattering. Kellen's warship was drawing closer, and the Void Clan reinforcements were about to arrive. Boom! The Shadow Void War blade struck the energy barrier, heavily, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. The pale blue barrier light dimmed to its extreme in an instant. Yishang's cold laughter came through the barrier, laced with undisguised greed and murderous intent. Lin Mo, stop your futile resistance. The Origin Star core and the power of creation are not something a brat like you can control. The temple interior quaked violently, crystal fragments falling from the ceiling in a shower. Zhao, who helped Shaoli hide behind a stone pillar, his face pale. Brother Lin Mo, the barrier can't hold. Lin Mo did not respond, his eyes tightly shut, wholly immersed in the fusion of energies. The hint in his father's projection was like a beacon. The 6 elemental energies surged within him, intertwining and colliding with the fragment of the power of creation, yet they could not fully merge without a core. Guiding force. Guiding force. Lin Mo's mind raced, his gaze landing on the pendant on his chest. The token's energy was full, radiating a soft blue glow, precisely the emblem of the Origin Star Guardian. With the thought, the origin energy in the pendant surged out, linking the 6 elemental energies and the power of creation like a bridge. Hum! The energy within him instantly boiled. The 6 elemental energies, thunder, fire, ice, wind, darkness, and earth, spun rapidly around the power of creation, forming a dazzlingly colorful vortex of energy. The origin runes in the temple lit up one after another, resonating with the energy within Lin Mo. The energy of the entire temple began converging toward him. Detected host fusing 6 elements, power of creation, fragment, origin, energy, ultimate combined ability activated. Acquired creation 6 elements, convergence, SSS class, fuses all copied elemental abilities, contains the origin of creation, and has an absolute counter effect against shadow and void energy. Comprehensive strength level, Starlight rank, mid-stage, Starlight rank, peak. A terrifying aura far beyond anything before burst from Lin Mo's body. The oppressive might of Starlight Peak swept through the entire area like a tsunami. Outside the barrier, Yishang's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock. Impossible! How could you break through to Starlight Peak in such a short time? And even fuse with the power of creation? Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, a 6-colored glow swirling in his pupils. The star-edged blade in his hand flew out on its own, hovering before him, wrapped in multicolored energy. The star patterns on the blade fully activated, evolving into a heaven-grade weapon, the Creation Star-Edged Blade. Enough of your nonsense. Lin Mo's voice was calm yet carried an unyielding authority. He raised his hand and waved, and the Creation Star-Edged Blade turned into a streak of light, flying toward the crack in the energy barrier. Wherever the blade light passed, the crack in the barrier instantly repaired. At the same time, a massive 6-element energy blade burst from the weapon and slashed toward Yishang. Yishang's face changed drastically. He hurriedly activated his Shadow Void shield. Clang! The energy blade struck the shield. The Shadow Void energy was instantly disintegrated. Yishang was blasted back several kilometers by the immense impact, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Master of the Pavilion! The elites of the Shadow Pavilion cried out, trying to rush forward, but were blocked by the 6-element energy barrier Lin Mo had released, unable to get close. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from the distant starry sky. Kellen's Void Clan warship finally arrived, hovering above the temple. Kellen appeared on the warship's deck. Seeing Yishang wounded, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Yishang, you're at Starlight Peak, yet you can't even handle a brat. Let's talk. Yishang wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze sinister. This kid has fused with the power of creation, which counters our energy. Let's join forces and kill him. Kellen sneered, void energy erupting. His B-grade peak ability, Void Storm, activated, and a massive black storm swept toward the temple. Yishang struck out, simultaneously condensing Shadow Void energy into countless spears. Converging with the Void Storm, they formed a devastating attack that slashed toward the temple. Brother Lin Mo, watch out! Shaoli cried out. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, but he did not dodge. He activated his control over the temple. Innumerable origin runes rose from the ground, forming a massive rune shield. At the same time, he gripped the creation star edge blade, channeled all his energy, and slashed out a 6-element energy blade imbued with the origin of creation. Creation 6 elements slash. The multicolored energy blade collided with the black storm, producing a deafening roar. The shadow and void energy inside the black storm was rapidly dissolved by creation energy, and the storm shrank continuously. Yishang and Callan's faces changed drastically. They simultaneously increased their energy output, trying to suppress Lin Mo's attack. Useless! Lin Mo roared. The power of creation inside him erupted once more. The energy blades might instantly surged, completely tearing apart the black storm and slashed toward Yishang and Callan. Yishang and Callan turned pale and tried to flee. But the energy blade was too fast and caught up to them in an instant. Yishang's arm was severed and Callan's chest was slashed open to the bone. Both sprayed blood and suffered severe wounds. Retreat! Retreat now! Yishang roared, wrapping himself in shadow energy and fleeing with Callan toward the Void Clan warship. Lin Mo did not pursue. He knew that a cornered enemy should not be chased, and the temple's energy was mostly depleted. The rune shield had begun to crack. More importantly, he could sense a powerful aura on the Void Clan warship, strength no less than Callan's. Clearly it was a Void Clan reinforcement. Brother Lin Mo, they ran away! Shaoli cried excitedly. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief and put away the creation star-edged blade. But his expression did not improve, instead it grew more solemn. It's not that simple. The Void Clan's reinforcements have arrived and they're very strong. He activated precision scan and swept it over the Void Clan warship. As expected, there was a Void Clan commander at the early Starlight rank, accompanied by dozens of gold rank Void Clan vanguards. That's Moke, the Void Clan's Starlight rank commander. He's skilled in the Void imprisonment ability, and is even trickier than Callan, Lin Mo said in a low voice. And the temple's energy is running low. We can't stay on the defensive here any longer. Zhao Hu nodded. Then what do we do now? The Federation's support hasn't arrived yet. We're leaving, Lin Mo said decisively. The Origin Star Core is safe for now. Yishang and Callan are severely wounded and won't be back in a short time. Let's leave the Trial Forest first and regroup with Federation support. He channeled the remaining temple energy to open a temporary passage leading directly to the outskirts of the Trial Forest. With Zhao Hu and Shaoli, he quickly passed through the passage and left the Origin Temple. The moment they exited the passage, Lin Mo received an encrypted communication from Lu Feng. Lin Mo, we've arrived at the outskirts of the Trial Forest. We've spotted large numbers of Void Clan warships and are engaging them. Where are you? We're on the western side of the Trial Forest, moving toward the outskirts, Lin Mo said. Good. We'll send a squad to meet you. Lu Feng's voice continued. Be careful. Moke, the Void Clan commander, is coming with reinforcements. He's very strong. Lin Mo ended the call and quickened his pace. He knew he had to rendezvous with Federation support as soon as possible, otherwise if Moke caught up to them the consequences would be unimaginable. The three moved swiftly through the forest. Along the way they encountered many examinees, most of whom were fleeing in panic from the Void Clan's attacks. Lin Mo ignored them. The most important thing now was to find Federation support. Just then intense sounds of battle came from ahead. Lin Mo activated precision scan and discovered that a Federation rescue squad was fighting the Void Clan vanguard led by none other than Lu Feng. But the Void Clan outnumbered them and the rescue squad was surrounded. The situation was critical. It's Captain Lu! Lin Mo's heart tightened. Activating swift assault. He charged toward the sound of battle. Brother Lin Mo, wait for us. Zhao Hu and Shaoli quickly followed. Lin Mo rushed into the battlefield and saw Lu Feng entangled by 3 gold-rank Void Clan warriors already wounded. The other squad members were fighting separately, retreating step by step. Without a word, Lin Mo drew the Creation Star-Edged blade and slashed out a 6-element energy blade, instantly killing 2 gold-rank Void Clan warriors. Lin Mo. Lu Feng saw him, his eyes full of surprise. You're all right, thank goodness. Let's deal with the enemies first, Lin Mo said. His figure flashed as he appeared before another gold-rank Void Clan warrior, and cut him down with a single stroke. With Lin Mo's arrival, the tide of battle instantly turned. Starlight Peak's strength was like a steamroller against gold-rank warriors. Lin Mo's creation 6 elements slash was devastating. The Void Clan vanguards fell one after another, and the encirclement was quickly broken. Retreat! Fall back toward the warship! Lu Feng shouted, leading his squad toward the Qiming. Lin Mo with Zhao Hu and Xiao Li followed behind to provide cover. At that moment a howl resounded from the sky. Moke stepped out from a void rift followed by dozens of gold-rank Void Clan vanguards. Lin Mo, don't run! Moke's voice was icy as void energy erupted. Void imprisonment! A massive black energy net descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Mo and the others. Space was imprisoned and everyone's speed instantly slowed. Not good. It's the void imprisonment ability. Lu Feng's face changed drastically. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Activating the creation star-edged blade, he erupted with 6-element energy and slashed at the black energy net. Creation 6 elements slash. The energy blade struck the net. The net trembled violently but did not break. Moke's void imprisonment was a B-grade peak ability, even more powerful than Callan's void storm. Useless. Moke sneered, void energy erupting again. The net contracted, pressing down on them. Lin Mo knew that head-on force could not break the void imprisonment. With a thought, he channeled the power of creation within him and merged it into his shadow-devouring ability. The power of creation had a suppressing effect on void energy. Shadow devouring instantly upgraded, forming a massive black vortex that began absorbing the net's void energy. What? Your shadow devouring can absorb void imprisonment? Moke's eyes widened in disbelief. The net's light gradually dimmed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo slashed again with the creation star-edged blade, and the energy net shattered in an instant. Retreat! Lin Mo shouted, leading everyone to continue pulling back. Furious Moke roared and led his Void Clan vanguards in hot pursuit. The Void Clan were extremely fast and quickly caught up. Lin Mo, cover us. We'll retreat with the wounded first, Lu Feng said, moving faster with the injured squad members. Lin Mo nodded, turned to face Moke, holding the creation star-edged blade before him. Moke, your opponent is me. Moke sneered. Overestimating yourself. Even if you fuse with the power of creation, you're still no match for me. He condensed void energy into a void war axe and slashed at Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated the creation 6 elements convergence ability, and became locked in combat with Moke. The creation star-edged blade clashed with the void war axe, sparks flying everywhere. The energy shockwaves destroyed all the surrounding trees. Although Lin Mo's strength was at starlight peak, Moke was at early starlight, and his void imprisonment countered speed-type attacks. For a time the two were locked in a stalemate. Void storm! Moke roared, void energy erupting. A massive black storm swept toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not dodge. He activated a creation energy shield while also activating shadow devouring to absorb the void energy in the storm. But the storm's power was too great, he was still blasted back several steps, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Brother Lin Mo! Xiao Li cried out, wanting to come back and help, but Zhao Hu held him back. Don't go. We can't help, Zhao Hu said, urging Xiao Li to continue retreating toward the Qiming. Seeing Lin Mo injured, Moke's eyes flashed with smugness. Die! He erupted with void energy once more, the void war axe sending out a massive energy blade toward Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo's heart sank. Most of his energy was already depleted, he could no longer unleash the creation 6 elements slash. At that critical moment a tremendous engine roar came from the distant sky. Several Federation warships flew over, led by the Qiming. Federation reinforcements! Lin Mo rejoiced. Moke's face changed drastically. He knew that once the Federation reinforcements arrived he would never have another chance to kill Lin Mo. His gaze hardened. Unleashing all his void energy, the void war axe slashed at Lin Mo with devastating might. Even if I can't kill you, I'll leave you severely wounded. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo channeled the last trace of energy in his body and slashed again with the creation star-edged blade. Boom! The energies collided and Lin Mo was sent flying backward by the immense impact, spitting blood and suffering severe injuries. But Moke was also knocked back several steps by the rebounding energy. Not daring to stay, he turned, activated a void rift, and fled with the remaining Void Clan vanguards. Lu Feng rushed over with the Federation soldiers and steadied Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you all right? I'm fine, just drained and a little hurt, Lin Mo said weakly. Qin Yu's figure flew down from the Qiming and landed beside Lin Mo, his eyes full of approval. Well done! To repel a Void Clan commander at early starlight with your starlight peak strength is already quite impressive. He raised his hand and sent a stream of energy into Lin Mo's body, immediately alleviating much of his injuries. Let's head back to the ship first. Your injuries need treatment as soon as possible, Qin Yu said, leading Lin Mo and the others aboard the Qiming. The ship slowly ascended and left the trial forest. Lying in the medical pod, Lin Mo watched the receding Qinglan star outside the window, yet felt no relief. Yishang and Callan were gravely wounded, but they were not dead. Moke had only retreated, not killed. The Shadow Pavilion Master and the higher echelons of the Void Clan were still eyeing them hungrily. The secret of the origin star core had been exposed, and the road ahead would only grow more difficult. Moreover, the clues to his origins were not yet fully unlocked. His parents were still sealed within the origin star core, and awakening them required gathering more star core fragments and power of creation. Suddenly an urgent communication popped up on the medical pod's screen sent from Federation headquarters. Qiming urgent notice. The Void Clan army is massing toward Qinglan Star and is expected to arrive in 24 hours. Please bring the Origin Star token bearer to Federation headquarters immediately. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. The Void Clan had actually dispatched an army. Qinglan Star was in imminent danger, and Federation headquarters might not be safe either. He clenched his fist, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. This war had only just begun. He had to grow stronger as quickly as possible, gather the star core fragments, and awaken his parents. Only then could he truly resist the Void Clan and safeguard the Origin Star core. Inside the medical pod, the pale blue nutrient fluid shimmered with a faint glow. Pure energy seeped into Lin Mo's body through his pores, repairing the wounds left by the fierce battle. In his dantian, the shard of creation force revolved slowly, nourishing and being nourished by the six-element energy, allowing both his mental strength and physical stamina to recover at an incredible pace. Current mental strength 200 maximum. Overall strength peak, starlight rank stable. Copied abilities 32 types, composite abilities 6-fold unity of creation, SSS class, shadow devouring S-class. A prompt indicated that the creation force inside the host had fused with origin energy, granting temporary control over low-level void energy. Lin Mo opened his eyes, a wisp of faint black energy lingered at his fingertip. This was the ability he had just unlocked. By relying on creation force's restraining nature, he could briefly wield a small amount of void energy, making him far more adept at fighting the Void Clan. He pushed open the hatch of the medical pod. Zhao Hu and Shaoli were sitting on the bench outside, faces full of worry. Brother Lin Mo, you're awake. Shaoli immediately jumped up, eyes shining with surprise. The doctor said you just ran out of energy and had some superficial wounds. After a few days of rest you'll recover. Zhao Hu also let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness. If anything happened to you, we wouldn't know what to do. Lin Mo smiled and stretched his limbs. The feeling of power surging through his body put him at ease. It's nothing. Just a minor wound. Where's Captain Qin? When do we leave for Federation headquarters? Captain Qin is in a meeting in the command cabin discussing the route to Federation headquarters. Lu Feng's voice came from the doorway. He walked in with a somber expression. The Void Clan's army is getting closer to Qinglan Star. We have to leave at once, but if we take a standard route they may intercept us. Lin Mo's heart tensed. You mean there's a mole who leaked our route? That can't be ruled out. Lu Feng nodded. The Shadow Pavilion has informants inside the Federation, and the Void Clan's detectors are extremely advanced. It's hard to avoid them on regular routes. Captain Qin intends to take the abandoned star route. This course was left from the old era. Its magnetic fields are chaotic enough to block detection, but it is filled with unknown dangers such as space pirates and mutated interstellar creatures. Then we take the abandoned star route, Lin Mo said decisively. Rather than be intercepted by the Void Clan's army, we might as well risk it. At least there'll be a chance to live. Lu Feng nodded. Captain Qin has the same idea. The ship is already being prepared and we're expected to depart in an hour. By the way, the creation force shard you obtained from the Origin Temple, could you let us study it? Maybe it will allow us to discover more ways to counter the Void Clan. Without hesitation, Lin Mo took a small piece of the creation force shard from his system space, keeping the greater part for himself. You can, but be careful. The energy in this shard is very unstable and could easily cause an explosion. Lu Feng accepted the shard and carefully put it away. Don't worry. We have professional research equipment. An hour later the Qiming slowly departed Qinglan Star and turned onto a remote interstellar route, the abandoned star route. This route indeed lived up to its name. It was strewn with wrecked starships and drifting meteorites, while the magnetic fields were so chaotic that the ship's communicators and detectors often failed. Lin Mo stood by the viewport, activated precise detection, and swept his senses over the surrounding environment. The energy fluctuations inside the abandoned star route were disordered and erratic. There were space pirate energy signatures, the roars of mutated creatures, and a hidden elusive pulse of void energy that made him uneasy. "Be careful. There's a derelict interstellar mothership ahead with a large number of energy signals. It might be a space pirate stronghold." Qin Yu's voice came over the intercom. "All hands enter combat readiness. Charge the main cannon and prepare for any emergency." The Qiming slowly approached the derelict mothership. It was a massive rust-covered vessel pockmarked with bullet holes, evidently having endured intense battle. Through precise detection, Lin Mo penetrated the mothership's hull and discovered dozens of space pirates hiding inside, ranging from bronze rank to gold rank. At their head was a late gold rank pirate chief who had awakened the B-class metal manipulation ability. Target: Pirate Chief Taisha. Rank: late gold rank. Ability: Metal Manipulation B-class. Can control metal weapons and ship wreckage to attack. Combat skill: Metal Crushing Fist mastered. Danger level: medium. They're only pirates, nothing to fear. Lin Mo thought to himself, but he still felt something was wrong. How could pirates in the abandoned star route possess such strength? What was more, he had sensed a familiar trace of shadow energy among the pirates. Just then a red signal flashed from the derelict mothership. Immediately after, dozens of small pirate ships emerged from the surrounding meteor cluster, encircling the Qiming. At the same time, the mothership's hatch opened and Taisha led the pirates charging out. At the very front was actually a member of the Shadow Pavilion. Targeting Sha, member of the Shadow Pavilion. Rank: Peak Gold rank. Ability: Shadow Assassination B-class. Expert at concealment and ambush. Combat skill: Shadow Blade mastered. Danger level: high. So there really is a Shadow Pavilion member? Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. They've joined forces with the pirates and set up an ambush here. Qin Yu's voice sounded again. "All hands fight. Lu Feng will lead the squad to the left flank. Lin Mo takes the right flank. We must break through the encirclement." Lin Mo activated the six-fold Unity of Creation ability. The Creation Star Edge blade slid from its sheath, its edge wrapped in multicolored energy, and he charged toward the pirate ships on the right flank. He moved like a streak of light, so fast it was almost unreal. A Creation six-fold slash split a pirate ship in two. "Kill!" The pirates roared, hurling metal weapons and ship debris at Lin Mo. Taisha's metal manipulation erupted at full power, condensing countless metal shards into a giant metal war blade that slashed down at Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not dodge. The Creation Star Edge blade swept across, shattering the metal war blade in an instant. Activating Lightning Rush, he appeared before Taisha and cut him down with a single stroke. Seeing Taisha killed, Ngsha's eyes flashed with viciousness. Shadow energy burst out, his figure vanished into the dark, and he struck at Lin Mo from ambush. Shadow Assassination. Useless. Lin Mo activated precise detection, and Ngsha's position was fully exposed in his sight. He turned, slashing backward with the Creation Star Edge blade. An energy blade of 6 elements struck Ngsha's body. Ngsha screamed as his figure became visible, a wound across his chest so deep that bone was visible. He dared not linger, and turned to flee. "Running!" Lin Mo sneered. Activating the newly unlocked void manipulation, a wisp of black energy wound around Ngsha's ankle, binding him in place. He rushed forward and cut Ngsha down with one stroke. The system detected that the host had slain a Shadow Pavilion member, absorbed shadow energy, and upgraded Shadow Devouring to SS class. Copy successful. Shadow Assassination B class. After clearing the enemies on the right flank, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the left flank. Copy successful. Shadow Assassination B class. After clearing the enemies on the right flank, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the left flank. Lu Feng and his squad had already broken through the pirates' encirclement, when a violent wave of energy suddenly erupted in the distant starry sky. A colossal Void Clan warship appeared out of nowhere, Moke's flagship. "No. It's Moke's fleet. He actually followed us into the abandoned star route." Lu Feng's face changed dramatically. Lin Mo's heart sank. Activating precise detection, he discovered that Moke's fleet consisted of more than one ship. There were also 3 support warships carrying hundreds of Void Clan vanguards, all of them above gold rank. Even more terrifying, at the center of the fleet was a blue crystal emitting pure energy. It was the 3rd star core fragment. The detection indicated that the third star core fragment was located in the energy core of Moke's flagship. A warning stated that the Void Clan had been using the star core fragment to power their warship, and forcibly seizing it could trigger an explosion. The star core fragment is actually on Moke's flagship. A flicker of joy passed through Lin Mo's eyes, followed by worry. We have to get the fragment, but taking it by force is too dangerous. Moke's flagship slowly drew near. Moke appeared on the deck, his eyes brimming with a sinister smile. Lin Mo, you didn't expect this, did you? I knew you would take the abandoned star route, and I've been waiting here for a long time. Hand over the origin star core, the creation force shard, and that pendant on you, and I'll give you a quick death. He raised his hand and swept it forward, unleashing void energy. Hundreds of Void Clan vanguards boarded landing craft and charged at the Chiming. Meanwhile, the flagship's main cannon began to charge a massive void energy cannon aimed at the Chiming. All hands defend! Chinyu roared. The Chiming's energy shields opened at full power, wrapping the ship in a pale blue glow. Lin Mo knew he could wait no longer. The third star core fragment was right before him. If he could obtain it, he might open the deeper secrets of the Origin Temple and perhaps even awaken part of his parents' consciousness. Besides, although Moke's fleet was strong, Lin Mo was now at the peak of starlight rank and still possessed creation force and void manipulation. He was not without a chance of winning. Captain Qin, Captain Lu, you hold off the Void Clan vanguards and the main cannon. I'll go seize the star core fragment, Lin Mo said. No. It's too dangerous. Moke's flagship has tight defenses and many Void Clan guards. Chinyu hastily tried to stop him. Don't worry. I have a way. Lin Mo smiled. Activating shadow assassination and void manipulation, his body merged into the shadows while he channeled a trace of void energy to disguise his aura as that of the Void Clan. I'll disguise myself as a Void Clan warrior, slip into the flagship, and take the fragment. With that, he leaped off the Chiming, turned into a dark shadow, and shot toward Moke's flagship. The Void Clan landing craft did not detect him, and he successfully infiltrated the flagship. Inside the flagship, Void Clan guards were everywhere, their auras frigid as they patrolled alertly. Lin Mo activated shadow assassination and moved silently past the guards, heading for the energy core. The energy core chamber was at the center of the flagship, guarded by 4 gold-rank Void Clan warriors. Lin Mo said nothing. Activating sixfold unity of creation, he drew the creation star-edged blade and cut down all 4 guards in an instant. At the center of the energy core chamber, the third star core fragment floated within the energy core, radiating pure energy. Just as Lin Mo reached for it, a powerful sense of danger flooded his mind. Moke's cold laugh came from behind. Lin Mo, you really did come. This star core fragment is a trap I prepared just for you. Lin Mo turned and saw Moke leading dozens of Void Clan vanguards surrounding him. In Moke's hand was a black crystal emanating energy opposite to that of the star core fragment, the Void Clan's void bomb. Did you really think I would use the star core fragment to drive a warship? Moke sneered. I injected void energy into this star core fragment. The moment you touch it, it will explode. Not only will you die, the entire flagship will be blown to pieces and the Chiming will be caught in the blast. Lin Mo's heart grew heavy. He had not expected Moke to be so cunning as to lay such a trap. Activating precise detection, he saw that the fragment truly was saturated with dense void energy. The instant it was touched, it would detonate. What do you want? Lin Mo asked, the creation star-edged blade in his hand already poised. Simple, Moke said. Hand over the origin star core, the creation force shard, and the pendant, and I'll tell you how to remove the trap. Otherwise we'll die together. A murderous flicker crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He knew Moke would never easily remove the trap. Even if he turned everything over, Moke would still kill him. He had to find a way to seize the star core fragment without triggering an explosion, and deal with Moke at the same time. He activated void manipulation. A wisp of black energy quietly coiled around the star core fragment, trying to peel away the void energy within it. But the void energy was fused too tightly with the star core fragment to be stripped away. It's useless, Moke sneered. This is a secret art of the Void Clan. It can only be undone with my blood. Lin Mo's mind stirred and a plan took shape. He deliberately wore a look of hesitation. Fine, I can hand over the things, but you must remove the trap first. Do you think I believe you? Moke sneered. Hand over the items first, and then I'll tell you how to disarm it. All right, but I need to get close to you to hand them over. Lin Mo advanced slowly toward Moke. Moke watched him warily but did not stop him. He believed that Lin Mo, trapped as he was, would not dare to play tricks. When Lin Mo was 1 meter away, a ruthless glint suddenly flashed through his eyes. He activated Lightning Rush and Shadow Assassination, wrapped the Creation Star-Edged blade in 6-element energy, and slashed at Moke's wrist. His target was the Void Bomb in Moke's hand. "You're asking for death." Moke's face changed drastically. He had not expected Lin Mo to dare launch a surprise attack. He hastily summoned Void Energy to defend. But Lin Mo was too fast. The Creation Star-Edged blade severed Moke's wrist in an instant, and the Void Bomb fell to the ground. Lin Mo followed with a kick, sending the Void Bomb into the nearby Void Clan vanguards, while activating Creation's 6-fold slash. A giant blade of energy slashed at Moke. Boom! The Void Bomb exploded, blasting several Void Clan vanguards into pieces. Moke, struck by the energy blade, was gravely wounded and collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo activated Void Manipulation and Creation Force at the same time. The two energies poured into the star core fragment, forcibly stripping away the void energy within. The system detected the host's attempt to strip the void energy from the star core fragment. Creation Force collided with the void energy. The stripping succeeded. The third star core fragment was obtained. Keepsake energy 100,100, now 150,200. Overdrive activation. Lineage Clue Archive unlocked 28. The seal on his parents was connected to the soul fragment of the Void Clan ancestor. Only by collecting all 5 star core fragments could the void energy be fully suppressed and his parents awakened. Yishang, the Pavilion Master of the Shadow Pavilion, is searching for the soul vessel of the Void Clan ancestor. Once he finds it, he will resurrect the Void Clan ancestor. Lin Mo's heart rejoiced. He had obtained the 3rd star core fragment. He turned to slay Moke, only to find that Moke had already activated a void rift and escaped. "Running!" Lin Mo sneered. Activating Void Manipulation, he tore open a void rift and chased after him. On the flagship's deck, Moke was running toward a small escape pod. Lin Mo appeared behind him in an instant. The Creation Star-Edged blade swept out, severing one of Moke's legs. "Ah!" Moke let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Lin Mo walked up to him and pressed the blade against his throat. "Tell me, where is the soul vessel of the Void Clan ancestor? What is Yishang's next move?" Moke's face was ashen, his eyes full of terror. "I don't know. I was only following orders. Only Yishang and the Void Clan general know about the soul vessel." Lin Mo knew he was not lying and asked no more. With one stroke he killed him. With Moke dealt with, Lin Mo took the star core fragment, opened a void rift, and returned to the Qiming. The battle on the Qiming had already ended. The Void Clan fleet had been destroyed and the pirates were all wiped out. When Qin Yu and Lu Feng saw Lin Mo return holding the star core fragment in his hand, their eyes were full of surprise and joy. "Lin Mo, you made it," Qin Yu said. Lin Mo nodded and put away the star core fragment. "Let's leave here as soon as possible. Moke is dead, but the Void Clan general will soon learn what happened. The abandoned star route is no longer safe." Qin Yu nodded and ordered. "All hands prepare to leave the abandoned star route at full speed and head for Federation headquarters." The Qiming started up again, sailing toward Federation headquarters. Standing by the viewport, Lin Mo looked at the 3 star core fragments in his hand, his heart full of anticipation. If he could find just 2 more fragments, he could awaken his parents and uncover all the secrets. But at that moment the ship's communicator suddenly received an urgent signal from Federation headquarters. "Qiming emergency alert. Federation headquarters is under a joint attack by the Shadow Pavilion and the Void Clan. Yishang and the Void Clan General Kalong have joined forces and have already broken through the headquarters' outer defenses. Requesting reinforcements." Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. Federation headquarters had been attacked. With Yishang and Kalong joining forces, the defenses there would likely be difficult to hold. Qin Yu's expression also turned grim. "It seems we must change our plan and head to Federation headquarters immediately to support them." Lin Mo clenched his fist, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Yishang, Kalong, the soul vessel of the Void Clan ancestor. Every crisis was converging on Federation headquarters. The final decisive battle seemed destined to erupt ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, deep within Federation headquarters in an ancient underground palace, Yishang and Kalong stood before a colossal altar. On the altar rested a black crystal coffin. Inside lay a blurry figure, the soul vessel of the Void Clan ancestor. "Soon the ancestor will be resurrected." A manic smile appeared on Yishang's face. Lin Mo rushing here with the star core fragments will make you the perfect sacrifice for the ancestor's rebirth. Kalong sneered as well. Once the ancestor is resurrected, the entire interstellar realm will become the territory of the Void clan. The engines of the Qiming were running at full overload, a faint red glow spreading across its hull as it cut a blazing streak through the interstellar void. The Federation headquarters emergency alarm rang like a death knell, weighing heavily on every heart. With Yishang and Kalong joining forces, their combined might was enough to shatter any conventional defense, leaving the fate of Federation HQ hanging by a thread. Lin Mo stood in the command cabin, his fingertips stroking the 3 star core fragments. They grew warm in his palm, resonating with the energy fluctuations emanating from Federation headquarters. Detected residual energy of the Origin Guardian array at Federation headquarters. The 3 star core fragments can temporarily activate the array, enhancing both defense and attack capabilities. How long until we arrive? Lin Mo asked, a barely perceptible urgency in his voice. He could feel the connection between the star core fragments and his parents' seal growing stronger, while the soul energy of the Void Ancestor continuously spilled out from the direction of Federation headquarters. Estimated 30 minutes. Qin Yu stared at the navigation screen, his expression grim. But a vanguard of the Void tribe is ahead, Ka Long's personal guard, 5 Stellar-class warships, and they're intercepting us. On the holographic projection, 5 black warships approached in a wedge formation, their hulls covered in void bone spikes and radiating a suffocating dark energy. On the deck of the lead warship stood a Void tribe commander wielding a massive battle-axe, his aura no weaker than that of Moka. He was Gu Xiai, a Void tribe commander at the early Stellar-class stage. Target: Void Commander Gu Xiai. Level: Early Stellar class. Ability: Void Bone Spikes A rank. Condenses void energy into bone spikes with both piercing and corrosive effects. Combat Art: Bone Spike Storm God rank. Danger level: high. 30 minutes is too long. We must end this quickly. Lin Mo's eyes turned sharp. He turned to Qin Yu and said, Captain Qin, take the Qiming and break through. I'll hold them off. Impossible. 5 stellar-class warships, too dangerous. Qin Yu hastily tried to stop him. Don't worry. I'm confident. Lin Mo activated the Genesis 6 system unity ability, condensing the Genesis Star-Edged blade in his palm. Genesis power restrains void energy. They can't stop me. Before his words faded, Lin Mo had already leapt from the Qiming. His stellar-class peak aura erupted in full 6 system energy, unfolding into a rainbow-hued wing behind him. His speed instantly broke its limits as he hurtled toward the Void Tribe warship formation. It's Lin Mo. Kill him! Gu Xiai roared. The 5 warships opened fire simultaneously, their void energy cannons forming a black barrage that enveloped Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not dodge. The Genesis Star-Edged blade slashed out a 6-system energy blade spanning the starfield, cleaving the barrage in two. He dove down, landing precisely on the deck of the lead warship. His energy blade swept across, cutting down every Void Tribe vanguard on the deck. Gu Xiai, your opponent is me. Lin Mo's voice was ice cold. 6-system energy coalesced into a giant fist and smashed toward Gu Xiai. Gu Xiai dared not take it lightly. His Void Bone Spikes ability erupted at full power, condensing dozens of black bone spikes around him into a bone spike shield. Boom! The giant fist slammed into the shield and cracks instantly spread across the bone spike barrier. Gu Xiai's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Lin Mo's strength to reach such a level. With a furious roar, he swung his battle-axe, activating Bone Spike Storm. Countless bone spikes swept toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated the Void Manipulation ability. A wisp of black energy coiled around the core of the Bone Spike Storm, forcibly altering its trajectory. At the same time, the Genesis Star-Edged blade cut out again. The Genesis 6 system severed Gu Xiai's battle-axe, and then slashed into his chest. Ah! Gu Xiai let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was devoured by 6-system energy, and annihilated completely. With Gu Xiai dealt with, Lin Mo repeated the tactic. He darted through the starfield, unleashing Genesis 6 system slash after slash. The 5 stellar-class warships were like paper before him, and in just 10 minutes all of them were destroyed. Well done! Cheers erupted from Qin Yu and the others aboard the Qiming. The ship accelerated toward Federation headquarters. 30 minutes later, the silhouette of Federation headquarters appeared in view. The enormous fortress floating in the cosmos was already engulfed in flames. The outer defensive shield was riddled with cracks. Black void energy and shadow energy interwove as countless void tribe and shadow pavilion members launched a ferocious assault on the inner defenses. Yishang and Kalong stood beside the altar atop the fortress, jointly activating a black formation. The crystal coffin at the center of the altar radiated dense dark energy, its body trembling violently, as if something was about to burst forth. "Stop!" Lin Mo roared, leaping toward the altar. The Genesis star-edged blade wreathed in destructive aura slashed at Yishang and Kalong. Yishang and Kalong turned at the same time, surprise flashing in their eyes before twisting into sneers. "Lin Mo, you came just in time," Yishang said. "With all 3 star core fragments gathered, they can serve as the sacrifice for the ancestors' resurrection." Kalong's void energy erupted, a massive void barrier blocking Lin Mo's attack. "Your strength does exceed my expectations, but before the power of the ancestors' imminent awakening you are nothing." Lin Mo was knocked back by the void barrier, his heart sinking. The combined might of Yishang and Kalong was far beyond imagination. The energy around them formed a resonance field that suppressed even Lin Mo's Genesis power. "Qin Yue, Lu Feng, support the altar," Lin Mo shouted through the communicator. Federation soldiers aboard the Qiming leaped out one after another. Lu Feng led his squad, charging toward the base of the altar, engaging the Void Tribe and Shadow Pavilion members in fierce combat. Qin Yu activated his spatial ability, appearing instantly beside Lin Mo to fight alongside him. Space slash. Qin Yu bellowed, a translucent spatial blade cleaving toward Yishang, only to be blocked by his Shadow Void shield. Yishang sneered, "Qin Yu, with such meager strength you dare to join the fray." His Shadow Void energy erupted, unleashing a giant war blade that struck at both Lin Mo and Qin Yu simultaneously. Lin Mo and Qin Yu exchanged a glance and struck together. Lin Mo activated Genesis 6 system unity, Qin Yu channeled spatial mastery. The two energies interwove into a translucent rainbow-hued energy blade, colliding with Yishang's war blade. Boom! The energy shockwave expanded, shaking the entire fortress. Lin Mo and Qin Yu were forced back several steps, and Yishang and Kalong, equally rattled, retreated as well. At that moment, the crystal coffin at the altar's center suddenly erupted with blinding black light. The lid slowly opened as a blurry black figure rose from the coffin, exuding a suffocating pressure. The soul of the Void Tribe ancestor had awakened ahead of schedule. Detected. The Void Tribe ancestor's soul fragment has awakened. Level unknown, beyond detection range. Ability Void Origin SSS-Rank. Controls the core energy of the void, capable of devouring all matter and energy. Danger level extinction class. The ancestor has awakened ahead of time. Yishang and Kalong's faces lit up with wild joy. They knelt down and proclaimed, "Hail the ancestor." The black figure did not respond. It slowly turned its head, and its hollow gaze fell upon Lin Mo, or more precisely upon the star core fragments in his hand. The aura of the origin star. A descendant of the Guardian. An ancient icy voice sounded. "Perfect. I will use your bloodline and the star core fragments to complete my soul." Before the words faded, a massive black energy claw extended from the figure's hand, reaching for Lin Mo. Wherever the claw passed, space itself was devoured. Lin Mo had no way to dodge. "Lin Mo!" Qin Yu roared, unleashing his spatial ability at full power to block the energy claw. But the spatial barrier was devoured in an instant, and Qin Yu was blasted away by the shockwave, severely wounded. Lin Mo's heart sank. He knew that a direct confrontation was impossible. At the critical moment, he suddenly recalled the words from his father's projection: "The true use of Genesis power is to fuse all elements and awaken the guardian force of the origin star." Without hesitation, he cast out the 3 star core fragments, channeling all the Genesis power and 6 system abilities within him to resonate with them. Guardian bloodline of the origin star activate. Star core fragments resonate. The 3 star core fragments spun in the air, radiating blinding blue light as they merged with the origin energy within Lin Mo. The Origin Guardian array of Federation headquarters was activated in an instant. Countless blue runes rose from every corner of the fortress, converging into a colossal guardian light pillar that hurtled toward the black energy claw. Boom! The blue pillar and the black energy claw collided, and the shockwave leveled the entire fortress. Lin Mo was blasted backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The light of the 3 star core fragments dimmed. The energy consumed was immense. The black figure was also forced back by the pillar, its soul growing even more indistinct, but the murderous intent in its eyes burned hotter. The Origin Guardian array. Unfortunately, its energy is insufficient. It raised its hand again, and an even stronger black energy claw came grasping at him. Lin Mo's heart turned cold. The Origin Guardian Array's energy was spent, and he had almost nothing left within him. Could this really be the day he fell? Just then the pendant on his chest suddenly burst with dazzling blue light resonating fiercely with the Genesis power inside him. A familiar figure emerged from the pendant. It was his mother. Lin Mo used Genesis power to fuse the star core fragments, and awaken the power of the Origin star's core. His mother's figure waved her hand, sending a stream of blue energy into Lin Mo's body. The seal your father and I formed is connected to the heart of the Origin star. As long as you can activate the core, you can temporarily suppress the ancestor's soul. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. He immediately mustered the last shred of energy within him to fuse the 3 star core fragments. The star core fragments blazed anew, merging with the pendant's energy. An even more colossal blue pillar burst from Lin Mo's body and surged toward the black figure. The black figure's visage contorted in horror, wanting to dodge, but the pillar locked onto it. No. It let out a miserable shriek. Its soul was struck by the pillar, instantly thinning out, and it shrank back into the crystal coffin. The lid sealed shut once more, clearly suppressed for now. Yishang and Kalong's faces turned ashen. They hadn't expected the ancestor to be suppressed. They exchanged a glance, cruelty flashing in their eyes. Lin Mo, even if the ancestor is suppressed, you won't survive. They both erupted with all their might. Shadow Void energy and Void Origin energy interwove into a devastating energy cannon blasting toward Lin Mo. The energy within Lin Mo was utterly exhausted. He had no way to defend. In that moment of imminent peril, the roar of massive engines came from distant space. Dozens of Federation warships were flying toward them, led by Long Zhan, the stellar-class general of the Federation. Yishan Kalong, your end has come. Long Zhan's voice rang out. Dozens of warships opened fire simultaneously, their energy cannons blasting at Yishang and Kalong. Yishang and Kalong's faces changed drastically, knowing the tide had turned. They exchanged a glance, activated a void rift, and turned to flee. Running. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He activated the last trace of the pendant's energy, unleashing the void manipulation ability at full power. A void chain coiled around the ankles of Yishang and Kalong, entrapping them. No. Yishang and Kalong screamed in despair as the Federation warship's energy cannon struck them, reducing them to ashes in an instant. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Lin Mo let out a breath of relief, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Hu and Shaoli hurried over to help Lin Mo up. Brother Lin Mo, are you all right? Lin Mo smiled weakly. I'm fine, just exhausted of energy. Long Zhan walked up to Lin Mo, his eyes full of approval. Lin Mo, you've rendered a great service. If not for you, Federation headquarters would have fallen and the Void Ancestor would have fully awakened. Lin Mo shook his head. This wasn't my achievement alone. It was the result of everyone's joint efforts. He looked at the crystal coffin, his heart heavy with worry. The Void Ancestor has only been temporarily suppressed, not destroyed. Moreover, the seal on my parents hasn't been lifted. We need more star core fragments. Long Zhan nodded. Don't worry. The Federation will fully support your search for the star core fragments. In addition, after this incident, the Federation High Command has decided to formally invite you to join the Federation's Special Forces as Deputy Commander, assisting me in fighting the Void Tribe and the Shadow Pavilion. Lin Mo's heart stirred. Joining the Federation's Special Forces would give him access to more resources and intelligence, making it easier to find the star core fragments and awaken his parents. He nodded. I agree. At that moment, the crystal coffin suddenly trembled again. A faint wisp of black energy seeped out from the coffin, merged into the void, and disappeared. At the same time, Lin Mo's pendant issued a warning, detected the Void Ancestor's soul fragment has escaped and is heading for the Void Abyss. There are more soul fragments there. Once gathered, the Ancestor will be fully resurrected. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. The Void Abyss. That was the home den of the Void Tribe, far more dangerous than any place they had faced before. Long Zhan's expression also turned grave. The Void Abyss. It seems we must prepare as quickly as possible and head to the Void Abyss to completely eradicate the Void Ancestor's soul fragments. Lin Mo clenched his fist, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. The Void Abyss, he had to go. Not only to destroy the Void Ancestor, but also to find more star core fragments, awaken his parents, and unravel the mystery of his origins. Meanwhile, in the distant Void Abyss, a wisp of black energy merged into a massive altar. On the altar lay 4 black soul fragments. As this fragment joined them, the 5 soul fragments lit up simultaneously. An even vaster dark energy erupted from the altar, causing the entire void abyss to tremble. Soon, I shall be fully resurrected. The ancient icy voice echoed through the void abyss. Lin Mo, descendant of the Guardian, I await you in the void abyss. On the ruins of Federation headquarters, pale blue repair beams interwove into a net as soldiers cleared debris and tended to the wounded. Lin Mo sat in a makeshift camp tent. 3 star core fragments hovered above his palm, resonating with the pendant on his chest. Refined origin energy coursed through his meridians, healing the lingering injuries left by the fierce battle. Current status: injuries recovered to 90. Copied abilities: 34 types. Core composite abilities: Genesis 6-fold Unity SSS-Rank, Shadow Devour SS-Rank, Void Manipulation A-Rank. Clue to the 4th star core fragment: the middle layer of the Void Abyss, the Shadow Nest. Lineage Clue Archive Unlock 30. The Void Abyss contains a Guardian node left by the Origin Star which can strengthen the token's energy and accelerate the loosening of the seal on his parents. Lin Mo, the Special Guard Squad has been assembled and can depart at any time. Qin Yu entered the tent and handed him a roster. Apart from Lu Feng and me, there are 3 top Federation experts: Lei Bao, a mid-star Radiance Lightning type ability user; Su Qing, an early-star Radiance Healing type ability user; and Qin Gong, a peak gold rank mech engineer who excels at modifying interstellar equipment and cracking Void Clan technology. Lin Mo took the roster and glanced through it quickly. Lei Bao's lightning ability can synergize with my Genesis 6-fold Unity. Su Qing's healing will ensure our endurance. Qin Gong's mechanical expertise is exactly what we need for the complex environment of the Void Abyss. He put away the star core fragments and stood up. When do we set out? In an hour. We'll take the Federation's newest warship, the Void Breaker. It's 3 times faster than the Qiming and equipped with an anti-void energy shield. Qin Yu added, also intelligence operatives hidden in the Void Abyss sent word the Abyss is divided into 3 layers: the outer corrosion belt, the middle shadow nest, and the core void source. The 4th star core fragment rests in the middle shadow nest, guarded by the Shadow Lord of the Void Clan. He's a peak star Radiance powerhouse who commands the Abyss's shadow energy and harbors an old grudge against Yishan. Shadow Lord? A sharp light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Perfect. We can exploit their conflict and destroy them one by one. An hour later, the Void Breakers slowly departed Federation headquarters and made the jump toward the Void Abyss at the edge of the interstellar frontier. Inside the warship, the team was making final preparations. Lei Bao wiped his lightning war blade arcs crackling around him. Su Qing checked her healing serums and energy devices. Qin Gong was refitting a small scout pod, adding an anti-void shield and energy weapons. Zhao Hu and Shaoli did not come along. They stayed at Federation headquarters to receive systematic training. Lin Mo had specially requested resources for them, hoping they would grow strong quickly and no longer be people who needed his protection. The energy in the corrosion belt of the Void Abyss is disordered, so ordinary detectors will fail. My modified scout pod can cut through the interference. I'll send it out first to scout the path. Qin Gong pressed a button. A palm-sized scout pod was launched from the warship, turning into a streak of light that shot toward the Void Abyss. Lin Mo stood at the viewport, gazing at the twisted dark region ahead. The Void Abyss was like an immense black hole, endlessly devouring the surrounding light and energy. At its edges drifted countless abandoned starship wrecks, giving off a pungent corrosive stench. Detected Void Abyss energy field, a triple overlay of corrosion, shadow, and void energy. It suppresses ordinary abilities. Genesis power can offset 50 of the suppression. Everyone be careful. Once we enter the corrosion belt, keep your energy shields up as much as possible and avoid direct contact with the corrosive energy. Qin Yu's voice came through the broadcast. The Void Breaker entered the corrosion belt. The hull trembled slightly and faint ripples spread across the energy shield as it held off the relentless stream of corrosive particles. The images relayed by the scout pod showed the corrosion belt teeming with Void Clan patrols and mutated corrosion worms. The worms were enormous hard-shelled creatures that fed on interstellar wreckage and were roughly gold rank in strength. These corrosion worms aren't strong, but there are too many of them. Forcing our way through will waste time, Lu Feng said, frowning at the display. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened. I'll clear a path. You bring the warship and follow me. He activated Genesis 6-fold Unity, drew the Genesis Starblade, and vaulted out of the warship. Be careful. Su Qing called out, ready to release healing energy at any moment. Lin Mo wove through the corrosion belt. His 6-type energy wings spread wide as he unleashed one Genesis 6-fold slash after another. Sensing the threat, the corrosion worms surged out in droves, spewing corrosive liquid from their massive maws. Lin Mo activated triple hardening and the Genesis energy shield, ignoring the corrosive liquid. Wherever his blade light passed, the worms were cut down, their bodies turning into black corrosive fluid that merged into the abyss. Detected: the host has slain a gold rank mutated creature. Corrosive energy absorbed, void manipulation upgraded to S rank. New composite ability unlocked: Genesis Corrosion / SSS-Rank, fusing Genesis power with corrosive energy, and providing a special advantage against the Void Clan. After a safe passage was cleared, the Void Breaker crossed the corrosion belt smoothly and entered the middle layer of the Void Abyss, the Shadow Nest. The environment here was even more eerie. The sky was perpetually dark, the ground was covered in black moss, and faint shadow energy drifted through the air. Visibility was less than 10 meters. The scout pod has lost its signal. It's being jammed by shadow energy. Qingong's expression turned solemn. Moreover, I've detected a powerful energy fluctuation ahead. It should be the Shadow Lord's territory. Lin Mo activated precision detection, pierced through the shadow energy, and discovered a huge black castle not far ahead. Dense shadow energy churned around the castle, and countless shadow creatures were patrolling. Atop the castle stood a man in black robes, hands behind his back, radiating an imposing aura. He was Ying, the Shadow Lord. Target: Ying, the Shadow Lord. Level: Peak Star Radiance. Ability: Shadow Origin A rank peak. Controls the core of shadow energy, can condense shadow entities and create a shadow domain. Battle Art: Shadow Annihilation God rank. Special relationship: rival of Yishang, they fell out over shadow resources. Danger level high. Interesting. Shadow Origin is an ability I can copy. Lin Mo's heart stirred. At the same time, he noticed that deep in the castle the energy fluctuations of the fourth star core fragment were interwoven with shadow energy, forming a protective membrane. How do we get in? If we charge in head-on, we'll have to face the Shadow Lord and his subordinates at once. The costs would be too great, Lu Feng asked. A cold smile curved at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. No need to charge in. I have a way to make the Shadow Lord help us obtain the Star Core fragment. He activated the disguise ability, mimicking Yishang's aura and appearance. At the same time, he drew on Shadow Devour to absorb the shadow energy around him, making the disguise even more convincing. You're going to disguise yourself as Yishang? Approval flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. That's a good plan. They have an old grudge, so Ying will never easily trust Yishang. We can fish in troubled waters. Lin Mo nodded, leaped out of the warship, and flew toward the black castle. As he neared it, the patrolling shadow creatures indeed did not attack him. They had clearly mistaken him for Yishang. Yishang, you actually dare to set foot in my territory? Ying turned around atop the castle, his eyes full of vigilance and hostility. Last time you stole my shadow crystal. Are you here to die today? Lin Mo mimicked Yishang's tone and sneered. Ying, don't think I don't know. You've hidden a star core fragment. I didn't come for the shadow crystal. I came for the star core fragment. The void progenitor is about to fully resurrect, and only star core fragments can stand against him. Do you want to be enslaved by the progenitor? Hesitation flickered in Ying's eyes. He was indeed wary of the void progenitor, but he did not want to let Yishang have his way. Even if the star core fragment is in my hands, so what? Why should I give it to you? Not give it to me, just lend it to me temporarily. Lin Mo said, once the void progenitor is destroyed, the star core fragment will be yours. I can also help you get rid of Kalong, whose void energy has always suppressed your shadow domain. Ying was silent for a moment, clearly weighing the benefits and risks. At that moment, violent energy fluctuations suddenly erupted outside the castle. A Void Clan warship broke through the shadow energy. It was Kalong's trusted Void Commander Heihua, leading several hundred Void Clan vanguard fighters in a killing charge. Heihua. Why is he here? Ying's face changed. Heihua's voice rang out with a sneer. Ying, Yishang, you two traitors actually want to keep the Star Core fragment for yourselves. The progenitor has ordered us to seize you and recover the Star Core fragment. Lin Mo was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected Heihua to arrive at just the right moment, helping him solidify his identity as Yishang. He turned to Ying. Now do you believe me? The progenitor never trusted us. Only by joining forces can we survive. A look of resolve flashed through Ying's eyes. Fine. I'll help you get the Star Core fragment, but you must keep your promise to help me eliminate Kalong and Heihua. He turned and shouted toward the castle. Open the shadow barrier. Follow me into battle. Shadow energy surged in the black castle. A massive shadow gate opened and countless shadow creatures charged out behind Ying to battle the Void Clan vanguard. Ying activated Shadow Origin. Shadow energy condensed into a giant war blade and slashed toward He Zhua. He Zhua activated void energy, forming a shield as he struck back with a punch. Ying, so you've actually joined hands with Yishang. Both of you die here today. The two were instantly locked in combat. Shadow energy and void energy collided, unleashing a massive shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo slipped deeper into the castle and ran toward the spot where the star core fragment lay. Deep inside the castle was a hidden chamber. The fourth star core fragment hovered at its center, wrapped in a membrane of shadow energy. Lin Mo activated Genesis sixfold unity. The Genesis Starblade swept out, and a Genesis corrosion slash split the protective membrane open. He reached out and seized the star core fragment. Detected the fourth star core fragment. Token. Energy 150200190200 Lineage Clue Archive. Unlock 35 to break the seal on his parents. All 5 star core shards must be used to fully activate the Origin Guardian Array. The 5th star core shard lies within the Void Origin ground at the Void Abyss core, guarded by the Void High Priest, the Void Ancestor's trusted subordinate. The Shadow Lord's Shadow Origin bears a faint connection to the Origin Star. He may be a descendant of an old era guardian corrupted by void energy. The Shadow Lord is a guardian's descendant. Lin Mo's heart stirred. At the same time, he felt the Star Core shard activate a portion of the bloodline within him, making his Genesis power purer than ever. Just then the door to the secret chamber was suddenly pushed open. Ying stood at the entrance, shock and fury in his eyes. "You're not Yishang. Who are you?" Knowing his disguise had been seen through, Lin Mo put away the Star Core shard and turned to face Ying. "I'm Lin Mo, a descendant of the Origin Star Guardian, and I've come to stop the Void Ancestor from reviving." A Guardian's descendant. A complicated emotion flickered in Ying's eyes, part hostility, part recognition. "You deceived me just for the Star Core shard." "Yes and no," Lin Mo said. "The Star Core shards are indeed meant to awaken my parents, but they're also meant to destroy the Void Ancestor. As a Guardian's descendant, do you want to watch the Ancestor revive and destroy the entire interstellar world?" Ying was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Interesting. A Guardian's descendant actually has this much strength. But you deceived me and you'll pay for it." He activated his Shadow Origin, unfolding his shadow domain and shrouding the entire chamber. Countless shadow tentacles lashed toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated Genesis 6 System Unity. The Genesis Starblade descended and the Genesis corrosion slash met the shadow tentacles, instantly corroding and severing them. "Ying, there's no need for us to be enemies. Joining forces against the Void Clan is the wise choice." "Join forces? Fine, but you'll have to prove your strength." Ying let out a furious roar. Shadow energy converged into a massive shadow annihilation blade and slashed toward Lin Mo. Instead of dodging, Lin Mo activated Void Manipulation and the Genesis 6 systems. The two energies merged into a black energy blade, shimmering with 5 colors, colliding with the Shadow Annihilation blade. Boom! The secret chamber trembled violently and fragments of stone rained down from the ceiling. Lin Mo and Ying both retreated, shock written all over their faces. "You can actually manipulate void energy, and even fuse it with Genesis power," Ying said. Lin Mo smiled. "Now do you believe I'm qualified to fight alongside you?" Just then a violent explosion sounded outside the castle. Qin Gong's voice came through the communicator. "Lin Mo, this is bad. Kelong has personally led an army here, along with the Void High Priest. They're extremely powerful. We're surrounded." Lin Mo and Ying's faces changed dramatically. Kelong, the Void High Priest, and hundreds of Void Clan vanguard warriors. This force was far beyond what they had expected. "It seems we have no choice but to join forces." Ying said, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Lin Mo nodded. "Good. You hold off Black Claw, I'll deal with Kelong and the Void High Priest." The two dashed out of the chamber, and saw the area outside the castle already engulfed in a sea of fire. The warship Void Breaker was locked in a fierce battle with Void Clan vessels. Qin Yue, Lu Feng and the others were entangled in combat with the Void Vanguard, while Su Qin continued to release healing energy from the rear and Qin Gong used his mechanical arms to dismantle Void Clan weapons. Kelong stood atop a massive Void warship, a savage grin on his face. "Lin Mo, Ying, you two traitors won't escape today." Void High Priest seized them. An old man in a black sacrificial robe leaped down from the warship, surrounded by dense void energy, and holding a void scepter. It was none other than the Void High Priest Emotion. Target Void High Priest Emotion. Level Peak Starlight Rank. Ability Void Sacrament Peak A Rank. Can borrow a portion of the Void Ancestor's power, excels at curses and seals. Combat Skill Void Curse Divine Rank. Threat level extremely high. Emotion raised his Void Scepter and fired a ray of black curse energy at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, descendant of the Guardian, prepare to die. Void Curse Soul Erosion. Lin Mo's heart sank. This curse energy carried a soul attacking effect. He activated Guardian's will to render himself immune to mental attacks below B rank, but the curse was peak A rank, and it still left him dizzy and disoriented. Be careful. That curse can erode the soul. Su Qing hurriedly released a stream of healing energy to protect Lin Mo's soul. Ying activated his shadow origin, forming a barrier of shadow energy to block the subsequent curse attacks. Lin Mo, I'll hold off Emotion. You go kill Kalong. Lin Mo nodded, activated Genesis 6 system unity, and charged at Kalong. Kalong sneered. Void energy coalesced into a giant axe that he brought down at Lin Mo. Let's see how you dodge this time. Lin Mo did not dodge or retreat. The Genesis Starblade clashed with the Void Giant Axe, and the 6 system energy erupted against the Void energy. Both of them staggered backward. At that moment, Emotion suddenly stopped engaging Ying. With a wave of his Void Scepter, a massive Void Seal descended upon Lin Mo. Kalong, pin him down? I'll seal his ability. Kalong immediately understood. Void energy erupted and bound Lin Mo's limbs. Lin Mo tried to break free, only to realize that the Void Seal carried the Ancestor's energy, suppressing his Genesis power, and making his ability sluggish and difficult to wield. Not good. Lin Mo's heart sank as the light of the Genesis Starblade gradually dimmed. A sinister grin spread across Emotion's face as the Void Seal continued to contract. Lin Mo, your ability is quite interesting. Once sealed, it will make a fine offering to the Ancestor. Ying wanted to come to Lin Mo's aid, but Black Claw had him locked in combat, and he could not break free. Qin Yu and the others were also surrounded by the Void Clan vanguard, barely able to hold their own. Lin Mo's body was tightly wrapped in the Void Seal. His ability was nearly unusable, and he could only muster the last trace of Genesis power, and the energy of the Star Core Shard trying to break through the seal. At that critical moment, the 4th Star Core Shard in his palm suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light, resonating intensely with the pendant on his chest. A familiar figure emerged from the pendant. It was his father. Xiao Mo, draw on the energy of the 4 Star Core Shards, activate the origin bloodline, and break through the seal. His father's voice carried a surge of power as a stream of blue energy poured into Lin Mo's body. Joy surged in Lin Mo's heart. He immediately channeled the energy of the 4 Star Core Shards and fused it with the origin bloodline within him. Origin bloodline activate. A colossal pillar of blue light erupted from Lin Mo's body, instantly shattering the Void Seal. His aura surged once more as his power previously at the peak Starlight rank broke through its bottleneck, and reached the perfect Starlight rank. Comprehensive power level peak Starlight rank, perfect Starlight rank. New composite ability unlocked, Origin Genesis /SSS-Rank. Fuses the energy of the 4 Star Core Shards with the Origin bloodline, possessing absolute suppression against the Void Clan. Lin Mo gripped the Genesis Starblade tightly. A murderous glint flashed through his eyes as he charged at Emotion. Time to end this. Emotion's face changed drastically. He had never expected Lin Mo to break through the Void Seal and also break through his power bottleneck. He wanted to dodge, but the Origin energy from Lin Mo locked onto him, rendering him unable to move. Origin Genesis / A colossal blue energy blade swept out. Emotion let out a shrill, miserable scream before his body was devoured by the blade and utterly annihilated. Kalong's face turned pale. He turned and tried to flee. Lin Mo activated Rapid Assault, caught up to him in an instant, and pierced his chest with the Genesis Starblade. No. Kalong let out an unwilling roar and collapsed to the ground dead. Having dealt with Emotion and Kalong, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Black Claw. Terrified out of his wits, Black Claw tried to flee but was cut down by a single blow from Ying. Seeing their leaders killed, the Void Clan vanguard scattered in panic. Ying looked at Lin Mo with awe in his eyes. Perfect Starlight rank, you actually reached this level. Lin Mo smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation from the direction of the Void Abyss Core. The soul of the Void Ancestor was rapidly condensing, clearly having absorbed the energy of Emotion and Kalong, and was on the verge of full resurrection. Detected void ancestor soul condensation accelerating. Estimated full resurrection in 1 hour. Warning: once the ancestor revives, its power will reach the cosmic level and no one will be able to stand against it. Lin Mo's face instantly turned grave. This is bad. The ancestor is about to fully revive. We must head to the void origin ground immediately, find the 5th star core shard, awaken my parents, and stop the ancestor. Ying nodded. The void origin ground is extremely dangerous. Besides the 5th star core shard, the ancestor's soul vessel and countless void clan elites are also there. We need to make thorough preparations. Qin Yu and the others caught up, their faces full of urgency. Lin Mo, should we set out now? There's no time to lose. Let's go immediately. Lin Mo said resolutely. Everyone boarded the warship Void Breaker and flew toward the void origin ground at the heart of the void abyss. The warship cut through layers of shadow and void energy. As it drew closer to the core region, the terrifying energy fluctuation grew stronger and stronger. Just then the warship's detector suddenly blared an alarm. Ahead a massive void rift appeared. Inside the rift countless black tentacles writhed as if some horrifying creature was about to burst out. That's the void origin rift. The ancestor's soul is condensing inside. Yi Ying's face changed drastically. The 5th star core shard is on the soul altar at the center of the rift. Lin Mo stared at the terrifying void rift, a flash of resolve in his eyes. He knew this was the last chance. Success or failure hinged on this single moment. But within the void rift not only was there the ancestor's soul, there were also countless void clan elites, and the trusted subordinates of the void high priest guarding the 5th star core shard. Even more terrifying, the void origin energy within the rift could suppress all abilities that were not of the void system. The void breaker's anti-void shield trembled violently, its pale blue halo flickering unsteadily under the impact of energy erupting from the rift in the void origin. The rift was like a colossal maw devouring everything. Within the pitch-black void writhed countless dark tentacles, each covered in barbs and radiating the corrosive soul-devouring energy of the void origin itself. Space twisted into a vortex, starlight extinguished utterly, leaving behind only suffocating darkness and silence. Warning: void origin energy suppression detected. Creation power reduced by 70, other abilities reduced by 90. Warning: void origin tentacles contain cosmic-grade corrosive energy. Contact is lethal. The 5th star core fragment is located at the soul altar at the center of the rift, guarded by 3 void origin guardians. Everyone activate your energy shields. Shen Gong, engage the probe ship's interference mode. Qin Yu's voice was steady as iron. His hands moved swiftly across the warship's controls, evading the incoming void tentacles. Lin Mo, prepare to break through. We can only buy you a 3-minute window. Qin Gong slammed the red button on the console. 3 modified probe ships launched and released intense electromagnetic interference, momentarily drawing the attention of some void tentacles. At the same time, the warship's main cannon charged and fired a beam of anti-void energy at the rift, blasting open a temporary passage. No! Lin Mo activated his Creation 6 system unified ability, unleashing the full might of his Starflare-level power. 6 energy wings spread behind him, yet they appeared somewhat dim under the void origin suppression. He gripped the Creation Star Edge and leaped out of the warship Night Shadow close behind. As a descendant of the Guardians, Night Shadow's shadow origin could briefly neutralize part of the void suppression, making him the ideal support. The Guardians are here! Night Shadow warned in a low voice. 3 dark figures surged out of the rift. They were formed entirely from void origin energy, bodiless, wreathed in black flames and radiating the presence of Starflare-level void origin guardians. Targets: Void Origin Guardians 3. Level: Starflare mid-stage. Ability: Void Origin Impact A-Class, can directly strike an enemy's energy core and cause irreversible damage. Trait: Immune to physical attacks, only energy attacks work. Danger level: extremely high. The 3 guardians formed a triangular formation and launched their origin impacts simultaneously, sending 3 beams of black energy at Lin Mo and Night Shadow. Lin Mo activated the Origin Creation 6 system / His blue energy blade collided with the black beams, but due to the suppression effect it was consumed almost instantly. No good, the suppression is too strong. Lin Mo was blasted back several steps, his chest tightening as his creation power turned sluggish. Night Shadow, use your shadow origin to neutralize the suppression. Night Shadow nodded. His shadow origin erupted, no longer pitch black but tinged with a faint silver glow. This was the sign of his guardian bloodline being awakened by the star core fragment. Shadow purification. A barrier of silver-glowing shadow formed temporarily isolating part of the void origin energy. The suppression weighing on Lin Mo instantly eased. Thanks. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. The creation star edge slashed out once more. This time the blue energy blade was not devoured. It pierced through the black beam and struck one of the origin guardians. The guardian let out a silent howl as its body began to dissolve, but quickly reformed. A void origin guardian could regenerate infinitely unless its core was destroyed. Their core is in the black crystal in their chest, Night Shadow warned. His shadow energy condensed into a spear and stabbed through a guardian's chest. The black crystal gave a crisp crack and the guardian vanished completely. Lin Mo immediately locked onto the next guardian's core. Creation 6 system energy coalesced into a needle and pierced the crystal with pinpoint accuracy. 2 guardians down. The last one launched a desperate counterattack, its origin impact surging wildly as it aimed at Night Shadow. It sensed that his bloodline was the key. Watch out! Lin Mo threw himself in front of Night Shadow, activating triple hardening and the creation energy shield to withstand the origin impact head-on. The shield shattered in an instant. Blood sprayed from Lin Mo's mouth as his energy fluctuated violently. But he seized the opening. Activating void manipulation, black energy coiled around the Guardian's core and the creation star edge came down in a decisive slash, destroying the final Guardian. Notification: host has slain void origin guardians. Origin energy absorbed. Void manipulation upgraded to SS class. The 4-star core fragments resonate with the origin energy. Enhanced detection of the 5th fragment established. Hurry, we're running out of time. Qin Yu's voice crackled through the calm. The void breaker was being wrapped in an increasing number of void tentacles. Its shield was on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo and Night Shadow passed through the temporary passage and plunged into the depths of the void origin rift. The scene there was even more nightmarish. The ground was flowing black origin liquid, the sky drifted with countless fragments of souls, and at the center stood the soul altar built from void bone spikes. The 5th star core fragment hovered above the altar, radiating a golden energy completely different from the other 4. This was a fragment imbued with the power of the origin itself. Target: 5th star core fragment, origin class. Trait: contains the origin star's fundamental energy. Can fully activate the origin guardian formation and awaken the host's parents. Guardian: the void ancestor's semi-materialized form. The moment Lin Mo reached for the fragment, the altar violently trembled. The black origin liquid boiled and countless soul fragments converged into a colossal dark figure. The void ancestor's semi-materialized form, far more solid than the one seen at Federation headquarters, its aura so terrifying that space itself began to collapse. Descendant of the Guardians, so you've finally gathered the star core fragments. The ancestor's voice was like an ancient curse laced with cold greed. Perfect. With your bloodline, the 5-star core fragments, and the energy of this void origin land, I shall be resurrected completely. The ancestor raised a hand and countless strands of black origin energy forged themselves into a giant palm that swept toward Lin Mo. This attack was several times more powerful than the void energy claw before. Lin Mo's creation power was suppressed to the limit. He could not dodge. Lin Mo! Night Shadow roared. His shadow origin exploded with everything he had. Silver-glowing shadows condensed into a monumental guardian shield placed squarely before Lin Mo. Crack! The guardian shield shattered in an instant. Night Shadow was blasted away, gravely wounded. His bloodline could neutralize part of the suppression, but against the semi-materialized ancestor it was nothing. Lin Mo's heart sank. He knew he could not fight the ancestor alone. At that critical moment he flung the 4-star core fragments outward, triggering a resonance with the 5th fragment atop the altar. 5-star core fragments unite. Origin star guardian formation, full activation. Hum! All 5 fragments erupted in a blaze of gold-blue light. Massive origin runes surged from the ground of the void origin land, resonating with the guardian formation at Federation headquarters and forming a colossal protective barrier that shrouded the entire void abyss. The ancestor's black hand struck the barrier, and was stopped, unable to advance even an inch. No. How can the origin guardian formation be this powerful? A furious, anguished howl tore from the ancestor as its semi-materialized form began to twist and warp, clearly suppressed by the formation's energy. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo grasped the 5th star core fragment. All 5 fragments spun in his palm and merged into the pendant on his chest. The pendant erupted with an unprecedented gold-blue radiance. A colossal pillar of light shot downward into the heart of the void origin land, the very place where his parents were sealed. Notification 5-star core fragments assembled. Relic energy 190200300200 overcapacity activation. Lineage database unlocked 100. Host parents were the final guardians of the origin star. When they sealed the void ancestor, they bound their own souls to the origin core. Only by combining the 5-star core fragment's creation power and guardian bloodline can they be fully awakened. The void ancestor's true body is sealed deep within the origin core. Its current semi-materialized form is merely a fusion of soul and origin energy. Activating the origin core will completely destroy the ancestor's soul and release the host parents from their seal. Father! Mother! Lin Mo's eyes burned with overwhelming emotion. His origin bloodline fused perfectly with the star core fragment energy, and his creation power broke through the suppression, reaching the early cosmic level. Notification: overall power level upgraded. Star flare peak cosmic early stage. Ultimate combination ability unlocked. Origin core creation / SSS class, fusing the 5-star core fragments origin bloodline creation power and guardian formation energy with absolute annihilation effects against the void race. Lin Mo gripped the creation star edge. The blade was wrapped in gold blue energy, radiating an aura where destruction and protection coexisted. He leaped toward the ancestor's semi-materialized form, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Void ancestor, your era is over. Arrogant! The ancestor roared in fury, unleashing its origin energy with everything it had. Black energy swirled into a massive origin storm that surged toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not evade. The origin core creation / was delivered with full force. The gold-blue energy blade met the black origin storm head-on. This time there was no contest. Origin energy absolutely suppressed the void origin. The black storm was torn apart in an instant, and the energy blade slashed straight into the ancestor's semi-materialized core. No. I refuse. The ancestor let out a despairing shriek as its semi-materialized form was devoured by the energy blade. Soul fragments scattered in every direction, utter annihilation. With the ancestor destroyed, the black energy of the void origin land began to dissipate, and the void tentacles withered away. Lin Mo landed on the altar and ran toward the origin core. There, within a translucent ceiling barrier, 2 familiar figures slowly opened their eyes, his father and mother. Xiao Mo. His mother's voice was gentle and choked with tears as the barrier gradually faded. His father offered a relieved smile. My son, you've finally grown up and become a qualified guardian. Lin Mo surged forward to embrace them, but suddenly the ground of the void origin land began to shake violently, and the black origin liquid boiled once more. Qin Yu's panicked voice came through the calm. Lin Mo, we've got a problem. The void ancestor's true body may be sealed, but the void origin land itself is about to collapse. We have to evacuate now. Lin Mo looked around. Space was shattering, black cracks spreading in every direction. The entire void abyss was caving in. His parents exchanged a glance of determined light in their eyes. Xiao Mo, you go first. We need to remain at the origin core to stabilize the void origin land's energy, otherwise an interstellar detonation will ripple across the entire universe. No. I won't leave you behind, Lin Mo cried out. This is the duty of a guardian, his mother said softly. Just as we protected the origin star all those years ago. She gently touched his head, her eyes full of reluctance. Take the origin core fragment. It will guide you to the other legacies left behind by the origin stars. Continue protecting the galaxy. We will slumber within the origin core. Once you truly stabilize the interstellar order, you will be able to awaken us again. His father pressed the golden core fragment into Lin Mo's hand. Remember, the Shadow Pavilion still has remnants, and the other branches of the void race may rise again. The path of a guardian is never over. The void origin land was collapsing faster and faster. Qin Yu's voice came again. Lin Mo, if you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Lin Mo clenched the golden core fragment. Tears streamed down his face. Dad? Mom? I will come back. His parents nodded and turned toward the origin core. Golden light wrapped around them as they merged with the core. Lin Mo was pulled away by Night Shadow as Qin Yu's spatial ability tore open a passage and brought them back aboard the Void Breaker. The Void Breaker shot at full speed out of the void origin land. Behind them, the void abyss collapsed completely in a thunderous roar, dissolving into nothingness. Lin Mo stood by the viewport gazing at the golden core fragment and the 5-star core fragments in his hand, his heart torn between sorrow and resolve. Just then an encrypted signal arrived through the warship's comm, from Federation headquarters. Lin Mo, urgent report. The Shadow Pavilion's remnants have joined forces with the Void Race offshoot. They've captured the Qinlan Star Ability Academy and stolen the Origin Star Atlas held in its vault. Their target is to find other Origin Stars' remaining creation power. Lin Mo's pupils constricted. The Origin Star Atlas. It recorded the locations and resources of the other Origin Stars. If it fell into the hands of the Shadow Pavilion and the Void offshoots, the consequences would be catastrophic. Qin Yu's expression darkened as well. It seems we've just finished one war, and another journey is already beginning. Lin Mo gripped the golden core fragment, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The Voidbreaker's engines let out a low rumble as it carved a golden streak across the interstellar void. In the command cabin, a holographic projection displayed a live feed of Qinlan Star. The silver-white buildings of the Ability Academy were shrouded in black shadow energy, and countless dark figures darted through the campus, remnants of the Shadow Pavilion and members of a Void Clan offshoot. The ground was littered with the bodies of Academy faculty and students, and blood stained the once immaculate square. The leader of the Shadow Pavilion remnants is codenamed Yi Sha. He's Yi Shang's younger brother with strength at the peak Starlight rank, and he awakened the Shadow Origin ability, letting him use shadow energy to simulate part of the Origin force. Qin Yu pointed at a shadow on the projection. Intelligence shows that he had been hiding deep in the Shadow Pavilion and only surfaced after Yi Shang's death. This attack on the Academy targets not only the Atlas of Origin Stars but also the Origin Locator beneath the Academy, a device left over from the old era that can use Starcore fragment energy to precisely locate the coordinates of the other Origin Stars. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the golden core fragment in his hand, and a cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. The Ability Academy on Qinlan Star was where he first stepped into the interstellar world. It held his memories, and countless innocent teachers and students. Yi Sha's atrocities had thoroughly ignited his fury. They absolutely must never be allowed to activate the Origin Locator, or the other Origin Stars will become the Void Clan's hunting ground. Qin Gong analyzed the Academy's defensive vulnerabilities. Qin Yu ordered. Qin Gong's fingers flew across the keyboard as the Academy's structural diagram popped up on the screen. The Academy's energy shield has been eroded by shadow energy. The core control room is occupied, and the Origin Locator is on the third basement level, heavily guarded. We can take a small landing craft, infiltrate through the abandoned passage behind the Academy, and strike straight at the core control room. All right. Lin Mo nodded decisively. Ying Lu Feng and I will infiltrate to seize the locator, and the Atlas Qin Su Qing and Qin Gong will pilot the Void Breaker to provide support on the perimeter and draw the enemy's attention. Half an hour later, the Void Breaker arrived outside Qinlan Star's atmosphere and launched a feint against the Academy's perimeter. The anti-void energy cannons fired beam after beam, temporarily drawing the attention of most Shadow Pavilion members. Lin Mo and the other two seized the moment of chaos, boarded a small landing craft, and infiltrated the Academy through the abandoned passage. The passage was thick with dust and cobwebs, and the walls still bore traces of battle. Lin Mo activated Precise Scan, saw through the walls, and found two gold-ranked Shadow Pavilion members guarding the end of the passage. Ying Yu, circle around and strike from behind Lu Feng, and I will hold them from the front. Ying nodded. Shadow energy surged and his figure melted into the darkness. Lin Mo and Lu Feng exchanged a glance and charged out of the passage at the same moment. The two guards reacted, activated their shadow abilities, and swung their blades at them. Lin Mo sidestepped, and the Creation Star Blade carved out a blue energy blade that instantly slew one guard. Lu Feng activated his brute force ability and drove a punch into the other guard's chest, sending him flying. System host killed a Shadow Pavilion member. Shadow energy absorbed the Shadow Devouring ability, stabilized at SS rank. The three quickly moved through the passage and entered the Academy proper. The campus was in ruins. Teaching buildings had collapsed, corpses filled the square, and faint screams could still be heard from time to time. When Lin Mo saw a Shadow Pavilion member chasing down an Academy student, his killing intent blazed even hotter. He activated Blitz Assault, flashed forward in an instant, and cut the enemy down with a single slash. Student, hide. Don't run around, Lin Mo said to the trembling student. The student nodded and hurried into the nearby ruins. The three pressed on toward the core control room, clearing out Shadow Pavilion and Void Clan members along the way. Yi Ying's Shadow Origin thrived in the Academy's shadowy environment, and he landed ambush after ambush. Lu Feng's close combat strength was ferocious, and he carved a bloody path by sheer force. Lin Mo, with his early universe rank power, swept through everything with the Creation Core slash, No enemy could survive a single strike from his blade. Soon the three reached the entrance to the core control room. The defenses were tight. 4 early Starlight Shadow Pavilion elites stood guard along with dozens of gold-rank Void Clan vanguards. Even more importantly, a faint layer of Origin energy covered the room's energy barrier. Clearly Yisha had used the Atlas of Origin stars to activate part of the defenses. The energy barrier is reinforced by Origin energy, so ordinary attacks won't work, Ying said with a frown. Only the corresponding Origin energy can break it. Lin Mo took out the golden core fragment and infused it with a wisp of creation force. The core fragment erupted with dazzling light, and a beam of golden energy shot at the barrier. The Origin energy on the barrier immediately became chaotic, and a crack appeared. Now, the three charged inside at once. Inside the core control room, a man in black battle armor stood before the console, holding the Atlas of Origin stars and operating it with intense focus. It was Yisha. Beside him, the Origin locator glowed with a faint blue light, its screen covered in dense rows of coordinates. It was clearly on the verge of activation. Yisha. Stop. Lin Mo roared, leveling the creation star blade at him. Yisha turned around, a vicious smile twisting his face. Lin Mo, you killed my brother Yishang. Today I'm going to avenge him. Once I activate the Origin locator and find the creation force of the other Origin stars, I'll be able to kill you and rule the entire interstellar realm. Target Yisha. Rank Peak Starlight. Ability Shadow Origin Peak A rank. Draws on shadow energy to simulate Origin force, can briefly nullify certain Origin energy attacks. Battle skill Shadow Origin / God tier. Inventory Atlas of Origin stars incomplete. Threat level extremely high. Yisha activated his Shadow Origin ability, and shadow energy interwove with Origin energy around him, forming a black energy shield. He waved his hand and sent a Shadow Origin slash at Lin Mo. The energy blade carried ripples of Origin energy, its power no less than a consummate Starlight rank attack. Lin Mo did not dodge or retreat. He unleashed the Creation Core slash, and the blue energy blade collided with the Shadow Origin slash. Boom! The shockwave blasted outward, and cracks instantly covered the walls of the control room. Lin Mo remained motionless, but Yisha was knocked back several steps, his face full of shock. Early Universe rank. You actually broke through to the Universe rank. Your brother couldn't beat me, and neither can you. Lin Mo activated Blitz and charged at Yisha. Yi Ying and Lu Feng charged at the surrounding guards. Yi Ying's shadow purification could restrain shadow origin energy, and he soon slew 2 Starlight rank elites. Lu Feng, relying on his ferocious close combat ability, was locked in battle with the other 2 elites. Knowing he was no match for Lin Mo, head on, Yisha's eyes turned ruthless. He suddenly slammed a button on the console. The floor of the control room split open, and several iron chains shot out, binding 3 academy teachers and hoisting them above the Origin locator. Lin Mo, if you don't want them to die, stop attacking. Lin Mo's heart sank, and he had no choice but to stop. He recognized those 3 teachers. One of them was the basic combat arts instructor who had once taught him, a kind-hearted man. Put down the Atlas, stop the device, and I'll let you leave, Lin Mo said, wariness flashing in his eyes. Let me leave. Yisha sneered. What I want is the creation force, not mere survival. You can watch them die or let me activate the device. Choose one. The Atlas of Origin stars in his hand began to gleam, and the energy fluctuations of the locator grew stronger and stronger, as the coordinates on the screen gradually became clear. Lin Mo knew he could wait no longer. He activated void manipulation, and a wisp of black energy silently coiled around the chains binding the teachers. At the same time, he activated the shadow assassination ability, and his figure merged into the shadows as he struck at Yisha from ambush. Trying to ambush me? Useless. Yisha activated his Shadow Origin perception, sensed Lin Mo's position, spun around, and sent a Shadow Origin slash at him. Lin Mo was already prepared. He blocked with the Creation Star Blade while channeling void energy to sever the chains. The 3 teachers fell to the ground, and Su Qing arrived in time to release healing energy to treat their wounds. You're asking for death. Seeing his scheme fail, Yisha roared, unleashing his Shadow Origin ability at full power. A massive Shadow Origin domain formed around him, enveloping the entire control room. Within the domain, shadow energy and origin energy interwove, suppressing Lin Mo's creation force by 30. Shadow Origin Domain, Annihilation. Yisha pressed his palms together, and the energy in the domain condensed into countless smaller Shadow Origin slashes that shot toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated triple hardening creation force shield while swinging the creation star blade to form a blue energy barrier that blocked every attack. Seizing the opportunity, he activated origin core creation slash and a colossal blue energy blade struck at the core of Yisha's domain. Crack! The shadow origin domain shattered in an instant. Yisha spat out a mouthful of blood, gravely wounded. Knowing the tide had turned, a madness flickered in Yisha's eyes. He snatched up the Atlas of Origin Stars, intending to destroy it. If I can't have it, you won't get it either. Dream on. Lin Mo activated Blitz Assault appeared before Yisha in an instant, and pressed the creation star blade against his throat. Yisha's face was ashen, but he still sneered. Lin Mo, do you think you've won? Long ago I tore a key page out of the Atlas of Origin Stars, the page recording the coordinates of the Dark Origin Star. They're the remnants of the Void Clan, and an even greater creation force await. They will avenge me. With that, Yisha suddenly ignited the shadow origin energy within him, intending to self-destruct. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. With a press of the creation starblade, he slashed through Yisha's throat in an instant. Yisha's body collapsed to the floor dead. System host has slain Yisha. Shadow origin energy absorbed, creation force purity increased. System obtained item Atlas of Origin Stars incomplete. Lin Mo picked up the Atlas of Origin Stars and found that a page was indeed missing. Only the coordinates of some origin stars remained. The crucial coordinates of the Dark Origin Star were gone. His heart sank. The Dark Origin Star Yisha had mentioned might harbor an even greater crisis. By then the battle outside the control room had also ended. Qin Yu and the others finished off all the remaining Shadow Pavilion and Void Clan members, and the Academy's crisis was fully resolved. Lin Mo walked out of the core control room and saw the Academy's faculty and students emerging from hiding, their faces filled with the joy of having survived disaster. The basic combat arts instructor approached Lin Mo and said respectfully, "Lord Lin Mo, thank you for saving the Academy." Lin Mo nodded. "No need to thank me. Protecting Qinglan Star is my responsibility." He looked at the devastated Academy, and silently resolved that he must find the Dark Origin Star and stop the crisis brewing there. Just then Qin Gong ran over with a damaged communicator. "Lin Mo, I found this in Yisha's command room. There's an unsent encrypted message on it addressed to the Starfall Society." Starfall Society? Lin Mo was startled. It was an organization he had never heard of. Qin Yu's expression turned grave. The Starfall Society is the most mysterious organization in the interstellar world. Rumor has it they consist of ancient interstellar nobles who control part of the old era's technology and energy. They operate in the shadows and no one knows their true purpose. I never expected Yisha to be connected with them. Qin Gong decrypted the message. It contained only one line: the Atlas is secured. Coordinates of the Dark Origin Star confirmed. Requesting reinforcements to seize the creation force together. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. The Starfall Society was actually coveting the creation force too. And they likely already knew the Dark Origin Star's coordinates. Perhaps they had even dispatched people. "We must leave for the Dark Origin Star immediately and stop the Starfall Society," Lin Mo said. Qin Yi nodded. "But we know nothing about the Dark Origin Star, and the Starfall Society's strength is unclear. Going there rashly is too dangerous." Ying suddenly spoke. "I've heard some rumors about the Dark Origin Star. It's one of the Void Clan's places of origin, filled with dark energy, and powerful Void Clan lords guard it. If the Starfall Society chose to cooperate with Yisha, they must have a solid backing." Lin Mo tightened his grip on the Atlas of Origin Stars and the Golden Core fragment. Determination flashed in his eyes. "No matter how dangerous it is, we have to go. Otherwise, once the Starfall Society obtains the creation force of the Dark Origin Star, the consequences would be unimaginable." At that moment the pendant on Lin Mo's chest suddenly grew slightly warm and the Golden Core fragment began to resonate. A faint ripple of energy came through, the aura his parents had left in the Origin Core. Their energy had stabilized, but the message conveyed by the pendant made Lin Mo's heart sink. System: the Dark Origin Star contains the residual primordial power of the Void Progenitor. The Starfall Society's goal is to use that power to resurrect the Void Progenitor's true body. System: warning: the Starfall Society's leader is extremely powerful, suspected to be at the mid-universe rank. Lin Mo's heart plummeted. Resurrect the Void Progenitor's true body. That was even more terrifying than seizing the creation force. The Void Progenitor's semi-corporeal form had already been so powerful. Once its true body was resurrected, the entire interstellar realm would face annihilation. There's no time to lose. We set off immediately. Lin Mo ordered decisively. Qin Gong used the residual information in the atlas to locate the dark origin star's approximate coordinates. Qin Yue prepared the void breaker for an interstellar jump. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. On the square of the Ability Academy on Qinglan Star, the void breaker slowly rose into the sky. Standing by the viewport, Lin Mo watched the academy growing smaller below his heart, heavy with gravity. Starfall Society, the dark origin star, the void progenitor's true body, the missing page of the atlas. All the crises had converged. He didn't know what awaited them, but he knew he had to shoulder the duty of a guardian, stop the Starfall Society's conspiracy, and protect the safety of the entire interstellar realm. On the distant dark origin star, a planet shrouded in black clouds, inside a colossal black castle, a man in golden battle armor looked at the half-page of the atlas in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Lin Mo, descendant of the Guardian, I'll be waiting for you on the dark origin star. The void progenitor's true body will soon be resurrected. A terrifying mid-universe rank aura radiated from the man. Behind him stood countless members of the Starfall Society in black robes, along with several Void Clan lords. The Pekong's interstellar jump engines let out a piercing whine as the hull rattled through distorted space. Qin Gong stared at the console, cold sweat seeping from his temples. Lin Mo, the origin star chart is missing the crucial coordinates. I can only lock onto the general region of the dark origin star. It is shrouded in dense dark source mist that the scanners cannot penetrate. Our jump precision is going to be off. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the Genesis star blade as the golden core shard in his palm grew faintly warm, resonating weakly with the dark origin star's energy. How large is the deviation? At most 500 kilometers, and we will most likely touch down in the lifeless wasteland on the planet's outer rim. Qin Gong rapidly adjusted the parameters. That is the zone where the dark source mist is thinnest, but according to the rumors, the wasteland is littered with Void Clan corpse guards, remains of interstellar creatures corrupted by source energy ranging in strength from gold tier to starlight tier. Qin Yu walked to the viewport, gazing at the planet wrapped in black clouds, a grave gleam flashing in his eyes. Everyone prepare for battle. The moment the jump ends, activate the anti-void shields. Lu Feng lead a team to clear the outer guards. Lin Mo and Ying scout the environment. Su Qing stand by for healing. Qin Gong keep the ship's energy stable. Aloha. The jump ended and the Pekong abruptly emerged above the atmosphere of the dark origin star. Below them stretched a desolate gray-black wasteland. The ground was scarred with cracked ravines and littered with colossal bones. Thick black mist churned over the earth, visibility was less than 5 meters, and the air reeked of corrosion and death. System notification: dark origin star environment detected. Dark source energy concentration 90, Genesis power effectiveness reduced by 50, void type abilities amplified by 30. Multiple energy fluctuations detected within 10 kilometers, 37 gold tier corpse guards, 5 starlight tier corpse guards, and 1 core energy source located at the center of the wasteland. Prepare to land. At Qin Yu's command, the Pekong descended slowly. As the hatch opened, a piercing chill laced with dark source energy rushed in, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Lu Feng was the first to charge out of the ship. Activating his brute force ability, he smashed his fist into a corpse guard lunging at him, a giant insected husk covered in black carapace, its compound eyes gleaming red, its razor-sharp forelimbs slashing down with corrosive energy. Crack! The carapace burst, and the corpse guard dissolved into black mist. These things can't be killed, only scattered. Lu Feng shouted. They absorb dark source energy and reform. Lin Mo activated the Genesis six-fold unity ability, unleashing a blue energy blade that scattered 3 corpse guards at once. Don't get bogged down in battle. Push through to the center of the wasteland and find the core energy source. Yi Ying's shadow source thrived in the darkness. Silvery shadows condensed into blade after blade, scattering the corpse guards along the way and carving out a path for the group. The dark source mist is absorbing my shadow energy. We can't stay too long. The group advanced swiftly, but the corpse guards grew thicker along the way. 5 starlight tier corpse guards converged on them at once. They were the remains of a giant lizard, an iron bear, a venomous thorn spider, a thunder eagle, and a rock giant, each wreathed in a different aspect of dark source energy, forming a 5 attribute encirclement. Split up and counter them. Lin Mo ordered decisively. I'll take the thunder eagle and the venomous thorn spider. Ying handled the giant lizard. Lu Feng hold off the iron bear and the rock giant. Lin Mo activated void manipulation, wrapping the venomous thorn spider's limbs in black energy to restrict its movement. At the same time, the Genesis Star Blade carved out a lightning attribute energy blade that struck the core of the Thunder Eagle's remains with pinpoint accuracy, and scattered it. Yi Ying's Shadow Purification energy countered the dark source and quickly shattered the giant lizard's defenses. Lu Feng, relying on his formidable physique, weathered the attacks of the Iron Bear, and the rock giant waiting for the moment to counterattack. Just as they were about to break through the encirclement, the dark source mist at the center of the wasteland suddenly churned violently. A pillar of black light shot into the sky, and a terrifying aura far beyond starlight tears spread through the air. All the corpse guards instantly stopped attacking and prostrated themselves toward the pillar. System notification: anomalous dark source energy detected. Targets 3 members of the Starfall Society. Rank 2 at peak starlight, Tier 1 at early cosmic tier. Abilities: Dark Manipulation A rank, Void Erosion A rank, Dark Genesis S rank. Threat level extremely high. 3 dark silhouettes stepped out of the black pillar of light. Leading them was an old man in a black robe with a gaunt face surrounded by dense dark source energy, holding a staff inlaid with a black crystal. They were the 3 elders of the Starfall Society, and the old man's power reached early cosmic tier, holding command over a portion of the Dark Genesis force. Lin Mo, you really did not disappoint us. You managed to break through the corpse guard's blockade. The old man's voice grated like metal scraping metal, laced with an icy smile. The source energy of the Dark Origin Star has already been activated, and the Void Ancestor's true body is about to awaken. You and this entire planet will become offerings for the resurrection ritual. System notification: Target: Mo Yuan, Elder of the Starfall Society. Rank early cosmic tier. Ability: Dark Genesis S rank, using dark source energy to simulate Genesis power, able to create a dark domain that suppresses all light and origin energy. Combat skill: Dark Annihilation Divine rank. Possession: Dark Source Crystal containing a portion of the Void Ancestor's source power. Mo Yuan raised his hand and waved, and dark source energy coalesced into a massive dark palm that clawed toward Lin Mo. Wherever the palm passed, the dark source mist boiled and space itself was stained black. Lin Mo's Genesis power was violently suppressed, its circulation sluggish and strained. Yi Ying used Shadow Purification. Lin Mo bellowed, activating the Origin Core Genesis Slash, and cleaving out with a blue energy blade with all his might. Yi Ying responded instantly. Silvery shadows gathered into a purification barrier before Lin Mo, neutralizing part of the dark energy suppression. Boom! The blue energy blade collided with the dark palm. The shockwave shattered every nearby corpse guard. Lin Mo was knocked back several steps, his chest heavy and tight, his Genesis power heavily drained. Mo Yuan also retreated half a step, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. An early cosmic tier can actually block my Dark Genesis. No wonder the leader wanted to wait for you personally. The other 2 Starfall Society elders exchanged a glance and activated their abilities simultaneously. Dark Manipulation, Bind. Void Erosion, Corrode. Countless black chains burst from the ground and wrapped around Lin Mo's limbs. Black corrosive energy surged like a tide, trying to eat through his energy shield. Lin Mo activated Triple Hardening and Void Manipulation, forcing himself free of the chains while drawing on Genesis power to resist the corrosive energy. Still, crack after crack was eaten into his shield. Lu Fengqinyu, hold off the other 2 elders. Lin Mo shouted, then turned and charged at Mo Yuan. He knew the deadlock could only be broken by taking Mo Yuan down first. Qin Yu activated his spatial ability, appearing instantly behind one elder and unleashing a spatial slash. Lu Feng activated brute force and drove his fist into the other elder's chest. Though the 2 peak starlight elders were formidable, they found it difficult to break free under the combined assault of Qin Yu and Lu Feng. Mo Yuan sneered. Dark Genesis power erupted at full strength, and a dark domain expanded to engulf Lin Mo. Within the domain, countless dark energy blades shot toward Lin Mo. Space itself was sealed by dark energy, severely restricting his extreme speed ability. Dark Annihilation. Mo Yuan raised the Dark Source Crystal, and a colossal black energy cannon blasted toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo's heart sank. He knew he could not withstand it by sheer force. At the critical moment, he suddenly remembered the message his parents had passed to him. The Dark Origin Star source energy was bound to the Void Ancestor's true body, and by using the origin energy of the Star Core shards, he could temporarily sever the source supply. Immediately, he cast out the 5 Star Core shards. The golden core shard hovered at the center as an origin energy array formed. Origin energy, sever the source. The 5-star core shards blazed with dazzling gold and blue light. The origin energy array expanded briefly, tearing a gap in the dark domain. The dark energy cannon's power instantly waned. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo activated extreme speed assault, burst through the gap, and aimed the Genesis Star blade straight at the dark source crystal in Mo Yuan's hand. "You're asking for death." Mo Yuan's face changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned dark energy to defend. But origin energy had a suppressing effect on the dark source, and his defense was broken in an instant. A piercing stab. The Genesis Star blade impaled the dark source crystal. With a crisp ring, the crystal shattered instantly. Mo Yuan let out a miserable scream. The dark Genesis energy around him churned violently, and his power instantly plummeted to peak starlight tier. Elder. The 2 Starfall Society elders saw what had happened and tried to rush over, but Qin Yu and Lu Feng held them fast. Lin Mo gave Mo Yuan no chance to catch his breath. He unleashed the Origin Core Genesis Slash. Once more, the blue energy blade aimed directly at Mo Yuan's vital point. A flash of despair appeared in Mo Yuan's eyes. Suddenly he activated the dark source energy within his body, attempting to self-destruct. "Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me." "You wish." Lin Mo activated the shadow devouring ability and absorbed all the dark energy from Mo Yuan's self-detonation. Mo Yuan's body turned to ash under the energy backlash, utterly destroyed. System notification: host has absorbed dark Genesis energy. Genesis power has evolved into Origin Dark Genesis SSS tier, allowing simultaneous mastery of Origin and Dark energies with an absolute counter effect against the Void Clan and Dark type ability users. Current overall strength: early Cosmic tier peak. With Mo Yuan dealt with, Lin Mo turned toward the other 2 elders. Without Mo Yuan's support, they had already fallen into a disadvantage, steadily forced back by Qin Yu and Lu Feng. Lin Mo rushed forward and swung the Genesis Star blade again and again. In an instant, the 2 peak Starlight elders were slain. The immediate crisis was over, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qing immediately released healing energy to tend to the injured Lu Feng, while Qin Gong quickly checked the detectors, trying to pierce through the dark source mist and scan the planet's core region. Lin Mo, the density of the dark source mist is falling after the dark source crystal shattered, but a much stronger energy fluctuation is coming from the planet's core region. Qin Gong's voice carried urgency. The detectors show a dark temple in the core region. A resurrection ritual is underway inside, and the Void Ancestor's true body is already showing signs of revival. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the Genesis Star blade, resolve flashing in his eyes. "We must go to the Dark Temple right now and stop the resurrection ritual." Yi Ying's expression was grim. "There must be even stronger guards around the Dark Temple, and the leader of the Starfall Society has not yet appeared. His power has reached mid-cosmic tier. We can't match him." "Even if we can't match him, we have to try," Lin Mo said firmly. "Once the Void Ancestor's true body revives, the entire star realm will be destroyed. There is no way back for us." Just then the Pekong's communicator suddenly received an encrypted signal from the direction of the Dark Temple. The signal contained only one sentence: "Lin Mo, I know another secret about your parents. If you want to know, come to the Dark Temple. I will be waiting for you at the Ancestor's resurrection altar." Mo Qin, leader of the Starfall Society. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Mo Qin. That name instantly reminded him of Mo Qin, the Diamond Tier instructor at Qinglan Star's Ability Academy. Could they be the same person? How could he be the leader of the Starfall Society? And what was this other secret about his parents? Qin Yu's face turned grave as well. Mo Qin. According to legend, he vanished suddenly 100 years ago. I never expected him to become the leader of the Starfall Society and break through to mid-cosmic tier. He must have been colluding with the Void Clan for a long time, hiding within the Federation, all for the sake of waiting for the chance to revive the Void Ancestor. Lin Mo's heart churned with shock. As an academy instructor, Mo Qin must have long known about Lin Mo's identity and the secret of the pendant. All those tests and probing moves before had perhaps been nothing but groundwork for today. The other secret about his parents might very well concern the ultimate connection between the Origin Star and the Void Ancestor. No matter who he is, I'm going. Lin Mo's eyes were resolute. I will not only stop the resurrection ritual, I will also uncover my parents' secret and avenge everyone harmed by the Starfall Society and the Void Clan. No one objected. They all knew this was the final decisive battle they had to face. The Pekong powered up once more and flew toward the core region of the Dark Origin Star. The dark source mist grew thinner, and the scene ahead gradually sharpened. A colossal black temple stood at the center of the wasteland, built of black rock and covered in eerie void runes. Thick dark source energy coiled around its summit, and a massive pillar of black light rose from the temple's top into the sky, linking with the dark clouds above the planet. Around the temple, Starfall Society members and Void Clan lords filled the area, at least several dozen Starlight Tier experts along with countless Gold Tier guards. The defenses were suffocatingly tight. The Pekong descended slowly. Lin Mo and the others stepped out of the warship, facing the Dark Temple's layered defenses. Mo Chen's voice came from within the temple, carrying an eerie smile. Lin Mo, welcome to the Dark Origin Star. Are you ready? The ultimate confrontation over Origin Darkness and the Void is about to begin. And your parents. In fact. The voice cut off abruptly, clearly because Mo Chen was deliberately whetting their curiosity. Lin Mo clenched the Genesis Star blade, a cold, killing intent flashing through his eyes. At that moment, the gates of the Dark Temple slowly opened and Mo Chen's figure appeared in the doorway. He wore a battle suit interwoven with gold and black, ringed by the terrifying aura of mid-cosmic tier. In his hand was a black longsword set into its blade, a crystal similar to the golden core shard, clearly a core shard of the Dark Origin Star. Even more shocking, on the resurrection altar inside the temple, a colossal black body was slowly opening its eyes, radiating the terrifying aura of late cosmic tier. The Void Ancestor's true body was on the verge of complete revival. Lin Mo, your parents were actually... Mo Chen's smile grew even more eerie. Don't rush. Once the Ancestor revives, I will tell you all the secrets, including why they sent you to the Wasteland Star, and why they concealed their true identities. Lin Mo's heart sank. Their true identities. Could they have been more than just the guardians of the Origin Star? The Void Ancestor's true body let out a low roar. Dark source energy churned violently, and the entire Dark Origin Star trembled. Mo Chen raised the Dark Core Shard in his hand, ready to complete the final resurrection ritual. Lin Mo knew there was no more time for hesitation. He activated the Origin Dark Genesis ability. The Genesis Star blade blazed with gold, blue, and black light as he charged toward the Dark Temple. Kill! Lin Mo's roar thundered across the desolate wasteland. The interlaced golden blue and pitch black energy on the Creation Star blade tore through the air as he charged toward the guards of the Dark Temple. Members of the Starfall Society and the Void Clan lords acted simultaneously, unleashing dozens of Starflare-level energy attacks that formed a dense barrage converging upon him from all sides. Origin Dark Genesis Shield. Lin Mo pressed his palms together, and the twin-colored energy instantly condensed into a translucent barrier. The barrage shattered against it in a rain of light, yet the shield remained utterly unshaken. Borrowing the momentum, he leaped into the air and swept his blade horizontally, sending out a crescent energy blade. 3 Golden Tier guards were cut in half at the waist, dissolving into black mist. Breakthrough separately. Qin Yu commanded, his spatial ability erupting at full power. He teleported Lu Feng and Su Qing to the left side of the temple, unleashing consecutive spatial slashes that forcibly tore open a gap. Ying activated her Shadow Origin, turning her silvery shadow into countless blades to hold back the Void Clan lords on the right. Qin Gong manned the Voidbreaker's main cannon, precisely firing anti-void energy blasts at the runic formation on the temple gates, clearing obstacles for the group. Lin Mo charged straight for the temple's main entrance. Suddenly, the dark core fragment in Mo Chen's hand glowed, and black energy spread along the runes on the temple floor, forming a colossal dark chain that lashed toward him. Lin Mo, don't rush to die. First, listen to the secret about your parents. Mo Chen's voice was seductive. They were never Origin Star Guardians. They are direct descendants of the Void Ancestor. Nonsense. Lin Mo's heart jolted violently. He severed the chain with the Creation Starblade, but distracted by those sudden words, a trace of dark energy grazed his shoulders, scorching it black. Detected emotional fluctuation in the host. The resonance between Origin and dark energy is disordered. Combat strength temporarily reduced by 10. Whether it's nonsense or not, you know it well in your heart. Mo Chen sneered and raised his hand with a wave. The obsidian walls inside the temple suddenly lit up, revealing ancient murals one after another. In the murals, a man and a woman stood side by side with the Void Ancestor, the same twin-colored energy swirling around them. They were Lin Mo's parents. Origin Star and Dark Origin Star share the same Origin Guardians, and the Void Clan are of the same lineage. It was your parents who betrayed the Ancestor, stole the Origin Core, and drove the two races into enmity. Lin Mo's pupils shrank. The golden core fragment in his palms suddenly grew scorching hot. The residual aura of his parents resonated with the mural, and a blurry memory fragment flooded into his mind. The ancestor's power has spiraled out of control. If this continues, the entire universe will be devoured. We must seal him. Betrayal. It was the ancestor's dark energy that went out of control and wanted to destroy everything. Lin Mo roared as he charged forward, pointing the creation star blade at Mo Chin. You fabricate lies merely to find an excuse to resurrect the ancestor. A trace of madness flashed in Mo Chin's eyes. Excuses? The ancestor's power was meant to rule the universe. Your parents were cowards, traitors. Today I will use your bloodline to fully awaken the ancestor and accomplish the great cause of unification. He raised the dark core fragment and hurled it toward the resurrection altar. The fragment embedded itself in the central groove of the altar. A pillar of black light surged instantly. The void ancestor's true body on the altar snapped, its eyes open, its golden pupils were shot through with bloodshot veins. A terrifying aura of late cosmic level spread like a tsunami, and the entire dark origin star trembled violently. Detected. The void ancestor's true body has completed its revival. Grade late cosmic level. Ability Void Origin Genesis SSS. Fuses the void and origin sources, can devour, create, and annihilate all energy. Warning: the ancestor's energy has gone out of control. It is absorbing the source power of dark origin star. Hail the ancestor. The Starfall Society members knelt and worshipped, failing to notice that the ancestor's eyes held not a trace of reason, only pure desire for destruction. It raised the huge palm, condensing black energy into a devouring vortex that swept toward the nearest Starfall Society members. In an instant their bodies and energy were devoured together, and its aura surged once more. What's happening? Mo Chen's face drastically changed. He clearly hadn't foreseen this. Ancestor, it's me, Mo Chen. I'm the one who revived you. The void ancestor gave no response at all. Its colossal frame rose from the altar, a towering black figure 100 meters tall, blotting out the sky. The energy vortex around it expanded continuously, frantically absorbing the surrounding dark source energy. Corpse guards on the wasteland, Starfall Society members, and Void Clan lords, anyone touched by the vortex was instantly devoured without even a scream. The ancestor has gone out of control. Yi Ying's face was pale, her shadow origin sensing a fatal threat. Its energy is already beyond control. If this goes on, not just dark origin star, the entire galaxy will be devoured. Lin Mo forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart. The secret of his parents was important, but the crisis before him now concerned the survival of the universe. He activated the ultimate resonance between origin and dark energy, and the twin-colored energy on the creation starblade reached its peak. No matter what my parents were, I know that protecting the universe is my responsibility. Mo Chen, you're next. Madness. You're all mad. Fear flashed through Mo Chen's eyes. He turned to flee, but was caught by the out-of-control ancestral energy vortex. His figure instantly stretched. He hastily summoned his dark Genesis power to resist while shouting hoarsely at Lin Mo, quick, stop the ancestor. Only your bloodline can suppress it. The origin core and the dark core were originally one. Only you can refuse them and stabilize the ancestor's energy. Lin Mo's heart stirred. The golden core fragment and the dark core fragment on the altar resonated simultaneously, and twin-colored energy interwove in midair, forming a bridge. Suddenly he recalled the words from his parents' memory fragment. When the cores unite, and the origins return to their place, only then can balance be controlled. Qin Yue, help me hold back the ancestor. Lin Mo shouted and leaped toward the resurrection altar. Qin Yue immediately understood, unleashing his spatial ability at full power. Countless spatial rifts unfolded around the ancestor, attempting to trap its movements. Lu Feng activated his brute force ability and punched the ancestor's ankle, only to be blasted away by the rebounding energy. Su Qin continuously emitted healing energy to counteract the ancestor's eroding power. Yi Ying used shadow purifying energy to protect Qinggong as he approached the altar, dismantling the runic restrictions around it. Mo Chen seized the chance to break free from the vortex, but he didn't flee. Instead he charged at Lin Mo. I'll help you. The ancestor out of control benefits no one. He condensed dark energy in his palm, merged it with Lin Mo's twin-colored energy, and sent it flying toward the two core fragments. Don't you dare play tricks. Lin Mo watched him warily, but at this moment, he truly needed an ally, so he could only lower his guard for the time being. Guided by the twin-colored energy, the two core fragments slowly came closer. The moment they touched, a blinding white light exploded. The source energy of Dark Origin Star and the energy of Origin Star interwove wildly, forming a gigantic energy storm. Lin Mo felt the two energies inside him instantly boil and fully synchronize with the core fragments. A power far beyond early cosmic level surged through his limbs and bones. Detected the origin core and the dark core have merged. The host's energy has evolved synchronously. Overall combat strength early cosmic level peak mid cosmic level. Ultimate ability unlock source balance SSS. Can govern the balance between origin and darkness suppressing all extreme energy. Source balance seal. Lin Mo pressed both hands onto the fused core fragment. Twin-colored energy spread along the runes of the altar forming a huge sealing array that swept toward the void ancestor. The ancestor gave a furious roar. The energy vortex erupted at full power colliding with the sealing array. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. The crust of dark origin star began to collapse and black clouds were blasted away by the energy shockwave revealing the planet's dark red core. The sealing array and the energy vortex were locked in a stalemate. Cold sweat oozed from Lin Mo's forehead. Even his mid-cosmic level strength was still desperately inadequate before the ancestor. Push harder. Emotion roared, pouring in all his dark energy. His body began to turn transparent, clearly overdrawn. The ancestor's core is in the black crystal on its chest. Only by shattering it can we seal it completely. A sharp glint flashed through Lin Mo's eyes. He summoned the last trace of energy within him and the creation's starblade transformed into a stream of twin-colored light piercing through the energy vortex toward the black crystal on the ancestor's chest. The ancestor sensed the mortal threat. Its enormous palms slammed down. Lin Mo was sent flying, spitting out blood, his body crashing into the temple's obsidian wall like a kite with its string cut. Lin Mo. Su Qin cried out, releasing healing energy, but it was blocked by the ancestor's energy barrier. At this critical moment the fused core fragment suddenly blazed with intense light. The pendant on Lin Mo's chest flew out and merged with the core fragment. His parents' figures materialized from the pendant, the same twin-colored energy swirling around them resonating with Lin Mo's energy. Shao Mo, draw on our strength. Dad. Mom. Tears welled up in Lin Mo's eyes. The energy in his body instantly revived to full strength. He leaped into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with his parents' phantoms. 3 streams of twin-colored energy converged into a pillar of light piercing heaven and earth, shooting toward the black crystal on the ancestor's chest. No! The void ancestor let out a desperate roar. The black crystal was struck by the pillar of light and instantly covered in cracks. Seizing the chance, Lin Mo brought the creation's starblade down with all his might. The crystal shattered with a thunderous crash. The ancestor's colossal body began to collapse, black energy gushing out like a tide. Yet it was forcibly suppressed by the sealing array, gradually condensing into a black pearl that was absorbed by the core fragment. The crisis was resolved. Lin Mo's parents gradually became translucent. His mother looked at him tenderly. Shao Mo, I'm sorry for keeping this from you all along. It's true that we are descendants of the ancestor, but the duty to protect the universe is not bound by bloodline. You've done well. His father nodded. The cores have fused and the ancestor's energy is temporarily sealed. But Dark Origin Star's core has become unstable and will soon explode. You must leave immediately. I'm taking you with me. Lin Mo reached out to grab them, but he only clutched empty air. Our souls are bound to the core, we cannot leave. His father's voice was tinged with reluctance. Remember, the balance between origin and darkness must never be broken. Even more powerful enemies will come in the future. The responsibility of protecting the universe is now yours. His parents' figures vanished completely. The fused core fragment turned into a stream of light and merged into Lin Mo's body. His heart was torn with grief, but he heard Mo Chen's frantic shout, "Run! The planet is about to explode." The crust of Dark Origin Star had completely collapsed. Dark red magma gushed out, and the entire planet was shrinking rapidly. Lin Mo turned and shouted to everyone, "Go now." Qin Yu immediately activated his spatial ability, teleporting Su Qing, Lu Feng, and Yi Ying to the Void Breaker. Qin Gong had already started the engines, the hatch wide open. Lin Mo leaped into the warship. The Void Breaker instantly accelerated, charging toward the outer atmosphere. Just as the warship was about to break through the atmosphere, Lin Mo suddenly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. It was Mo Chen. He hadn't followed. Instead, he stood atop the crumbling dark temple holding a broken piece of obsidian engraved with eerie runes. Mo Chen, what are you doing? Get on board. Lin Mo shouted. Mo Chen turned to look at him, a wild smile spreading across his face. I've already fulfilled my mission. Although the ancestor's energy has been sealed, I've obtained the coordinates of the cosmic rift. Lin Mo will meet again soon, at the end of all origin stars. Before his words faded, dark origin star exploded with a deafening boom, and a massive energy shockwave hurled the void breaker tens of thousands of kilometers away. Lin Mo stared at the firelight beyond the porthole, his heart full of doubts. Cosmic rift. The end of all origin stars. What exactly was Mo-chan plotting? At that moment the fused core fragment suddenly glowed inside him, and a new memory fragment surged into his mind. In the beginning of the universe, countless origin stars existed together, maintaining the balance of the cosmos. But millions of years ago an origin calamity destroyed most of the origin stars, leaving only a few. And on the other side of the cosmic rift lies the one who caused that calamity. New clue about his origin detected. The perpetrator of the origin calamity is the Chaos Clan. They feed on origin energy and seek to destroy all origin stars to seize control of the universe. Mo-chan's true intention is to use the Chaos Clan's power to resurrect the Void Ancestor and contend with the Chaos Clan for cosmic dominion. Among the remaining origin stars, the Light Origin Star and the Life Origin Star are about to be attacked by the Chaos Clan. Lin Mo's pupils shrank. So the Void Ancestor and the Starfall Society were only the tip of the iceberg. The true enemy was the Chaos Clan. Mo-chan had obtained the coordinates of the cosmic rift, meaning the Chaos Clan would soon invade the current universe. The void breaker gradually steadied itself in interstellar space. Seeing Lin Mo's grim expression, everyone understood that a new crisis had arrived. Where do we go next? Chin-yu asked. Lin Mo clenched his fist, a determined gleam flashing in his eyes. To the Light Origin Star. Stop the Chaos Clan's attack and uncover more truths about the origin calamity. The void breaker turned around and flew into the depths of the universe. Lin Mo stood by the porthole looking at the fused core fragment within his body, his heart filled with a sense of mission. His parents' secret had been revealed, the Void Ancestor was sealed, and the Starfall Society had suffered heavy losses. But the threat of the Chaos Clan loomed before him. The road to protecting the universe remained long and arduous. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cosmic rift, in a dark and chaotic void, countless massive creatures radiating gray energy were stirring restlessly. Their leader, a chaos beast 1,000 meters tall with 6 wings, slowly opened its eyes, its low growl echoing the scent of origin energy. Find them. Devour them. The Skyrender's engines carved a silver-white trail through interstellar space. Lin Mo stood by the viewport, the fused core fragment in his palm radiating a soft twin-colored glow that continuously nourished his mid-cosmic level strength. In his mind his parents' words interwove with fragments of memory from the origin catastrophe, sharpening his urgent desire to reach the radiant origin star. Lin Mo, according to the energy positioning of the fused core, the radiant origin star is still 3 hours away. Qin Gong stared at the control console, his fingers tapping rapidly. But the detectors have caught abnormal energy fluctuations 1 light-year ahead, a void rift passage opened by the Chaos Clan with vast amounts of chaos energy spilling out. It seems their vanguard is currently passing through the passage. Chin-yu walked up to the tactical map and pressed a fingertip on a blinking red dot. The Chaos Outpost forces are of unknown number, but their energy intensity shows at least 3 cosmic-level powerhouses along with a large number of Starlight-level Chaos Warriors. If they reach the Radiant Origin Star early, the current defensive strength of the Radiant Origin Star won't hold out for long. Yi Ying's shadow origin fluctuated faintly around him, a grave look flashing in his eyes. The Guardian of the Radiant Origin Star is skilled in radiant purification, capable of restraining dark and chaotic energy. But the Chaos Clan is numerous and fearless. A direct clash would be to our disadvantage. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the Genesis Starblade, twin-colored energy swirling along the blade. We can't let them arrive early. We'll circle around to the flank of the passage, launch a surprise attack, disrupt their deployment, and buy the Radiant Origin Star time to prepare. Good. Chin-yu gave the order decisively. Qin Gong, adjust the course and make a short-range jump to the rear flank of the passage. Lu Feng and Ying will form the vanguard squad with me to pin down the Starlight-level warriors. Lin Mo will focus on the cosmic-level chaos powerhouses. Su Qing will provide long-range healing and energy support aboard the ship. The Skyrender initiated an emergency jump and appeared instantly at the rear flank of the Chaos Void Rift passage. The scene ahead was enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. A black rift 10,000 meters long stretched across interstellar space, gray chaos energy surging out like a tide. Hundreds of small chaos warships hovered around the rift, while countless warped chaos warriors poured out of the passage. They were covered in gray carapaces, had no facial features, and only scarlet glowing energy cores. In their hands they clutched weapons condensed from chaos energy. System Chaos Outpost forces detected. Cosmic Level Chaos Commanders 3 Chaos Devourer Early Cosmic Level Chaos Ripper Early Cosmic Level Chaos Corroder Early Cosmic Level Starlight Level Chaos Warriors 127 Gold Level Chaos Minions 500 Threat Level Extinction Class Chaos Clan traits immune to some dark energy, fearful of radiant and origin energy, and able to rapidly recover wounds by devouring energy. Begin the attack. At Qin Yu's command, the Skyrender's main cannon finished charging. A countervoid beam condensed with radiant purification energy shot toward the group of Chaos warships, instantly destroying over a dozen vessels and blasting dozens of Chaos minions to death. Lin Mo leaped out of the warship and slashed the Genesis Starblade, sending a twin-colored energy blade straight at the 3 Chaos commanders. The Chaos Devourer reacted first. Its enormous mouth gaped open, forming a gray devouring vortex that tried to absorb the energy blade. But the radiant and origin energy within the blade was exactly the bane of the Chaos Clan. The vortex was torn apart in an instant. The Chaos Devourer let out a piercing shriek as the energy blade grazed its body, blasting a gaping crack in its gray carapace. "You're asking for death." The Chaos Ripper roared as it charged, its arms transforming into razor-sharp gray claws that tore toward Lin Mo with an aura that could rend space itself. Lin Mo activated Origin Balance Speed, turning his body into an afterimage. While evading the claws, he thrust the Genesis Starblade at the Chaos Ripper's energy core. Clang! The claws clashed against the blade, sending sparks flying. The Chaos Ripper's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary early cosmic level powerhouse. Lin Mo was knocked back several steps, his arm numb. Taking advantage of the moment, the Chaos Corroder struck from the side, spewing gray corrosive liquid from its mouth. Wherever the liquid passed, space itself was corroded into patches of black spots. Lin Mo activated Origin Darkness Genesis Shield, blocking the corrosive liquid with a twin-colored barrier. At the same time, he summoned his Void Manipulation ability, wrapping the Chaos Corroder's limbs in black energy to restrict its movements. Origin Balance Slash. The twin-colored energy blade shot out once more and struck the Chaos Corroder's energy core with pinpoint accuracy. The gray core shattered instantly, and the Chaos Corroder's body dissolved into ashes. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, Lu Feng, and Ying were locked in fierce battle with the Starlight-level Chaos Warriors. Qin Yu's spatial ability was elusive. His spatial slashes reaped the lives of Chaos Warriors without pause. Lu Feng's raw strength combined with his hardening ability let him rampage through the Chaos Warriors unchecked. Yi Ying's shadow purification energy targeted the Chaos Warriors' energy cores with effortless precision. Su Qing stood on the deck of the Skyrender. Her hands formed seals, and golden radiant healing energy turned into beams of light that continuously fell upon the group, mending their wounds and dispelling the erosion of chaos energy. Qin Gong meanwhile piloted the warship, using its secondary cannons to bombard the Chaos warships and minions, providing fire support for the others. But the Chaos Clan was simply too numerous. As soon as one wave of minions was destroyed, new ones surged out of the passage. Among the 3 cosmic level commanders, the Chaos Devourer and the Chaos Ripper attacked together, using gray energy to constantly compress Lin Mo's room to maneuver and gradually force him onto the defensive. "Lin Mo, I'll help you." Seeing this, Ying burst with shadow energy. A silver shadow light turned into a spear, pierced through the core of a Starlight-level Chaos Warrior, and shot toward the Chaos Devourer. The Chaos Devourer had no choice but to divert part of its attention to block the shadow spear. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo activated all the power of the fused core within his body. Twin-colored energy condensed into a massive blade on the Genesis Star Blade. Origin Darkness Genesis Annihilation Slash. The blade swept out, carrying the twin forces of destruction and purification straight toward the Chaos Ripper. The Chaos Ripper wanted to dodge, but Qin Yu suddenly unfolded a spatial barrier that blocked its escape route. Forced to brace itself, the Chaos Ripper gathered all its energy into its claws and resisted. Boom! The blade collided with the claws. The Chaos Ripper's claws were severed in an instant, its body consumed by twin-colored energy. Its energy core shattered and it died completely. Seeing its comrades killed one after another, a flicker of fear flashed through the Chaos Devourer's eyes, and it turned to flee back into the Void Rift passage. Trying to run. Lin Mo activated Swift Assault and caught up to the Chaos Devourer in an instant, driving the Genesis Starblade through its energy core. The Chaos Devourer let out a despairing roar, then its body turned into gray mist and was absorbed by the core fragment. System detected that the host has killed 3 cosmic-level Chaos commanders. Chaos energy absorbed. The Origin Balance ability has evolved. Current overall strength mid-cosmic level peak. New Origin Balance Ability Trait Chaos Purification can directly purify low-order chaos energy and suppresses high-order chaos energy. With the cosmic level commanders gone, the remaining starlight level warriors and minions lost their leader and were swiftly wiped out by the group. But the Void Rift Passage was still pouring out chaos energy. Clearly the Chaos Clan's main force was accelerating through it. Quick, head to the Radiant Origin Star. Lin Mo turned and leapt back onto the Skyrender. The Chaos main force will arrive soon. We have to join up with the Radiant Guardian as quickly as possible. The Skyrender fired up again and flew toward the Radiant Origin Star. 3 hours later, a planet wrapped in golden light appeared in view, the Radiant Origin Star. The planet's surface was covered with vast golden forests and crystal structures. The air was thick with dense radiant origin energy, a stark contrast to the dark origin star. But in this moment the Radiant Origin Star had already been engulfed in the flames of war. The planet's outer defensive barrier was covered with cracks. Several main Chaos warships were attacking wildly while countless Chaos warriors descended onto the planet's surface and engaged the Radiant Guardian in fierce combat. Golden radiant purification energy clashed with gray chaos energy, unleashing enormous shockwaves that made the entire planet tremble. It's the Chaos main force. They arrived early. Chen Gong's face changed dramatically. The detectors showed that among the Chaos main force were 1 late cosmic level Chaos commander, and more than a dozen mid-cosmic level commanders, far stronger than the outpost force. Lin Mo's heart sank. Activating precision detection, he pierced through the battlefield and saw in the core region of the Radiant Origin Star before a massive golden temple a woman in white battle armor with 6 pairs of golden wings fighting fiercely against the Chaos commander. Dense radiant purification energy swirled around her, and she held a golden long sword in her hand. She was none other than Shihi, Guardian of the Radiant Origin Star. System target, Radiant Guardian Shihi. Level, late cosmic level. Ability, Radiant Origin Genesis SSS-Rank, fusing the essences of radiance and origin, suppresses dark and chaos energy. Combat skill, Radiant Annihilation / God rank. Status, excessive energy consumption, lightly wounded. Though Shihi was extremely powerful, the Chaos Commander coordinated with over a dozen cosmic-level commanders to form an encirclement, gradually pushing her into the disadvantage. A beam of gray chaos energy struck her shoulder, instantly corroding a gap in her white battle armor. Blood stained the armor. Guardian Shihi. We're here to help you. Lin Mo roared, leaping out of the warship. The Genesis Starblade sent a twin-colored energy blade flying straight at the Chaos Commander. The Chaos Commander was a colossal chaos beast 50 meters tall, covered in thick gray carapace. On its head was a single enormous eye radiating a scarlet glow. Sensing Lin Mo's attack, it swung its massive tail in a sweeping strike that cut through the air with a howl. Lin Mo activated Origin Balance Force Dispersal, his entire body wrapped in twin-colored energy, as he withstood the tail's impact head-on. Borrowing the force, he surged forward and thrust the Genesis Starblade toward the Chaos Commander's single eye. A flicker of surprise passed through the Chaos Commander's eye. It hadn't expected anyone to withstand its attack. Hurriedly it mobilized chaos energy to defend. Clang! The blade struck the defensive shield over the single eye with a thunderous impact, filling the shield with cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Shihi swept her golden longsword in a massive radiant annihilation slash that struck the Chaos Commander's back. Its gray carapace shattered instantly and blood gushed out. Thank you for your aid. Shihi's voice was as melodious as heavenly music laced with gratitude. I am Shihi, Guardian of the Radiant Origin Star. Who are you? Lin Mo, descendant of the Origin Star Guardians, here to support you. While locked in combat with the Chaos Commander, Lin Mo said Qinghua Lu Feng hold off the other cosmic-level commanders. Ying Su Qing Qinggong helped the Radiant Guardian clear out the Starlight-level Chaos Warriors. Everyone immediately split up. Qin Yu used his spatial ability to entangle 3 cosmic-level commanders, while Lu Feng relied on his formidable strength to fight 2 commanders single-handedly. Yi Ying's shadow purification energy complemented the radiant energy, making the work of clearing Chaos Warriors twice as effective with half the effort. Su Qing meanwhile provided healing energy for Shihi and Lin Mo from behind. Caught in a pincer between Lin Mo and Shihi, the Chaos Commander gradually lost ground. With a furious roar, it activated its Chaos Origin energy. Gray energy surged, its body swelled again, and its single eye fired a massive chaos beam at the 2. Origin Balance Seal. Lin Mo activated the twin-colored sealing array, temporarily blocking the chaos beam. She meanwhile condensed all her radiant energy, turning the golden longsword into a pillar of light that pierced heaven and earth and thrust toward the Chaos Commander's single eye. No! The Chaos Commander let out a bitter piercing roar. Its single eye was pierced through by the pillar of light, and its enormous body crashed to the ground. Its aura gradually faded away. With the Chaos Commander defeated, the remaining cosmic-level commanders and Chaos Warriors lost their backbone, and were quickly mopped up. The crisis at the Radiant Origin Star was temporarily resolved. She breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to Lin Mo, and a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. Lin Mo, your energy. It holds the balance of origin and darkness, and also the trait of chaos purification. Have you seen the core energy of the Chaos Clan? Lin Mo nodded and briefly explained what had happened on the Dark Origin Star. After listening, Shihi's expression turned grave. Emo-chan has obtained the coordinates of the Cosmic Rift. The true main force of the Chaos Clan is probably already on its way. Moreover, the ultimate destination he mentioned for all origin stars is the Origin Core Nexus, the source of energy for all origin stars and the place where the origin catastrophe erupted 1,000,000 years ago. Origin Core Nexus. Lin Mo's heart stirred. That's right. Shihi waved a hand and golden energy condensed into a cosmic map marked with several glowing planets. Among the remaining origin stars, besides the radiant and life origin stars, there are the metal origin star, the nature origin star, and the spiritual origin star. All of them orbit the Origin Core Nexus. Emo-chan's goal is likely to use the Chaos Clan's power to seize the energy of the Core Nexus, fully resurrect the Void Ancestor, and contend with the Chaos Clan for dominion over the universe. Just then the detectors on the Radiant Origin Star suddenly blared in alarm. Shihi's face turned pale in an instant. Not good. The Chaos Clan's main fleet has arrived, over 1,000 ships and 3 peak cosmic-level Chaos Kings. They have already surrounded the Radiant Origin Star and cut off every escape route. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. Peak cosmic-level Chaos Kings. This meant a true life-and-death battle was about to begin. Shihi gripped her golden longsword, a flash of resolve in her eyes. Lin Mo, with only our strength we can't withstand 3 Chaos Kings. I have already sent a distress signal to the Life Origin Star, but they will need at least 24 hours to arrive. We must hold the Radiant Origin Star for 24 hours and await reinforcements. Lin Mo gazed at the approaching Chaos main fleet outside the viewport, his heart filled with gravity. 3 peak cosmic-level Chaos Kings, 1,000 warships, and countless Chaos Warriors. Holding out for 24 hours would be extremely difficult. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Chaos Fleet, Emo-chan appeared beside the Chaos King, a sinister smile on his face. Lin Mo, Shihi, the energy of the Origin Core Nexus will soon be mine. The Radiant Origin Star will become your grave. The broken obsidian in his hand emanated gray energy resonating with the Chaos King's power. Clearly he had already reached some kind of agreement with the Chaos Clan. Lin Mo gripped the Genesis Star blade tightly as twin-colored energy surged violently along the blade. The golden barrier trembled violently under the Chaos Fleet's bombardment, its pale golden halo guttered like a candle in the wind, each impact raking fresh cracks across the shield. The main Chaos Fleet pressed down like a black cloud. The main cannons of 1,000 warships charged simultaneously, and gray chaos energy converged into a torrent that spanned the sky, smashing savagely against the barrier. Everyone pour in your light energy. Shihi's voice cut through the battlefield. Her 6 pairs of golden wings spread wide, and dense radiant origin energy poured into the barrier like a waterfall. Lin Mo, use your origin balance energy to reinforce the shield. Lin Mo leaped to the core node of the barrier. The dual-colored energy of the fusion core surged out, endlessly intertwining with the light energy into a dense energy web. Origin balance reinforcement. The dual-colored energy spread along the runes of the barrier, and the cracks healed at a visible speed. The shield's light blazed abruptly brighter. Boom! The torrent of chaos energy slammed into the barrier. The colossal shockwaves flattened the golden forest around them, and the barrier convulsed violently, yet it never shattered. On the fleet flagship, the 3 Chaos Kings let out furious roars. Their bodies were covered in dark gray scales, each towering 100 meters tall, surrounded by a chaos aura that warped light itself. They were the peak cosmic level Chaos Devourer King, Chaos Rending King, and Chaos Corrosion King. Chaos King traits detected. Chaos Devourer King can devour all energy and convert it into its own power, immune to single-target energy attacks. Chaos Rending King excels at tearing space attacks, ignore 30 of defense. Chaos Corrosion King, corrosion energy can dismantle energy structures, causing irreversible damage. Danger level cosmic catastrophe. Operation Last Stand is now in effect. Qin Yu's voice spread across the battlefield through the communicator. First Echelon Lu Feng and Ying lead the Light Guardians to defend the 5 major nodes of the barrier. Second Echelon Qinggong pilots the Void Breaker and the Light Fleet to pin down the Chaos Fleet's cannon fire. Third Echelon Su Qing holds the Temple of Light and maintains the healing energy field. Lin Mo and Shihi will handle any surprise attack from the Chaos Kings. The deployment had barely been announced when the Chaos Rending King vanished from the flagship's deck. The next instant it appeared at the eastern node of the barrier, its claws lunging with the force to rend space itself. Watch out! Lu Feng roared as he charged forward, unleashing his triple hardening ability at full power. He raised a giant crystal with both hands and forcibly blocked the claw. Crack! The crystal shattered in an instant. Lu Feng was sent flying, his chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Chaos Rending King's claws did not pause for a moment. They struck straight at the node core. At the critical moment, Yi Ying's silver glinting shadow transformed into chains and wound around the Chaos Rending King's ankle while purifying shadow energy erupted, searing its scales. Get in the way! The Chaos Rending King swept a claw backhanded, tearing through the shadow chains. Ying was hurled away by the shockwave, blood seeping from the corner of her lips. The node core was on the verge of destruction. Lin Mo activated Blitz Rush and arrived at the battlefield in an instant. The Genesis Star Blade slashed out a dual-colored energy blade, forcing the Chaos Rending King back. Lin Mo, you're no match for me. The Chaos Rending King roared and charged once more. Its claws tore through space, creating countless gray cracks that swept toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated Origin Balanced Spatial Stabilization. His dual-colored energy smoothed the spatial cracks, and at the same time he thrust the Genesis Star Blade at the Chaos Rending King's energy core. Just then the Chaos Devourer King and the Chaos Corrosion King attacked simultaneously. The Devourer King opened its colossal maw, forming a huge gray vortex that pulled at Lin Mo's energy, while the Corrosion King spat dark green corrosive liquid toward the western node of the barrier, where Su Qing's healing energy field was located. Not good. Shihi could not be in 2 places at once. She could only divert part of her light energy to block the corrosive liquid, but that left the barrier short of energy, allowing the Chaos Fleet's cannons to blast a massive breach into it. Dozens of Starlight Tier Chaos warriors poured through the breach and charged toward the Temple of Light. Defend the temple. Su Qing's face was deathly pale. She activated her light healing energy, forming a golden barrier to hold back the Chaos warriors while rapidly healing Lu Feng and Ying. Qinggong piloted the Void Breaker, its main cannons firing in continuous succession to clear the Chaos warriors flooding in. But the breach kept growing and more Chaos warriors surged through. Lin Mo was suppressed by the combined assault of the Chaos Rending King and the Devourer King. His dual-colored energy was devoured relentlessly, and his strength gradually declined. Anxiety blazed in his heart, but the 2 Chaos Kings had him locked down, leaving him unable to reinforce the other battlefields. At this rate we can't last 12 hours. Lin Mo roared, slashing out an extinction slash to drive the Chaos Kings back, then looked at Shihi. Is there any other way? Shihi's golden armor was already covered in corrosion marks and her aura was steadily weakening. Beneath the Temple of Light lies the Origin Resonance Array. It can draw upon the energy of the Origin Core Nexus to summon the guardians of all remaining Origin stars. But it takes 12 hours to activate, and someone must hold the array's nodes. I'll activate it, Lin Mo said decisively. You and Qin Yu hold the defensive barrier. I'll take Su Qing and Qinggong to activate the array. No. If you leave we can hold off the 3 Chaos Kings. Shihi hurriedly tried to stop him. Trust me. Lin Mo activated Origin Balance Clone and split off a dual-colored clone with 50% of his main body's power. The clone will assist you. Once I activate the array I'll return immediately. The clone wielding the Genesis Starblade charged at the Chaos Kings while Lin Mo seized the chance to lead Su Qing and Qinggong toward the Temple of Light. Chaos warriors along the way were cut down with a casual flick of his blade, and they soon reached the Origin Resonance Array beneath the temple. The array was formed from 9 enormous Origin crystals, and at its center stood a golden pillar of light, the energy channel linked to the core nexus. Qinggong cracked the array's security locks. Su Qing activate the crystal nodes with light energy. Lin Mo ordered as he embedded the fusion core into the slot at the center of the array. Dual-colored energy surged into the array and all 9 crystals flickered with light. Qinggong quickly connected to the array's control console, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. The array is protected by multiple security locks. It'll take 3 hours to crack. And the Chaos Race has already sensed the energy fluctuations here. They're heading for the temple. I'll guard the entrance. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the Genesis Starblade, turned and rushed out of the temple. Sure enough, the Chaos Corrosion King led dozens of mid-cosmic level commanders charging toward the temple. You want to activate the resonance array. Wishful thinking. The Corrosion King spat a stream of corrosive liquid at Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated Origin Balance Purification. A barrier of dual-colored energy formed and purified the corrosive liquid while he swung the Genesis Starblade, sending a dual-colored energy blade straight at the Corrosion King. The Corrosion King had never expected Lin Mo's energy to purify chaos corrosion. Caught off guard, it was struck by the energy blade, its scales shattered and blood gushed out. Kill him! The Corrosion King roared. Dozens of cosmic-level commanders attacked simultaneously, and gray energy formed a dense barrage that swept toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated Triple Hardening plus the Origin Balance Shield and endured the barrage head-on. At the same time, his clone appeared from the flank, launched a surprise attack, and killed 2 commanders. The battlefield fell into a stalemate. With his clone and Origin Balance ability, Lin Mo barely held off the Corrosion King and its commanders, but his energy consumption was immense, and his aura was fading. Su Qin's healing energy continued to reach him, but it could only barely keep his wounds from worsening. It could not replenish his expended energy. 1 hour left. The array is about to activate. Chen Gong's voice came through, brimming with excitement. Lin Mo's heart leapt. He was about to launch a counterattack when he sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation from above. The Chaos Devourer King and the Chaos Rending King had actually broken through the barrier, and were charging toward the temple. Shihi Qinue and the others were covered in wounds, entangled by countless Chaos warriors utterly unable to provide support. It's over. Lin Mo's heart sank. With the 3 Chaos Kings gathered together, he had no chance at all. At that very moment, the Origin Resonance Array suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The 9 crystals rose into the air at the same time, resonating intensely with the energy of the Origin Core Nexus. The fusion core within Lin Mo burned fiercely. A golden beam of energy shot from the direction of the Core Nexus, and merged into his body. At the same time, the origin energy within Shi Ying and even Zhao Hu and Shaoli at the distant Federation headquarters surged into activation, forming a vast energy network. Origin Core Nexus energy resonance detected. All Origin Star Guardian descendants energy synchronized and activated. Hosts comprehensive strength cosmic level mid-stage, peak cosmic level late stage. Ultimate skill unlocked. Origin Guardian myriad races resonance SS grade. It can gather the energy of all Origin Star descendants to form invincible defense and offense. Around Lin Mo, the dual-colored energy erupted, forming a colossal pillar of energy that shot straight into the sky. Overawed by the pressure of the pillar, the 3 Chaos Kings instinctively stepped back. What is this power? A flicker of fear passed through the Devourer King's eyes. Lin Mo's figure hovered in the air, surrounded by countless specks of light from the descendants of Origin Stars, while the dual-colored energy of the Genesis Starblade reached its peak. This is the power that protects the universe. Chaos Race, your end is here. He raised his hand and swept it down. Countless specks of light condensed into an enormous dual-colored energy blade and slashed toward the 3 Chaos Kings. Wherever the energy blade passed, chaos energy was instantly purified and space returned to clarity. The 3 Chaos Kings' faces changed drastically. They simultaneously activated their chaos origin energy, forming a massive defensive barrier. Boom! The energy blade struck the barrier, shattering it in an instant. The 3 Chaos Kings were blasted away, large patches of scales falling from their bodies, their auras plummeting to cosmic level mid-stage. Impossible. How could you possess such overwhelming power? The Rending King let out a roar of despair. Lin Mo did not answer. He turned and charged at the Chaos Fleet, sweeping the Genesis Starblade in a wide arc. A 10,000-meter energy blade lashed out, instantly destroying dozens of Chaos warships. Empowered by the energy resonance, Shihi Qinue and the others also surged in strength and launched counterattacks. The Chaos warriors fell like wheat before a scythe, and the breach in the barrier gradually closed. Just then the flagship of the Chaos Fleet suddenly exploded. A black figure burst from the blast. It was Mo Qin. He was wreathed in chaos and dark energy, holding a flawless piece of obsidian engraved with the runes of the Origin Core Nexus. Lin Mo, did you think you had already won? Mo Chen's voice was wild with madness. The moment the Origin Resonance Array activated, it also opened the passage to the Core Nexus. I've already taken control of the Core Nexus. The progenitor's true power is about to awaken. He activated the obsidian and a black energy passage tore open from the sky connecting to the origin core nexus. From within the passage came a terrifying aura far beyond that of the Chaos Kings. It was the sealed core consciousness of the Void Progenitor. Emotion well done. With the energy of the core nexus I shall be reborn completely, and rule the universe. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. He had never expected Mo Chen's goal to be not the resurrection of the progenitor's physical body but the awakening of the progenitor's core consciousness through the energy of the origin core nexus, to obtain even greater power. Stop him! Lin Mo roared as he charged forward. The Genesis Starblade pointed straight at Mo Chen. Mo Chen sneered, turned and plunged into the energy passage. Lin Mo, if you want to stop me, come to the origin core nexus. There I'll bury you and your parents as sacrifices for the progenitor's rebirth. The energy passage slowly closed and Mo Chen's figure vanished into it. Seeing this, the three Chaos Kings dared not linger. They turned to flee but were slain by Lin Mo and Shihi working together. The remaining Chaos Fleet and warriors were quickly wiped out, and the crisis on the Radiant Origin Star was temporarily resolved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, yet there was not a trace of joy. Lin Mo stared at the closed energy passage, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. I must go to the origin core nexus and stop Mo Chen and the progenitor's core consciousness. Shihi nodded, her expression grave. The origin core nexus is the energy source of all origin stars. If the progenitor controls it, the entire universe will be devoured by darkness. But the core nexus is filled with spatial traps and violent energy currents, and Mo Chen already controls part of it. To enter is to face almost certain death. Even if it means almost certain death, I will go. Lin Mo gripped the Genesis Starblade tightly. This is my responsibility and a promise to my parents. Qin Yu walked to his side, determination flashing in his eyes. We'll go with you. Protecting the universe is not your responsibility alone. Lu Fengying, Su Qing and Qin Gong all nodded in turn, expressing their determination to accompany him. At that moment the golden pillar of the Origin Resonance Array blazed to life again. A blurry figure materialized within it, the guardian spirit of the Origin Core Nexus. Lin Mo Shihi, only the rightful guardians of the Origin Stars can enter the core region of the Nexus. Anyone else who enters will only be devoured by the spatial traps. Moreover, the energy of the core nexus is being eroded by the progenitor's consciousness. Within at most 24 hours it will spiral completely out of control. Lin Mo's heart sank. He knew the others could not go with him. He looked at Qin Yu and the others. You will stay on the Radiant Origin Star rendezvous with the reinforcements from the Life Origin Star and guard the other Origin Stars well. I'll go to the core nexus alone and stop Mo Chen and the progenitor. Lin Mo, take care. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, reluctance filling his eyes. Lin Mo nodded, turned and walked toward the Origin Resonance Array. The fusion core resonated with the array and a golden energy passage opened leading to the Origin Core Nexus. He cast one last look at the others, then leaped into the passage. Inside, space warped and energy currents crisscrossed in every direction. Lin Mo activated his Origin Balance ability, shielded his entire body and advanced with difficulty toward the core region. Along the way he saw the wreckage of countless Origin stars and felt the horrific savagery of the Origin cataclysm from 1,000,000 years ago. After an unknown span of time, Lin Mo finally reached the core region of the Nexus. It was a vast space of pure energy. At its center stood a colossal dual-colored sphere, the core energy source of origin and darkness. Mo Chen stood before the energy source, the obsidian in his hand, ceaselessly absorbing core energy. The progenitor's core consciousness had become a black phantom coiled around the energy source, its aura growing ever stronger. Lin Mo, you've come. Mo Chen turned around, a mad smile on his face. Now witness the progenitor's rebirth. The progenitor's core consciousness let out a low guttural roar. Black energy surged from the energy source and swept toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo gripped the Genesis Starblade tightly, dual-colored energy flowing along the blade, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. But at that very moment the core energy source suddenly trembled violently, dual-colored energy interweaving madly, and a familiar voice came from within the source. Xiao Mo Chen's obsidian was refined from the core of the Chaos race and fragments of origin. He wants to fuse the progenitor's consciousness with Chaos energy to create an even more terrifying existence. It was his parents' voices. Their consciousness was still inside the core energy source. Lin Mo's heart surged with joy, yet it was also filled with worry. Mo Chen's plan was far more horrifying than Lin Mo had imagined. The fusion of the progenitor's consciousness with chaos energy would give birth to a catastrophe of cosmic proportions. Black energy surged forward like a tsunami, carrying the annihilating will of the progenitor's core consciousness. Wherever it passed, the energy space of the core hub crumbled, dissolving into countless gray fragments. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the cosmic Genesis star-edged blade, and the twin-colored energy around him exploded outward. Origin Guardian Resonance of 10,000 clans erupted at full power as countless specks of energy from the descendants of the origin stars condensed into an indestructible barrier. Boom! The black energy slammed into the barrier, and the shockwave blasted Lin Mo dozens of meters away. His chest churned violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to steady himself and looked up. The progenitor's core consciousness had already begun to fuse with the chaotic energy of the obsidian in Mo Chen's hand. Wispy gray patterns coiled around the black phantom as its aura surged to the peak of the cosmic level, showing faint signs of breaking through even further. Detected Void Progenitor Chaos Fusion Form. Level Half-Step Cosmic Perfection Ability Chaotic Void Genesis Creation SS. Fused with 3 fundamental origins capable of ignoring most energy defenses and devouring all matter and energy. Trait Chaos Immunity, immune to 90 of light and Genesis energy attacks. Danger level Universal Annihilation. Xiao Mo used the twin-colored energy of the fused core to strike the crack in the obsidian. His parents' voices came from the core energy source. That obsidian was forged when Mo Chen forcibly fused the chaos core with the origin fragment. It has a crack. It's his fatal weakness. A sharp light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Activating precise detection, he indeed saw a fine golden crack on the obsidian's surface, the juncture where the origin fragment and the chaos core had been melded together. He gripped the cosmic Genesis star-edged blade, condensing twin-colored energy into a slender blade of pure force. Origin Balance Pierce. The energy blade shot toward the obsidian like a meteor. Mo Chen's expression changed drastically, and he hastily summoned chaotic void energy to block it. Delusional. The progenitor's power is unstoppable now. A barrier interwoven with black and gray energy formed in an instant. The energy blade collided with it, only to pierce through like a knife through tofu, accurately striking the crack in the obsidian. Crack! A crisp sound came from the obsidian as fissures spread in an instant. Chaotic energy and Genesis energy burst out uncontrollably. Mo Chen was struck by the backlash, spat out a mouthful of black blood, and staggered backward. The progenitor's core consciousness let out a pained howl. Its fused form began to destabilize, and the gray patterns on the black phantom started to recede. Seize the chance. His parents' voices echoed again. The core energy source suddenly blazed with dazzling twin-colored light, and a beam of energy shot toward Lin Mo. Take in our consciousness and energy. Activate Origin Reversal. Without hesitation, Lin Mo drew the beam into his body. The fused core burned intensely, and his parents' consciousness resonated with his very soul. Origin Reversal Genesis Purification. He roared and charged forward. The cosmic Genesis star-edged blade carved out a twin-colored energy blade imbued with 3 wills, thrusting straight at the progenitor's core consciousness. This time the energy blade was not nullified by the chaotic void energy. Instead, it seared the progenitor's phantom like a blazing iron. The progenitor let out a shrill scream and tried to retreat, but was held fast by the gravitational pull of the core energy source, unable to escape. The energy blade slammed into the core of the phantom. Black energy collapsed like a receding tide. Chaotic energy was forcibly stripped away, and it dispersed into gray mist that faded into nothing. No. My plan! Madness flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. He suddenly rushed toward the core energy source, trying to forcibly absorb its power. Even if the progenitor fails, I will become the new overlord of the universe. Lin Mo had already anticipated his move. He spun around and slashed out an energy blade that struck Missouri Chin square in the back. The blade pierced clean through his body, and the chaotic and Genesis energies within him erupted simultaneously, his body beginning to disintegrate. Lin Mo, do you think you've won? Mo Chen's voice was filled with unwillingness and venom. The true master of the Chaos Clan, the Lord of Chaos, has already awakened. He will avenge me and annihilate every origin star. Before the words faded, Mo Chen's body turned completely to ash, leaving only a broken origin fragment that gently drifted into Lin Mo's hand. Detected host has slain Mo Chen and absorbed chaotic void energy. Origin balance ability has reached perfection. Current overall strength late cosmic stage peak half-step cosmic perfection acquired item origin fragment left by emotion containing core intelligence of the Chaos Clan deprived of chaotic energy. The progenitor's core consciousness was dragged by the gravitational pull of the core energy source and gradually devoured. Looking at the phantom images of his parents and the core energy source, Lin Mo's eyes brimmed with emotion. Dad, Mom, I'll get you out. Xiao Mo, our consciousness has been bound to the core energy source for far too long. We cannot leave. His mother's voice was tinged with reluctance. But Emotion is dead and the progenitor has been completely sealed. Our mission is complete. From now on the duty of protecting the universe falls to you. His father added. The Lord of Chaos that Emotion mentioned is the one who instigated the origin cataclysm 1,000,000 years ago. His strength has reached cosmic perfection and he had been slumbering all this time. Once he wakes he will surely lead the Chaos Clan in a massive invasion. You must unite all the guardians of the origin stars and prepare as soon as possible. The twin-colored radiance of the core energy source gradually dimmed and his parents' phantom figures grew ever fainter. Remember, the balance between origin and darkness is the foundation of the universe. Do not lean toward either side. Dad. Mom. Lin Mo reached out to grasp them but only caught empty space. His parents' consciousness had completely merged into the core energy source. The energy source calmed, transforming into a docile twin-colored sphere that floated at the center of the core region. Clutching the origin fragment in his hand, Lin Mo's heart was filled with both grief and resolve. He knew that even though his parents were gone, their will would always remain with him. He turned toward the exit of the core hub, ready to leave and reunite with Xinyu and the others. Just then the core energy source began to tremble violently. The twin-colored light surged once more, and the entire space of the core hub started to warp and twist. Lin Mo's heart sank. Activating precise detection, he found that the source of the spatial distortion came from the direction of the cosmic rift. A terrifying aura far surpassing the Chaos King was rapidly closing in. It was the Lord of Chaos that Emotion had mentioned. Detected supergrade energy fluctuations. Target Chaos Lord, Chaos level cosmic perfection ability, Chaos origin Genesis creation SSS. The source energy of the Chaos Clan capable of creating and destroying chaos races and devouring all energy in the universe. Warning: the Chaos Lord is tearing through space and will arrive at the core hub imminently. Cracks appeared on the spatial walls of the core hub one after another. Gray chaotic energy poured in through the fissures, dyeing the entire space gray. Lin Mo felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. His half-step cosmic perfection strength was no more than an ant's before the Lord of Chaos. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to ruin my plan. Kill Mo-Chen and seal the progenitor. A majestic and icy voice resounded throughout the core hub, carrying unassailable dominance. But none of that matters anymore. Now I will personally destroy the core energy source, devour all the origin stars, and rule the entire universe. The spatial rift widened further, and an immense gray figure stepped through. The Lord of Chaos. Chaos was formed purely of primal chaotic origin energy with no physical body. Only a pair of eyes glowing with crimson light. Around him swirled a chaotic aura that warped the very laws of the universe, and every breath he took caused the energy space of the core hub to shudder violently. Lin Mo gripped the cosmic Genesis star-edged blade and unleashed his twin-colored energy at full force, but still could not withstand the oppression of the chaotic aura. His body began to tremble slightly. He knew he was no match for the Lord of Chaos. Even using every trump card he had, he could barely hold out for a moment. Give up resisting. You cannot defeat me. Chaos's voice carried a note of contempt. Your parents were cowards who never dared to face me head-on. You may be braver than them, but the gap in strength is far too great. The outcome will not change. Even if the gap is enormous, I will fight to the end. Lin Mo roared and charged forward, the cosmic Genesis star-edged blade carving out a twin-colored energy blade containing every ounce of his power. Origin Guardian Resonance of 10,000 Clans, Ultimate Slash. The energy blade stretched 10,000 meters long, bearing both the power of protection and destruction as it swept toward Chaos. Chaos merely raised a hand and a gray energy barrier easily blocked it. Crack! The energy blade shattered in an instant, and Lin Mo was hurled backward by the rebounding force. He slammed heavily into the core energy source, coughing up a large mouthful of blood, his aura withering. Detected host has suffered severe injuries. Energy depleted by 90. Overall strength temporarily drops to mid-cosmic stage. Pathetic. Chaos sneered and reached out toward the core energy source. Now let us put an end to all of this. Sensing the threat, the core energy source burst out with its last twin-colored radiance, forming a defensive shield that held back Chaos's hand. But under the erosion of the chaotic origin, energy cracks soon spread across the shield. It could shatter at any moment. Lin Mo's heart sank. He knew that once the core energy source was destroyed, all the origin stars would lose their energy supply and become a hunting ground for the Chaos Clan. He struggled to rise, only to find that his energy was nearly exhausted, leaving him unable to move at all. At that critical moment, the origin fragment in his hand suddenly lit up, resonating with the core energy source. A memory left by emotion surfaced within the fragment. The Lord of Chaos's weakness lies in his chaotic origin core, hidden at the center of his energy body. But only by drawing on the power of all the origin star guardians can it be pierced. A glimmer of hope flashed across Lin Mo's eyes. He immediately activated the fused core and sent out an energy signal to the outside world. The signal connected to the origin resonance array, capable of summoning all the guardians of the origin stars. "It's useless. Even if you summon every guardian, they are no match for me," Chaos said, disdainfully, pressing down with greater force as cracks widened across the defensive shield. But at that very moment, countless golden pillars of light appeared in the space of the core hub. One figure after another stepped out from the light. Shiha arrived with the guardians of the light origin star. Lingxi, guardian of the life origin star late cosmic stage; Tian, guardian of the metal origin star late cosmic stage; Luyao, guardian of the nature origin star late cosmic stage; Huaming, guardian of the spirit origin star late cosmic stage, and also Qinghua, Lu Fengyang, and the others. Through the energy channel of the origin resonance array, they had arrived at the core hub. "Lin Mo, we're here to help you." Shiha's voice was firm as 6 pairs of golden wings unfolded, releasing a burst of light origin energy. The other guardians also activated their origin energies. 5-colored energy intertwined with Lin Mo's twin-colored energy, and the power of Qin Yu and the others, forming a vast energy network that enveloped the entire core hub. The Lord of Chaos's aura was suppressed by the energy network, and his movements slowed noticeably. "I never thought you could actually unite." A flicker of surprise appeared in Chaos's eyes, then quickly turned cold again. "But even so, it changes nothing." He erupted with all his chaotic origin energy, and great power formed a colossal devouring vortex that swept toward the guardians. "Pour all your energy into Lin Mo," Shiha shouted, being the first to channel her light origin energy into him. The other guardians answered in unison, and 5-colored energy streamed endlessly into Lin Mo's body. His strength rapidly recovered and even began to break through. Detected energy from all origin star guardians has been infused. Host overall strength mid-cosmic stage, cosmic perfection. Unlocked ultimate secret art origin guardian cosmic resonance SSS. Gathering the origin energy of all origin stars to temporarily rival a cosmic perfection powerhouse. The twin-colored energy around Lin Mo surged explosively, fusing with the 5-colored energy to form a dazzling 7-colored pillar of light that shot straight into the heavens. He gripped the cosmic Genesis star edge blade, and 7-colored energy condensed along the blade, forming an edge engraved with the laws of the universe. "Chaos, your reign ends here." He leaped toward Chaos, and the energy blade swept out with world-destroying force, aimed directly at the chaotic origin core. Chaos's expression changed dramatically. He hastily summoned all his chaotic energy to defend, but the 7-colored blade was the bane of chaotic energy. His defenses were torn apart in an instant. "No!" Chaos let out a despairing roar as the energy blade struck his chaotic origin core. His gray energy body began to disintegrate, and his crimson eyes gradually dimmed. Lin Mo gave him no chance to catch his breath. He slashed out another energy blade, completely shattering the chaotic origin core. Chaos's body dissolved into countless wisps of gray mist, attempting to flee the core hub, but was trapped by the energy network, and gradually purified and dispersed. The Lord of Chaos had been annihilated. The spatial distortion within the core hub gradually subsided, and the gray energy began to recede. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, but his energy was spent. His body swayed, nearly collapsing. Su Qin rushed forward and released healing energy to treat his wounds. Everyone looked at the core energy source, now calm once more, and relieved smiles spread across their faces. The crisis of the light origin star had been resolved. The main forces of the Chaos Clan had been destroyed, and the universe had temporarily returned to peace. But Lin Mo knew that this peace was only temporary. Countless remnants of the Chaos Clan still remained, and beyond the cosmic rift, even more powerful enemies might be lurking. He gazed at the origin fragment in his hand, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. Just then the core energy source trembled yet again. A gray energy signal came from the direction of the cosmic rift, and was captured by the origin fragment. The signal contained only one sentence. Though the Lord of Chaos is dead, the armies of the Chaos universe have already set forth. In 3 months they will completely destroy your universe. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. The armies of the Chaos universe. This meant an even greater crisis was approaching. Shiha and the others also sensed the signal, and their expressions turned grave. Lingxi said, "Between the Chaos universe and ours there was originally a spatial barrier. The death of the Lord of Chaos has created cracks in that barrier, allowing them to pass through and launch their invasion. We must reinforce the spatial barrier within 3 months, unite all the righteous forces across the universe and prepare for battle," Lin Mo declared with determination. Everyone nodded, resolve blazing in their eyes. The road to protecting the universe had never ended, and a new challenge had already arrived. Lin Mo looked at the lingering traces of his parents' consciousness within the core energy source, and silently vowed, "Dad, Mom, I will protect this universe. I won't let your efforts be in vain." He turned to the others and said, "Let's go. There is much to be done. In 3 months we will face a final battle that will decide the fate of the universe." The energy passage of the core nexus slowly sealed shut as the starship Skybreaker carried Lin Mo and the others back toward the Guangming Qiyuan star. Beyond the porthole, interstellar dust scattered in the ship's tail plume. Lin Mo leaned against the bulkhead, his fingertips tracing the fusion core while his parents' words still echoed in his ears. 3 months seemed ample, yet there were 3 tasks to complete: uniting the cosmic powers, reinforcing the spatial barrier, and eliminating the remnants of chaos. Every single one brooked no delay. Lin Mo, the Universal Alliance's reply has arrived. Qin Yu walked into the lounge and handed over a holographic document. Alliance headquarters has agreed to form an anti-chaos allied force with you as the supreme commander and Guardian Shiha as the deputy commander. 12 interstellar civilizations have already joined and 8 more are still waiting to see how things develop. We need to send people to persuade them. Lin Mo took the document and quickly scanned it, send Yiying and Qingong to win over the neutral civilizations. Qingong's mechanical expertise and Yiying's shadow intelligence network will be put to good use. Lu Feng will clear the chaos remnants scattered between the stars. Su Qing will organize a medical rescue team, and Yu Shiha and I will deploy the spatial anchors. The spatial anchor technology has already been cracked. Qingong's voice came through the communicator. According to the data left in the origin core nexus, the anchors must be forged from a mixture of origin shards and chaos cores which can temporarily stabilize the spatial rifts. Qingong's voice continued through the communicator. We have already forged 10 of them, enough to place them at the key nodes around the rifts. 3 days later the Skybreaker rendezvoused with the Universal Alliance fleet, and they arrived together at the star domain where the spatial rifts lay. Here space was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Gray chaos energy continuously seeped out, eroding the surrounding interstellar matter and forming a vast chaos erosion belt. 10 spatial anchors hovered at the center of the fleet, their bodies dual-colored and radiating steady energy fluctuations. Detected spatial anchor characteristics: fuses origin and chaos energy, can suppress rift expansion and temporarily block the permeation of chaos universe energy. Warning: a faint chaos signal exists in the erosion belt. Suspected vanguard forces are lying in ambush. Deploy according to plan. At Lin Mo's command, the fleet split into 10 squads and flew toward the assigned nodes. He, Shiha and Qin Yu led the core squad to the anchor position at the very heart of the rift. Here spatial distortion was at its most severe. One could even make out a vague image of the chaos universe, a dark star region without a single star where countless enormous chaos warships were gathering. Move quickly. The erosion here is too strong. After deployment the anchor will last only 72 hours and needs to be replaced at regular intervals. Shiha unfolded 6 pairs of golden wings, and radiant energy formed a barrier to hold back the chaos erosion. Lin Mo embedded the first spatial anchor into the preset energy slot. A burst of dual-colored energy exploded outward. The spatial fissures around them instantly contracted, and the rate at which chaos energy seeped out slowed noticeably. At that moment Qin Yu's spatial ability suddenly gave a warning: ambush. A large number of Chaos Vanguard units are approaching with strength ranging from the early to the mid-cosmic rank. The words had barely left his mouth when countless gray figures rushed out of the erosion belt. They were the Chaos Universe's space hunters. Slender, extremely swift, their hands turned into razor-sharp spatial blades capable of rending energy barriers. Leading them was a Chaos Commander in black battle armor whose aura stood at the peak of the mid-cosmic rank. In his hand he held a gray war blade wreathed in corrosive energy that could disintegrate the very structure of space. Target: Haishi, Commander of the Chaos Space Hunters. Rank: peak mid-cosmic rank. Ability Spatial Erosion S-Class. Can dissolve spatial anchor energy and tear apart energy defenses. Traits excels at mass raids extremely fast. Danger level high. Stop them. Don't let them destroy the anchors. Lin Mo roared and charged forward. The Genesis Star-Edged blade slashed out a dual-colored energy arc, instantly cutting down 3 space hunters. She has radiant annihilation swept across, and a golden energy edge turned a group of space hunters to ash. Qin Yu's spatial cuts kept slicing through the air, generating one spatial barrier after another to block the hunters' raids. Haishi's target was unmistakable. He headed straight for the spatial anchor. His gray war blade launched a spatial erosion wave at it. Source balance defense. Lin Mo activated his dual-colored shield, blocking the erosion wave, and then leapt before Haishi with the Genesis Star-Edged blade pointed straight at his core. Haishi let out a cold laugh, his body turning into an afterimage as a spatial blade lashed out from the side. Lin Mo, the Chaos Lord may have fallen, but you cannot stop the armies of the Chaos Universe. These anchors are nothing but futile efforts. Lin Mo activated Hypervelocity Rush, and became locked in deadly combat with Haishi. Haishi was exceedingly fast, and his spatial erosion energy ceaselessly broke down Lin Mo's defenses. Within a few short minutes, several gaps had been corroded into Lin Mo's battle armor. Shiha helped me slow him down. Shiha understood at once. Her radiant energy coalesced into countless filaments of light, weaving an enormous net of light that descended over Haishi. The net was filled with purifying energy, temporarily suppressing the chaos erosion, and Haishi's speed dropped significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo condensed the energy of source balance into a spear and pierced Haishi's core with deadly accuracy. Haishi let out a miserable shriek as his body dissolved into gray mist. But before he faded away, he suddenly shouted toward the spatial rift, "Milord, the anchors have been marked. The clue to the source key lies with Lin Mo." Lin Mo's heart sank. Source key. That was the first time he had heard that name. He activated Precision Scan and swept it over the place where Haishi had vanished, discovering a faint chaos signal transmitting toward the Chaos Universe. Clearly a locator being sent out. This is bad. Their target wasn't the anchors, it was marking our position. And now they've mentioned the source key. Qin Yu's expression turned grim. It must have something to do with your fusion core. Lin Mo clenched the fusion core. Sure enough, a faint resonance came from within it, as if it were answering some signal. He suddenly recalled the words his parents had left behind: the balance of origin and darkness is the foundation of the universe. Could the fusion core be the so-called source key? Just then urgent communication came in from the other squad's Supreme Commander: "We've been ambushed. They are source hunters from the Chaos Universe who can absorb anchor energy. 3 anchors have already been destroyed." Lin Mo's heart chilled. So the Chaos Vanguard had come in 2 waves, one to pin them down and one specifically to destroy the anchors. He immediately ordered abandon the outer anchors. All squads converge on the core area and protect the remaining anchors. The fleet rapidly tightened its formation, shielding the remaining 7 anchors at the center. But the source hunters were far stronger than the space hunters. Their bodies were semi-transparent, letting them penetrate energy barriers and directly absorb the dual-colored energy of the anchors. A source hunter rushed to the second anchor and pressed its body against it. The anchor's energy drained at a clearly visible rate, and soon turned dull and lusterless, losing all ability to suppress the rift. Source balance purification. Lin Mo dashed forward and injected dual-colored energy into the anchor. The source hunter let out a shrill scream and was forced back by the purifying energy. But even more source hunters charged in. The fleet's defensive barrier was gradually broken through, and the 3rd and 4th anchors were destroyed in succession. Although Shiha's radiant energy could counter chaos energy, the source hunter's absorption was too powerful. The moment her light touched them, it was devoured by force. At this rate, all the anchors will be destroyed before long, Shiha said anxiously. Lin Mo's mind raced. Suddenly he remembered the origin shard Mo Chen had left behind. He took out the shard and poured dual-colored energy into it. The shard immediately erupted with blinding light, and an energy wave spread outward. Every source hunter came to a sudden halt, their bodies beginning to show signs of melting. Detected resonance between the origin shard and the fusion core. Activated source suppression effect. Can temporarily restrain the chaos source hunters. Note: the source key is the fusion core. The Chaos Universe's objective is to seize the key and open a permanent passage through the spatial barrier. So that's how it is. Lin Mo's mind suddenly cleared. The fusion core was not merely the key to balancing the source, it was the key to opening a passage between the 2 worlds. The Chaos Universe had struck early precisely to take the key before the barrier could be reinforced. He shared the Origin Shard's energy with all the squads, and for the time being the threat from the hunters was neutralized. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo ordered Qingong activate the anchor's self-destruct sequence immediately. Concentrate all remaining anchor energy into the core anchor to create a super anchor that can suppress the rift for 7 days. Copy that. Executing now. Qingong worked rapidly. The remaining 3 anchors flew toward the core position at the same time, their energies merging into one colossal dual-colored anchor suspended at the center of the rift. The super anchor's energy fluctuations were overwhelming. The spatial rift shrank instantly, and the leakage of chaos energy all but stopped. Seeing their plan fail, the source hunters retreated one by one and vanished into the erosion belt. The fleet finally steadied itself, but grimness hung over every face. 7 days were far shorter than the expected 3 months, and the Chaos Universe's great army would likely launch its full offensive ahead of schedule. Back on the Skybreaker, Lin Mo placed the fusion core and the Origin Shard together. The 2 objects resonated violently, and a blurry image emerged. His parents were conversing with a stranger in gray robes. The man's aura was connected to the Chaos Universe, yet it also bore a trace of Origin energy. The source key must not fall into the hands of the Chaos Lord, or the balance between the 2 worlds will be shattered forever. The stranger's voice echoed. If we fail, have Xiao Mo take the key to the Pingheng realm. There the Chaos Universe can be completely sealed away. The image cut off abruptly. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. The Pingheng realm. This was yet another clue. What was more, the stranger's aura faintly overlapped with the Milord Haishi had mentioned. Could he be a traitor inside the Chaos Universe who had once cooperated with Lin Mo's parents? Lin Mo, the Universal Alliance has sent an urgent message. Qin Yu walked into the command center, his face deathly pale. The Chaos Universe's army has already set out ahead of schedule. According to detection, their fleet numbers more than 100,000 vessels with 3 Chaos Kings at cosmic rank perfection. They are expected to arrive in 7 days. 7 days. Exactly the duration of the super anchor. The Chaos Universe had obviously planned this all along. Haishi's attack was only meant to confirm the key's position, while draining their anchor resources. It seems we have no choice but to go to the Pingheng realm and find a way to seal it completely. Lin Mo gripped the fusion core, a flash of resolve in his eyes. She will lead the allied forces in holding the super anchor and buy as much time as possible. Qin Yuelu Feng Su Qing Qinggong and I will go to the Pingheng realm to find the sealing method. Shiha nodded, her eyes full of resolve. Don't worry. We will hold this position until you return. Qinggong quickly retrieved the data from the Origin Core Nexus. The coordinates of the Pingheng realm are hidden within the Origin Shard and can only be unlocked with the energy of the fusion core. According to the records, that places the balance node from the birth of the universe containing pure source energy. But it is also riddled with spatial traps and chaos remnants. Its danger is no less than the very heart of the Chaos Universe. No time to hesitate. Set out at once. Lin Mo commanded. The Skybreaker broke away from the fleet and warped toward the coordinates unlocked by the Origin Shard. The ship entered warp. Lin Mo stood by the porthole watching the super anchor gradually recede into the distance, his heart filled with urgency. 7 days. They had to traverse the perilous Pingheng realm, discover the sealing method, and rush back to reinforce the alliance. It was almost an impossible task. What unsettled him even more was that the Origin Shard occasionally emitted a faint signal, as if something in the Pingheng realm were calling to him. The signal carried both a familiar origin energy and a chilling chaos aura. Lin Mo, look at this. Su Qing suddenly pointed at the scanner screen, which displayed a simulated image of the Pingheng realm, a star domain woven from 2 colors with a colossal 2-colored temple standing at its center. At the temple's summit, a crystal resembling the fusion core was glittering. That crystal is very likely the Pingheng core, the key to sealing the Chaos Universe. Lin Mo's heartbeat quickened. He could feel an intense resonance between that Pingheng core and the fusion core in his hand. At the same time, he perceived countless powerful energy signals lurking around the temple, and the intensity of one of them even surpassed that of the Chaos Lord from before. Be careful, there is an even more powerful existence there. Qin Yu's expression was heavy. It may be a guardian left by the Chaos Universe in the Pingheng realm, or an ancient being that was sealed away. The Skybreaker's warp was nearing its end, and the outline of the Pingheng realm grew increasingly clear. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the Genesis Star-Edged blade, unleashing the fusion core's dual-colored energy to the fullest, ready for battle. He did not know what awaited them, nor whether he could find the sealing method within 7 days. But he knew this was the only hope. For his parents' last wish and for the safety of the universe he had to charge fearlessly ahead. Meanwhile, in the two-colored temple of the Pinghing realm, a mysterious figure draped in a dual-colored robe stood before the Pinghing core, gazing toward Lin Mo's direction. A strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Xiao Mo, you've finally come. Heir of the Source Key, it is time for you to fulfill your mission." The Voidbreaker's warp engine spooled to a halt, and the balanced realm unfurled in full before their eyes. In the twin-hued starfield, countless translucent energy asteroids drifted, half radiating the golden light of origin, half wreathed in gray chaos mist. They checked one another, yet neither encroached upon the other. At the center, the twin-colored temple was built entirely of balanced stone, its black and white veins intertwining. At its summit, the balanced core pulsed like a beating heart, radiating steady source energy, though faint dark streaks of chaos erosion lurked within. "Careful, the energy asteroids around us are natural traps." Qin Gong stared at his detector, face grim. "They attack according to the intruder's energy attribute. Origin energy experts trigger chaos asteroids, chaos energy experts trigger origin asteroids. Only balanced energy can pass safely." Lin Mo activated his source balance ability, twin-colored energy shrouding his body. "I'll lead the way, follow my energy trail." He leapt out of the warship and landed on one of the twin-colored asteroids. Sure enough, the asteroid remained still. Qingyue, Lu Feng, and the others followed at once. Su Qing released radiant healing energy while wrapping herself in a thread of chaos energy, barely keeping her balance, as she brought up the rear. Just as they cleared the asteroid belt, two phantoms suddenly materialized before the temple gates, one gold and one gray, taking the forms of an origin warrior and a chaos warrior. Their bodies radiated the energy of the balance seal. Detection: balanced realm guardian phantoms detected. Origin guardian phantom mid-cosmic stage excels at radiant origin attacks, immune to pure chaos energy. Chaos guardian phantom mid-cosmic stage excels at chaos erosion attacks, immune to pure origin energy. Trial rule: must defeat both phantoms simultaneously with balanced energy. Killing one alone triggers a forbidden explosion. Defeat them at the same time. Lu Feng frowned. Their immunities precisely counter single-type energy. "It's all on you, Lin Mo." Lin Mo nodded, the twin-colored energy of the creation starblade surging. "Qingyue, use your spatial ability to lock down their movements." Lu Feng, apply pressure from the flanks and force them together. "I'll deliver the killing blow." Qingyue understood immediately. Spatial rifts unfolded around the two phantoms, confining their range of movement. Lu Feng activated his brute force ability, twin-colored energy covering his fists, as he slammed into the Chaos Guardian Phantom, forcing it to drift toward the Origin Guardian Phantom. The two phantoms sensed the danger and attacked simultaneously. The Origin Phantom shot golden energy arrows while the Chaos Phantom sprayed gray corrosive liquid, both converging on Lin Mo. Source balance: Twinborn / Lin Mo leapt skyward. The creation starblade unleashed two intertwined twin-colored energy blades. One met the arrows, the other intercepted the corrosive liquid. As the blade spun, a third energy blade snaked out like a chain, wrapped around both phantoms, and forcibly pulled them together. "Now!" Lin Mo roared as he dove, and the energy blade pierced the cores of both phantoms at the same instant. The Origin Phantom's golden core and the Chaos Phantom's gray core shattered simultaneously. The two phantoms dissolved into specks of light, and the temple gates slowly opened. Trial cleared. Balance core resonance increased. Partial access unlocked can temporarily suppress chaos erosion within the core. Inside, the temple proved to be a vast circular hall. The floor was engraved with balance runes. At the center, on a raised dais, the balance core floated in midair, wrapped in gray chaos erosion that ceaselessly devoured the golden origin energy. Around the hall, ancient murals covered the walls, recording how at the dawn of the universe the two great sources, origin and chaos, had reached a pact in the balanced realm to divide the boundaries of the cosmos. The balance core was the central vessel of that pact. The chaos erosion on the balance core has already become severe. Shiha's transmission came through, laced with urgency. The super anchor's energy is draining rapidly. The Chaos Army's Vanguard fleet has arrived ahead of schedule. We can hold out for at most 5 days. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Activating precision scan, he discovered a faint chaos consciousness hidden inside the balance core, the residual source imprint of the Chaos Lord ceaselessly corrupting the core's energy. We must purify the core first before we can activate the seal. He ascended the dais, pressed the fusion core against the balance core, and sent twin-colored energy flowing in to begin purging the chaos imprint. The golden energy of the balance core gradually revived, and the gray erosion energy slowly receded. Just as the purification was nearly complete, the hall's dome suddenly shattered. A gray figure dove down, clutching a staff inlaid with a chaos crystal, the Chaos Prophet of the Chaos Universe. Target: Mo Luo, the Chaos Prophet. Level: half step to Cosmic Peak. Ability: Chaos Prophecy SS-Rank, can predict attack trajectories within 3 seconds and is immune to most control techniques. Chaos Source Erosion SS-Rank, accelerates balance core corruption and enhances his own power. Danger level: universe destroying. Lin Mo, you're still one step too late. Mo Luo's voice carried a sinister smile. With a wave of his staff, gray energy poured into the balance core, and the erosion energy that had just been purified surged at once, suppressing the golden energy again. Once the balance core is completely corrupted, the spatial barrier between the two worlds will be shattered forever, and the Chaos Army will pour straight in. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. He spun around and charged at Mo Luo. Stop him. Jin Yu immediately launched a space slash. Lu Feng leapt into the air and smashed both fists down at Mo Luo. Su Qing released radiant purification energy to counteract the gray erosion, while Chen Gong aimed his portable mechanical arm and fired an energy bolt at Mo Luo's staff. Mo Luo activated Kaith's prophecy, predicting everyone's attack trajectories in advance. He evaded with phantom-like movements, and with a wave of his staff, gray energy formed a barrier that blocked every attack. Useless. My prophecy sees through all your moves. He laughed coldly, pointing his staff at Lu Feng. A gray energy blade shot out. Lu Feng tried to dodge, but the prophecy had locked onto him. The blade struck him solidly, sending him flying backward with severe injuries. Lu Feng. Su Qing hastily released healing energy, but Mo Luo's chaos erosion energy cut it off. Qin Yu's spatial ability allowed instant movement, yet Mo Luo always predicted it in advance. Every strike was a hair's breadth away from landing. Anxiety burned in Lin Mo's chest. Activating Source Balance Overdrive, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. The Creation Star Blade slashed out a twin-colored energy blade while he split into 3 clones and attacked Mo Luo from different directions. Mo Luo's prophecy could only predict the main attacks within 3 seconds. The clone's onslaught created a momentary opening. Now, seizing the opening, Lin Mo's true body broke through the barrier, driving the Creation Star Blade straight at Mo Luo's staff. Mo Luo's expression shifted. He hurriedly summoned chaos energy to defend. Staff clashed against blade, gray and twin-colored energy exploded, and both men staggered backward. A crack appeared in Mo Luo's staff and the chaos crystal dimmed. I didn't think you could crack my prophecy. But do you really believe that's enough to win? He suddenly slammed the staff into the ground, gray energy spreading along the balance runes. Chaos Sacrifice Erosion Acceleration. The gray energy in the balance core instantly exploded. The entire temple began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared in the twin-colored stone walls. The balance between origin and chaos was utterly broken, and gray energy began to take control. Lin Mo felt a violent repulsion from the fusion core. His source balance ability turned sluggish. Xiao Mo, use the origin fragment we left you. His parents' residual consciousness suddenly emanated from the fusion core. The fragment hides an ancient contract of the balanced realm. It can temporarily suppress the chaos sacrifice. Lin Mo immediately took out the origin fragment and infused it with twin-colored energy. The fragment burst into dazzling golden light, and an ancient contract rune flew out, covering the balance core. The sudden surge of gray energy halted. The contract rune emitted purifying energy and suppressed the erosion once more. Mo Luo's face changed dramatically, and fear flickered in his eyes. Origin contract. You still had something like this hidden away. He knew that once the contract fully activated, his sacrifice would fail. He might even be devoured by the contract's energy. Today you are not leaving here. Lin Mo roared as he charged forward. The fusion core resonated with the origin fragment twin-colored energy at its zenith. Source balance contract slash. The energy blade bearing the power of the contract runes slashed at Mo Luo. Mo Luo activated Chaos Prophecy to dodge, only to find the contract rune had locked onto his chaos energy, leaving him unable to move. Impossible. He let out a despairing roar as the energy blade struck his body. The staff shattered and the chaos crystal turned to ash. Mo Luo's body began to disintegrate, but just before he faded, he shouted at the balance core, the Chaos Lord is not truly dead. His source consciousness is hidden deep inside the balance core. Once the core breaks, he will be reborn. Lin Mo, the moment you activate the seal will be the moment of his rebirth. The words had barely faded when Mo Luo vanished completely. Lin Mo's heart sank. The Chaos Lord was actually still alive, hiding deep within the balance core. That meant activating the seal might be a trap. Just then the balance core suddenly erupted with brilliant twin-colored light. The contract rune merged completely with the core and a beam of energy shot out enveloping Lin Mo. Detected ancient contract activated. Balance core bound to fusion core. Unlock seal conditions. Lin Mo must inject all of his source balance energy, activate the contract seal, and permanently seal the Chaos Lord's source consciousness within the core. Warning: after injecting all of his energy, the host's power will temporarily drop to early cosmic stage, and the fusion core may undergo unpredictable changes. Lin Mo hesitated. A drop in power meant he would be unable to face the approaching Chaos Army, and the Chaos Lord's source consciousness might take the chance to be reborn. But if he did not activate the seal, the super anchor would not last 5 days. Once the Chaos Army invaded, the universe would still be destroyed. Lin Mo, there is no time to hesitate. Qin Yu's voice came through. Shiha reported that the Chaos Army's vanguard has already broken through the super anchor's outer defenses. They'll reach the balanced realm in 4 days. Lin Mo clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. Activate the seal. Even if my power falls, I will protect the universe. He walked to the balance core, pressed both hands onto it, and began to pour in all of his source balance energy. Twin-colored energy poured into the core without end. The contract rune shone ever brighter, and the gray energy inside was gradually sealed. The Chaos Lord's source consciousness howled in fury, but it was suppressed by the contract's power, and could not break free. Lin Mo's aura plummeted rapidly, from peak cosmic stage to late cosmic stage, then mid, then early, before finally stabilizing at the peak of early cosmic stage. Seal activation in progress. Estimated remaining time 3 days. Warning: the Chaos Lord's source consciousness deep within the balance core is absorbing the seal's energy. Signs suggest it may awaken ahead of schedule. Prompt: someone must remain in the temple to continuously inject energy, and maintain the seal's stability, otherwise the seal will shatter prematurely. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. The seal had succeeded. But he quickly realized the problem. Someone needed to stay and keep pouring in energy. His strength had dropped drastically, and the team still had to return to the front line to reinforce the Allied forces. Who would stay? I'll stay. Qin Yu suddenly spoke, his eyes full of resolve. My spatial ability lets me shuttle between the temple and the front line. I can maintain the energy infusion and support Shiha at any moment. No, it's too dangerous for you alone. Lin Mo urgently objected. There's no time. Qin Yu patted his shoulder. Take Lu Feng, Su Qing, and Shenggong and head back to the front line immediately. Command the Allied forces to resist the Chaos Army. Leave this place to me. I'll hold the seal until you come back. Lin Mo looked at the resolute determination in Qin Yu's eyes and knew that he had already made his decision. He nodded, gratitude brimming in his eyes. Take care. In 3 days I will definitely come back to relieve you. He turned to look at the balance core. The Chaos Lord's consciousness inside seemed to sense something. Its roars grew more and more intense, and the gray energy on the core's surface began to stir faintly. A strong sense of unease gripped Lin Mo's heart. Mo Luo's words echoed again and again in his ears: the moment you activate the seal is the moment he is reborn. Could this really be a trap? Was the Chaos Lord's goal not to break the barrier but to be reborn with the seal's energy? Lin Mo, go now. Su Qing urged. Lu Feng had already dressed his wounds and Shenggong had the warship ready. Lin Mo took one last look at Qin Yu and the balance core, then turned and walked out of the temple. The void breaker started up again, flying toward the super anchor. Through the porthole the twin-colored energy of the balanced realm grew fainter, while gray energy seemed to be quietly spreading. He didn't know whether Qin Yu could hold the seal, whether the Chaos Lord would truly be reborn, or whether 3 days later he would be greeted by a successful seal, or by the Chaos Lord's rebirth. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Qin Yu pressed his hands to the balance core and poured spatial energy into it in an endless stream. Gazing at the restless gray energy within the core, he suddenly saw deep inside a black phantom slowly opening its eyes. A bizarre smile curled at the corner of its mouth. It was the Chaos Lord's true form, far more terrifying than the fused form he had seen before. Qin Yu's heart sank. At last he understood that Mo Luo's words had been true. Activating the seal really was a trap. But there was no turning back. He could only fight with everything he had, buy time and wait for Lin Mo to return. The engines of the Pokong were running at maximum overload, a faint red glow spreading over its hull. Less than 1.5 light-years remained to the super anchor when Shiha's urgent voice came through the communicator. Lin Mo, the super anchor's energy is down to 30. The main fleet of the Chaos Army has already arrived. 3 Chaos Kings at perfected cosmic level are attacking together. Our defensive line is about to collapse. Lin Mo stood in the command bay. Though his energy remained stable at the peak of early cosmic level, the resonance from his fusion core was growing stronger. Qin Yu's spatial energy was fading fast. Clearly something had gone wrong with the seals of the realm of balance. Qin Gong, how soon can we reach the anchor? At most 1 hour, but a Chaos Vanguard intercept fleet is ahead, at least 5 capital ships with a mid-cosmic level Chaos Warlord commanding. Qin Gong's fingers flew across the console as images of the intercept fleet flashed onto the screen, black warships bristling with bone spikes, their hulls wreathed in dense chaotic energy. At the lead stood the Chaos Warlord armored in heavy plate, and gripping a giant axe, his presence savage and murderous. Target: Mancha, the Chaos Warlord. Level mid-cosmic. Ability: Chaos Brutal Force S-Class. Amplifies strength by 300, grants immunity to 50 of energy attacks. Trait: can command a Chaos Puppet Legion of over 1000 gold tier puppets. The puppets can self-destruct and release corrosive energy. Danger level high. We can't delay. Lin Mo gripped his creation Starblade, twin-hued energy flowing faintly along the blade. Lu Feng, Su Qing, come with me. We're clearing out the intercept fleet. Qin Gong, take the ship forward at full speed, link up with Shiha and reinforce the anchor with whatever energy remains. The hatch opened and Lin Mo and his 2 companions lunged out. The Chaos Warlord Man Sha was already waiting with his puppet legion. Lin Mo, by the Chaos King's command, I'm here to take your worthless life. These puppets will tear you into pieces. He waved his hand and over 1,000 gold tier Chaos puppets attacked simultaneously, grey energy bolts sweeping in like a torrential rain. Su Qing immediately unfolded her light healing energy field. A golden barrier blocked most of the energy bolts while providing the 2 of them with continuous healing. Lu Feng activated his brutal strength ability, twin-hued energy coating both fists. He charged into the puppet horde like a bulldozer, and every puppet caught in his fist wind shattered. Lin Mo meanwhile locked onto Man Sha. With one stroke of the creation Starblade, he sent out a clean twin-hued energy blade that slipped through the puppet swarm and struck straight for the core. Man Sha sneered and swept his giant axe, condensing chaotic energy into an enormous axe blade that collided with Lin Mo's energy blade. With your strength fallen this low, you still dare to act so recklessly. Lin Mo was knocked back several steps, his arms numb. The gap between early cosmic level and mid-cosmic level Man Sha was unmistakable. Origin balance, borrow force to redirect force. Thinking fast, Lin Mo activated the residual energy in his fusion core, absorbed the chaotic energy released by the exploding puppets around him, converted it into twin-hued energy in an instant, and charged forward once more. This time he did not fight head-on. Instead, he used the opening Lu Feng had created to circle behind Man Sha and drive the creation Star Blade into a gap in his heavy armor, the weak point of his defense. Man Sha reacted with blinding speed, spinning to smash his axe into Lin Mo, but Su Qing's suddenly released light binding technique trapped him for a moment. Now. Lin Mo drove the blade into the gap in the armor and unleashed twin-hued energy. Man Sha let out a scream as his core shattered and his colossal body crashed to the ground. System notification: host has slain a Chaos Warlord. Chaotic Brutal Force energy absorbed. Origin balance has gained a new trait. Temporary strength amplification can boost strength by 200 for a short time. Current mental energy 80100. Energy consumption has been excessive. After clearing the intercept fleet, the Pokong finally arrived at the Super Anchor region. What lay before them was a harrowing sight. More than half of the Cosmic Alliance's warships had been destroyed, and the Golden Light defense shield was covered with cracks. The 3 Chaos Kings were attacking the anchor together, grey energy steadily eroding its twin-hued radiance. Shiha's 6 pairs of golden wings had dimmed, blood hung at the corner of her mouth, and every guardian around her was badly wounded. Shiha. We're here. Lin Mo shouted, charging forward and slashing a twin-hued energy blade toward one of the Chaos King's backs. That Chaos King was the Chaos Corrosion King who had escaped before. Sensing the attack, he turned and sent a corrosive energy wave straight at Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated temporary strength amplification, withstood the corrosive wave, and struck the king's shoulder with the creation Starblade, shattering his grey heavy armor in an instant. Seizing the moment, Shiha unleashed her full-force light annihilation slash. A golden energy blade pierced the Chaos Corrosion King's core and finished him completely. Seeing this, the other 2 Chaos Kings split their forces and attacked from both sides. The devouring king opened a gigantic mouth, absorbing the surrounding energy while his aura swelled without pause. The tearing king focused on Su Qing and Qinggong, trying to destroy the Pokong. "How are things on Qin Yu's side?" Lin Mo asked while fending off the devouring king's attacks. His expression was grim. "Communications have been cut for 10 minutes. The energy fluctuations in the realm of balance are abnormally powerful, and the Chaos Master's presence is growing thicker by the moment. I'm afraid." Before she could finish, Lin Mo's fusion core suddenly blazed with heat. A faint spatial signal forced its way through the interference. Qin Yu's emergency transmission, Lin Mo. The cracks in the seal are spreading. The Chaos Master is about to break free. The balance core needs your origin blood to be repaired. Your parents' consciousnesses are trapped deep inside the core. The transmission broke off. Lin Mo's heart churned. Origin blood. Were his parents' consciousnesses still alive? He suddenly recalled that the fusion core was bound to his bloodline, and that his parents were descendants of origin and darkness. His own blood was the key to the very source of balance. "Shiha, leave things here to you," Lin Mo ordered decisively. "I'm going to the realm of balance. Qin Yu and my parents are still there." "No. If you leave, the two Chaos Kings will overwhelm us." Shiha tried to stop him. Lin Mo looked at Lu Feng and Qinggong. Lu Feng lead all the warriors in holding off the Chaos Kings. Qinggong used the Pokong's main cannon to blast the devouring king. His defenses are weakest while he's absorbing energy. Shiha, take that chance to kill the tearing king. I'll be back within an hour. Without waiting for a response, he activated Rapid Strike, marshaled the last reserve of energy in his fusion core, turned into a streak of twin-hued light, and blazed toward the realm of balance. On the way, he sliced open his palm and let his blood drip onto the fusion core. The core immediately erupted with blinding light and his speed soared. The journey that should have taken an hour took only 40 minutes. The realm of balance had changed beyond recognition. The twin-hued meteor belt had turned completely gray, the temple walls were threaded with black fissures, the golden energy of the balance core had almost vanished. Gray chaotic energy surged like a tsunami. Qin Yu's figure was wrapped in chaotic energy, his body covered with wounds, his spatial ability almost exhausted. He could barely maintain the last barrier. Deep within the core, a colossal black phantom was struggling, the Chaos Master's true form. Around him drifted two faint golden silhouettes, the consciousnesses of Lin Mo's parents. Bound by the Chaos Master's energy, they were being devoured ceaselessly, their light dimming. "Xiao Mo. Hurry. Use the origin blood to repair the core." His parents' consciousnesses sent a weak call. The Chaos Master sensed Lin Mo's arrival and let out a heaven-shaking roar. "Lin Mo. You've finally come. Your origin blood won't merely repair the core, it will let me take complete control of the power of balance. When that happens, both realms will fall into my grasp." He waved a hand and a wave of chaotic energy hurtled toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated temporary strength amplification plus the origin balance shield, enduring the energy wave as he charged forward. The creation starblade in his hand was stained with his own blood. He swung it toward the balance core. Origin blood repair. As the blood dripped onto the core, golden energy instantly revived and the gray fissures healed at a visible pace. The Chaos Master began to struggle violently. "No. Impossible. Your blood actually contains the power of creation origin." Lin Mo took the chance to dash to the core, pouring in twin-hued energy, trying to rescue his parents' consciousnesses. But the Chaos Master suddenly exerted his power, binding his parents' consciousnesses tightly with black energy. At the same time, he lunged at Lin Mo. "Want to save them? Then get through me first." With the last shred of his strength, Qin Yu condensed spatial energy into a spear and pierced the Chaos Master's phantom, buying Lin Mo time. "Lin Mo, hurry. I can't hold on." Determination flashed through Lin Mo's eyes. He poured all the remaining origin blood in his body into the core and simultaneously activated the creation Starblade's ultimate form. Origin Balance Blood Sacrifice / An energy blade woven from blood red and twin-hued light slashed out, aiming straight for the Chaos Master's core. The Chaos Master roared and tried to resist, but the repaired balance core suppressed him. The energy blade struck his core. In an instant, the black phantom trembled violently and began to disintegrate. His parents' consciousnesses seized the moment to break free, transforming into two streams of golden light that merged into Lin Mo's body. Xiao Mo, the Chaos Master, is not truly dead. His origin is hidden in the deepest part of the core. Only by fully detonating the balance core can he be destroyed, but that will temporarily close the passage between the two realms, and you will be trapped in the realm of balance. Lin Mo's heart sank. Detonating the core meant dying together with the Chaos Master, and being trapped here while Shiha and the others at the front line were still holding back the Chaos Army. But if he didn't detonate it, the Chaos Master would eventually break the seal again, and the consequences would be even worse. Just then an urgent transmission came from the front line, Lu Feng's voice filled with despair. Lin Mo. Shiha is badly wounded. Shin Gong's ship has been destroyed and the Chaos-devouring King has absorbed the anchor's energy. His power has broken through to the peak of perfected cosmic level. We can't hold on much longer. On one side remain trapped in the realm of balance, and annihilate the Chaos Master completely. On the other return to the front line and support his comrades while leaving the Chaos Master's remnants unchecked. Lin Mo was caught in an agonizing choice. Though the Chaos Master's phantom had collapsed, his origin energy deep within the core still stirred, letting out a cold, sinister laugh. Lin Mo, choose. Save your comrades or kill me. Whichever you choose, I still win. Lin Mo gripped the creation star blade. He looked at the luminous silhouettes of his parents' consciousnesses within his body, then thought of his comrades fighting in blood at the front line. Pain and resolve flickered in his eyes. Suddenly he made a shocking decision. He embedded the fusion core into the balance core and drew upon his parents' consciousness energy. I choose to kill both. The fusion core and the balance core were now bound together completely. Golden and gray energy churned violently, forming a colossal vortex of power. The Chaos Master's origin let out a terrified shriek. You're insane. This will trigger an energy explosion that tears both realms apart. Lin Mo did not answer. He only whispered in the direction of the front line, Shiha Lu Feng. I'm sorry. He raised the creation starblade ready to detonate. The twin cores perished together with the Chaos Master, and used the explosion's shockwave to buy the front line a chance to survive. But at that moment his parents' consciousnesses within him suddenly flared, resonating with the twin cores. A brand new twin-hued energy barrier enveloped Lin Mo. Xiao Mo, we have a way. An unfamiliar rune of balance emerged from his parents' consciousnesses and merged into the twin cores. The violence of the energy vortex was suppressed in an instant, reforming into a controllable beam of energy that shot toward the Chaos Master's origin. That's the balance creation rune. The Chaos Master screamed in despair. Lin Mo's heart leaped. He was just about to drive the rune to destroy the Chaos Master completely when a violent repulsion surged from the twin cores. A strange golden energy erupted from deep within the core and forcibly tore his consciousness away from his body. What is this energy? Lin Mo's consciousness floated in the air, watching his body become wrapped in golden energy, and merge with the twin cores while his parents' luminous consciousnesses seemed to be conversing with the golden energy. The Chaos Master's origin, though suppressed by the balance creation runes, suddenly burst into laughter. So that's it. You've been planning this all along. Lin Mo, you're nothing but a pawn. The true sovereign of balance is about to return. Lin Mo's consciousness plunged into chaos. What were his parents' true intentions? Who was that golden energy? And what exactly was the sovereign of balance the Chaos Master spoke of? He tried to break free of the bonds on his consciousness, only to find himself losing control of his body. The power of the twin cores grew stronger and stronger, firing a colossal energy beam toward the front line. Meanwhile, deep within the core, an even more terrifying presence was awakening, neither origin nor chaos, but an absolutely balanced force transcending both realms. The last thing Lin Mo's consciousness saw was his parents' luminous silhouettes turning to give him a complicated smile, and the Chaos Master's eerie, frenzied laughter. His consciousness fell into complete darkness, leaving behind one immense question: had he from beginning to end truly been nothing more than a manipulated pawn? On the battlefield at the front line, the Chaos-devouring King was about to deliver the final blow to Shiha when a colossal twin-hued energy beam suddenly descended from the sky and annihilated him in an instant. The remaining Chaos Army was swept up in the shockwave, suffering heavy casualties and retreating in disorder. Shiha and the others looked up to see a twin-hued pillar of light shooting into the sky from the direction of the realm of balance, but they could no longer sense Lin Mo's presence. Within the realm of balance, the fusion of the twin cores was complete. A figure dressed in a twin-hued robe, his face indistinct, slowly stepped out of the core, radiating an aura beyond cosmic level. He looked at Lin Mo's drifting consciousness and spoke slowly, "Child, welcome home." As his consciousness drifted, Lin Mo seemed to be immersed in an endless two-colored sea of stars. Golden origin energy and gray chaos energy flowed around him, no longer repelling each other, but forming a perfect spiral. The figure draped in a two-colored robe slowly turned around. His face was still indistinct, but Lin Mo could feel a familiar warmth exactly like the aura in his parents' consciousness. Xiao Mo, don't panic. The figure's voice was warm and deep. I am Xian Hung, the previous balance master. Your parents were my guardians and also your guides. Lin Mo's consciousness condensed into a phantom, his heart full of confusion and anger. Guides. You treated me as pawns. From growing up on the wasteland star to exploring Origin Star to the sacrifice in the realm of balance, was everything prearranged? Yes and no. Xian Heng's figure raised a hand and two-colored energy gathered into a luminous screen on which scenes from 1,000,000 years ago appeared. The previous balance master had fought a great war against the ultimate chaos source, and the realm of balance was damaged. Seizing the opportunity, the Lord of Chaos split off part of its consciousness and invaded the present universe. To protect the balance core, your parents willingly became vessels of consciousness to guide the next balance master's awakening. We could only set the direction, we could not control your will. Your drive to protect your companions, your obsession with your parents, and your sense of responsibility toward the universe were all your own choices, and the core conditions for becoming the balance master. The light screen shifted, showing the consciousness images of his parents. Xiao Mo, we're sorry for keeping this from you all along. A balance master cannot be born out of nothing. He must undergo the twin baptisms of origin and chaos and endure the choice between loss and protection. We seem to be controlling you, but in truth we were clearing obstacles for you, letting you grow amid crises and truly understand that the meaning of balance is not to suppress one side but to let both coexist and thrive. Lin Mo's anger gradually faded, replaced by a heavy sense of responsibility. He recalled the scavenging years on the wasteland star, the life and death escape through the meteor belt, and the inheritance of the Origin Temple. Every step bore his parents' shadow, yet every step was also a path he had fought for himself. What does it mean to become the balance master? It means you will control the balance core, maintain order between the two worlds, and resist the ultimate threat of the chaos universe, the ultimate chaos source. Xian Heng's figure grew transparent, his energy clearly nearly exhausted. The Lord of Chaos was merely a vanguard. The ultimate chaos source is the origin core of the chaos universe. Its goal is to devour all balance energy and return the universe to pure chaos. I am about to dissipate. The balance core is already bound to your body and consciousness. You are now the new generation balance master. Before the words faded, the two-colored sea of stars churned violently. Lin Mo's consciousness was pulled by a powerful energy and flew toward his familiar body. He felt the fusion core and the balance core completely merge into one. Two-colored energy flowed along his meridians and his consciousness and body were perfectly reunited. System host has inherited the identity of the balance master. System overall combat power: early universe level, peak early balance level, a new realm beyond universe level. Core ability unlocked: balance Genesis SSS-Rank. Freely manipulate the three energy systems of origin, chaos, and balance, and formulate local energy rules. Inherited memories: obtain methods for controlling the realm of balance, the stabilization art of the two-world passage, and the weakness of the ultimate chaos source. Current status: body fully bound to the core consciousness, absolutely dominant. Lin Mo's eyes snapped open. He found himself still in the temple of the realm of balance. The twin cores had already merged into his chest, forming a two-colored heart-shaped crystal radiating gentle yet powerful balance energy around his body. Qin Yu lay nearby, his breathing weak but his life not in danger, clearly protected by Xian Heng's energy. Qin Yu! Lin Mo hurried over and channeled balance energy into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Lin Mo safe and sound, his eyes were full of surprise and joy. You're all right? Thank goodness. The Lord of Chaos, it's dealt with, but a new crisis is coming. Lin Mo helped Qin Yu up and activated balance energy, instantly repairing the cracks in the temple. We must return to the front line at once. The ultimate chaos source is coming. The two rushed out of the temple. The two-colored energy of the realm of balance had already returned to stability. Lin Mo drew upon his core energy and opened a spatial passage directly to the super anchor point. This was the balance master's exclusive ability. It could ignore spatial distance. Passing through the passage, the front line came into view. Cosmic Alliance warships were clearing away the remaining chaos forces. He was supported by Su Qing, pale but breathing steadily, while Lu Feng and Qinggong were repairing the void breaker. Seeing Lin Mo and Qin Yu return, everyone gathered around. Lin Mo, you're finally back, Su Qing said, tears in her eyes. We thought you. I've made you all worry. Lin Mo nodded. Balance energy spread outward, healing everyone's wounds, and Shihi's golden wings quickly regained their luster. The Lord of Chaos has been completely destroyed, but the ultimate threat of the Chaos Universe, the ultimate Chaos Source, will arrive soon. We only have 24 hours to prepare. The others' faces changed drastically. Having just gone through a great battle, they now had to face an even more powerful enemy. Lin Mo had no time for lengthy explanations. He quickly issued orders. Qin Gong, reinforce the super anchor point with balance energy, and I'll provide energy support. Shihi, contact the Cosmic Alliance and have all civilizations evacuate to the vicinity of Origin Star, where the Origin Core will shelter them. Lu Feng and Qin Yue lead the fleet to eliminate all remaining Chaos forces and secure the retreat route. Su Qing, establish the largest possible healing energy field and replenish everyone's energy. Understood. Everyone moved at once. Lin Mo walked to the super anchor point, pressed both hands against it, and poured balance energy into it without pause. The anchor point's two-colored light surged. The spatial rift contracted completely, forming a stable energy barrier that temporarily blocked the passage between the two worlds. System's super anchor point upgraded to balance anchor. It can withstand energy attacks below balance level. Duration 72 hours. At that moment, Lin Mo's balance core suddenly trembled violently. Information about the ultimate chaos source emerged in his inherited memories. Ultimate chaos source. The origin core of the chaos universe. Level late balance level ability. Primordial chaos can devour and convert all energy. Has no obvious weakness. The only counter is the heart of balance. The balance master's primordial will. Heart of balance. Lin Mo's heart stirred. From the two-colored crystal in his chest he sensed a faint golden will taking shape. His obsession with protection, his bond with his teammates, and his responsibility for the universe. It was the embryo of the heart of balance. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. All the civilizations of the Cosmic Alliance had evacuated to the vicinity of Origin Star. The fleet was fully assembled and everyone was ready for battle. Lin Mo stood at the head of the fleet, balance energy covering his entire body. The Genesis Star Blade had evolved into a two-colored balance blade radiating an aura beyond universe level. Suddenly the spatial barrier rippled violently. A torrent of gray energy surged out of the rift, swallowing the light of the entire universe. An aura of absolute terror enveloped the battlefield. The ultimate chaos source had descended. It had no physical form, only a boundless cloud of gray energy with a scarlet point of light flickering at its center. Wherever it passed, interstellar matter was instantly devoured. Energy was converted into chaos energy, and the spatial barrier cracked like paper. System arrival of the ultimate chaos source detected. Level late balance level. Danger level universe end level. Lin Mo, is this the ultimate chaos source? Shihi's voice trembled. Even with her late universe level cultivation, she was like an ant before it. Lin Mo gripped the balance blade tightly. The heart of balance activated at full power, and two-colored energy surged. That's right, but it is not invincible. The meaning of balance is to return extremes to the middle way. He leaped out of the fleet, and the balance blade slashed out a colossal two-colored energy blade toward the core of the ultimate chaos source. The energy blade pierced the gray energy cloud and struck the scarlet point of light, yet caused no damage. Instead, it was devoured in an instant, and transformed into chaos energy. Useless. The ultimate chaos source's voice was like countless whispers interwoven cold with a desire for destruction. Balance is but a temporary illusion. Chaos is the ultimate destination of the universe. It opened an enormous energy vortex pulling toward Origin Star. Countless interstellar warships were sucked into the vortex and devoured in an instant. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. He activated Balance Genesis rule setting, and two-colored energy formed an absolute balance domain around Origin Star, temporarily blocking the vortex's pull. Everyone pour in your will, Lin Mo shouted. The heart of balance needs the power of bonds to grow. Only by uniting everyone's will to protect can we overcome the ultimate chaos source. Shihi responded, first pouring her protective will into her light energy. Qin used spatial energy, Lu Feng's brute force energy, Su Qing's healing energy, Qin Gong's mechanical energy, and the will of every civilization in the Cosmic Alliance poured endlessly into Lin Mo's heart of balance like streams flowing into the sea. The balance core's two-colored light blazed, and Lin Mo's aura rose rapidly, breaking through from early balance level to mid-balance level, then late balance level, and finally to the peak of balance level. The two-colored energy on the balance blade formed a miniature cosmic vortex containing the laws of origin, chaos, and balance. Ultimate chaos source, take this move. Balance Genesis, all things return to order. Lin Mo leaped above the core of the ultimate chaos source and slashed out a two-colored energy wave imbued with the laws of the universe. Wherever it passed, gray chaos energy was forcibly converted into balance energy, and the vortex's suction gradually weakened. The ultimate chaos source let out a furious roar. The scarlet point of light burst with violent energy as it collided with the energy wave. Boom! Two forces beyond universe level collided, creating a massive rift in space-time. The surrounding space was torn apart, giving birth to countless miniature black holes. Lin Mo was blasted away. The balance core dimmed slightly and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The ultimate chaos source's gray energy cloud shrank by more than half and a fine crack appeared on the scarlet point of light. It's working! Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy. He was about to attack again, but he found the balance core's energy draining fast, and the will of the heart of balance wavering. Sustaining the balance domain and high-level skills for so long had pushed his mental strength to its limit. The ultimate chaos source seized its chance. Its gray energy surged again as it lunged toward Lin Mo. Your will collapse and the universe will return to chaos. Cracks began to appear across Lin Mo's body. His balance energy was nearly exhausted. At that critical moment, the balance core in his chest suddenly blazed with dazzling golden light. The phantom images of his parents' consciousness reappeared, interweaving with the wills of all his teammates to form a golden chain of will that wrapped around the scarlet point of light of the ultimate chaos source. Xiao Mo, hold on! His parents' voices carried strength. The true power of the heart of balance is protection that never gives up. Resolve flashed across Lin Mo's eyes. He summoned the last trace of energy in his body, and the balance blade turned into a beam of light shooting toward the crack on the scarlet point of light. But at that very moment, the ultimate chaos source split off. A stream of gray energy bypassed the chain of will and charged toward the core region of Origin Star. Its target was not Lin Mo, it was the Origin Core. No. It wants to devour the Origin Core and completely break the balance. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. He wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The golden energy of the Origin Core collided with the gray chaos energy. The entire Origin Star began to tremble violently, and the balance domain began to collapse. The crack on the scarlet point of light of the ultimate chaos source healed. Its aura surged again as it pounced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was caught in a hopeless situation. On one side, the Origin Core was about to be devoured, on the other the ultimate chaos source was launching a lethal attack, and he had already run out of energy. At that moment between life and death, the balance core suddenly transmitted a strange energy signal from the direction of the realm of balance, the last wisp of balance energy left by Xianheng before he dissipated, carrying a message. The ultimate form of the balance master requires sacrificing one's own will and merging with the balance core, the Origin Core, and the chaos core to become the eternal law of balance. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. Sacrificing his own will meant he would lose himself and become an incarnation of the law without emotions or memories. He looked at his teammates in the distance, and the countless lives on Origin Star. Then he thought of his parents' protection, and Xianheng's legacy, and made his choice in his heart. But at the moment he was about to make the sacrifice, the Origin Core suddenly erupted with a beam of golden energy resonating with his balance core. A new image emerged. A vision of the future Origin Star and the Chaos Universe had reached a new balance. The two worlds coexisted peacefully, and his figure stood at the center of the passage between the two worlds, still himself, surrounded by the smiling faces of his teammates and parents. So the ultimate form of balance is not sacrifice but fusion. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Mo abandoned the idea of sacrifice. He mobilized all his remaining energy and forcibly fused the energy of the balance core and the Origin Core with part of the ultimate chaos source's energy. System host is attempting triple core fusion. The balance master's ultimate form is activating. Warning: the fusion process is extremely dangerous. Failure will trigger an explosion of the three cores and the simultaneous destruction of both worlds. Lin Mo's body was wrapped in three-colored energy, his consciousness struggling between agony and clarity. The ultimate chaos source sensed his intention and attacked madly, trying to prevent the fusion. His teammates also rushed forward, using their bodies to block the attacks and buy time for Lin Mo. The light of the triple-core fusion grew brighter and brighter. The passage between the two worlds began to stabilize, and gray chaos energy and golden origin energy gradually formed a new balance. But Lin Mo's consciousness grew more and more blurred. He didn't know if the fusion would succeed or if he could preserve himself. The ultimate chaos source's attacks became more ferocious. Shihi Qinue and the others were wounded one after another, yet they still refused to retreat. Watching the figures of his teammates, the obsession in Lin Mo's heart grew even stronger. I must not lose. I will protect them. At the instant the fusion was about to complete, the scarlet point of light of the ultimate chaos source suddenly erupted. A beam of gray energy pierced through Lin Mo's chest, and also through the three cores that were merging. Lin Mo! His teammates let out desperate cries. Lin Mo's body froze in midair. The light of the triple core fusion dimmed and his consciousness began to fade away. But the corner of his mouth curved into a smile because he could feel that the three cores had completed their initial fusion. The law of balance had already begun to take effect and the energy of the ultimate chaos source was being gradually assimilated. Balance has been achieved. Lin Mo's body slowly tilted and fell toward Origin Star. The scarlet point of light of the ultimate chaos source gradually dimmed and the gray energy cloud began to dissipate. The passage between the two worlds stabilized, forming a ribbon of two-colored energy. A new order of peaceful coexistence was taking shape. His teammates rushed forward and caught Lin Mo's body. His breathing was faint and the balance core was still pulsing slightly, but his consciousness had sunk into slumber. He hurriedly released healing energy only to find that Lin Mo's body was gradually turning transparent, merging with the law of balance of the two worlds. He is becoming part of the law of balance. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Is this the ultimate fate of the balance master? Just then the balance core in Lin Mo's chest suddenly lit up and a faint signal of consciousness came through. I'm still here. Wait for me. The signal faded and Lin Mo's body completely merged into the ribbon of two-colored energy, becoming the guardian of the passage between the two worlds. The two-colored energy belt of the passage between the two realms stretched across the cosmos like a resplendent river of stars. The energies of Origin Star and the Chaos Universe interwove steadily here, giving rise to an unprecedented order of peace. On the surface of Origin Star, reconstruction was in full swing. The beings of all races under the Cosmic Alliance lived and worked in peace. Yet a shadow of gloom lingered on the faces of Shihi Qingyue and the others. They stood guard beside the two-realm passage, monitoring day and night the trace of Lin Mo's aura within the energy belt. It has been 3 months and Lin Mo's consciousness signal is growing fainter and fainter. The law of balance may be stable, Su Qing said, stroking the two-colored light curtain at the edge of the energy belt, her eyes filled with worry, but his self-awareness seems to be assimilated by the law. If this continues, he will completely become an emotionless incarnation of the law. Qin Yu fixed his eyes on the blurred silhouette of light at the center of the energy belt. Lin Mo's form, after merging with the law, surrounded by flowing balance energy yet devoid of its former agility. According to the inherited memories of the Lord of Balance, to awaken his self-awareness we need to find the source heart. But we have searched both Origin Star and the realm of balance without finding any clue. Just then Qin Gong's detector suddenly let out a shrill alarm. Not good. The balance energy in the two-realm passage is fluctuating abnormally, and unknown dark energy is eroding the law. The others' faces changed drastically. They looked up and saw a sinister deep black at the edge of the two-colored energy belt, like ink dripping into clear water, spreading swiftly toward the center. Wherever the black energy touched, the balance energy instantly lost its luster and turned into lifeless gray, and cracks appeared in the stability of the two-realm passage. Unknown dark energy detected. Dark source corrosion. An ancient energy transcending chaos nature can erode the law of balance, dissolve the symbiotic relationship between origin and chaos, and target Lin Mo's consciousness. Fragments. Danger levels: super-universe destruction. It's the power of the Dark Source Lord. Shihi's face turned pale. Information about the ancient darkness surfaced from her inherited memories. It is older than the ultimate chaos source, a dark origin that existed before the chaos universe was born, feeding specifically on law energy. The black corrosion energy moved faster and faster, soon spreading to the center of the energy belt and wrapping around Lin Mo's consciousness light form. The light form trembled violently as his already faint consciousness signal nearly vanished. The cracks in the balance energy belt widened. The balance domain on Origin Star began to collapse, and in some areas energy fell into chaos. Buildings toppled and living beings cried out in alarm. We can't let it erode Lin Mo. Lu Feng bellowed and charged forward, mobilizing the residual balance energy within his body to dispel the dark source corrosion. But the black energy instantly entangled him. The skin on his arm began to blacken and his energy was forcibly devoured. Fall back. Dark source energy can erode all energy and flesh. Qin Yu hastily activated his spatial power, pulling Lu Feng back. At the same time, a spatial barrier blocked the spread of the black energy, but the barrier itself was rapidly being corroded. She unfurled her 6 pairs of golden wings, unleashing her light energy at full power to form a golden light screen that temporarily held back the dark source corrosion. This can't go on like this. We need to find the source of the dark source energy, and cut off its supply. The source is deep in the Chaos Universe. The Dark Source Lord has not yet fully broken the seal. This is only a probing attack. Qingong quickly analyzed the detector data. But its aim is very clear. By eroding Lin Mo's consciousness fragments, it intends to destroy the law of balance and prepare for its full descent. Just as despair was setting in, a faint golden light suddenly burst from Lin Mo's consciousness light form at the center of the energy belt. It was the consciousness fragments of his parents. 2 golden phantoms emerged from the light form, blocking the dark source corrosion from encroaching further. Xiao Mo, wake up. Your teammates need you and both realms need you. Like a spark, the golden light ignited the surrounding corroded balance energy. The gray energy began to revive, transforming into dual-colored flowing light. Lin Mo's consciousness signals suddenly surged. A faint blurred voice came from the energy belt dark source. Corrosion. Lin Mo is responding. Su Qing's eyes flashed with wild joy. We can use the resonance of the origin core and the chaos core together with his parents' consciousness fragments to forcibly awaken his self-awareness. They immediately moved into action. Qin Yu and Shi He headed to the core of Origin Star and the Chaos Core at the edge of the Chaos Universe respectively to mobilize the 2 cores' energy. Su Qing unleashed her strongest healing energy to shield Lin Mo's consciousness light form. Lu Feng and Qingong guarded the energy belt, withstanding the relentless attacks of the dark source corrosion. Twin core resonance, consciousness return. Qin Yu and Shi He shouted simultaneously. The golden energy of the origin core and the gray energy of the chaos core formed 2 pillars of light shooting toward Lin Mo's consciousness light form. His parents' consciousness fragments turned into golden threads wrapped around the pillars of light and merged into the light form. The light form fluctuated violently as dual-colored energy and golden threads interwove. Lin Mo's consciousness signal grew stronger, and the dark source corrosion energy was gradually driven back. But just as his consciousness was about to fully condense, a roar that shook both realms suddenly came from the depths of the Chaos Universe. The dark source corrosion energy instantly surged. A black energy claw extended from the energy belt seized Lin Mo's consciousness light form and tried to drag it into the Chaos Universe. Not good. The Dark Source Lord has launched an attack ahead of schedule. Shihi's face changed dramatically. Her light energy erupted at full power, but she could not budge the black energy claw. Lin Mo's consciousness light form let out a painful roar, and his self-awareness once again showed signs of dissipating. At that critical moment, the balance core fused with the law at his chest suddenly erupted with blinding light. A familiar energy fluctuation radiated outward. It was the origin shard Mo Chen had left behind. Hidden deep within the balance core all along, it was now awakened by the resonance of the 2 cores radiating the power of dark source suppression. Detected origin shard activated with the dark source suppression trait, able to temporarily resist dark source corrosion. Lin Mo's consciousness condensation progress 7090. The black energy claw, scorched by the origin shard's energy, let out a harsh sizzling sound and was forced to release Lin Mo's consciousness light form. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo poured all his strength into condensing his consciousness fragments. The light form gradually sharpened, revealing his familiar face, though a hint of confusion still lingered in his eyes. Xiao Mo, wake up completely. His parents' consciousness fragments released one final pulse of energy and merged into Lin Mo's consciousness. Lin Mo's eyes snapped open, his dual-colored pupils flashing with resolute light. Balance energy erupted in full as he tore free from the energy belt. Dark Source Lord, you dared to erode my consciousness and shatter the balance between both realms. I will never forgive you. Detected host consciousness has fully returned. Overall combat strength peak, balance rank stabilized after fusing with the law. New ability unlocked, Dark Source Purification SSS-Rank. Can purify dark source corrosion energy and form a dark source immunity barrier. Current status: consciousness dominant, coexisting with the law, can freely switch between human form and law form. Lin Mo gripped the balance blade tightly. Golden dark source purification energy fused into the dual-colored energy and slashed toward the black energy claw. The energy blade severed the energy claw as easily as cutting through tofu, and the black energy scattered into ash and vanished. He vaulted to the center of the two-realm passage. Balance energy radiated outward, forming an enormous dark source immunity barrier that sealed all remaining dark source corrosion energy outside. Lin Mo, you're really back. The teammates crowded around him, their eyes brimming with excitement and relief. Lin Mo nodded, his heart full of gratitude. Thank you all for never giving up on me. The Dark Source Lord's threat is even more severe than we imagined. Its seal has already loosened and it will fully descend within at most 6 months. We must find a way to counter it before it arrives. The origin shard mentions that the Dark Source Lord's weakness is the space-time origin. It is sealed in the space-time rift of the Chaos Universe where the energy of the space-time origin is hidden. Qin Gong pulled up the detector data. But the space-time rift is extremely dangerous. The space-time turbulence inside can tear anything apart, and the Dark Source Lord's vanguard, the Dark Source envoys, are already stationed there. A flash of resolve crossed Lin Mo's eyes. No matter how dangerous it is, we must go. The space-time origin can not only counter the Dark Source Lord but also allow me to fully master the law of balance, and stop worrying about being assimilated by the law. Just then on the Chaos Universe side of the Two-Realm Passage, countless black points of light suddenly appeared and swiftly condensed into figures clad in black battle armor, the Dark Source envoys. At their head was a Dark Source commander at the early balance rank, dense Dark Source energy swirling around him and a black Dark Source war blade in his hand. Target Dark Source Commander Yusha, rank early balance rank abilities Dark Source / can tear apart the law of balance. Dark Source clone can split into 10 clones at early balance rank danger level super universe level. Yusha's voice was piercingly cold. Lin Mo, I truly didn't expect you to break free from Dark Source corrosion and awaken your self-awareness. But it's useless. The Dark Source Lord is about to descend and all your efforts will come to nothing. Today I'll kill you first and destroy the law of balance. He waved his hand and the 10 Dark Source clones charged forward at once, their Dark Source war blades slashing out black energy blades toward Lin Mo and the others. Wherever the energy blades passed, balance energy was torn apart, and irregular cracks opened in space. Split up and engage. Lin Mo ordered. I'll handle Yusha's main body. Shihi and Qinghua hold off the clones. Lu Feng, Su Qing and Qin Gong clean up any who slip through and protect the Two-Realm Passage. Lin Mo vaulted toward Yusha, the balance blade slashing out a dual-colored energy blade. At the same time he activated Dark Source purification energy, causing golden light to flare across the blade. Yusha dared not be careless. He raised his Dark Source warblade to block. The black and gold energies collided. Most of the Dark Source energy was purified, and Yusha was knocked back several steps, astonishment filling his eyes. You can actually purify Dark Source energy. And that's not all. Lin Mo activated Balance Genesis Spacetime Lock, using the Spacetime Origin clue within the Origin Shard to temporarily lock the spacetime around them, drastically reducing Yusha's movement speed. Dark Source energy may be bizarre, but in essence it is still an extreme force that destroys balance. And I am the master of balance. He charged forward, the balance blade slashing again and again. The Dark Source purification energy continuously eroded Yusha's armor and energy, and Yusha's aura steadily weakened. Shihi and Qinghua quickly disposed of the Dark Source clones, and came to support Lin Mo. Seeing the tide had turned, a vicious glint flashed through Yusha's eyes. He abruptly detonated the Dark Source energy within his body. Even if I die, I'll pollute your law of balance. Dark Source self-detonation corrosion spread. Black energy erupted like a tsunami and rushed toward the balance barrier of the Two-Realm Passage. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically. He immediately mobilized balance energy and Dark Source purification energy, forming a massive barrier to block the impact of the black energy. Dark Source purification, all things return to purity. Lin Mo roared, injecting all his energy. The golden purifying energy dispersed the black energy like sunlight. Yusha's body was reduced to ashes in the explosion, leaving behind only a black Dark Source crystal. Detected host has killed the Dark Source commander and obtained a Dark Source crystal containing part of the Dark Source Lord's energy information. Dark Source purification ability upgraded, can absorb Dark Source energy and convert it into balance energy. Lin Mo picked up the Dark Source crystal and sensed the information within the Dark Source Lord's seal lies in the Dark Source temple in the space-time rift. To enter, one must gather the key of time and space. The key is divided into 3 shards, each guarded by one of the 3 Dark Source envoys, and Yusha was only one of them. It seems we must first find the other 2 Dark Source envoys and gather the key of time and space before we can enter the Dark Source temple and find the space-time origin. Lin Mo clenched the Dark Source crystal, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. Just then the Two-Realm Passage suddenly trembled violently. The Dark Source crystal emitted an intense resonance, and from the depths of the Chaos Universe came the enraged roar of the Dark Source Lord. Lin Mo, you killed my Anva and took my crystal. I will make you pay a painful price. In 3 months I will break through the seal and descend in person, destroy your law of balance, and return the entire universe to the embrace of the Dark Source. The Dark Source Lord's aura shrouded both realms like dark clouds. Cracks appeared again in the balance energy belt, and though Lin Mo quickly repaired them, everyone understood that the true Great War was approaching. 3 months. Lin Mo calculated inwardly. That's enough time for us to find the other 2 Dark Source envoys and gather the key of time and space. He turned to his teammates. You stay on Origin Star to stabilize the balance between both realms and handle the affairs of the Cosmic Alliance. Qin Yue, Lu Feng, Su Qing, and Qinggong come with me to the Chaos Universe to find the key of time and space and the Dark Source envoys. Understood. Everyone answered in unison, their eyes full of determination. Lin Mo channeled balance energy and opened a safe passage to the Chaos Universe. Thanks to the stabilizing influence of the law of balance, parts of the Chaos Universe were no longer pure chaos, but had formed a traversable balance belt. He gripped the balance blade and stepped into the passage first. Dark Source Lord, in 3 months we will settle this once and for all at the Dark Source Temple. At the other end of the passage inside the Chaos Universe's balance belt, 2 black figures stood atop a Dark Source watchtower, gazing in the direction of Lin Mo and the others. They were the other 2 Dark Source envoys, each holding a fragment of the key of time and space. The Dark Source energy around them was even more formidable than Yusha's. Yusha failed. Lin Mo's strength exceeds expectations, said one of the Dark Source envoys, slender of build, in a strangely hoarse voice. It doesn't matter. The Lord's seal is about to loosen. We only need to stall for time. Once the Lord descends, no matter how strong he is, it will be useless. The other Dark Source envoy, burly of frame, sneered, the Dark Source warhammer in his hand radiating terrifying energy. But we can play a game. Let him slowly taste the agony of Dark Source corrosion while he searches for the key of time and space. The 2 figures melted into the darkness and vanished from the watchtower. Lin Mo and the others passed through the passage and stepped into the balance belt of the Chaos Universe. Around them was an environment of interwoven dual-colored energy. In the distance, a pure chaos energy zone exuded a dangerous aura. The Dark Source crystal's resonance grew ever stronger, pointing toward the depths of the Chaos Universe. The clue to the key of time and space is ahead. Let's move out. Lin Mo took the lead, his balance blade ready for any contingency. The equilibrium belt of the Chaos Universe resembled a long, narrow, 2-colored ribbon. On one side flowed stable origin chaos symbiotic energy, on the other rolled turbid currents of pure chaos. The air was laced with the faint corroding aura of the Dark Source, making everyone's hearts tighten. Lin Mo held the balance blade, a thin shield of dual-colored energy forming around him. Dark Source purification energy circulated ceaselessly as he stayed alert to the slightest anomaly around him. According to the resonance of the Dark Source crystal, the first target is the Dark Source watchtower 500 kilometers ahead. Qinggong manipulated the portable detector, the red dot on the screen flickering unsteadily. But the detector shows that the surrounding spacetime energy is abnormally chaotic. There may be large amounts of spacetime turbulence and numerous Dark Source traps. The words had barely faded when the ground suddenly trembled violently. From the churning turbid currents of pure chaos at the edge of the balance belt, a colossal beast burst out, a chaos 3-headed dragon corrupted by Dark Source energy. Its 3 heads respectively spewed flame, frost, and Dark Source corrosive liquid, and black scale armor covered its entire body. Its aura was at the early equilibrium stage. Target: Dark Source corrupted chaos 3-headed dragon, level early equilibrium stage, ability tri-elemental corrosion, flame, frost, Dark Source stackable erosion traits. Its scale armor is extremely hard and immune to ordinary energy attacks. Its weakness is the core where the 3 heads connect, danger level beyond universe. Lu Feng, restrain its movements. Lin Mo ordered decisively, slashing a dual-colored energy blade from the balance blade straight toward the core of the middle head. Qin Yue, use your spatial ability to isolate its corrosive liquid. Su Qing, prepare healing support. Qinggong, use your mechanical arm to attack the gaps in its scale armor. Lu Feng activated his brute force ability. Reinforced by balance energy, he smashed his fist into the 3-headed dragon's forelimb. The beast roared in pain, and the corrosive liquid it sprayed was blocked by Qin Yu's spatial barrier. Qinggong's mechanical arm fired several armor-piercing rounds which precisely hit the gaps between the scales, blasting open small craters one after another. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo leaped onto the top of the 3-headed dragon's head, infused the balance blade with Dark Source purification energy, and viciously plunged it into the core where the 3 heads connected. Roar! The 3-headed dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. Its 3 heads exploded simultaneously, its black scale armor turned to ashes, and its core was utterly destroyed by the purifying energy. The massive body crashed to the ground. Detected host has slain a dark source corrupted beast. Absorbed dark source chaos mixed energy. The balance creation ability has gained a new trait, corruption purification, can purify creatures corrupted by the dark source. After clearing the beast, the group continued forward and soon arrived at the dark source watchtower. This watchtower was built from black rock condensed from dark source energy, and its top was wreathed in dense dark source energy. A slender dark source envoy in a black cloak stood on the tower's summit holding a silver fragment of the spacetime key in her hand, none other than the dark source envoy Yuing. Target Dark Source Envoy Yuing level peak of early equilibrium stage ability. Dark Source Illusion Art can create extremely realistic illusions that erode the mind. Dark Source Swift/Speed transcends spacetime, and is difficult to track. Possession spacetime key fragment left half danger level beyond universe. Hi Lin Mo, you killed Yi Sha, and took his Dark Source crystal. Today I'll make sure you are buried here. Yuing's voice was like a specter's. The eyes beneath her cloak blazed scarlet. Raising her hand, she spread dark source energy into a massive dark source barrier, trapping Lin Mo and the others inside. Inside the barrier, the scene shifted instantly. Lin Mo found himself back in the junkyard of Feishing, and his parents' figures stood ahead waving at him. Xiao Mo, come quick, we'll take you away from here. Dark Source Illusion Art activated. Consciousness erosion initiated. Notice the host possesses the balance heart, granting immunity to illusions below B rank. Mobilize Dark Source Purification energy to break this illusion. Lin Mo's heart tightened and he instantly saw through the illusion. The auras of his parents carried the deathly stillness of Dark Source corrosion. He mobilized Dark Source Purification energy, golden light flashing through his eyes, and bellowed break. Golden energy radiated outward, the illusion shattered like glass and the Dark Source barrier trembled violently. Yuing's expression changed. Her figure transformed into a black streak of light as she unleashed Dark Source Swift Slash, sending countless black blade lights slashing toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo activated Balance Creation Spacetime Lock, temporarily freezing the surrounding spacetime. Yuing's speed plummeted and the blade lights were blocked one by the balance blade. Your speed is useless against spacetime lock. Lin Mo leaped in pursuit, slashing out a blade of Dark Source Purification energy. Forced to reveal herself, Yuing had a corner of her cloak sliced away, exposing her pale face. Qin Yu seized the opportunity and unleashed a spatial slash, sealing off Yuing's escape route. Lu Feng punched the ground, sending out a shockwave of balance energy that knocked her off balance. Su Qing released light, binding golden threads winding around Yuing's limbs. Qin Gong's mechanical arm fired an energy net, completely trapping her movements. No. I can't lose. A mad gleam flashed in Yuing's eyes as she tried to detonate the dark source energy inside her. Lin Mo rushed forward in time, pressing the balance blade against her throat. Hand over the spacetime key fragment, and I'll spare your life. Tell me the Dark Source Lord's true plan. Yuing sneered, a look of resolve flashing in her eyes. The Dark Source Lord's plan is not something you can know. The spacetime key. You will never gather all the fragments. She suddenly bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of Dark Source Essence blood. It turned into a black rune that shot toward Lin Mo's balance core. Watch out. It's a Dark Source curse. Shiha's voice came through the communicator. It will erode your balance core. Lin Mo hastily mobilized Dark Source Purification energy to block the black rune, but the shockwave from the rune's explosion still drove him back several steps and left his chest tight. Taking advantage of the moment, Yuing broke free of her restraints and tried to flee, but she was trapped by Qin Yu's spatial rift. Lu Feng smashed his fist into her core. Yuing spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsed, and was barely breathing. Lin Mo picked up the fallen spacetime key fragment. It was ice cold in his hand, covered with intricate spacetime runes, and it resonated with the Dark Source crystal. Detected spacetime key fragment left. Partial spacetime authority unlocked, can traverse short distances through stable spacetime regions. Speak. What is the Dark Source Lord's plan? Where is the second Dark Source envoy? Lin Mo asked. Yuing looked at him, a strange smile curling at the corner of her mouth. The second envoy Yoyen is in the spacetime rift valley. But even if you find him, you won't get the fragment. Because the true purpose of the spacetime key is not to open the Dark Source temple but to awaken the Dark Source Lord's true body. With those words, Yu Ying's body dissolved into black mist and vanished completely, leaving behind only a faint wisp of dark source energy, which was absorbed by Lin Mo's dark source purification energy. Awaken the Dark Source Lord's true body. The group's faces changed drastically. They had thought the space-time key was meant to stop him. None of them expected it to be a trap. Lin Mo's heart sank. Drawing on the information within the Dark Source crystal, and combining it with Yu Ying's words, he suddenly understood the Dark Source Lord's seal is not just a spatial seal, it also seals his true body. The space-time key can indeed open the Dark Source temple, but what lies deep inside the temple is not the space-time origin. It is the seal on the Dark Source Lord's true body. The ultimate chaos source from before was merely a wisp of his consciousness projection. Then do we still need to hunt for the remaining fragments? Su Qing asked worriedly. We must find them. Lin Mo's gaze was firm. Even if it's a trap, we have to go. The Dark Source Lord's true body will be awakened sooner or later. Rather than let him awaken at his peak, we should take the initiative and find a way to break the seal. Besides, the space-time Rift Valley is sure to hold clues to the space-time origin. This is our only chance. Just then the Dark Source crystal suddenly grew scorching hot, and the detector showed Dark Source energy surging wildly in the depths of the Chaos Universe. Not good. The Dark Source Lord's seal is loosening faster than before. There are only 2 months left now. Chen Gong exclaimed. The deadline had shrunk once again, and an overwhelming sense of urgency pressed down on them. Lin Mo hesitated no longer. Channeling the energy of the space-time key fragment, he opened a shortcut to the space-time Rift Valley. Let's go. We must find Yuyan, obtain the fragment, and locate the space-time origin within 2 months. Through the shortcut the group arrived at the space-time Rift Valley. The environment here was even more dangerous than the balance belt. The ground was riddled with bottomless space-time rifts, and from the black fissures space-time turbulence would surge out from time to time, capable of tearing through a balance energy shield in an instant. At the center of the valley on a floating black platform stood a burly Dark Source envoy, none other than Yuyan. In his hand was the right half of the space-time key fragment, and mixed Dark Source and space-time energy swirled around him. His aura was at the mid-equilibrium stage. Target Dark Source Envoy Yuyan level mid-equilibrium stage ability Dark Source War Body extremely strong defense can withstand mid-equilibrium stage attacks Space-Time Dark/fuses Space-Time and Dark Source energy attacks can cross space possession Space-Time Key Fragment right danger level beyond universe. Extremely high. Yuyan saw Lin Mo, and the others grinned and bared a ferocious face. Yuyan couldn't stop you, but that doesn't matter. This is your burial ground. The turbulence of the space-time Rift Valley will shred your defenses, and my space-time Dark/will end your lives. He raised his hand and waved. The space-time rifts around them suddenly expanded, and countless currents of space-time turbulence shot toward Lin Mo and the others. At the same time his figure vanished from where it stood and reappeared behind Lin Mo the next instant, a Dark Source Warhammer smashing down with the aura of tearing space-time. Watch out. Qin Yu activated a spatial barrier in time to block the Warhammer, but the residual force of the space-time Dark/ shook him so violently that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Mo turned and slashed out a dual-colored energy blade with the balance blade. It collided with the Warhammer, and the enormous impact drove him back several steps, his arm numb. Mid-equilibrium stage strength really is troublesome. Lin Mo was secretly shocked. Yuyan's defense and offense far surpassed Yuying's, and with the space-time turbulence interfering, the battle was extremely difficult. Su Qing immediately released healing energy to treat Qinghua, while Chen Gong manipulated his mechanical arm and fired several space-time stabilizer rounds, temporarily suppressing the turbulence around them. Lu Feng activated his brute force ability, and charged at Yuyan, trying to hold him back. At the same time Lin Mo mobilized the energy of his balance core, preparing to unleash a combined technique of Dark Source purification and balance creation. But Yuyan's Dark Source war body was extremely durable. When Lu Feng's fist struck him, it only left a shallow white mark. He sneered and swept his war hammer, sending Lu Feng flying. Then his figure vanished again, striking at Su Qing and Chen Gong in a sneak attack. He planned to eliminate the support members first, then pick off the others one by one. No, you don't. Lin Mo activated the authority of the space-time key fragment, traversed a short distance to stand before Su Qing, and blocked the Dark Source war hammer with the balance blade. Balance creation Dark Source purification / A blade of intertwined golden and dual-colored energy shot out, striking Yuyan in the chest. A crack appeared in his Dark Source war body, and he was blasted back several meters. You can actually break my Dark Source war body. Shock flashed through Yuyan's eyes before he turned even more ferocious. Then let me show you the power of my spacetime dark slash. He raised his war hammer high dark source energy, and spacetime energy madly intertwining. A black spacetime vortex formed at the top of the hammer, and countless spacetime dark slashes descended upon Lin Mo and the others. At the same time the spacetime rifts around them erupted fully and spacetime turbulence came crashing down like a torrential rain. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. He mobilized all of his balance energy and dark source purification energy, forming a massive defensive barrier to block the spacetime dark slashes and the turbulence. But under the relentless assault, cracks appeared across the barrier one after another. Lin Mo's aura rapidly weakened and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo. His teammates rushed forward one after another, pouring their energy into him to help maintain the defensive barrier. Just as the defensive barrier was about to shatter, the balance core on Lin Mo's chest suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The spacetime key fragment left resonated intensely with the fragment in Yuyan's hand, and a spacetime rune flew out of the fragment, merging into Lin Mo's consciousness. Detected spacetime rune resonance. Inherited memory unlocked the true use of the spacetime origin, reversed dark source energy, and transformed the seal on the Dark Source Lord's true body into an eternal seal. Notice: to activate the spacetime origin, both spacetime key fragments must be touched at the core node of the spacetime rift valley. Joy surged in Lin Mo's heart. So the true function of the spacetime key was to use the spacetime origin to reverse the seal. Yu Ying had only told half the truth, deliberately making them give up on searching for the fragments. Lu Feng helped me hold off Yuan. Lin Mo roared, activating his spacetime traversal authority and charging at Yuan. I'm going to get the fragment and activate the spacetime origin. Lu Feng understood at once. Erupting with full brute force, he seized Yuyan's legs and clung to him with all his might. Yuyan roared and struggled to break free, but Lu Feng had him locked down, leaving him unable to move for the moment. Seizing the chance, Lin Mo swung the balance blade at the fragment in Yuyan's hand, trying to take it by force. But a vicious glint flashed in Yuyan's eyes. He suddenly detonated part of his dark source energy, blasting Lu Feng away, and hurled the fragment toward the core node of the spacetime rift valley. Even if you get the fragment, don't even think about activating the spacetime origin. The spacetime turbulence at the core node will tear both you and the fragment to shreds. The fragment flew toward the enormous spacetime rift at the core node. Lin Mo did not hesitate. Leaping into the rift with all his balance energy unleashed, he tried to catch the fragment. Just as he was about to touch the fragment, the spacetime rift at the core node suddenly expanded and a colossal black figure emerged from within the rift. It was the Dark Source Lord's consciousness projection, even more solid than before, with an aura at the late equilibrium stage. Lin Mo, you really haven't disappointed me. You gathered all the fragments, and even delivered yourself to my doorstep. The Dark Source Lord's voice thundered through the valley. Now let me use your balance energy to fully awaken my true body. The black figure extended a massive hand, reaching for Lin Mo and the spacetime fragment. Lin Mo was trapped in a desperate deadlock. On one side was the danger of being caught, on the other he had to obtain the fragment and activate the spacetime origin, and the spacetime turbulence at the core node was already beginning to erode his body. The twin fragments of the spacetime key collided in Lin Mo's palm, and silver runes erupted instantly, resonating powerfully with the balance core in his chest. Inherited memories flooded into his mind like a tide when the two fragments merged, with balance as the guide and the core node as the foundation. The origin of spacetime can be stirred. Ignoring the tearing pain of the spacetime turbulence on his body, Lin Mo pressed the two fragments with both hands onto the edge of the spacetime rift at the core node. The dual-colored balance energy surged along the rift, interweaving with the deep spacetime origin energy. A silver-white pillar of spacetime light shot into the sky, instantly tearing apart the black palm of the Lord of the Dark Source. No. How could you possibly know the method to stir the origin of spacetime? The consciousness projection of the Lord of the Dark Source let out an enraged roar, its form swelling. Dark Source energy condensed into a massive Dark Source war lance, thrusting toward Lin Mo with an aura of destruction. Qin Yu! Lin Mo shouted. The pillar of spacetime light granted him a brief spacetime immunity, and the turbulent erosion temporarily ceased. Qin Yu immediately activated his spatial ability, unleashing countless space rifts around the Dark Source projection to forcefully restrain its movements. Lu Feng leaped behind the projection and slammed his balance-empowered fists into its back. Su Qing's radiant healing energy like a warm current mended Lin Mo's wounds torn by the turbulence. Qin Gong manipulated his mechanical arm to fire several space-time stabilization rounds, temporarily freezing the turbulence at the core node. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo clasped the two fragments tightly and poured the full will of the balance heart into them. Origin of space-time, he my command. Reverse the dark source and seal its main body. The silver-white pillar instantly surged, transforming into a colossal space-time vortex that swept the dark source projection into it. The projection let out a piercing shriek within the vortex as its dark source energy was rapidly dismantled by the origin of space-time. Lin Mo, do you think this is enough to win? Deep within the dark source temple lies the dark source core. Even if you seal my main body without destroying the core, both realms will eventually be corrupted by the dark source. And the dark source elders, they will avenge me. The projection's voice gradually faded, consumed entirely by the origin of space-time. Lin Mo sighed in relief. He was about to retrieve the twin fragments when he noticed a black energy core slowly emerging at the center of the space-time vortex. It was the dark source core. Hovering within the origin of space-time, it pulsed like a heart, each beat releasing faint dark source energy in an attempt to pollute the space-time origin. System notification. Detected dark source core. The energy origin carrier of the Lord of the Dark Source. Level 8 balance stage. Trait can autonomously generate dark source energy even if the main body is sealed. It can continue to pollute both realms. Purification condition: fuse the origin of space-time with balance energy, and inject it into the dark source core to completely dismantle its energy structure. Warning: during purification the dark source core will detonate its remaining energy, possibly triggering a space-time collapse. It must be purified. Lin Mo's gaze was firm. If the dark source core remained, all their previous efforts would be in vain. He mobilized the space-time origin energy, fusing it with his own balance energy and dark source purification energy to form a stream of purification energy interwoven with gold, silver, and dual colors, shooting it toward the dark source core. The stream of purification energy struck the dark source core. The black core trembled violently as the dark source energy on its surface was rapidly purified, gradually turning transparent. But just as the purification was about to be completed, an icy voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the chaotic universe. How dare you, brat! You dare to sabotage the great plan of the dark source. A beam of black energy shot from the depths of the chaotic universe, striking the dark source core with unerring accuracy. The core's trembling intensified in an instant. The black energy surged, not only cancelling out the purification energy but also devouring the origin of space-time in return. The space-time vortex began to destabilize. The rift at the core node widened once more, and endless dark source energy poured out from the rift. System notification. Detected high-tier dark source energy interference. Source: dark source elder, level peak, late balance stage. The dark source core has entered a berserk state. Countdown to space-time collapse: 10 minutes. It's a dark source elder. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. The inherited memories showed that the Dark Source Elder Council was the direct subordinate of the Lord of the Dark Source, consisting of 3 members each at or above the late balance stage, responsible for guarding the Dark Source core and deploying Dark Source nodes. They can actually interfere with the core energy remotely. The black energy of the Dark Source core grew stronger. The space-time vortex began to contract, and the surrounding rifts expanded continuously. Even Qin Yu's spatial barrier was rapidly corroding. Lin Mo's space-time is about to collapse. We must evacuate quickly. No. Unless the dark source core is destroyed, evacuation is useless. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo poured all his balance energy into the purification energy stream while activating the space-time authority of the twin fragments in an attempt to stabilize space-time. Su Qin, give me the maximum dose of healing energy. Chen Gong, use all your mechanical energy to reinforce the core node. Qin Yue, Lu Feng, help me block the counterattack of the dark source energy. Everyone acted at once. Su Qin's radiant healing energy flowed into Lin Mo without cease, repairing the damage caused by his energy depletion. Qin Gong's mechanical arm expanded into a massive mechanical barrier, blocking the expanding space-time rifts. Qin Yu and Lu Feng joined forces, interweaving spatial energy and brute force energy into a defensive wall to withstand the onslaught of dark source energy. With the support of the healing energy, Lin Mo's aura recovered rapidly. The power of the purification energy stream surged once more, suppressing the black energy of the dark source core again. He leaped before the core and placed both hands upon it, unleashing the full will of the balance heart. Dark source core, be purified. The golden dark source purification energy, the silver space-time origin energy, and the dual-colored balance energy surged into the core simultaneously. The black energy within receded like a tide and was gradually dismantled. Yet at the moment the core was about to be fully purified, a black consciousness projection suddenly erupted from within, the phantom of a dark source elder. With icy eyes and a black scepter in hand, he stabbed toward Lin Mo's balance core. "Brat, perish with me." Caught off guard, Lin Mo was struck in the chest by the scepter. The balance core trembled violently as dark source energy flooded into his body through the scepter, and his consciousness began to blur. He felt the dark source purification energy within him clashing fiercely with the invading dark source energy while the light of the balance core gradually dimmed. "Lin Mo!" His teammates cried out in despair, trying to rush to his aid, but were blocked by a barrier formed of dark source energy. The dark source elder's phantom sneered, "So what if you are the master of balance? The erosion of dark source energy is something you simply cannot resist. Soon your balance core will be corrupted and become the vessel for the Lord of the Dark Source's rebirth." Lin Mo's consciousness struggled in the darkness. He seemed to see the smiles of his parents, the trust of his teammates, and the hopes of the living beings on the origin star. "I cannot lose." A powerful obsession rose from the depths of his heart. The balance heart burst into dazzling light, and the remnant consciousness fragments of his parents suddenly surfaced, merging with the balance heart. "Xiao Mo, the true meaning of balance is to accept all energies and make them your own. Dark source energy is no exception." Lin Mo's mind suddenly cleared. Instead of resisting the dark source energy, he mobilized the balance genesis ability, forcibly converting the invading dark source energy into balance energy. Balance genesis dark source conversion. The black dark source energy flowed through his body, wrapped by the dual-colored balance energy, and gradually transformed into pure balance energy. The dark source elder's phantom changed color dramatically. "Impossible. You can actually convert dark source energy." Seizing the chance, Lin Mo fused the converted balance energy with the space-time origin and the dark source purification energy, pouring it all into the dark source core. "Be completely purified." The dark source core let out a piercing wail. Its black energy dissipated completely, transforming into a stream of pure energy that was absorbed by Lin Mo's balance core. Deprived of his energy supply, the dark source elder's phantom began to crumble. "Lin Mo, just you wait. The Dark Source Elder Council will not let you go. We have already set up 108 Dark Source nodes across the two realms. In 3 months, when the nodes activate simultaneously, both realms will still be eroded by the Dark Source." The phantom vanished. The space-time vortex gradually stabilized and the rifts at the core node began to contract. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, but his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Su Qing immediately rushed over, releasing healing energy to treat his wounds. Detected host has purified the Dark Source core and absorbed pure energy. Comprehensive strength, peak balance stage, perfect balance stage unlocked. Ultimate trait, full energy conversion, can convert any energy into balance energy with no consumption limit. Obtained item, Dark Source core fragment, can sense the positions of Dark Source nodes. Lin Mo slowly awoke, holding a black Dark Source core fragment in his hand. The fragment emitted faint energy resonating with the Dark Source nodes in both realms. 108 red dots surfaced in his mind, scattered across every corner of the origin star and the chaotic universe. 108 Dark Source nodes. Qin Yu's expression was grave. "If they activate in 3 months, we simply won't have time to clear them all." Lin Mo clenched the core fragment, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. "We'll make it in time. The balance core can now sense the location of every node. I can mobilize balance energy, open space passages, and clear them one by one." At that moment, an urgent transmission suddenly arrived from the direction of the two-realm passage. It was Shihi's voice, filled with anxiety. "Lin Mo, something terrible has happened. The 36 Dark Source nodes on the origin star have suddenly activated ahead of schedule. The Dark Source energy is eroding the origin star's balance domain, and many living beings have already been corrupted, turned into Dark Source puppets." Lin Mo's heart sank. The Dark Source Elder Council had actually activated some of the nodes ahead of time. He immediately mobilized the energy of the balance core to sense the locations of the Dark Source nodes on the origin star. "Qin Yue, take Lu Feng and Qin Gong to the chaotic universe and clear the 72 nodes there. Su Qing and I will return to the origin star to deal with the corrupted nodes and puppets." "Understood." Qin Yu nodded and immediately led Lu Feng and Qin Gong flying toward the Dark Source nodes in the chaotic universe. Lin Mo and Su Qing returned to the origin star in an instant through a space passage. The scene before them was devastating. Parts of the origin star had been shrouded by dark source energy. The sky turned pitch black. On the ground, living beings with hollow eyes radiated dark source energy, and crazily attacked those who were not yet corrupted. The 36 dark source nodes stood like black beacons, constantly releasing dark source energy, as the radius of corruption expanded. Su Qing set up a healing energy field and purify the lightly corrupted beings. "I'll go destroy the dark source nodes." Lin Mo gave the order, then leaped toward the nearest dark source node. The node was an origin tower corrupted by dark source energy. Dense dark source energy coiled around its top, and several corrupted star shine level guardians were protecting the node. Lin Mo activated his balance energy. The balance blade cleaved out a purification energy blade, instantly slaying the guardians while sending energy into the node. The node's dark source energy dissipated rapidly, turning to ashes. System notification. Detected host has destroyed dark source node 1108. The origin star balance domain has recovered by 1. Lin Mo moved quickly, destroying the dark source nodes one by one. Su Qing's healing energy field also continued to expand, purifying the lightly corrupted beings. But there were too many dark source nodes, and some were guarded by armies of dark source puppets, including no small number, at the early balance stage. The speed of cleansing could not keep up with the speed of corruption. Just as Lin Mo destroyed the 10th node, 3 black figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the origin star, the 3 elders of the Dark Source Elder Council. They were surrounded by dense dark source energy, their auras at the peak of the late balance stage. Leading them was none other than the Grand Dark Source Elder Yu Xian, who had interfered from afar earlier. System notification. Target: Grand Dark Source Elder Yu Xian, peak late balance stage. 2nd Elder Yu Lai, late balance stage. 3rd Elder Yu Bing, late balance stage. Abilities: Yu Xian. Dark Source Law can temporarily distort local laws. Yu Lai. Dark Source Flame Burst, high temperature. Dark Source Dual Erosion. Yu Bing. Dark Source Eye Seal. Dark Source Dual Control. Danger level Super Cosmic Final Class. Lin Mo, you destroyed our Dark Source core and slew our clan Zanva. Today we will destroy you and the origin star together. Yu Xian's voice was cold enough to pierce bones. He raised his hand and waved, activating the Dark Source Law. The balance energy around Lin Mo suddenly became chaotic, impossible to mobilize normally. Yu Lai and Yu Bing attacked simultaneously. The Dark Source Flame Burst and Dark Source Eye Seal interwove, forming a Dark Source domain of ice and fire that descended upon Lin Mo. Su Qing tried to release her radiant energy in support, but the Dark Source Law suppressed her, preventing her energy from leaving her body. Lin Mo's heart sank. His balance energy was distorted and unusable. He could only rely on his physical body and the remaining Dark Source purification energy to resist. He activated triple hardening, enduring the erosion of the ice-fire domain. The balance blade cleaved out a weak purification energy blade, but it was easily neutralized by the Dark Source Law. Without balance energy, you are a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yu Xian sneered. Dark Source energy condensed into a law blade, stabbing toward Lin Mo's balance core. Lin Mo tried to dodge, but his feet were frozen by the Dark Source Eye Seal, rendering him immobile. The law blade drew closer, and the light of the balance core dimmed further. He felt the threat of death. At that critical moment, the balance core on Lin Mo's chest suddenly burst with a brilliant radiance. The Dark Source core fragment fully merged with the balance core, and the previously converted Dark Source energy exploded forth. Balance Genesis Dark Source Law Reversal. The Dark Source Law was forcibly reversed. The chaotic balance energy returned to normal, and the Dark Source domain collapsed in an instant. Lin Mo activated the full energy conversion trait, converting all the Dark Source energy around him into balance energy. His power skyrocketed in an instant. Dark Source Elders, your doomsday has come. He leaped toward Yu Xian, and the balance blade cleaved out a dual-colored blade imbued with Dark Source conversion energy. Yu Xian's expression changed drastically as he urgently mobilized the Dark Source Law to defend. But the reverse Dark Source Law was ineffective against Lin Mo. The energy blade struck Yu Xian's chest, and his Dark Source energy was rapidly converted. Yu Xian spat out a mouthful of black blood and staggered back several steps. Yu Lai and Yu Bing attacked again. Lin Mo neither dodged nor avoided. His balance energy formed a massive barrier, simultaneously converting all the energy of the Dark Source Flame Burst and Dark Source Eye Seal. He then slashed back with 2 energy blades, striking the cores of both elders. The 3 Dark Source Elders' faces changed drastically. They never expected Lin Mo could reverse the Dark Source Law and convert their energy. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously activated the dark source energy within them, intending to self-destruct and pollute the entire origin star. In your dreams? Lin Mo roared. His balance energy spread outward, forming a massive purification domain that trapped the three elders. Balance Genesis Purification Seal. Golden purification energy wrapped around the three elders. Their self-destruction was forcefully suppressed, and their bodies were gradually purified, transforming into three dark source energy spheres that were absorbed by Lin Mo's balance core. System notification. Detected host has sealed the dark source elders and absorbed dark source law energy. Balance Genesis has gained a new trait, Law Reversal, can temporarily reverse laws below the balance stage. With the dark source elders dealt with, Lin Mo quickly destroyed the remaining dark source nodes. The balanced domain of the origin star gradually recovered, and the corrupted beings slowly regained consciousness under Su Qin's healing. But Lin Mo's expression did not improve. He sensed violent energy fluctuations from the direction of the chaotic universe. While clearing the dark source nodes, Qin Yu and the others had encountered an army of dark source puppets in the chaotic universe, among them a dark source puppet commander at the perfect balance stage. They were caught in a bitter battle. Moreover, the Dark Source Core fragment relayed information. Although the 108 Dark Source nodes had been destroyed, the Dark Source Elder Council had sent a signal to the Dark Source Sacred Land in the chaotic universe while activating the nodes. Hidden there was the Lord of the Dark Source's final trump card. Once triggered, it would cause a massive energy explosion across both realms. Lin Mo tightened his grip on the balance blade, a trace of resolve flashing in his eyes. Su Qin, you stay and guard the origin star, stabilizing the balance domain. I'm going to the chaotic universe to support Qin Yu, then I'll head to the Dark Source Sacred Land to completely eliminate the Lord of the Dark Source's trump card. He mobilized his balance energy, opened a space passage to the chaotic universe, and leaped into it. At the other end of the passage, Qin Yu and the others were locked in fierce battle with the Dark Source puppet commander. Lu Feng was severely wounded. Qin Gong's mechanical arm had been destroyed. The situation was critical. Lin Mo's figure appeared on the battlefield. With an eruption of balance energy, he charged toward the Dark Source puppet commander. Qin Yu, I'm here. But at that very moment, a terrifying wave of Dark Source energy suddenly erupted from the direction of the Dark Source Sacred Land. The entire chaotic universe trembled violently, and the balance energy belt of the two-realm passage cracked once more. The Lord of the Dark Source's final trump card had been triggered. In the Dark Source node region of the Chaos Universe, black smoke drifted through the air while shattered mechanical wreckage and the severed limbs of Dark Source puppets lay scattered across the ground. Qin Yu's spatial barrier was covered in cracks. Lu Feng, blood seeping from his chest, leaned against the two-colored rock, gasping for breath. Qin Gong's mechanical arm was only half left, yet he was still struggling to operate the energy cannon holding back the Dark Source puppet commander. The commander's entire body was forged from Dark Source energy, and chaos metal, his frame towering like a mountain. The Dark Source war blade in his hand radiated an oppressive pressure at the superbalance stage, and every slash sent ripples through space. Your resistance is meaningless. The annihilation formation of the Dark Source Holy Land has already been activated. Soon both realms will be reduced to scorched earth. Not necessarily. A two-colored streak of light tore through the air, and Lin Mo's figure appeared behind the commander in an instant. The balance blade wrapped in Dark Source converted energy slashed straight at the core hub at the neck joint. That was the commander's energy weak point, already locked onto earlier through the memories of the Dark Source core fragment. The commander reacted swiftly, blocking with the war blade in a reverse grip. With a thunderous clang, a notch was knocked into the Dark Source war blade. The commander staggered back, incredulity flashing in his eyes. Peak balance stage. You actually broke through. Thanks to your Dark Source Lord. Lin Mo sneered, operating his full energy conversion trait at full power, continuously absorbing the dispersed Dark Source energy around him as his own. Qin Yu's spatial confinement. Lu Feng, restrain its limbs. Qin Gong, aim at the core hub and fire. Qin Yu immediately activated his spatial ability, conjuring several spatial shackles that locked down the commander's limbs. Lu Feng, enduring his injuries, activated his brute force ability, and reinforced by balance energy, grabbed hold of the commander's thigh. Qin Gong's remaining mechanical arm fired a high-energy, armor-piercing round, striking the core hub with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo leaped up to the commander's head, pouring space-time origin energy into the balance blade. Balance Genesis space-time slash. The two-colored blade light slashed down, directly severing the commander's core hub. Dark Source energy gushed out like a tidal wave, absorbed entirely by Lin Mo's balance core. The commander's massive body crashed to the ground, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Detected host has slain the Dark Source puppet commander peak balance stage and absorbed an excess of Dark Source chaos energy. Overall strength peak balance stage, early super balance stage, new realm unlocked. Core ability unlocked, super balance law, can simultaneously control 3 systems of laws and formulate local balance rules for both realms. Lin Mo, you've broken through to super balance stage. Qin Yu's eyes were full of surprise and the pressure on the spatial barrier instantly eased. No time to celebrate. Lin Mo's face turned somber as the Dark Source core fragment trembled violently. The Dark Source Holy Land's Annihilation formation has already been activated. This is the Dark Source Lord's final trump card, using the residual energy of 108 nodes plus his own origin to detonate the energy cores of both realms. Once it erupts, the origin star and the Chaos Universe will be turned to ashes. Then what do we do now? Qin Gong quickly repaired his mechanical arm. The Dark Source Holy Land is in the deepest part of the Chaos Universe, and we can reach it in 1 hour, but the Annihilation formation's detonation countdown is only 30 minutes. Use a spatial passage. Lin Mo activated the superbalance law, tearing open space with both hands to create a shortcut straight to the Dark Source Holy Land. Qin Yue, take Lu Feng and Qin Gong back to the origin star first, and help Su Qing reinforce the balance belt between the 2 realms. I will go to the Dark Source Holy Land alone to break the Annihilation formation. No. There must be an ambush waiting in the Dark Source Holy Land. It's too dangerous for you alone. Qin Yu hurriedly tried to stop him. With my superbalance stage strength, that's more than enough. Lin Mo's gaze was firm. Your mission is to guard the passage between the 2 realms, and keep the energy explosion from harming any living being. Only the superbalance law can break this formation. Before anyone could persuade him further, Lin Mo had already leaped into the spatial passage. At the other end of the passage, the Dark Source Holy Land came into view, a black temple suspended amid the turbid currents of chaos, encircled by 9 black light pillars, the formation eyes of the Dark Source Annihilation formation. Between the pillars flowed Dark Source Annihilation fire, which could incinerate all energy and matter. At the temple's summit, the Dark Source Lord's true body lay bound by black chains, its eyes already open, its scarlet pupils filled with a desire for destruction. Detected Dark Source Lord's true body awakening. Current rank mid-superbalance stage. Core formation Dark Source Annihilation formation SSS-Rank. With the Dark Source true body as its core and the 9 great formation eyes as fulcrums, it detonates the origin energy of both realms. Break condition: destroy the 9 formation eyes while using the superbalance law to seal the origin core of the Dark Source true body. Warning: the Annihilation formation has entered its countdown 25 minutes. The formation eyes are guarded by Dark Source Annihilation fire, and touching them means being eroded immediately. Lin Mo, you really did come. The Dark Source Lord's voice reverberated through the Holy Land as the chains gave off a harsh grinding sound. Once the Annihilation formation detonates, you and every living being in both realms will become sacrifices for the Dark Source's return. This is the fate of the universe. Without another word, Lin Mo's balance blade slashed out a superbalance energy blade aimed straight at the nearest formation eye. The energy blade passed through the Dark Source Annihilation fire but was blocked by the formation eye's black energy barrier. In the next instant, the blade edge was eroded into a notch. Detected Dark Source Annihilation fire trait can erode all energy below superbalance stage, and has a 50 weakening effect on superbalance energy. No wonder the balance energy I used before was useless. Lin Mo's mind stirred. Activating his Dark Source conversion trait, he infused a wisp of Dark Source energy into his superbalance energy, forming a 2-colored Dark Source balance energy blade, and slashed at the formation eye once more. This time the energy blade easily pierced through the Annihilation fire and shattered the black barrier. The formation eye's black pillar of light went out in an instant. Successfully destroyed. Formation eye 19. Annihilation formation power reduced by 10. You can actually break the Annihilation fire. Surprise flickered in the Dark Source Lord's eyes, then turned into madness. So what? There are 9 formation eyes, you simply don't have time to destroy them all. He channeled the energy of his true body, and the Annihilation fire at the remaining 8 formation eyes blazed up. At the same time, 8 Dark Source Annihilation envoys rushed out from the formation eyes, all at peak balance stage, holding Dark Source Annihilation blades as they closed in on Lin Mo to kill him. Lin Mo activated superbalance law space-time acceleration, tripling his speed. He wove through the envoys, his balance blade flashing as every slash accurately hit an envoy's core while also destroying formation eyes. The Dark Source conversion trait operated at full power, absorbing the Annihilation Fire's energy, and converting it for his own use. Not only was he not eroded, but his super balance energy became even purer. Formation Eyes destroyed 29. 59. Dark Source Annihilation Envoys killed 38. 78. In just 10 minutes, Lin Mo had destroyed 5 Formation Eyes and slain 7 envoys, leaving only the last Formation Eye and 1 envoy. But the Dark Source Lord's true body also broke free of part of its chains, and the full aura of mid-superbalance stage erupted. Dark Source energy condensed into a colossal annihilation cannon and blasted toward Lin Mo. Stop right there. Lin Mo dodged aside. The annihilation cannon struck the ground, blasting open a massive black hole into which countless turbid chaos currents poured. Seizing the chance, he slew the last envoy with a single slash and charged at the final Formation Eye. Just as the balance blade was about to strike the Formation Eye, the Dark Source Lord suddenly channeled his true body's origin, binding the final Formation Eye to himself. If you want to destroy the Formation Eye, kill me first. Black energy and annihilation fire interwove into a colossal energy shield. Lin Mo's energy blade slammed into it, yet could not budge it in the slightest. Detected Formation Eye is bound to the true body. The Dark Source true body must be sealed first before the Formation Eye can be destroyed. Only 10 minutes left. Lin Mo's heart burned with anxiety as the Superbalance Law erupted at full force. Superbalance Law 3 System Seal. Golden Dark Source Purification, Silver Space-Time Origin, and 2-colored Balance Energy. 3 energy streams wove into a colossal sealing formation, sweeping toward the Dark Source Lord's true body. The Dark Source Lord roared and drove his energy in resistance. The sealing formation collided with the energy shield, producing a deafening blast. Lin Mo, do you really think this can seal me? The Dark Source Lord's true body broke free of more chains, stretched out an arm, and condensed Dark Source energy into an Annihilation War Spear. Let me show you the true power of mid-superbalance stage. The War Spear, wreathed in annihilation fire, pierced through the sealing formation and thrust toward Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo mustered all his energy to block. The balance blade clashed with the War Spear, and superbalance energy erupted against Dark Source energy. Both of them recoiled. Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and the balance core dimmed. Energy depleted. 80. Superbalance Law remains active. You can't hold out much longer. The Dark Source Lord sneered and attacked again. The Annihilation War Spear stabbed forth like a venomous serpent, while he drove the Annihilation Formation's remaining energy, sending countless bolts of annihilation fire shooting toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo was trapped in a desperate situation. His energy was nearly exhausted, and only 5 minutes remained on the countdown. Just then the balance core at his chest suddenly burst with dazzling golden light. His parents' residual consciousness fragments reappeared, resonating intensely with the balance core. Shao Mo, fuse our residual consciousness fragments with the superbalance law to form the Guardian Seal. This is the only way to seal his true body. Dad. Mom. Tears glistened in Lin Mo's eyes. He knew this meant his parents' consciousness would dissipate completely. This is our final mission. His parents' residual consciousness fragments transformed into 2 beams of golden light and merged into the balance core. Protecting both realms, protecting you, that is our unwavering obsession. Lin Mo clenched his fists, turning grief into strength. The superbalance law merged with his parents' residual consciousness fragments, forming a golden sealing formation filled with the will to protect. Dark Source Lord, take my final move. Superbalance Guardian Seal / The golden energy blade, bearing world-destroying power and carrying the force of sealing, slashed toward the Dark Source Lord's true body and the final Formation Eye. The Dark Source Lord's face changed drastically. He poured all his power into the energy shield, but the golden energy blade pierced through it with ease. The War Spear snapped. His true body was engulfed by the sealing formation, and the final Formation Eye shattered with a thunderous crash. Detected. All 9 Formation Eyes destroyed. The Dark Source Annihilation Formation has been broken. Dark Source Lord's true body sealed. 70. The remaining 30 of its origin is not sealed. His parents' residual consciousness fragments have completely dissipated. The balance core gained a new trait, Guardian Will, immune to mental erosion below superbalance stage, enhances seal stability. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. The Dark Source Lord's true body was trapped by the golden sealing formation, unable to move, yet it still let out a sinister laugh. Lin Mo, do you think this is the end? Your parents' residual consciousness fragments may have sealed 70 of my origin, but don't forget, Dark source energy originates from the dark source progenitor. He is the true mastermind. The dark source progenitor. Lin Mo's heart sank. None of the inherited memories had ever mentioned such an existence. That's right. The dark source lord's scarlet pupils flickered with an eerie light. I am merely a wisp of his avatar. The true dark source progenitor slumbers in the superbalance abyss. Once he awakens, never mind you at early superbalance stage, even the whole of both realms wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. Before the words faded, the ground of the dark source holy land suddenly trembled violently. A bottomless black rift split open from the center of the temple, and from within surged a terrifying aura far surpassing the dark source lords, the aura of the dark source progenitor. Though faint, it caused Lin Mo's superbalance energy to churn violently. Detected ultra superbalance stage energy fluctuation. Target dark source progenitor slumbering. Rank ultra superbalance stage, surpasses current detection limits. Danger level dimension annihilation class. Not good. The dark source progenitor's seal has been stirred by the energy fluctuations of the annihilation formation. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. He could sense the aura within the rift rapidly growing stronger. The dark source progenitor was about to awaken. The dark source lord burst into wild laughter. Ha! Lin Mo, you broke my annihilation formation, but in doing so you stirred the progenitor. This is destiny. You and both realms will be the first sacrifices offered after the progenitor awakens. Lin Mo struggled to his feet, marshalling his remaining superbalance energy in an attempt to seal the black rift. Yet the energy within the rift was too terrifying. His energy was like stones cast into the sea, utterly unable to affect it. Time is running out. Anxiety churned in Lin Mo's heart. If the seal of the superbalance abyss shattered and the dark source progenitor awakened, the consequences would be unthinkable. He thought of his parents' guardian will and the safety of all living beings in both realms, and a flash of resolve passed through his eyes. At that moment, a faint resonance came from the balance core originating from the direction of the passage between the two realms. Shihi Chinue and the others were rushing to support him, carrying the energy of the origin core and the chaos core. Lin Mo, we're here to help you. Shihi's voice arrived through the energy resonance. We'll pour the energy of the two realm cores into your body. Perhaps it can temporarily reinforce the seal of the superbalance abyss. The energy of the two realm cores poured into Lin Mo through the resonance channel. His superbalance energy was instantly restored, and there were even faint signs of a breakthrough to mid-superbalance stage. But the dark source progenitor's aura was also growing stronger. The black rift continued to expand, and countless dark source tentacles reached out from within it, beginning to erode the surrounding space. Lin Mo gripped the balance blade tightly, resolve flashing in his eyes. Even if I have to give everything I have, I will defend this place. He leaped above the black rift, fusing his superbalance energy with the energy of the two realm cores into a colossal golden seal, and pressed it down toward the rift. The dark source tentacles were seared by the sealing energy, emitting piercing, sizzling sounds. The rift's expansion temporarily stalled. Yet the dark source progenitor's aura continued to strengthen, and the seal's light gradually dimmed. Lin Mo knew this was only temporary. It could last 1 month at most. After 1 month, the dark source progenitor would inevitably awaken. 1 month. Lin Mo murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Enough time for me to find a way to seal him completely. Above the black rift in the superbalance abyss, the golden seal hung like a crumbling canopy of heaven. Each pulse of the dark source progenitor's breath sent violent ripples across the seal. Superbalance energy whirled at high speed around Lin Mo, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Though the Dew Realm core continued to supply energy, the dark source progenitor was waking far faster than expected, and the seal's light was dimming visibly. Lin Mo, this can hold for a month. Shihi's voice came through energy resonance, urgent. The origin core's energy reserve is only 60. If we keep consuming it, origin star's balance domain will collapse. Qin Yu arrived, supporting the badly wounded Lu Feng. Chen Gong's mechanical arm had been fully repaired and fitted with a dark source defense module. We've detected intense dimensional energy fluctuations deep within the superbalance abyss. The memories of the dark source core fragment indicate that the dimensional origin stone is hidden there. Legend has it that this is the core vessel born at the dawn of dimensional creation, capable of completely sealing an ultra-superbalance level being. But deep within the abyss are not only the dark source progenitor's sleeping guardians, but also the trial of common origin. Lin Mo summoned his inherited memories, solemnity flashing in his eyes. Origin and dark source were originally branches of the dimensional origin. The trial of common origin is meant to test whether an intruder can truly master the balance of the three energy systems. If they fail, dimensional energy will devour them and reduce them to energy dust. We're going with you. Lu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, brute force power surging within him. Fighting as a team is always better than going alone. Even in a trial, we can help you hold back the Guardians. Lin Mo did not refuse. The danger of the superbalance abyss was far beyond imagination. Alone he could hardly find the dimensional origin stone and complete the trial within a month. He mobilized the superbalance law and added another energy barrier outside the seal. He stay here to reinforce the seal and maintain the energy supply from the dual realm core. I'll take Qingyue, Lu Feng, Su Qing and Qinggong into the abyss. We must bring back the dimensional origin stone within a month. With that, Lin Mo tore open space and carved a safe passage into the abyss. The superbalance law could temporarily block dark source energy, keeping the progenitor from being disturbed. The passage was pitch black, lit only by faint violet specks formed by flowing dimensional energy. The air brimmed with an ancient pure energy aura, different from origin dark source or balance energy, yet subtly containing the traits of all three. Superbalance abyss environment detected dimensional energy concentration 95. It can accelerate superbalance energy purification and has a natural suppressive effect on dark source energy. Warning: an early superbalance rank guardian, the dark source sleeper, is located 100 kilometers ahead. After advancing a short while, a huge cavern appeared at the end of the passage. On the stone platform at its center, a figure in dark gold war armor sat cross-legged, surrounded by faint black dimensional dark source energy. It was the dark source sleeper. He slowly opened his eyes. There was no emotion in his scarlet pupils. The dark source dimensional blade in his hand radiated an aura that could tear space apart. Target: dark source sleeper. Level: early superbalance rank. Ability: dimensional dark source slash. Can tear dimensional barriers by fusing dark source and dimensional energy. Trait: only 50 of combat strength is available in slumber. Once awakened, it rises to mid superbalance rank. Danger level: low tier dimensional annihilation. Intruder: halt. The dark source sleeper's voice grated like rock as he rose slowly, his dark source dimensional blade pointing straight at Lin Mo. Unless you pass my trial, you may not set foot in the abyss core. No more words. Attack. Lin Mo activated the superbalance law, the three energy systems interweaving around him, and his balance blade ready to strike. Qingyue spatial imprisonment. Lu Feng hold the front. Su Qing healing support. Qinggong ranged attacks on weak points. Qingyue immediately released his spatial power, countless spatial shackles coiling toward the dark source sleeper. Lu Feng leaped out, his fists reinforced by balance energy slamming into the energy nodes on the stone platform, trying to disrupt the sleeper's energy circulation. Qinggong's mechanical arm fired dimensional energy projectiles, striking the gaps in the dark source sleeper's armor with precision. Su Qing spread a healing energy field to provide everyone with sustained endurance. Seizing the chance, Lin Mo erupted with the full force of the superbalance law. Superbalance trisystem slash. Origins golden light, dark sources black light, and balances twin-colored light interwove into a colossal energy blade that slashed toward the dark source sleeper. A flicker of surprise passed through the sleeper's eyes. He swept his dark source dimensional blade horizontally. Dimensional dark source energy collided with the trisystem energy, causing the cavern to tremble violently as countless rocks fell from the ceiling. An early superbalance cultivator, yet you can control the three energy systems. The sleeper's voice carried a tremor, and his attacks suddenly intensified. Dimensional dark source slashes lashed out one after another, leaving black cracks torn across space. Lin Mo did not dodge or retreat. Activating his full energy conversion trait, he converted the incoming dimensional dark source energy into balance energy, and with a backhanded stroke struck the sleeper's chest with an energy blade. The sleeper's war armor shattered in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of dark source essence blood, his aura plummeting. You have passed my trial. The sleeper did not attack again. He slowly stepped back, revealing the passage behind him. But the trial of common origin is even harsher than I am. In the dimensional origin region, you must control all three energy systems at once. If any one falls out of balance, you will be devoured by dimensional energy. With that, the sleeper's figure dissolved into dark source energy, merging back into the cavern wall to resume his slumber. The group passed through the passage and reached the middle layer of the superbalance abyss. Here lay a floating dimensional platform. At its center stood a three-colored pillar of energy, the entrance to the trial of common origin. Around the pillar, dimensional energy formed whirlpools that exuded a terrifying, devouring force. Trial of common origin rules detected after entering the pillar. The three energy systems must maintain absolute balance, deviation no greater than 1 for 10 minutes to pass. If imbalance lasts more than 3 seconds, the trial fails and your energy is devoured. Let me try. Lin Mo took a deep breath and leaped into the pillar of light. Instantly the three energy systems raged wildly within him. Origin energy surged, dark source energy was suppressed, and balance energy fluctuated violently. The dimensional energy inside the pillar forcibly amplified energy weaknesses, testing his mastery. Energy balance: origin 60, dark source 20, balance 20, severe imbalance. Lin Mo's heart tightened. He pushed the superbalance law to full power, forcibly suppressing origin energy while raising the proportions of dark source and balance energy. Heart of balance: stabilize. His parent's guardian will glowed within his core, and the three energy systems gradually steadied. Energy balance: origin 33. 3 dark source 33. 3 balance 33. 4 balance stable. Just then the pillar of light trembled violently and a familiar will emerged. It was a lingering thought from his parents, not a fragment of consciousness but a memory projection etched into the dimensional origin. Xiao Mo, the true meaning of the trial of common origin is not to force balance but to accept the original nature of energy. Origin and dark source were never right or wrong. Balance is not equal division, it is following the natural flow. Lin Mo's mind suddenly cleared. He no longer deliberately suppressed or boosted any single energy system. Instead, he let the three energies flow naturally, guided by dimensional energy, and formed a dynamic balance. Energy balance: origin 35, dark source 32, balance 33, dynamic balance meeting the trial requirements. The pressure in the pillar vanished instantly, and the surrounding dimensional vortexes turned into energy currents that surged into Lin Mo's body. Trial of common origin passed. The superbalance law has evolved. You can now freely control the dynamic balance of the three energy systems, and are immune to dimensional energy backlash. It worked. Everyone on the platform cheered. At that moment, violent energy fluctuations suddenly came from the direction of the Abyss core, and the Dark Source Lord's voice carried a manic laugh. Lin Mo, I didn't think you'd pass the trial of common origin. But it's already too late. I used the Dark Source progenitor's aura to break free from 30 of the Source Seal. Now I'll take your life and seize the dimensional origin stone. Lin Mo's face changed drastically as he rushed out of the pillar. Damn it. The Dark Source Lord's goal isn't just to stop us. He also wants to absorb the dimensional origin stone's energy, break the seal completely, and even devour the Dark Source progenitor. The group advanced quickly toward the Abyss core. The dimensional energy along the way grew richer and richer. In the distance a massive purple crystal could be seen floating, the dimensional origin stone radiating pure dimensional energy. But the Dark Source Lord's figure had already appeared beside the origin stone. 30 of his source condensed into a black phantom which was reaching out to touch the stone. Stop! Lin Mo roared, charging forward and slashing a tri-system energy blade with his balance blade. The Dark Source Lord turned and condensed Dark Source energy into a shield to block it. Lin Mo, do you think you can stop me now? You at early superbalance rank are no match for me. He waved his hand, sending a Dark Source dimensional slash. Lin Mo sidestepped, and the energy blade struck a nearby dimensional platform, instantly turning it to dust. Qin Yu unleashed spatial imprisonment, but the Dark Source Lord broke free easily. Lu Feng's brute force attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. Su Qing's light energy was suppressed by Dark Source energy, and Qin Gong's mechanical attacks could not break through the Dark Source shield. The gap is too huge. Lin Mo's heart grew frantic. The gap between early and mid-superbalance rank was like an impassable chasm. Even with the three energy systems, it was difficult to fight back. At that moment, the dimensional origin stone suddenly erupted with violet light, and an unfamiliar will entered Lin Mo's mind, one of common origin. Borrow the power of the origin to break the Dark Source barrier. Without hesitation, Lin Mo mobilized the dimensional energy within him and resonated with the origin stone. Violet energy poured into his body, and his superbalance energy instantly skyrocketed, breaking through to mid-superbalance rank. Overall combat power: early superbalance rank to mid-superbalance rank. Superbalance dimensional slash. Lin Mo's balance blade merged with violet dimensional energy, and unleashed a colossal energy blade. The Dark Source Lord's shield shattered in an instant. The phantom was struck by the blade, let out a piercing shriek, lost most of its source energy, and was suppressed back to 10. No. The Dark Source Lord's phantom fled toward the rift and disappeared completely. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the dimensional origin stone. Just as he was about to reach out and touch it, he sensed a faint, unfamiliar energy fluctuation. On the stone's surface lay an extremely subtle energy imprint, not dark source or origin energy but an other-dimensional energy he had never seen before. Other-dimensional energy imprint detected originating from an unknown dimension suspected to have been artificially implanted, purpose unknown. Warning: the imprint is slowly absorbing the dimensional origin stone's energy. Over time the stone will lose its sealing effect. Lin Mo's heart sank. Who had left an imprint on the dimensional origin stone? What was the purpose of the other-dimensional energy? Could it be that besides the dark source, progenitor forces from other dimensions were also coveting this dimension? Just as he was about to investigate the imprint, the superbalance abyss suddenly trembled violently. The dark source progenitor's aura surged to its peak, the black rift expanded several-fold, countless dark source tendrils writhed madly, and the golden light of the seal nearly went out. An urgent transmission arrived from Shihi Lin Mo. The dark source progenitor has awakened ahead of schedule. The seal can't hold. His aura has already reached mid-ultra superbalance rank. Lin Mo looked up. Deep within the rift, a pair of enormous scarlet eyes slowly opened and a world-destroying aura enveloped the entire abyss. The dark source progenitor's voice sounded like a collapsing dimension. Insignificant lord of balance, how dare you disturb my slumber, and try to seize the dimensional origin stone. Today I will devour you all, absorb the origin stone's energy, and become the sole sovereign of the dimension. The other dimensional imprint on the dimensional origin stone suddenly flared, resonating with the dark source progenitor's aura. The stone's energy fluctuations became disordered, further weakening the seal's power. Lin Mo was forced into a dead end. On one side, the dark source progenitor at mid-ultra superbalance rank was about to break free. On the other, the dimensional origin stone had been contaminated by the other dimensional imprint, and could not be used directly. He looked at the balance blade in his hand, then at his teammates, a flash of resolve in his eyes. Qin Yue lead Su Qing Chen Gong and Lu Feng and evacuate immediately. I'll use the superbalance law combined with the dimensional origin stone's energy to hold the dark source progenitor off temporarily. You have to find a way to break the other dimensional imprint. We're not leaving. If we fight together. Lu Feng roared, taking a battle stance. This is an order. Lin Mo's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. Only by breaking the imprint can the origin stone function. You are the only hope. I'll set up a temporary barrier at the dimensional rift to buy you time. Before anyone could object, Lin Mo leaped toward the black rift. Superbalance energy interwove with the dimensional origin stone's energy, forming a massive violet barrier that temporarily blocked the dark source progenitor's assault. The dark source progenitor roared, countless tendrils slamming into the barrier as its light grew dimmer and dimmer. With tears in their eyes, Qin Yu and the others turned and withdrew out of the abyss. Chen Gong rapidly recorded data on the other dimensional imprint, trying to find a way to break it. Lin Mo watched their retreating figures, then looked at the scarlet eyes growing closer in the rift. He tightened his grip on the balance blade. The purple dimensional barrier trembled violently under the dark source progenitor's assault, web-like cracks crawling across its surface. Lin Mo's superbalance energy poured out like a surging tide, veins bulging on his forehead and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The dark source progenitor's scarlet giant eyes locked onto him as countless dark source tentacles lashed the barrier like steel whips. Every impact made Lin Mo's internal organs feel as if they had shifted. Insignificant lord of balance, your energy won't last much longer. The dimension origin stone will be mine in the end. Detected 90 host energy consumption. Superbalance law operation is sluggish. Temporary barrier remaining maintenance time 5 minutes. Warning: the other dimensional mark on the dimension origin stone has increased its activity by 30, accelerating its absorption of origin energy. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, channeling the last trace of balance energy to reinforce the barrier, and silently urged, "Teammates, you have to be quick." Just then Qin Gong's urgent voice came from the communicator. "Lin Mo, we've decrypted part of the other dimensional mark's data. It isn't pollution at all. It's a spatial beacon of the other dimensional civilization locking on to dimensional coordinates and guiding the other dimensional fleet through." A spatial beacon? Lin Mo's heart shook violently. A neglected piece of information suddenly surfaced in his inherited memories. The other dimensional civilization feeds on dimensional energy and excels at infiltration and disguise. Once the beacon is activated, their vanguard can arrive within 10 minutes. Before his voice faded, the dimension origin stone suddenly erupted with blinding purple light. The other dimensional mark transformed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky, pierced the rock layers of the superbalance abyss, and tore open a tiny other-dimensional rift in dimensional space. From the rift gushed a stream of icy silver energy utterly different from dark source origin and balance energies, carrying a powerful devouring aura. Detected energy fluctuations of the other-dimensional vanguard force. Target: Insha, other-dimensional vanguard officer level, early ultra-superbalance rank abilities. Other-dimensional devouring can devour all energy except the dimension origin. Spatial warp ignores dimensional barriers. Danger level: dimensional extinction. A silver figure stepped out of the rift. Its entire body was composed of liquid metal with no fixed form, surrounded by swirling silver devouring energy. This was Insha, the other-dimensional vanguard officer. His appearance even made the Dark Source progenitor temporarily halt his attack, a trace of wariness flashing through his scarlet giant eyes. "Scum of the other dimension, you dare to covet my dimension origin stone!" Dark Source progenitor. "I didn't expect this dimension to possess such a pure Dark Source energy body." Insha's voice sounded like scraping metal tinged with greed. "The dimension origin stone belongs to me. You can become my race's energy reserve, how about it?" "Arrogant!" The Dark Source progenitor roared, hurling a Dark Source dimensional slash toward Insha. Insha did not dodge. Silver light flickered across his body surface as he directly devoured the energy of the Dark Source dimensional slash, his aura rising slightly. "Not bad energy, but unfortunately it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Lin Mo seized the chance to catch his breath, mobilizing the last remaining dimensional energy in his body to heal his wounds, while rapidly calculating the situation. The Dark Source progenitor mid-ultra superbalance rank and Insha early ultra superbalance rank were both lethal threats. With the three-way standoff now established, this was the perfect opportunity to buy time. He quietly contacted his teammates. "Insha has appeared and is confronting the Dark Source progenitor. Destroy the beacon completely as quickly as you can. I'll find a way to stall them." Received. We've located the beacon core and are using spatial energy and balance energy to forcibly tear it away. Qin Yu's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "But the beacon is bound to the dimension origin stone. During the stripping process, the stone's energy will fluctuate wildly, which might alert those two." Sure enough, Insha soon sensed the energy fluctuations of the dimension origin stone, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "It seems someone is destroying my beacon." With a flash of his form, he activated spatial warp and appeared instantly beside the dimension origin stone, his silver energy sweeping toward Qin Yu and the others. "Don't you dare hurt them!" Lin Mo roared as he charged forward, the superbalance law erupting at full force. The three energies fused with dimensional energy to form a massive energy barrier that blocked the silver devouring energy. "Superbalance dimensional ward." Insha turned to look at Lin Mo's, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Mid-superbalance rank. This dimension can actually produce such a talented little thing, perfect to capture as a test subject." He raised a hand and sent a silver energy blade at Lin Mo, splitting the energy barrier and aiming straight for Lin Mo's balance core. Lin Mo dodged sideways and his balance blade slashed out triple-element energy blades that collided with the silver blade. Boom! The energy shockwave expanded. Lin Mo was blasted backward and slammed heavily into the cave wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his superbalance energy plummeted once more. Current comprehensive strength mid-superbalance rank, peak of early superbalance rank. Seeing this, the Dark Source progenitor suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Dogs biting dogs, a mouthful of fur. Lin Mo, I'll hold Insha back while you destroy the beacon. How about it?" He clearly did not want the other dimensional civilization to take the dimension origin stone. With a burst of Dark Source energy, countless tentacles lashed out toward Insha. Insha's face changed. Forced to abandon his attack on Lin Mo, he turned to deal with the Dark Source progenitor's surprise assault. "Old Dark Source ghost, you dare ambush me!" As the silver energy and Dark Source energy collided, the ultra-superbalance level fluctuations caused the entire superbalance abyss to collapse, and the dimensional platform began to shatter. Lin Mo seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and rushed swiftly toward the dimension origin stone. Qin Yu and the others were locked in fierce combat against the beacon core's defensive energy. Qin Gong's robotic arm emitted high-frequency shockwaves. Qin Yu's spatial energy sliced through the beacon's outer shell. Lu Feng secured the origin stone with brute strength, and Su Qing released healing energy to shield everyone from the energy fluctuations. "Lin Mo, hurry! The beacon core can be stripped in 3 more minutes, but the origin stone's energy is already unstable, Qingong shouted. Lin Mo leaped to the side of the origin stone, infusing it with the superbalance law to assist in stripping the beacon core. Superbalance energy conduction. The triple element energy flowed along the runes of the origin stone, forcibly separating the beacon core's energy from the stone. The silver beacon core gradually emerged from the origin stone, radiating blinding light. The energy fluctuations of the other dimensional rift intensified, clearly indicating that more other dimensional troops were rushing over. Perceiving that the beacon core was about to be destroyed, Yin Sha roared, broke free from the Dark Source progenitor's entanglement, activated spatial warp, and charged toward Lin Mo. Leave the beacon for me. The Dark Source progenitor followed close behind, condensing Dark Source energy into a massive war spear. Lin Mo, destroy the beacon and I'll temporarily spare you. Lin Mo looked at the two approaching ultra-super-balanced powerhouses, determination flashing in his eyes. Qin Yu's spatial teleport. Qin Yu immediately activated his spatial ability, teleporting Su Qing, Lu Feng, and Qingong to a safe area. Lin Mo clenched the balance blade and poured all remaining energy into the beacon core. Super-balanced dimensional annihilation. The beacon core exploded instantly. Silver energy scattered in all directions, and the energy fluctuations of the other dimensional rift abruptly weakened. The other dimensional troops that were crossing were repelled by the shockwave. But Lin Mo was also caught in the explosion. His body was struck by both silver and dark source energy at the same time, sending him flying backward. His balance core dimmed to lifelessness, and his breathing became barely perceptible. Courting death. Yin Sha roared, condensing silver energy into a giant hand that reached toward Lin Mo to devour him. The Dark Source progenitor refused to be outdone, his Dark Source war spear pointing directly at Lin Mo, intent on snatching the dimensional energy within him. At this critical hair-trigger moment, the dimension origin stone suddenly erupted with dazzling purple light, and an ancient will spread across the entire abyss. At the moment of the dimension survival, the power of the sane origin awakens. The balance core in Lin Mo's chest resonated intensely with the dimension origin stone. The protective will left by his parents merged completely into the core, and the superbalance law broke through its limits, fusing fully with the dimension's origin energy. Superbalance dimension origin form. Lin Mo's body was enveloped in purple energy. His form gradually became translucent, merging with dimensional energy, as his strength instantly surged to early ultra-superbalance rank. Comprehensive strength peak of early superbalance rank, early ultra-superbalance rank, ultimate form unlocked. Dimension origin body can freely control dimensional energy, and is immune to all energy attacks below the dimensional level. He raised his hand and waved, forming a massive barrier of purple dimensional energy that blocked both Yin Sha's giant hand and the Dark Source war spear. Yin Sha and the Dark Source progenitor's faces changed drastically. They had not expected Lin Mo to suddenly break through to the ultra-superbalance rank. Now it's my turn. Lin Mo's voice echoed like the reverberation of dimensional laws as purple energy condensed into a dimension origin blade that slashed toward Yin Sha and the Dark Source progenitor. Yin Sha and the Dark Source progenitor exchanged a glance, both sensing the lethal threat. They temporarily joined forces, fusing Yin Sha's devouring energy with the Dark Source progenitor's Dark Source energy to form a dual-colored protective barrier. Boom! The dimension origin blade struck the barrier, which instantly became covered in cracks. Both of them were knocked backwards, suffering minor injuries. This little brat of a dimension can actually control the dimension origin. Fear flashed through Yin Sha's eyes as he turned to flee through the other dimensional rift. Let's go. We'll come back later to seize the dimension origin stone. The Dark Source progenitor also knew this was not the time to fight over the origin stone. Lin Mo's rise made him feel threatened. Withdrawing his Dark Source energy, he retreated into the Black Rift. Lin Mo, let's call it quits for today. Next time we meet, I will take your life. The two retreated, and the crisis of the superbalance abyss was temporarily resolved. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The dimension origin form was dispelled, his body returned to its normal state, and his energy was completely exhausted as he collapsed to the ground. His teammates rushed over immediately, and Su Qing released healing energy to tend to his wounds. Detected 100 host energy consumption. Dimension origin body form entering cooldown duration 7 days. Current status severely injured, strength temporarily dropped to mid-superbalance rank. Lin Mo slowly regained consciousness. Looking at the intact dimension origin stone, he felt no relief at all. Although Yin Sha has retreated, the other dimensional civilization won't take this lying down. They will definitely send stronger troops. The Dark Source progenitor is only dormant for now. Once he recovers his strength he will come again to fight over the Origin Stone. Qin Gong quickly scanned the Dimension Origin Stone. The stone's energy has stabilized and the other dimensional beacon has been completely destroyed. But from the beacon's residual data we discovered that the other dimensional civilization's target is not just the Dimension Origin Stone but also the Dimension Core, the energy hub of the entire dimension located at the center point between the Origin Star and the chaotic universe. If it is taken, the entire dimension will collapse. Moreover, the beacon data shows that the other dimensional civilization's main fleet will arrive in 7 days, led by an other dimensional lord whose strength reaches the late ultra-super-balance rank, far surpassing the Dark Source progenitor. Qin Yu added with a grave expression. Lin Mo's heart sank. 7 days, and his dimension origin body form was still on cooldown with his strength, only recovered to the mid-super-balance rank. He was simply unable to contend with an other dimensional lord at the late ultra-super-balance rank. Even more terrifying was that the Dimension Core's location was extremely well hidden. If the other dimensional civilization found it, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment the Dimension Origin Stone suddenly projected a dimensional image. In it an unfamiliar other dimensional starfield was visible where countless massive black warships were assembling. On the leading ship stood a terrifying figure clad in golden armor staring toward this side, none other than the other dimensional lord. Insignificant dimensional creatures, in 7 days I shall descend personally, seize the Dimension Origin Stone and the Dimension Core, and your dimension shall become my race's energy pasture. The other dimensional lord's voice was piercingly cold, and the image then dissipated. Lin Mo clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. 7 days is enough for us to prepare. Qin Yu, contact Shiha immediately and reinforce the defenses of the Two-World Passage and the Dimension Core area. Lu Feng and Qin Gong forge dimensional energy weapons and use the Origin Stone's energy to strengthen our combat power. Su Qin, study the healing and amplification effects of dimensional origin energy. As for me, I will focus all my effort on recovery, striving to fully master the Dimension Origin body form within 7 days. Understood, they answered in unison, determination shining in their eyes. But Lin Mo knew clearly that this crisis was far more severe than any before it. The other dimensional lord's strength was far beyond his current limit, and 7 days of preparation was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that the other dimensional civilization knew this dimension far too well, as if a mole were secretly assisting them. Yet for now he could find no clue at all. In the abyssal core region where the dimensional origin stone lay, purple energy flowed like the tide. Lin Mo sat cross-legged before the origin stone, his body wrapped in pure dimensional energy. The aura of his early superbalance stage gradually stabilized, and he was only 1 step away from fully mastering the dimensional origin body form. The countdown showed only 3 days remaining. Qin Gong was calibrating the massive weapon beside him, the dimensional balance cannon. Its barrel, inlaid with origin stone fragments, emanated destructive energy fluctuations. Su Qing set up a golden energy amplification array around them that could magnify Lin Mo's dimensional energy threefold. Qin Yu laid a spatial barrier over the dimensional core region, while Lu Feng led the hastily assembled dimensional guard on patrol, maintaining a tight defense. Lin Mo, the dimensional balance cannon is fully calibrated. It can fire 3-dimensional balance energy shells, each equivalent to a full power strike at the early ultra-superbalance stage. Qin Gong wiped the sweat from his brow. But each shot consumes 10 of the origin stone's energy, so it cannot be used lightly. Su Qing added, the energy amplification array is activated. As long as you stand within it, you'll receive continuous energy replenishment, and gain partial immunity to extra-dimensional devouring energy. Lin Mo opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through his purple irises. You've all worked hard. But I still felt something was off. Since the extra-dimensional lord had been able to pinpoint our dimensional coordinates so precisely, there had to be a mole leaking intelligence. And the Dark Source progenitor had been silent for 3 days, far too abnormal. Before the words faded, Qin Yu's communicator suddenly rang, an urgent call from Federation headquarters. Lord Qinhua, Federation Liaison Officer Lin Mo is on his way with vital intelligence. He says it concerns the latest movements of the extra-dimensional fleet. Lin Mo's heart stirred. This liaison officer had previously been responsible for relaying messages between the Federation and the Alliance. Several pieces of critical intelligence had been delayed, and at the time they had dismissed it as signal interference. Now it seemed riddled with suspicion. Let him enter alone. Everyone else stand guard on the perimeter. A moment later a gentle-faced middle-aged man in a Federation uniform walked into the core area. It was Lin Mo. Holding a holographic document, he said, "Lord Lin Mo, Lord Qin Yue, we intercepted communications from the extra-dimensional fleet. They..." Before he could finish, Lin Mo suddenly lunged. The document in his hand transformed into a black blade of dark source energy, and stabbed toward Lin Mo's back. Die. Traitor detected. Lin Mo mind-controlled by the dark source progenitor. Rank peak balance rank. Ability dark source disguise grade A, can mimic any aura and conceal true strength. Mission: seize the dimensional origin stone and detonate the dimensional core. So it really was you. Prepared for this, Lin Mo dodged aside condensed dimensional energy into a blade and slashed back at Lin Mo. Empowered by dark source energy, Lin Mo moved with incredible speed. Evading the attack, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Dark source detonation dimensional core." The dark source bomb hidden in his sleeve shot out, flying toward the dimensional core, the energy hub of the entire dimension. If it detonated, the dimensional barrier would shatter in an instant, allowing the extra-dimensional fleet to pour straight in. Stop it. Qin Yu activated his spatial ability. A spatial barrier blocked the dark source bomb, but the bomb's dark source energy corroded it, and it shattered in an instant. Lu Feng leaped into the air, his brute force ability erupting. His fist smashed into the bomb, sending it flying, but it exploded midair, and black energy spread toward the dimensional core. Dimensional balance cannon fire. Chen Gong decisively pressed the button. The cannon shot out a purple energy shell that precisely struck the dark source explosion energy, and completely purified it. Seeing his plan fail, a mad glint flashed through Lin Mo's eyes. His dark source energy erupted in full as he charged toward the dimensional origin stone. "Even if I die, I'll take the origin stone with me." Lin Mo chased after him, condensing dimensional origin energy into chains that bound Lin Mo's limbs. "Speak. Where is the dark source progenitor? What other intelligence have you passed on?" Bound by the chains, Lin Mo's body twitched violently. The mark of dark source control emerged on his forehead. The dark source progenitor is waiting deep in the dimensional core. The extra-dimensional fleet will arrive half a day early. Ha ha, you'll all die. Before he could finish, Lin Mo's body suddenly self-detonated. Dark source energy surged toward the dimensional origin stone, trying to pollute it. Lin Mo was already prepared, however, and a dimensional energy barrier blocked the self-detonation energy. Lin Mo was reduced to nothing but ashes. Traitor eliminated. Dark source progenitor location locked deep within the dimensional core. Warning: energy fluctuations from the extra-dimensional fleet detected. Expected arrival in 12 hours, half a day early. Dark source erosion has appeared in the dimensional core. Stability decreased by 30. The dark source progenitor is hiding deep inside the dimensional core. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. He wants to use the dimensional core's energy to recover his strength while waiting for the extra-dimensional fleet to arrive, reaping the spoils without lifting a finger. Then let's go stop him right now. Lu Feng roared, charging toward the dimensional core. No. Lin Mo stopped him. The extra-dimensional fleet will be here in 12 hours. We can't split our forces. Qin Yue, take Lu Feng and Chen Gong to hold this position and activate all defenses. Su Qing and I will go to the dimensional core, eliminate the dark source progenitor, and repair the core's corrosion. With that, Lin Mo took Su Qing through a spatial passage and arrived instantly at the dimensional core, a crystal sphere floating at the center of the two-realm passage, a kilometer in diameter, radiating gentle twin-colored energy. Its surface was already covered with black veins of dark source erosion. Deep within the core, the dark source progenitor sat cross-legged, surrounded by a mixture of dark source and dimensional core energy. His aura had risen to the peak of the mid-ultra-superbalance stage. Lin Mo, you came after all. The dark source progenitor slowly opened his eyes, his scarlet pupils filled with mockery. I deliberately let Lin Mo be exposed just to lure you here. Once I devour you and the dimensional core's energy, I'll break through to the late ultra-superbalance stage. When that happens, not even the extra-dimensional lord will be my match. Target: dark source progenitor, enhanced form, rank peak, mid-ultra-superbalance stage, ability dark source dimensional devouring. Fuses dark source and dimensional energy, increasing devouring effectiveness by 50. Trait: rapidly recovers from wounds by drawing on the dimensional core's energy. Danger level: dimensional extinction, class high, delusional. Lin Mo erupted with dimensional origin energy, hurling a purple energy blade at the dark source progenitor. The progenitor did not dodge. A shield of dark source dimensional energy formed before him, while he fired back a devouring energy wave that swept toward Lin Mo and Su Qing. Su Qing immediately unfolded the energy amplification array. Golden light enveloped Lin Mo, and his dimensional energy surged explosively. Superbalanced dimensional slash. The purple energy blade's power doubled, splitting the shield and striking the dark source progenitor in the chest. The dark source energy was purified by dimensional energy, and the progenitor spat out a mouthful of black blood. Su Qing, keep amplifying. Lin Mo pursued, condensing dimensional energy into countless blades and shooting them at the dark source progenitor. The dark source progenitor roared, drawing on the dimensional core's energy. Dark source dimensional devouring erupted at full power, swallowing every blade, and his aura rose again. Borrowing another's strength is a heretical path, after all. He reached out and grabbed the dimensional core. Black erosion veins spread rapidly as the core's twin energies were forcibly drawn out. The progenitor's aura began surging toward the late ultra-superbalanced stage. No. He can't be allowed to absorb the core's energy. In desperation, Lin Mo fully activated his dimensional origin body form. Purple energy formed a massive sealing array that descended upon the progenitor. Just then the dimensional passage began to tremble violently. The outlines of countless black warships appeared in the distance. The extra-dimensional fleet had arrived early. On the leading golden warship, the figure of the extra-dimensional lord emerged, his golden energy blazing like the sun. Dark source, old ghost, stop. The dimensional core is mine. The extra-dimensional lord leaped off the warship, condensed golden energy into a devouring war spear, and hurled it at the dark source progenitor. Forced to interrupt his absorption, the dark source progenitor split the spear with a dark source dimensional blade and roared, extra-dimensional scum, how dare you try to take my prize? The two late ultra-superbalanced powerhouses instantly clashed. Dark source dimensional energy and golden devouring energy collided, worsening the erosion on the dimensional core as cracks began to form across the crystal sphere. Lin Mo and Su Qing were knocked back by the energy shockwave. Su Qing spat out blood and the energy amplification array shattered. Dimensional core stability has dropped to 50. Another impact will shatter it completely. Extra-dimensional Lord, rank late ultra-superbalanced stage, danger level dimensional extinction class extremely high. What do we do now? If the two of them join forces, we won't stand a chance. Su Qing asked anxiously. Lin Mo's gaze was grave as he watched the two combatants and the dimensional core on the verge of shattering, calculating rapidly. Right now they're fighting over the core, so they won't join forces yet. We have to use their battle energy to completely purify the core's dark source erosion before it shatters and find a chance to weaken them. He mobilized his dimensional origin energy and fused it with Su Qing's healing energy, forming a golden-purple stream of purifying energy that shot toward the dimensional core. The purifying energy stream poured through the cracks in the core, and the black erosion veins began to recede. Both the dark source progenitor and the extra-dimensional lord noticed it at once and roared in fury, wanting to stop it, but each was held fast by the other and could not break free. Lin Mo, you dare ruin my plans. The dark source progenitor sent out a dark source tendril to seize Lin Mo. The extra-dimensional lord seized the chance to attack too, slashing a golden energy blade at the dark source progenitor, while also catching Lin Mo in the blast. No one gets the core. Lin Mo activated dimensional shift, evading both attacks while handing control of the dimensional balance cannon to Qinggong. Qinggong aimed at the center of the battle between the dark source progenitor and the extra-dimensional lord and fired the dimensional balance shell. Received. Qinggong's voice came through. The dimensional balance cannon fired a huge purple energy shell that struck the center of the battle with perfect accuracy. Boom! The energy shockwave spread, blasting both the dark source progenitor and the extra-dimensional lord back with light injuries. The dimensional core's erosion was completely purified and its stability recovered to 80. Insignificant, and how dare you launch a sneak attack? The extra-dimensional lord's eyes flashed with killing intent. Golden energy gathered into a massive devouring cannon and fired at Lin Mo. At the same time, the dark source progenitor launched his own attack, a dark source dimensional slash aimed at Lin Mo. Trapped in a pincer between two foes with more than half his energy consumed and his dimensional origin body form nearing its limit, Lin Mo was on the brink of disaster. Just then the dimensional core suddenly burst with dazzling twin-colored light. An ancient phantom emerged from the core, the remnant soul of the dimensional guardian, the guardian mentioned in the inherited memories from the dawn of the dimension. Detected dimensional guardian remnant soul awakening, temporary form, rank peak late ultra superbalance stage, ability law of dimensional balance. can temporarily suppress all energy within the dimension. Note: the remnant soul can only last 5 minutes. Use its power to gravely wound the two mighty enemies. Dark Source Progenitor, extra-dimensional invader, you have violated the law of dimensional balance. You shall be slain. The guardian remnant soul's voice rang like heavenly music as twin-colored energy spread outward. In an instant the energies of the Dark Source Progenitor and the extra-dimensional Lord were suppressed, and their movements slowed. Heartened, Lin Mo seized the golden opportunity. His dimensional origin body form erupted at full power as purple energy merged with the Guardian's twin-colored energy. Superbalanced dimensional extinction slash. A colossal energy blade that seemed to split heaven and earth lashed out, striking both the Dark Source Progenitor and the extra-dimensional Lord at once. Both let out piercing screams as their bodies were torn by the energy blade. Their auras plummeted to the early ultra-superbalanced stage, and they staggered back, eyes filled with terror. Impossible. The dimensional guardian still has a remnant soul. The extra-dimensional Lord dared not fight any longer, and turned to flee back to his fleet. The Dark Source Progenitor likewise thought of retreat, escaping toward the superbalance abyss. But at that moment the guardian remnant soul suddenly trembled violently as its twin-colored energy rapidly dispersed. The remnant soul's energy is exhausted. The dimensional core hides. The dimensional gate. Beware. With that the remnant soul dissipated completely, and the suppression effect vanished. The extra-dimensional Lord and the Dark Source Progenitor exchanged a glance, a ruthless glint flashing through their eyes, and charged at Lin Mo at the same time. Strike while he's down. Lin Mo's dimensional origin body form had also exhausted its energy, and his strength fell to the mid-super balanced stage. There was no way he could withstand a joint attack from the two mighty enemies. The dimensional core lit up again, but not with purifying energy. A thin golden crack had appeared, the very dimensional gate the Guardian had mentioned. From the crack surged an unknown dimensional energy carrying a terrifying pressure. What is this energy? Lin Mo's heart sank as he sensed unprecedented danger. The extra-dimensional Lord and the Dark Source Progenitor also stopped attacking, staring warily at the crack in the dimensional core. The crack grew wider and a blurry golden figure slowly took shape within it. Its aura far exceeded the late ultra-superbalanced stage, surpassing even the energy limit of the current dimension. A golden figure slowly emerged from the rift of the dimensional gate, the energy fluctuations emanating from his body causing the entire two-realm passage to fall still. It was neither the deathly silence of the Dark Source nor the devouring nature of the alternate dimension nor even the dimensional origin energy familiar to Lin Mo, but rather a order energy so pure it became the very embodiment of dimensional laws. His tall frame was clad in golden enforcement battle armor, his face obscured by a luminous halo that concealed his features. In his hand rested the dimensional enforcement sword inscribed with intricate balance runes. With each breath he took the presence of both the Dark Source Ancestor and the alternate dimension Lord tightened in fear. Detected unknown dimensional existence, dimensional enforcer Tsing Xian. Level early dimensional stage, a new realm beyond the superbalance level. Abilities dimensional order / which can sever any energy or matter that violates dimensional balance, dimensional shackles which conceal the energy of all beings within the dimension. Trait absolute neutrality, only maintains dimensional balance, does not discriminate between good and evil, all who disrupt balance become targets for elimination. Danger level ultimate dimensional. The dimensional enforcer. For the first time fear flashed in the crimson pupils of the Dark Source Ancestor. The legendary guardian of order from the dawn of the dimensions truly exists. The alternate dimension Lord also shed his earlier arrogance, condensing golden devouring energy into a protective barrier around himself. We have no quarrel with each other. I merely came to seize the dimensional origin stone. I have not shattered the foundation of this dimension. Seizing energy tied to the dimensional core and colluding with the Dark Source to erode this dimension has triggered the dimensional clearance protocol. Tsing Xian's voice resonated like a bronze bell, utterly emotionless. As he raised the dimensional enforcement sword and golden energy blade materialized upon it, he declared, Dark Source Ancestor, alternate dimension Lord, you have shattered dimensional equilibrium. I sentence you to the penalty of energy severance. The golden energy blade slashed downward with speed transcending time and space itself, leaving the Dark Source Ancestor, an alternate dimension Lord, unable to evade. Roaring in fury, the Dark Source Ancestor detonated portions of his origin energy to form a dark barrier, while the alternate dimension Lord channeled his fleet's entire energy reserves into a devouring shield. Yet before the dimensional order both defenses shattered like paper. Struck simultaneously by the energy blade, their origin energies were forcibly torn away, their cultivation plummeting to the early stage of superbalance. They staggered backward, energy-rich blood escaping from their lips. Madman! You dare lay hands on me! The alternate dimension lord cried out in shock and fury, turning to flee back to his fleet, but the energy of the dimensional enforcement sword had already locked onto him. My fleet will avenge me. The alternate dimension fleet has trespassed across dimensional barriers and is now designated a secondary clearance target. With a wave of his hand, Tsang Xian sent several golden dimensional shackles flying. They instantly wrapped around the alternate dimension lord's limbs while simultaneously shooting toward the alien fleet. The shackles pierced through space itself, striking the lead golden warship with pinpoint accuracy. Its energy was instantly sealed, leaving it adrift and plummeting like a meteorite. Witnessing this, the Dark Source ancestor dared not linger in combat. He unleashed a burst of Dark Source energy, attempting to escape into the abyss beyond the superbalance realm. Tsang Xian's gaze hardened as he swung the dimensional enforcement sword once more. A golden energy net enveloped the Dark Source ancestor, trapping him completely. Eroding the dimensional core is an aggravated offense. I sentence you to eternal imprisonment. Both formidable enemies were subdued in an instant. Lin Mo and his teammates, who had rushed to provide support, stood frozen in shock. The sudden appearance of this dimensional enforcer revealed power far beyond what they had anticipated. Before they could catch their breath, Tsang Xian's gaze shifted to Lin Mo. The dimensional enforcement sword pointed directly at his chest. Lin Mo, you activated the dimensional origin body form and disrupted the dimensional energy equilibrium, triggering the balance alert. I sentence you to energy restriction. What? Lin Mo's heart sank. He never expected to become a clearance target himself. I activated the dimensional origin body to protect this dimension. Dimensional balance cares nothing for motives, it judges only outcomes. Tsang Xian's voice remained unyielding as golden dimensional shackles flew toward Lin Mo. Accept the restriction or have your energy stripped. Choose for yourself. You shall not harm Lin Mo. Qin Yu deployed his spatial ability, erecting a barrier to block the dimensional shackles, but they tore through it, instantly sending him flying backward as blood erupted from his lips. Lu Feng leapt forward, his brute strength enhanced, gripping the shackles with both hands, yet the order energy scorched his palms, smoke rising. Su Qing activated her energy amplification array to its limits, golden light enveloping Lin Mo in an attempt to counteract the restriction. Qin Gong piloted the dimensional balance cannon, firing a purple energy projectile toward Tsang Xian to create a diversion. Obstructing enforcement is an aggravated offense. Tsang Xian sidestepped the energy projectile and waved his hand, sending forth multiple smaller dimensional shackles that wrapped around Qin Yu, Lu Feng and the others, sealing their energy and rendering them immobile. Su Qing's energy amplification array was likewise dismantled by the order energy, and she collapsed gently to the ground. Gazing at his sealed companions, a flicker of resolve crossed Lin Mo's eyes. The dimensional origin energy surged within him once more. Even though it had not fully recovered, he could not allow his teammates to suffer punishment because of him. Dimensional Enforcer, if you intend to restrain me, you must first pass through me. Stubborn to the end. The halo around Tsang Xian's eyes flickered as the energy of his dimensional enforcement sword surged dramatically. Dimensional Order / Restrictive version. The golden energy blade descended with power far exceeding its previous strikes, yet it carried no killing intent. It targeted only the energy core. Lin Mo drew upon his remaining dimensional origin energy, weaving it into a purple protective barrier, while infusing it with his parent's guarding will. Super balance, protective defense. Boom. The protective barrier shattered instantly. Lin Mo was struck by the energy blade, his balance core trembling violently as the dimensional origin body form was forcibly sealed. His cultivation dropped to the mid-stage of super balance, golden dimensional shackles appearing around his body, his energy flow growing sluggish. Host detected, encased by dimensional shackles. Energy ceiling restricted to mid-stage, super balance dimensional origin body form temporarily inactive. These shackles can be lifted by completing a dimensional balance task or by finding a loophole in the dimensional enforcer's judgment. Tsang Xian sheathed his dimensional enforcement sword and turned toward the sealed Dark Source ancestor, an alternate dimension lord. You will be imprisoned in the dimensional prison. Once dimensional balance is restored, further judgment will follow. With a gesture, he opened a golden dimensional passage, preparing to escort them away. Just then the alternate dimension lord erupted into manic laughter. Tsang Xian, do you truly believe this is over? I have already planted an alternate dimension seed within the dimensional core. Within 1 hour it will sprout, the dimensional gate will open completely, and my master, the dimensional devourer, will descend in person. He exists at the late stage of dimensional power. You cannot hope to stop him. What? Sung Xian's expression shifted slightly as he immediately turned his gaze toward the dimensional core. There within its heart he discovered a silver seed rapidly absorbing energy. The rift in the dimensional gate expanded before his eyes, and an overwhelming aura far surpassing his own radiated from within the widening fracture. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Source ancestor struck. His dark energy erupted despite the seals, detonating residual fragments of the Dark Source core within him. I haven't been idle either. I've already relayed the dimensional prison's location to the Dark Source elders. They will unite with Dark Source factions across other dimensions to storm the prison and rescue us. The golden dimensional passage grew unstable as the presence of the dimensional devourer intensified. The alien seed within the dimensional core was on the verge of sprouting. Sung Xian faced an impossible dilemma: extracting 2 prisoners while preventing the alien seed and the dimensional devourer from advancing, all while guarding against a rescue attempt by the Dark Source elders. A realization struck Lin Mo. Though restrained by the dimensional shackles, he could sense the alien seed within the dimensional core. Its energy shared the same origin as the earlier beacon, and its vulnerability lay in dimensional balance energy. He turned to his sealed companions and projected his thoughts. Qin Wei, use your spatial abilities to disrupt the seed's energy flow. Su Qing, release your remaining light energy to complement my balance energy. Qin Gong, aim the dimensional balance cannon at the seed. Wait for my signal to fire. His teammates understood immediately. Qin Yu summoned the last remnants of his spatial energy, creating countless microscopic rifts that circled the dimensional core. Su Qing's light energy flowed like a stream, merging with Lin Mo's balance energy. Qin Gong's dimensional balance cannon locked onto the alien seed, ready to unleash its power. Lin Mo channeled his restricted balance energy, combining it with the light energy to form a golden-purple stream of balancing power aimed at the alien seed. Qin Gong, fire. The violet dimensional balance projectile merged with the golden-purple energy stream, striking the alien seed with precision. The seed emitted a piercing shriek as its silver energy dissipated rapidly, its sprouting visibly slowed. Yet it was not fully destroyed. The dimensional devourer's overwhelming presence provided the seed with remote energy support. Lin Mo, you dare sabotage my plan? The alternate dimension lord roared, struggling against the dimensional shackles in vain. Witnessing this, Sung Xian made an immediate decision. Lin Mo, I will temporarily lift part of your shackles restrictions. You have 1 hour to completely destroy the alien seed. I will intercept the dimensional devourer and the Dark Source elders. With a wave of his hand, the dimensional shackles around Lin Mo dimmed, their energy restrictions loosened to allow him to reach the peak of the super balance stage. Remember, when 1 hour passes, I will return to continue the punishment. If you fail, the dimension perishes, and so will you. Having spoken, Sung Xian leaped into the dimensional gate. Golden order energy clashed against the devourer's consuming power, causing the entire 2-realm passage to quake violently. The Dark Source ancestor, an alternate dimension lord, remained trapped where they stood, the dimensional shackles seals unbroken. Yet calculation flickered in their eyes. If Lin Mo failed and the dimension fell, they would seize the chaos to escape. Lin Mo exhaled in relief as his energy recovered to the peak of super balance, and Sung Xian had temporarily lifted the shackles from his teammates. 1 hour, we must utterly destroy the alien seed. His gaze hardened. Qin Wei used spatial restriction to cage the seed's energy. Lu Feng reinforced the seal with the dimensional core's energy. Su Qing, maintain your light purification energy. Qin Gong, calibrate the dimensional balance cannon. Prepare for the final strike. Yet they were unaware that at the heart of the alien seed lay a dimensional positioning beacon. Even if the seed were destroyed, the beacon would transmit precise coordinates to the dimensional devourer. Moreover, the Dark Source Elder's fleet had already arrived at the periphery of the 2-realm passage, engaged in fierce combat with Sung Xian. Whether he could hold out for 1 hour remained uncertain. On the crystal surface of the dimensional core, the silver alien seed clung like a malignant tumor. Even gravely wounded by the dimensional balance projectile, it frantically absorbed the core's energy, its silver veins writhing like living blood vessels. The countdown showed only 45 minutes remaining. Lin Mo's energy at the pinnacle of the superbalance level churned violently, yet he discovered that the seed's core was wrapped in an invisible dimensional barrier, a protective layer remotely reinforced by the dimensional devourer. Ordinary energy could not penetrate it at all. At this rate, we'll never break the barrier. Qin Gong sweated profusely, his mechanical arm frantically calibrating the dimensional balance cannon. The barrier can absorb and convert our attack energy, which only accelerates the seed's germination. Su Qing's radiant purifying energy streamed forth like a golden river, ceaselessly washing over the barrier, yet it could only barely slow the energy absorption. The barrier's energy source comes from the Devourer beyond the dimensional gate. We must sever this energy connection. At that moment, the Dark Source progenitor trapped by the dimensional shackles suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha! Useless. The dimensional Devourer's energy connection spans dimensions. Unless you can reach another dimension, you can never cut it off. In 1 hour the seed will sprout and the dimensional gate will fully open. All of you will die. The alien dimension lord chimed in. My master will devour everything in this dimension, including you insignificant creatures and you old Dark Source wretch. Still, watching you struggle is quite the entertainment before your demise. Lin Mo's eyes darkened. Suddenly he recalled the fragments of dimensional law left behind in his parents' guardian will. Although the dimensional energy connection spans space, there must be energy nodes, like relay stations for communication signals. Qin Yue, use your spatial ability to detect anomalous energy points within 10 kilometers around the seed. Those are the connection nodes. Qin Yue immediately complied, unleashing his spatial power to the fullest. Countless transparent spatial ripples spread outward. Found them. 3 kilometers below the dimensional core there are 3 silver energy nodes continuously transmitting energy to the barrier. Lu Feng, come with me to destroy the nodes. Lin Mo vaulted toward the area below the core. Su Qing Gong, keep suppressing the seed with purifying energy and the balance cannon. Don't let it sprout ahead of time. Lu Feng activated his brute force ability reinforced by balance energy, and shot after Lin Mo like a cannonball. In the void beneath the core, 3 fist-sized silver nodes floated, emanating energy fluctuations identical to the seeds. Without a word, Lin Mo condensed dimensional energy into a blade and slashed at the first node. Clang! The energy blade struck the node but was blocked by a silver shield, leaving the node completely unharmed. Detected energy node characteristics: immune to single-type energy attacks. Requires simultaneous attack using dimensional light and balance energies to destroy. Su Qing, long-range support. Lin Mo shouted. Su Qing immediately mobilized her remaining light energy. A golden beam shot precisely toward the node, striking it simultaneously with Lin Mo's dimensional energy and Lu Feng's balanced brute force energy. Boom! The silver node exploded instantly, and the seed's barrier energy visibly weakened. After destroying all 3 nodes in succession, the seed's dimensional barrier finally dispersed, revealing a flickering silver beacon at its core, the dimensional targeting beacon. Like an eye, it locked firmly onto the dimensional coordinates. Now, Qin Gong, fire the dimensional balance cannon. The cannon charged once more. A violet energy round shot toward the seed, carrying an aura of annihilation. Just then, violent energy fluctuations erupted from the outer perimeter of the two-realm passage. Qin Yu's spatial detection sent an urgent alarm. Lin Mo. The Dark Source Elder Council's vanguard fleet has broken through Tsang Xian's defense line and is heading for the dimensional core. Leading them is the Dark Source Grand Elder Yu Xian, whose power has reached the early stage of the super balance level. Damn it! Of all times! Lin Mo's heart tightened. He turned to Lu Feng. You intercept Yu Xian and buy as much time as you can. I'll destroy the beacon. Lu Feng did not hesitate. He spun around and charged toward the passage entrance. Don't worry. Even if it costs me my life, I'll hold them back. Lin Mo took a deep breath. His energy surged once more as his parents' guardian will blazed within the core, forming a golden barrier that temporarily blocked the beacon's signal transmission. Super Balance 3 System Annihilation / Dimensional light and balance energies interwove into a tricolored energy blade, slamming fiercely into the alien seed. The seed let out a piercing shriek. Its silver shell shattered inch by inch, exposing the targeting beacon at its core. Just as Lin Mo prepared to deliver the final blow, the beacon erupted with blinding silver light. A silver energy beam pierced through the Guardian Will's barrier and shot toward the dimensional gate. In its final moment, it had transmitted a simplified version of the dimensional coordinates. No! Lin Mo roared. His energy blade swept down and shattered the beacon completely. The alien seed, losing its core, instantly turned to silver dust. The dimensional core's stability recovered to 95, and the immediate crisis was temporarily resolved. But at that moment, the rift of the dimensional gate suddenly swelled. A terrifying presence far surpassing Tsang Xian surged in like a tidal wave. The entire two-realm passage wailed and spatial barriers began collapsing on a massive scale. The Dimensional Devourer had broken through Tsang Xian's interception. Detected Dimensional Devourer crossing the boundary. Level Late Dimensional Stage Ability Ultimate Dimensional Devouring. Can devour all matter and energy within a dimension including Dimensional Laws Threat Level Dimensional Apocalypse Class. A towering golden figure stepped out from the dimensional gate, its entire body composed of pure devouring energy wreathed in countless miniature dimensional vortices. This was the Dimensional Devourer. His very presence struck terror into the Dark Source Progenitor, and the Alien Dimension Lord. Tsang Xian's golden figure followed close behind, his battle armor covered in cracks and his aura withered, clearly gravely wounded during the interception. "Tsang Xian, you cannot stop me!" The Dimensional Devourer's voice resounded like the collapse of dimensions. With a wave of his golden energy hand, Tsang Xian was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the dimensional core, and spitting out a mouthful of golden vital energy. "This dimension's energy is exceptionally pure, enough for me to break through to the peak of the dimensional stage." His gaze swept over Lin Mo and the others, greed flashing in his eyes. A little one at the pinnacle of the superbalanced level and the energy of the dimensional core, both are exquisite nourishment. Golden energy condensed into a colossal devouring vortex that reached simultaneously toward Lin Mo and the dimensional core. Lin Mo activated dimensional teleportation, evading the attack alongside Su Qing Qinggong and Qin Yu. The devouring vortex grazed the dimensional core, shaving off a large chunk of the crystal sphere. Its stability dropped once more to 80. "Tsang Xian, this is no time for executing sentence. Join forces against him or we'll all die," Lin Mo shouted. Tsang Xian struggled to his feet, raising his golden law enforcement blade once more, but his severe injuries left his energy fluctuations chaotic. "Dimensional Devourer, you have violated the dimensional order. I sentence you to dimensional annihilation." He mobilized his remaining order energy, and slashed out a golden blade only for it to be casually devoured by the vortex. "In your current state you dare raise a hand against me?" The Dimensional Devourer sneered. His golden energy hand seized Tsang Xian and forcibly stripped away his order energy, Tsang Xian's body rapidly turning transparent. "Your order energy is exactly what I need to fill the gap for my breakthrough. Lin Mo, use the dimensional core's energy to activate the dimensional balance array." Tsang Xian's voice grew faint, the glow in his eyes fading. "Only by borrowing the power of the dimension itself. Can you oppose him?" Before he could finish, Tsang Xian's body dissolved completely into golden powder absorbed by the Dimensional Devourer. The Devourer's aura surged once more, now only a step away from the pinnacle of the dimensional stage. "Now it's your turn." The golden devouring vortex expanded anew, enveloping Lin Mo's group and the dimensional core. Seeing this, the Dark Source Progenitor and the Alien Dimension Lord struggled madly against their dimensional shackles. "Release us. We are willing to submit to you and serve you." Lin Mo's eyes hardened. He knew this was the moment to stake everything. He leaped before the dimensional core, pressing both hands onto the crystal sphere. Draining every ounce of his superbalanced energy, he fused his parent's guardian with the shattered remnants of Tsang Xian's order energy and the dimensional core's primordial energy altogether. Dimensional Balance Array activate. The dimensional core erupted with dazzling dual-colored light. A colossal balance array spread outward from the core, covering the entire two-realm passage. The golden devouring vortex collided with the balance array. The resulting shockwave tore the surrounding space to shreds. Lin Mo was blasted away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting to the mid-stage of the superbalance level. "Impressive. You actually managed to block one of my strikes." A flicker of surprise crossed the Dimensional Devourer's eyes, then he grew even more frenzied. "But this is far from enough. Ultimate Dimensional Devouring Annihilation." Golden energy converged into an annihilation cannon that pierced heaven and earth, firing simultaneously at the dimensional core and the balance array. The array's light dimmed rapidly under the assault. The dimensional core's crystal sphere became riddled with cracks on the verge of shattering at any moment. At that critical juncture, countless energy fluctuations suddenly surged from the far end of the two-realm passage. It was the combined fleet of all civilizations from the Cosmic Alliance, along with the Origin Star Guardians led by Shiha and some neutral forces from the Chaos Universe. They had received Qin Yu's distress signal and had come to reinforce. For the dimension. Charge! Countless warships opened fire simultaneously. Blazing energy rounds rained down upon the dimensional devourer like a meteor shower. Though these attacks were no more than a tickle to a late-dimensional stage devourer, they temporarily diverted his attention, and the power of his annihilation cannon waned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo channeled his last shred of energy, and activated the balance array once more. Super Balanced Dimensional Guard. The array's light blazed anew, momentarily holding back the annihilation cannon. But Lin Mo knew this was only temporary. The Alliance fleet's energy would eventually run dry, and the dimensional devourer's attacks could break through the defense at any moment. Even more terrifying, the Dark Source progenitor and the alien dimension lord, still trapped by the dimensional shackles, were frantically absorbing the energy leaking from the annihilation cannon, attempting to break free. The Dark Source progenitor's dark energy grew increasingly powerful, and the glow of the shackles dimmed. Lin Mo, once I break free, you'll be the first to die. Lin Mo was cornered. The dimensional devourer's attacks grew stronger. The Alliance fleet could not hold on much longer. The Dark Source progenitor and the alien dimension lord were about to break free, and his own energy was completely exhausted. Just then the balance core at his chest suddenly burned intensely. The shattered fragments of Tsang Xian's order energy resonated powerfully with his parent's guardian will and the dimensional core's energy. A brand new dimensional law flooded his mind. The ultimate truth of dimensional balance is not protection but symbiosis. Transform the devourer's energy into a part of the dimension, forging a new equilibrium. Lin Mo's mind suddenly cleared. This was the ultimate truth he had failed to grasp during the trial of kindred origins. But to accomplish this, someone had to serve as an energy medium, channeling the devourer's energy into the dimensional core, and that medium would very likely be annihilated completely by the devouring energy. Looking at his comrades fighting desperately around him and the Alliance fleet far away sacrificing themselves without hesitation, a flash of resolve passed through Lin Mo's eyes. He made a decision that shocked everyone. Leaping toward the dimensional devourer, he shouted to his teammates, "Qin Yue, use your spatial ability to channel the devourer's energy, and mine, into the dimensional core. Su Qin, use your last light energy to protect my consciousness. Chen Gong, fire the dimensional balance cannon to assist my energy conversion. Lin Mo, you're insane. You'll die." Su Qing screamed through tears. "It's the only way." Lin Mo's voice was resolute. "For the dimension, for everyone, I have to do this." Seeing Lin Mo charge toward him, the dimensional devourer sneered with contempt. "Walking right into the trap saves me the trouble." His golden energy hand seized Lin Mo, and devouring energy began surging violently into Lin Mo's body. Enduring the excruciating pain of his energy being torn apart, Lin Mo mobilized every resonating energy within him and shouted at Qin Yue, "Do it!" Tears streaming down his face, Qin Yue activated his spatial ability. A spatial rift connected Lin Mo, the devourer's energy hand, and the dimensional core. Su Qing's light energy formed a protective layer around Lin Mo's consciousness. Qin Gong's dimensional balance cannon fired its final violet energy round, injecting into Lin Mo to assist the energy conversion. Devouring energy, dimensional core energy, order energy, guardian will, and balance energy churned violently within Lin Mo's body. His form began to turn transparent, and his consciousness dimmed amidst the agony. The dimensional devourer sensed something wrong and tried to retract his energy, only to find himself firmly bound to the dimensional core. "What have you done?" A faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Just before his consciousness sank into complete darkness, he seemed to see his parents' smiles, his comrades' cheers, and a vision of the dimension restored to peace. But he did not know whether the energy conversion would succeed or whether he himself would be utterly annihilated. Nor did he know that in the moment his consciousness dissolved deep within the balance core, and never before seen dimensional symbiosis rune was slowly beginning to glow, and hidden within the dimensional devourer's energy was another alien dimension beacon. All of this seemed to be part of an even greater conspiracy. The dimensional core's twin-colored light intertwined madly with the golden devouring energy. Lin Mo's body was like a lone boat torn between two raging torrents, his skin cracking inch by inch as purple and golden energy seeped out along the fissures, his consciousness dragged back and forth between darkness and clarity. He could feel the dimension devourer's energy rampaging inside him like a greedy venomous snake trying to devour his balance core and the protective will left by his parents. At the same time, the symbiotic rune on his chest suddenly erupted with dazzling cyan light, and an ancient dimensional law surged into his mind. Symbiosis is not assimilation. It requires the will as a bridge, energy as a river, each empowering the other, not one devouring the other. Dimensional symbiotic rune activation detected. Host status consciousness dominance rate elevated to 80, beginning to reverse channel the devouring energy. New form developing dimensional symbiont Lin Mo dimension Devourer's energy dimensional core's origin energy. Current level early dimensional rank. Core abilities unlocked symbiotic devouring can devour energy, and convert it into balanced symbiotic energy. Dimensional law resonance can briefly borrow the law power of the dimensional core. Impossible. You can actually reverse channel my energy. The Dimension Devourer let out a deafening roar, its golden energy surging back wildly, trying to seize control. But the symbiotic rune was like a stabilizing pillar. Under the shroud of cyan light, the devouring energy gradually turned docile, interweaving with Lin Mo's balance energy, and the dimensional core's origin energy into a tricolored stream of cyan gold and purple that circulated through his body. Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, his tricolored pupils flashing with the radiance of dimensional law, and his body emanated a terrifying aura far surpassing before. Dimension Devourer, your energy from this day forward is part of the dimensional balance. He raised his hand and swept it outward, and the tricolored symbiotic energy formed a massive energy vortex. It was no longer pure devouring, it absorbed and transformed all the chaotic energy around them. The cracks in the dimensional core healed at a visible speed, and its stability returned to 100. Trapped by dimensional shackles, the Dark Source Ancestor and the other dimensional lord turned pale. They could sense that Lin Mo's current power had already far surpassed their peak. Just then a violent surge of energy suddenly erupted from within Lin Mo, the other dimensional beacon hidden inside the Dimension Devourer's energy. Stimulated by the symbiotic energy, the beacon erupted ahead of time. A beam of silver energy tore through the barrier of the dimensional core and shot into the depths of the universe. At the same time, an icy mechanical voice sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Dimensional Hunter successfully locked on. Target dimension No. 739. Core Energy Entity Dimensional Symbiont. Estimated arrival in 30 minutes. Dimensional Hunters. Lin Mo's heart sank. The information conveyed by the symbiotic rune showed that this was a force from other dimensional civilizations specially tasked with hunting down those who controlled the dimensional core. Every hunter was no weaker than mid-dimensional rank and was highly skilled in team coordination. You actually planted a hunter beacon inside your own energy. The Dimension Devourer's residual consciousness howled with laughter within the symbiotic energy. Ha ha. I knew there would be a day when I lost. The hunters will kill you, take the dimensional core, and this dimension will never escape the fate of being devoured. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. He condensed tricolored energy into a blade and completely erased the Devourer's residual consciousness. Your schemes will not succeed. He turned to look at his teammates, his energy fluctuation stabilizing. Qin Yue, use your spatial ability to monitor the beacon's signal trail and lock onto the hunter's inevitable path. Su Qin, draw on the dimensional core's energy to strengthen the healing and amplification formation and replenish everyone's energy. Chen Gong immediately refit the dimensional balance cannon with symbiotic energy to increase its power. Lu Feng, lead the guard squad to reinforce the defenses of the two-world passage and take the Dark Source Ancestor and the other dimensional lord into custody at the dimensional prison. Understood. Everyone answered in unison, the previous exhaustion swept away by the energy replenished by the dimensional core. Qin Yu's spatial detection quickly locked onto the beacon's trajectory, and the screen displayed 3 rapidly approaching energy dots, the dimensional hunters. Chen Gong's mechanical arms spun at full speed and a layer of tricolored symbiotic energy covered the cannon's body, raising its power to a full-force strike at the early dimensional rank. Lu Feng led the guard squad and escorted the trembling Dark Source Ancestor and other dimensional lord toward the dimensional prison, the sealed space left by Tseng Xian from which no one could escape unless the dimension collapsed. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of the two-world passage, 3 silver figures appeared clad in black hunting battle armor and holding hunter rifles imbued with other dimensional devouring energy. They radiated the terrifying aura of the mid-dimensional rank, the dimensional hunters Yinya Yingzhao and Yinyan. Target Dimensional Hunter Trio. Level mid-dimensional rank Yinya Yingzhao, peak mid-dimensional rank Yinyan, captain. Abilities: Hunter Rifle, shooting dimensional rank energy bullets. Other dimensional clones can split into early dimensional rank clones. Weakness: Lock can precisely locate an energy core's weak point. Danger level: Dimensional Apocalypse. Dimension No. 739 Dimensional Symbiont Lin Mo, by order of the other dimensional lord, I have come to take your life and seize the dimensional core. Yinyan's voice was cold and mechanical. A red light flashed in his eyes as his weakness lock ability precisely locked onto Lin Mo's symbiotic core. Your core weak point is the symbiotic rune on your chest. If it is damaged, your energy will collapse directly. Inya and Inzhao attacked at the same time, firing 2 silver energy bullets from their hunter rifles while splitting into 4 clones to swarm Lin Mo and the dimensional core. The energy bullets carried a powerful devouring attribute, and wherever they passed, cracks reappeared in the spatial barrier. Just as I hoped. Lin Mo did not retreat but advanced instead. Dimensional law resonance was fully activated and tricolored symbiotic energy formed a barrier of law blocking the energy bullets and the clones' attacks. Qin Yue's spatial imprisonment. Qin Gong dimensional balance cannon aim at Yin Yan. Qin Yu immediately activated his spatial ability, and countless spatial shackles locked onto Yin Yan's limbs, temporarily limiting his movement. Qin Gong decisively pressed the launch button, and the tricolored symbiotic energy shell hauled out straight for Yin Yan's core. Yin Yan's expression changed. He had not expected Lin Mo to react so quickly. He hurriedly mobilized energy to break free of the spatial shackles while using his hunter rifle to block the energy shell. Boom! The energy shell collided with the hunter rifle, erupting in silver and tricolored energy. Yin Yan was knocked back several steps. A crack appeared on his hunter rifle, and his aura dipped slightly. Seeing this, Inya and Inzhao erupted with full power through their clones, firing their hunter rifles in rapid succession to try to pin Lin Mo down. Lin Mo activated his symbiotic devouring ability, absorbing and converting the incoming energy bullets, and briefly boosting his strength. Dimensional symbiosis law slash. The tricolored energy blade slashed out, carrying the power of dimensional law, and instantly severed Inya's and Inzhao's clones. The two were caught in the energy blade's aftershock, their battle armor shattered and silver energy essence blood sprayed from their mouths. Su Qing's energy amplification formation erupted with full force, golden light wrapping around Lin Mo. His symbiotic energy flowed without end, and the longer he fought, the stronger he became. Qin Yu's spatial ability kept interfering with Yin Yan's movements, while Qin Gong manipulated the dimensional balance cannon to continuously suppress Yin Ya and Yin Zhao. The battlefield gradually turned in their favor. Just as Lin Mo was about to deliver the final blow to Yin Yan, countless energy fluctuations suddenly came from the depths of the universe in the two-world passage. The Hunter's reinforcement fleet had arrived. The screen showed at least 100 other dimensional warships rapidly closing in. On the lead warship, a figure whose aura far surpassed Yin Yan's was slowly walking forward, the dimensional hunter commander Yin Huang, whose strength had reached the late dimensional rank. Dimensional hunter commander Yin Huang detected. Level late dimensional rank. Ability: Other dimensional annihilation cannon can fire late dimensional rank energy bullets. Hunter domain can suppress the operation of all energy within the dimension. Danger level: Dimensional ultimate apocalypse. Yin Huang's appearance greatly boosted the morale of Yin Yan and the others. Yin Yan sneered. Lin Mo, give up struggling. Since the commander has come in person, you have no chance at all. Yin Huang's voice came like thunder. Lin Mo, hand over the dimensional core and the symbiotic rune, and I can spare your life and make you a vassal of the other dimensions. Otherwise I will destroy every living being in this dimension, and annihilate you in agony. Lin Mo's expression turned extremely grim. Yin Huang's strength was comparable to the previous dimension Devourer, and with the 100 warships and 3 hunters they simply could not resist. Even more horrifying, Yin Huang's hunter domain was unleashed, and the flow of Lin Mo's symbiotic energy began to stagnate. The light of the dimensional core also gradually dimmed. Lin Mo will cover you, take the dimensional core and retreat. Qin Yu's voice came. He was gathering the last of his spatial energy, preparing to open an escape route. Retreat. Where would we retreat to? Lin Mo shook his head, a trace of resolve flashing in his eyes. This dimension is our home, there is no retreat. He looked at the dimensional core, and the symbiotic rune suddenly burst with intense cyan light. A new dimensional law surged into his mind. The true power of the symbiotic rune is to connect the balance cores of all dimensions, allowing the summoning of righteous guardians from other dimensions to come to your aid, but at the cost of consuming 50 of your own symbiotic energy, and it may attract even more powerful unknown threats. Summon guardians from other dimensions. Pay 50 of his energy and possibly attract unknown threats. Lin Mo was caught in a dilemma. Yin Huang had already attacked. The other dimensional annihilation cannon condensed a massive silver energy bullet and fired it at the dimensional core. The suppression of the hunter domain grew stronger, and Lin Mo's teammates were on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo, decide now. Su Qing's voice was choked with tears, her energy amplification formation about to shatter. Lin Mo looked at his teammates, fighting fiercely in blood around him, then at the countless living beings who had died to protect this dimension. A flicker of resolve passed through his eyes. For this dimension, even if I must give everything, it will be worth it. He raised his hand and pressed the symbiotic rune on his chest, channeling 50 of his symbiotic energy, and shouted Dimensional Symbiosis Cross-Dimensional Summoning. With the symbiotic rune as the guide, summoned the Guardians of Justice to jointly resist the other dimensional invaders. The symbiotic rune erupted with dazzling cyan light. A pillar of summoning light piercing heaven and earth shot straight into the depths of the universe, and the fluctuations of dimensional law spread to countless dimensions. Yin Huang's annihilation cannon struck the summoning pillar but was repelled by the pillar's law power. Yin Huang was forced back several steps, his expression drastically changing. You actually dare to summon across dimensions. You will bring catastrophe upon this dimension. The summoning pillar lasted a full minute, then slowly dispersed. Lin Mo's aura plummeted to the peak of the early dimensional rank, more than half of his symbiotic energy consumed, and his body swayed unsteadily. But the guardian he had hoped for did not appear. Instead, more and stronger energy fluctuations came from the depths of the universe, not only the auras of righteous guardians but also several evil auras far surpassing Yin Huang. Clearly the summoning pillar had also attracted villainous forces from other dimensions. Ha! I told you this would bring disaster upon the dimension. Yin Huang laughed wildly. Now not only us but evil forces from other dimensions as well. This dimension is utterly finished. Lin Mo's heart sank. He had not expected the summoning to cause such consequences. Countless energy fluctuations were approaching rapidly. The spatial barrier of the two-world passage began to collapse on a large scale, and the stability of the dimensional core dropped once again. Despair crept onto the faces of his teammates. Facing so many dimensional rank powerhouses, they had no chance of victory at all. But at that moment where the summoning pillar had dissipated, a gentle yet powerful energy aura slowly emerged. A woman in green battle armor, and holding a staff of life, walked out from the light. The guardian of the life dimension, Louis, whose strength had reached the late dimensional rank. Target: Louis, guardian of the life dimension. Level: late dimensional rank. Abilities: Life Law can rapidly restore her own and others' injuries, and Energy Natural Seal can seal evil energy. Stance: Righteous, answering the cross-dimensional summons. Lin Mo, I am Louis, sent by the Dimensional Balance Council to assist you. Louis's voice was gentle yet resolute. With a wave of her staff of life, green energy fell like spring rain, and Lin Mo and his teammates' wounds recovered rapidly while his symbiotic energy slowly rebounded. Don't worry. The other guardians of the Balance Council are on their way. We will help you defend this dimension. Yin Huang's face instantly turned ugly. Dimensional Balance Council. You've come too. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy. He had not expected the summoned guardians to be from the Dimensional Balance Council. But he soon fell into worry again. The evil forces of other dimensions were also converging. Would the Balance Council's guardians arrive in time? Could Louis alone hold off Yin Huang and the many hunters? Even more frightening, the ultimate plan of the other dimensional lord that Yin Huang had mentioned seemed not yet fully set in motion. Louis seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a smile, rest assured, the Balance Council has long been paying attention to the other dimensional civilization's aggression. This time we will take the opportunity to settle them completely. However, we have received intelligence that the other dimensional lord is plotting dimensional fusion, attempting to merge all dimensions into one under his rule, and your dimensional core is the key to that fusion. Dimensional fusion. Lin Mo's pupils sharply contracted. This was even more terrifying than mere devouring. Once the fusion succeeded, the order of all dimensions would collapse and all living beings would be plunged into utter catastrophe. Just then the energy fluctuations in the depths of the universe became ever more intense. The figures of righteous guardians and evil forces appeared in view at the same time. An ultimate melee spanning multiple dimensions was about to begin. A surge of multidimensional energy swept through the dimensional passage like a tsunami as dozens of figures streaked in from the depths of the cosmos, splitting into two sharply opposed camps. On the side of justice besides Louis stood Tai Gang, the guardian of the metal dimension, clad in silver battle armor, and wielding a massive hammer, and Huan Chen, the guardian of the spirit dimension, robed in purple and skilled in mental manipulation. Both were at the late dimension level. The evil faction was led by Yin Huang, joined by Ying Sha of the shadow dimension, a peak mid-dimension level cultivator, and Bao Yen of the destruction dimension, also a peak mid-dimension level cultivator. Behind them followed 100 interdimensional warships and countless hunter drones radiating murderous intent. Guardians of the Dimensional Balance Council detected Tai Gang Metal Dimension Guardian ability. Metal Laws can control all metallic substances. Peerless defense. Huan Chen Spirit Dimension Guardian ability. Spirit Laws can create realistic illusions and disrupt energy flow. New targets detected in the evil faction. Ingsha, Lord of the Shadow Dimension. Ability Shadow Devouring. Can merge into shadows and launch deadly ambushes. Bao Yen, Lord of the Destruction Dimension. Ability Destruction Flame. Can burn dimensional energy causing irreversible damage. Danger level Multidimensional Apocalypse. Yin Huang, colluding with evil forces from other dimensions and violating the dimensional balance convention. Today you will all be rounded up and destroyed. Tai Gang's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. His massive hammer slammed into the ground, activating the metal laws. The metallic minerals within the dimensional passage instantly condensed into countless silver spears that shot toward the interdimensional warships, obliterating more than a dozen of them in an instant. Huan Chun raised a hand and released a wave of purple spiritual energy. Ingsha and Bao Yen suddenly froze, trapped in their deepest fears. Ingsha was plunged into a nightmare of being purified by holy light, while Bao Yen witnessed his own destruction flame being extinguished completely. Spiritual interference. Utterly pathetic. Ingsha roared as he broke free from the illusion, his shadow energy erupting as he merged into the shadows and vanished. Bao Yen meanwhile detonated his own energy to burn away the mental illusion, condensing his destruction flame into a colossal pillar of fire that shot toward Lin Mo and Lu Yi. Life laws, nature's barrier. Lu Yi waved her staff of life, and green energy formed a massive barrier of flora that blocked the pillar of fire. Vines spread rapidly, wrapping around Bao Yan's limbs in an attempt to bind him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo resonated his symbiotic energy with the dimensional core and unleashed a tricolored energy blade. Dimensional symbiosis, law severance. The blade carried the resonant power of the metal spirit, and life laws striking directly at Yin Huang. Yin Huang's hunting domain erupted at full power to suppress the energy blade, but Tai Gang's metal laws disrupted it, creating a flaw in the domain. The energy blade struck his armor, shattering the silver battle suit. Yin Huang spat out a mouthful of silver essence blood, his aura plummeting. Qing Yue, seal off the space to trap Ingsha. Su Qing, assist Huan Chen in reinforcing the mental interference. Qinggong, aim the dimensional balance cannon at Bao Yen. Lu Feng, follow me and clear out the hunter drones. Lin Mo gave the orders, decisively maximizing the team's coordination and efficiency. Qin Yu's spatial ability erupted at full force, surrounding the battlefield with spatial tiers that repeatedly foiled Ingsha's shadow ambushes. Su Qing's holy light merged with Huan Chen's mental energy, vastly enhancing the realism of the illusions, leaving Ingsha and Bao Yen overwhelmed. Qin Gong infused the dimensional balance cannon with symbiotic energy, and a violet energy round struck Bao Yan's core, causing his destruction flame to dim instantly. Lu Feng's raw force merged with the metal laws as his fists slammed down, mowing through the hunter drones like wheat. The tide of battle was turning toward the side of justice, yet Yin Huang showed no panic. Instead, a sinister smile flickered across his face. You think this will be enough to win? The dimensional fusion array has already been activated. Within 3 hours all dimensions will be forcibly merged. And when that happens, every one of you will become a vassal of the interdimensional lord. The dimensional fusion array. Lu Yi's face turned pale. The life laws swiftly scanned the cosmos, and she indeed detected a powerful surge of fusion energy emanating from the depths of the universe. No. The array's energy is intensifying rapidly. It's already tearing at the spatial barriers of nearby dimensions. If this continues, the dimensional walls will collapse completely. Tai Gang's hammer paused mid-air, his expression grave. The dimensional fusion array is the interdimensional lord's ultimate trump card. Using the dimensional core as a fulcrum and the symbiosis rune as the key, it forcibly drags all dimensions together to merge them. Once complete, all laws of every dimension will cease to function, and only the interdimensional lord will hold dominion over the new fused dimension. Lin Mo's heart sank. He had never imagined that his own symbiosis rune and the dimensional core were the very keys to the fusion array. He immediately mobilized his symbiotic energy, trying to sever his connection to the fusion array, only to discover that the array's energy had already resonated with the symbiosis rune, making it impossible to cut off. What do we do now? Where is the core of the fusion array? The core of the fusion array lies within the interdimensional lord's stronghold, the devouring dimension palace hidden in the deepest reaches of the alien dimension. Huan Chen's spiritual perception pierced through the dimensional barriers, and his expression grew even grimmer. But the devouring dimension palace is protected by a dimensional isolation array. We cannot teleport directly inside. Moreover, the interdimensional lord has already reached the peak dimension level, far beyond any of us. Just then Sha burst out from the shadows, condensing his shadow energy into a poison spike aimed directly at Lin Mo's symbiosis rune. His goal was to seize the rune and help the interdimensional lord accelerate the fusion. Watch out! Tai Gang reacted in an instant, activating the metal laws. A silver shield blocked the spike and the recoil sent Sha staggering backward. Bao Yan seized the moment to unleash his ultimate technique, condensing his destruction flame into a colossal fireball aimed at the dimensional core. Even if we don't get the rune, destroying the dimensional core will still activate the fusion array. Over my dead body. Lu Yi's staff of life blazed with full power, forming a massive green protective barrier that blocked the fireball. But the destructive energy of the fireball was overwhelming. Cracks spread across the barrier in an instant, and Lu Yi spat out a mouthful of green essence, blood, her aura wilting. Seeing this, Yin Huang launched another interdimensional annihilation cannon, firing a silver energy shell at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, hand over the symbiosis rune and I'll make you the second lord of the fused dimension. Otherwise you, your teammates, and your entire dimension will be reduced to ashes. Lin Mo's gaze burned with resolve as his symbiotic energy surged once more, resonating with the power of Tai Gang and Huan Qin. If you want the rune, you'll have to get through us first. Lu Yi, you're in charge of healing and defense. Tai Gang, Huan Qin with me. We'll hold off Yin Huang, Sha and Bao Yan. Qin Yue, take the others and reinforce the dimensional core's defenses. Stop the fusion array from draining its energy. Understood. The group immediately split up. Lin Mo, Tai Gang, and Huan Qin formed a triangular formation, each taking on one of the three enemies, Yin Huang, Sha and Bao Yan. Lin Mo's symbiotic energy neutralized the alien dimensional power, repeatedly defusing Yin Huang's attacks. Tai Gang's metal laws countered Sha's shadow energy, rendering his ambushes futile. Huan Chen's spirit laws disrupted the flow of Bao Yan's destruction flame, drastically reducing its power. But the fusion array's energy continued to surge. The spatial barriers of the dimensional passage began collapsing on a massive scale. The light of the dimensional core flickered erratically, and the defense efforts of Qin Yu and the others grew ever more desperate. Worse still, cracks began to appear in the spatial barriers of other dimensions. Countless dimensional creatures were dragged over by the fusion energy, plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. This isn't working. The fusion array's energy is still building. We have to destroy its core within 3 hours. Tai Gang smashed Sha away with his hammer and shouted toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo knew in his heart that the three of them alone could never break through the blockade of the interdimensional fleet to reach the devouring dimension palace. At that very moment, the symbiosis rune erupted with a brilliant cyan light. An urgent communication from the Dimensional Balance Council flooded into everyone's minds. Attention all Guardians! The Council's main fleet has already departed and will arrive in approximately 2 hours. Until then, you must hold the dimensional core and the symbiosis rune at all costs. Delay the activation of the fusion array. The Council's main fleet is coming. Hope flickered in Lu Yi's eyes as her life energy rapidly recovered. Yin Huang's face twisted in shock. He had not expected the Dimensional Balance Council to react so swiftly. We can't wait any longer. Bao Yan and Sha, attack the dimensional core with everything you've got. Even if the fusion array is imperfect, we must activate it ahead of schedule. Bao Yan and Sha simultaneously erupted with full power. Their destruction flame and shadow energy intertwined into a twin-colored energy sphere that shot toward the dimensional core. Lin Mo, Tai Gang, and Huan Qin unleashed their ultimate techniques at the same moment. The tricolored energy blade collided with the twin-colored sphere. With a thunderous boom, the shockwave spread outward and all three were sent staggering back, wounded. The protective barrier of the dimensional core shattered. The crystalline orb was grazed by the energy sphere, leaving a massive crack across its surface. The fusion array's tugging force intensified at once, devouring a vast number of dimensional creatures around them. The countdown to the array's activation plummeted from 3 hours to just 1. Only 1 hour left. And the Council's main fleet still hasn't arrived. Qin Yu's voice trembled with urgency. He and his teammates had given everything, yet they still could not stop the fusion array from accelerating. Gazing at the fractured dimensional core, Lin Mo made a bold decision. Tai Gang, Huan Qin, take Lu Yi and my teammates, and keep holding the dimensional core. Buy us time. I'll go alone, slip through the enemy fleet's blockade, reach the devouring dimension palace, and destroy the core of the fusion array. No. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The interdimensional lord is at peak dimension level. You're no match for him. Lu Yi tried desperately to stop him. There's no other way now. Lin Mo's gaze was resolute as his symbiotic energy blazed at full power, enveloping his body in tricolored light. My symbiotic energy can absorb the fusion array's power. I can disguise myself as an interdimensional hunter and infiltrate the devouring dimension palace. Besides, the symbiosis rune is linked to the core of the fusion array. I can pinpoint its exact location. Without waiting for further protests, he turned and activated his symbiotic devouring ability, absorbing the alien dimensional energy around him to assume the guise of an ordinary hunter drone. Blending into the chaotic battlefield, he charged toward the interdimensional fleet. Yin Huang and the others were fully focused on assaulting the dimensional core and failed to notice Lin Mo's departure. Relying on his disguise, Lin Mo slipped through the outer blockade of the interdimensional fleet and raced toward the devouring dimension palace. But what he did not know was that the interdimensional lord had long since detected his movements. The devouring dimension palace was now a trap within a trap, guarded not only by countless dimension-level hunters but also by a divine artifact specifically designed to counter symbiotic energy, the dimensional devouring pearl. Even more terrifying, as Lin Mo raced onward, the symbiosis rune suddenly blared a fierce warning. The interdimensional lord's true goal was never simple dimensional fusion. It was to use the fusion array's energy to awaken the dimensional chaos beast sealed deep within the alien dimension, a monstrous entity beyond dimension level whose awakening would plunge every dimension into the abyss of chaos. The devouring dimension hall floated in the depths of another dimension. Its entire body was built from black devouring crystals. Around the hall, three-dimensional isolation arrays revolved, their silver energy flowing like water, sealing off all external spatial traversal. Lin Mo disguised himself as a low-ranked hunter-soldier and blended into a supply squad. He suppressed his symbiotic energy to the absolute limit, simulating a pure aura of other-dimensional devouring, and barely managed to fool the isolation array's energy detection. Dimensional isolation array properties detected recognizes non-other-dimensional energy immune to spatial traversal. Below dimension rank entry requires the authorization of an other-dimensional lord or devouring energy above 90. Host disguise status safe success rate of symbiotic energy simulating other-dimensional aura 98. Warning: strong energy absorption fluctuations detected inside the hall. Suspected dimension devouring pearl is active. The supply squad passed through the isolation array and entered the devouring dimension hall. Inside was a vast circular hall. At its center stood a fusion array core tens of meters tall, radiating golden energy throughout its entire body. Countless energy threads extended from the core, pierced through dimensional barriers, and connected to Lin Mo's symbiotic rune and to the cores of every dimension. All around the hall, dozens of dimension-rank hunters stood guard, holding hunting guns. On the hall master's throne, a figure in golden imperial battle armor sat resting with closed eyes, the other-dimensional Lord Jean Sure. He radiated the terrifying aura of peak dimension rank. A black pearl hung at his chest, the dimension-devouring pearl ceaselessly absorbing the surrounding energy to power the fusion array. Lin Mo held his breath and silently moved to a corner of the hall, his gaze locked on the fusion array core. At the core's base was an energy interface, the connection point for symbiotic rune energy. As long as he destroyed the interface, he could temporarily sever the connection and delay the fusion array's activation. He slowly drew the symbiotic blade, tricolor energy converging along the edge, ready to launch a surprise attack. At that moment, Jean Sure suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through his golden pupils. The dimension-devouring pearl instantly erupted with tremendous suction. Outsider, your disguise is not bad, but your symbiotic energy cannot fool my devouring pearl. Lin Mo's heart sank. He immediately launched an attack, slashing out a tricolor energy blade that shot straight for the fusion array core interface. How dare you! Jean Sure gave a cold snort and waved his hand. Golden energy formed a barrier and blocked the energy blade. At the same time, the dimension-devouring pearl's suction surged forcibly, dragging Lin Mo's symbiotic energy. The circulation of his internal energy became sluggish, and his body swayed unsteadily. Detected dimension-devouring pearl suppression. Symbiotic energy circulation efficiency decreased by 60. Energy loss rate accelerated. Other dimensional Lord Jean Sure peak dimension rank ability ultimate dimensional dominion. Can control all energy and laws within the other dimension. Danger level beyond dimensional doomsday. The guarding hunters attacked simultaneously, unleashing dozens of silver energy projectiles that converged on Lin Mo from all sides. Lin Mo activated dimensional law resonance, and with the long-range energy support of the dimensional cores barely stabilized himself. He swept the symbiotic blade horizontally, splitting the energy projectiles, then charged toward the fusion array core. Jean Sure, today, I will surely destroy your dimensional fusion plan. Just you. Jean Sure leaped down from the throne and condensed golden energy into an Emperor's sword aiming straight at Lin Mo's symbiotic rune. Dimension-devouring pearl drained all his energy. The dimension-devouring pearl suctioned sword once more. Lin Mo's symbiotic energy drained away like floodwaters through a breached levee. His face turned pale and the light of the symbiotic blade gradually dimmed. At this critical moment the symbiotic rune on his chest suddenly blazed with cyan light. His parents' protective will and the residual order energy fragments left by Tseng Xian appeared together, forming a golden barrier that blocked the energy suction. Symbiotic rune counter. Cyan light and the golden barrier interwove. The dimension-devouring pearl's suction suddenly reversed, beginning to absorb the fusion array's energy. Jean Shure's expression changed dramatically. Impossible. You can actually counter my devouring pearl. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo wove his symbiotic energy together with the reverse fusion array energy, forming a colossal energy blade that struck hard against the interface of the fusion array core. Crack. The interface shattered. The connection between the symbiotic rune and the fusion array was temporarily severed. The fusion array's energy fluctuations plummeted and the activation countdown extended from 1 hour to 2 hours. You're asking for death. Jean Shure roared, slashing out a golden energy blade with the Emperor sword. Lin Mo dodged sideways and the blade struck the hall's devouring crystal, reducing it to dust in an instant. He turned to flee, but Jean Shure's golden energy trapped him inside an energy cage. Lin Mo, you destroyed my fusion array interface. I will make your life worse than death. Jean Shure waved his hand and the dimension-devouring pearl flew toward Lin Mo, attempting to forcibly seize the symbiotic rune. Just then violent energy fluctuations erupted from outside the hall. Tai Gang's voice thundered through the hall. Jean Shure released Lin Mo. The main fleet of the Dimensional Equilibrium Council is here. Jean Shure's expression changed. His spiritual detection pierced through the hall's walls, and sure enough he saw countless council warships breaking through the other dimensional fleet's blockade. Tai Gang, Huanchen, and Louis were leading the council guardians in a charge toward the devouring dimension hall. I didn't expect you to move so fast. Jean Shure's eyes flashed with viciousness. In that case I will awaken the dimensional chaos beast ahead of time, and make every dimension be buried with me. He abruptly turned, slashing the Emperor's sword at the fusion array core while pouring golden energy into it. Fusion array emergency activation. Use my origin essence as the catalyst to awaken the chaos beast. The fusion array core burst with dazzling golden light. Though the interface was shattered, it activated once more under the infusion of Jean Shure's origin energy, and its energy fluctuations were far more intense than before. The hall floor suddenly split open into a massive black fissure. A terrifying aura far surpassing Jean Shure's surged out from the crack. The entire devouring dimension hall trembled violently, and the spatial barriers of the other dimension began to collapse. Detected. The dimensional chaos beast is awakening. Level early beyond dimensional stage, a new realm that transcends the dimension rank. Ability chaotic dimensional devouring, can devour dimensions themselves and dismantle their laws. Danger level beyond dimensional doomsday. A black figure that blotted out the sky crawled out of the fissure. Its entire body was formed from pure chaotic dimensional energy, and countless miniature dimensional black holes revolved around it, the dimensional chaos beast. Its appearance even made Jean Shure show a look of fear. It was clear that the beast's terror was beyond his control. Roar. The chaos beast let out a roar that resounded across countless dimensions. Chaotic dimensional energy formed a colossal devouring vortex that pulled toward the fusion array core, trying to swallow the fusion array's energy and fully awaken. Jean Shure wanted to stop it but was trapped by the vortex's suction and could not move. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to break free from the energy cage. His symbiotic energy resonated with the council fleet's energy, and his tricolor energy surged. Jean Shure, you can't control it at all. Now we have to join forces to stop the beast, or every dimension will be devoured. Jean Shure's face turned livid, clearly understanding the truth that when the lips are gone the teeth feel the cold. Fine. A temporary alliance. But afterward I will still complete the dimensional fusion. At that moment the chaos beast's devouring vortex suddenly turned and pulled toward Lin Mo and Jean Shure. Its target was all energy at or above the dimension rank, devouring it to accelerate its own awakening. Lin Mo and Jean Shure attacked simultaneously. The tricolor symbiotic blade and the golden Emperor sword intertwined into a two-colored energy blade and slashed at the vortex. Boom! The energy blade collided with the vortex, sending out an energy shockwave. Lin Mo and Jean Shure were both blasted away, suffering severe injuries. The Kate's beast's aura surged once more, fully unleashing the power of the early beyond-dimensional stage. Its devouring vortex expanded and began to consume the devouring dimension hall's crystals, and the great hall rapidly disintegrated. This can't go on. The beast is too powerful. Even together we are no match for it. Lin Mo coughed up a mouthful of blood, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. Only by completely destroying the fusion array core and cutting off the beast's energy supply can we temporarily suppress it. A flicker of hesitation passed through Jin Shi's eyes. The fusion array was the achievement of his lifetime, but facing the threat of the Chaos Beast he ultimately nodded. Fine. I'll hold the beast off for you, you destroy the core. He leaped toward the Chaos Beast, unleashing his golden origin energy at full power. The Emperor's sword sent out countless energy blades to draw the beast's attention. Lin Mo took advantage of the moment to charge toward the fusion array core, condensing all his remaining energy into the symbiotic blade, ready to deliver the final blow. But at that moment the Chaos Beast suddenly split off a stream of chaotic energy, forming a giant energy claw that lunged at Lin Mo. Jin Shi tried to stop it but was trapped by the beast's main vortex, unable to break free. Lin Mo was struck by the energy claw, his body wrapped in chaotic energy, and his consciousness fading. The symbiotic blade flew from his hand and shot toward the fusion array core. The symbiotic blade, wrapped in tricolored energy, embedded itself precisely into the fissure at the heart of the fusion array. With a thunderous bang, the array core shattered and golden energy burst forth like a flood. Yet the energy did not disperse. Instead, it was forcibly drawn into the dimensional chaos behemoth below. The behemoth's roars grew ever more frenzied, the chaotic dimensional black holes around it doubled in number, and its aura soared from the early transcendent dimension stage to the middle stage. Its black silhouette swelled once more, nearly tearing apart the dome of the devouring dimension hall. Detected: the fusion array core has shattered and the energy has been absorbed by the chaos behemoth. Dimensional chaos behemoth, rank early transcendent dimension to middle transcendent dimension. New trait: energy rampage. Temporarily loses partial reason, attack power increased by 50, defense reduced by 30. Warning: a faint self-awareness has been detected within the beast, suspected to be a higher being sealed by human hands. Lin Mo was enclosed by chaotic energy, his body pierced by countless steel needles, his consciousness sinking and floating in the darkness. Just as he was on the verge of total unconsciousness, the symbiotic rune on his chest suddenly erupted with cyan gold and black light, the protective will of his parents, the fragment of Tsang Xian's order energy, and the dimensional devouring energy he had absorbed earlier all resonated strangely with the chaotic energy invading his body. Detected: multi-energy resonance triggered, the ultimate trait of the symbiotic rune, Chaos Symbiosis. Host status: chaotic energy in the process of conversion, overall strength has broken through to the early transcendent dimension. New ability: unlock law of Chaos Symbiosis. Can devour and convert chaotic dimensional energy, become immune to chaos erosion, and establish temporary symbiotic links with chaos-type entities. Ah! Lin Mo let out a furious roar. The chaotic energy no longer eroded him, instead it became nourishment for his power. Around him formed a black and white chaos symbiosis barrier, and his wounded body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He reached out to recall the symbiotic blade. Its body had already transformed into black and white, veined with fine chaotic dimensional patterns, its power multiplied. Impossible. You can actually coexist with chaotic energy. Jin Shi's eyes flashed with disbelief and fear. He had planned to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, yet not only had Lin Mo survived, he had broken through to the transcendent dimension. Meanwhile, Taigang, Huanchen, and Lui had already burst through the hall's entrance. Seeing the scene before them, they immediately joined the battle. Taigang's metal law erupted at full power, causing countless silver metal pillars to rise from the ground and entangle the behemoth's limbs. Lu Yi's life staff cast a verdant glow, and green vines like chains further restricted the behemoth's movements. Huanchen condensed his spiritual law into a violet spear and thrust it toward the behemoth's core region, trying to awaken its self-awareness. Jin Shi, join forces and suppress it, or we'll all die. Lin Mo shouted to Jin Shi, channeling his chaos symbiosis energy at full power. The symbiotic blade slashed out a black and white energy blade that struck the behemoth's shoulder, forcibly stripping and converting its chaotic energy. A struggle flashed through Jin Shi's eyes, but in the end he chose to join forces. He knew all too well the consequences of the chaos behemoth going out of control. The golden imperial sword was infused with his origin energy, and slashed out a golden energy blade. It merged with Lin Mo's black and white blade, forming a twin-colored energy current that struck the behemoth's core once more. The behemoth let out a pained roar. The chaotic energy around it fell into disorder and a blurry humanoid shadow appeared within its core, an ancient guardian clad in gray battle armor, his eyes filled with pain and struggle. Detected core consciousness of the behemoth Xian Yi, the fallen guardian of dimensional balance. Background: 1 million years ago, in order to seal an alien dimensional invasion, Xian Yi absorbed an excessive amount of chaotic energy and fell. He was sealed by the Dimensional Balance Council deep within the alien dimension. Guardian Xian Yi. Lu Yi's eyes flashed with shock. It's you. You're still alive. Xian Yi's phantom spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. I have been eroded by chaotic energy. I cannot control myself. Quick. Use the dimensional balance core to purify the chaos within me. At that moment, Jinshi suddenly revealed a vicious grin. His golden energy shifted direction and shot toward Xian Yi's phantom. Since you're already a fallen guardian, you might as well become fuel for my power. His goal had shifted from suppressing the behemoth to seizing Xian Yi's core consciousness, hoping to use the guardian's power to break through to the transcendent dimension. Jinshi, how dare you betray us? Lin Mo roared with fury, his chaos symbiosis energy erupting to block the golden energy. Do you think you can control the power of a guardian? Sheer delusion. Jinshi sneered. Lin Mo, you are far too naive. The Dimensional Balance Council is nothing but a pack of hypocrites. Only power is the true way. He leaped toward Xian Yi's phantom, his imperial sword aimed directly at its core. Xian Yi, submit to me and I'll help you escape the chaos erosion. A flicker of disdain passed through Xian Yi's phantom eyes. The chaotic energy suddenly exploded, blasting Jinshi back. Even if I fall completely, I will never side with an ambitious schemer like you. He turned to Lin Mo. Young friend, I can feel the balanced symbiotic power within you. Only you can purify me. Use the symbiotic rune to infuse the power of dimensional balance. Lin Mo did not hesitate. The chaos symbiosis energy resonated with the balance energy of the dimensional core. The symbiotic rune flew out, turning into a streak of black and white light that poured into Xian Yi's phantom. Xian Yi let out a long cry. His phantom began to merge with the body of the chaos behemoth. Chaotic energy and balance energy violently interwove as the behemoth's form gradually shrank and its chaotic aura rapidly receded. Seeing this, Jinshi knew the tide had turned. With a ruthless glint in his eyes, he turned to flee. I will repay today's grudge 100-fold. The power of the alien dimension is far more than this. Trying to run. Tai Gang's giant hammer swept out golden energy, blocking Jinshi's path. Stay. Gritting his teeth, Jinshi detonated part of his origin energy, unleashing a golden explosion that knocked Tai Gang and the others back. Seizing the opportunity, he tore open space and fled deep into the alien dimension. Detected: Jinshi has escaped. Residual energy trail indicates he is heading toward the Chaos Forbidden Zone in the alien dimension. Lin Mo did not pursue. The Xian Yi before him was what truly mattered. As the chaos symbiosis energy continued to pour in, Xian Yi's form gradually became clear. The chaos behemoth completely dispersed, replaced by an ancient guardian 3 meters tall, clad in gray battle armor. Some black chaos patterns still remained on the armor, but his aura stabilized at the middle transcendent dimension stage. Thank you for saving me, young friend. Xian Yi clasped his fist toward Lin Mo, his eyes full of gratitude. For 1,000,000 years I have suffered from chaos erosion. If not for you, I would have become a puppet of chaos completely. Lu Yi stepped forward, her voice filled with complex emotion. Guardian Xian Yi, the council thought you had fallen back then. No one expected you to be sealed here. Xian Yi sighed. After I lost control from absorbing chaotic energy, the council sealed me to prevent me from destroying dimensional balance. But I never expected Jinshi to discover my seal and try to use my chaotic energy to activate the dimensional fusion array. Just then the devouring dimension hall suddenly trembled violently. From outside came Qin Yu's urgent transmission. Lin Mo. The Chaos Forbidden Zone in the alien dimension is emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Jinshi seems to be awakening something, and we've detected an energy aura at the late transcendent dimension stage. Lin Mo's heart sank. Xian Yi's expression also grew solemn. The Chaos Forbidden Zone hides the most ancient source of chaos in the alien dimension, along with the chaos seed sealed by the council that year. It is a terrifying existence at the late transcendent dimension stage. If Jinshi awakens it, the consequences will be unimaginable. The chaos seed. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with confusion. Xian Yi explained the chaos seed is the core of primordial chaos at the dawn of dimension birth. It possesses self-awareness and can devour all dimensional energy. Back then the Council joined forces to seal it in the Chaos Forbidden Zone. Jin Shi's ambition is far beyond imagination. He not only wants to activate the dimensional fusion, but also to control the Chaos Seed and become the sovereign of the multiverse. At that moment cracks appeared once more in the spatial barrier outside the hall. The energy fluctuations from the Chaos Forbidden Zone grew increasingly intense, and the entire alien dimension trembled violently. Xianyi gripped the gray war blade in his hand, resolve flashing across his eyes. Once the Chaos Seed awakens, all dimensions will be devoured by chaos. Lin Mo, I will take you to the Chaos Forbidden Zone to stop Jin Shi. Tai Gang Huanchen and Lu Yu are responsible for clearing out the remaining forces in the alien dimension and reinforcing the dimensional barrier. All right. Everyone answered in unison. Lin Mo looked at Qin Yuesu, Qin Qinggong and Lu Feng, who had arrived to join them, and instructed stay in the hall and assist Lu Yi and the others. Stay safe. Guardian Xianyi and I will go to stop Jin Shi. Su Qing's eyes were full of worry. Lin Mo, you must be careful. Lin Mo nodded, then tore through space with Xianyi speeding toward the Chaos Forbidden Zone. The Chaos Forbidden Zone lay at the northernmost edge of the alien dimension, a dark region devoid of any light. The ground was covered with black chaos fissures and the air was thick with dense primal chaos energy, suffocating all who entered. At the center of the distant Chaos Forbidden Zone, Jin Shi stood atop a black altar forming hand seals. Endless chaotic energy was drawn into the altar, while the black crystal at its center, the Chaos Seed, was slowly cracking open, leaking a terrifying aura at the late Transcendent Dimension stage. Lin Mo, Xianyi arrived just in time. Jin Shi turned around, a manic grin on his face. Witness the moment the Chaos Seed awakens. From this day forth I will be the sovereign of the multiverse. The crack on the Chaos Seed widened and a black energy tentacle reached out from within, grasping toward Jin Shi. It had not been awakened by Jin Shi. It had been on the verge of breaking its seal all along. Jin Shi had merely accelerated the process. Jin Shi, you've only been used by the Chaos Seed. Xianyi roared, slashing out a gray energy blade that struck the tentacle. Lin Mo's chaos symbiosis energy exploded at full power. The symbiotic blade condensed into a massive black and white war spear and shot toward the Chaos Seed. Chaos symbiosis purification slash. The war spear struck the crack of the Chaos Seed. The black and white energy burst forth, forcibly purifying the chaotic energy, yet the seed's rate of breaking its seal did not stop, instead it accelerated. Detected Chaos Seed status on the verge of complete unsealing, current rank peak late transcendent dimension. Jin Shi's expression changed dramatically. He finally realized he had been used, but it was already too late. The Chaos Seed's energy tentacle extended once more, reaching for Jin Shi, Lin Mo, and Xianyi alike, clearly intent on devouring all three together. Lin Mo and Xianyi stood back to back, chaos symbiosis energy and gray balance energy interweaving into a sturdy defensive barrier. Guardian Xianyi, how do we seal it completely? A flash of resolve passed through Xianyi's eyes. The core of the Chaos Seed is the Chaos Origin Pearl hidden deep inside the seed. Only by destroying the Origin Pearl can it be sealed once and for all. But the Origin Pearl is wrapped layer upon layer in chaotic energy. Someone must enter the seed and attack it at close range. That means a path of 9 deaths and 1 life. Lin Mo didn't hesitate in the slightest. I'll go. Chaos symbiosis allows me to survive in a chaotic environment, and I can convert chaotic energy. I'm the best choice. No. Too dangerous. Xianyi hastily tried to stop him. The chaotic energy concentration inside the seed is 10 times what's outside. Even with your symbiosis you could be completely eroded. Just then the Chaos Seed suddenly erupted with violent chaotic energy. The defensive barrier trembled fiercely, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Jin Shi, entangled by the energy tentacles, let out a despairing roar as his body was devoured by chaotic energy. Lin Mo's gaze was firm. Pushing Xianyi aside, he said, "There's no time. Trust me." He leaped toward the Chaos Seed, chaos symbiosis energy surging at full power, his body turning into a streak of black and white light that plunged into the crack of the seed. Inside the seed, Lin Mo found himself in an ocean of chaotic energy. The black energy surged like tides, and at its center floated the Chaos Origin Pearl, radiating a terror-inducing aura at the peak of the late Transcendent Dimension stage. Detected Chaos Origin Pearl, the core of the Chaos Seed containing pure primordial chaos energy. Destroying the Origin Pearl requires simultaneous infusion of 5 types of energy, chaos, balance, life, metal, and spirit, while a single type energy attack is ineffective. Lin Mo immediately contacted the outside Xianyi. Lu Yi Tai Gang Huanchen, channel your energy to me through the symbiotic rune. We need 5 types of energy striking the origin pearl at the same time. The 4 outside immediately did as told. Gray, green, silver, and purple energy flowed continuously through the symbiotic rune into Lin Mo's body. Lin Mo merged the 5 types of energy with his own chaos symbiosis energy, condensing them into a 5-colored energy blade and slashing it toward the chaos origin pearl. Just as the blade was about to hit the origin pearl, the pearl suddenly unleashed a black energy wave. Lin Mo was blasted away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Detected origin pearl defensive trait automatically reflects attacks from a single direction. It must be attacked from 5 different angles simultaneously. There needs to be 5 people attacking from different angles at once, but here I'm alone. Anxiety gnawed at Lin Mo. The corrosive chaotic energy was growing stronger, and his chaos symbiosis energy was rapidly depleting. Just then a stream of golden energy suddenly poured in from outside and merged with the 5 energies. It was Jin Shi. Before being devoured by the chaotic energy, he had transmitted the last of his origin energy to Lin Mo, his voice filled with unwillingness. Lin Mo. Don't let my ambition be in vain. Destroy it. Lin Mo's heart jolted. Immediately mobilizing Jin Shi's golden energy, he formed a 6th direction of attack. 6 energy streams struck the chaos origin pearl simultaneously from different angles. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the pearl and the chaotic energy fell into violent disorder. But at that moment the origin pearl suddenly unleashed a powerful suction force. Lin Mo's body was forcibly dragged toward the pearl. Warning: the origin pearl has initiated its self-destruct protocol, about to trigger a massive chaos dimension explosion that will engulf all dimensions. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. He tried to flee, but the suction held him fast. He could sense that the energy of the self-destruction was enough to annihilate the multiverse, and he was at the very epicenter of the blast. From outside came Xian Yi and the others' voices filled with despair. Lin Mo. Flee. Lin Mo looked at the origin pearl that was about to shatter completely, a flash of resolution passing through his eyes. He suddenly made an astonishing decision. He poured all of his chaos symbiosis energy, the 5 types of energy, and Jin Shi's golden energy into the origin pearl, attempting to forcibly reverse the self-destruct protocol with his law of chaos symbiosis. Chaos symbiosis dimensional reversal. The instant the energy was infused, the cracks on the origin pearl stopped expanding. Chaotic energy and the 5 types of energy began to interweave and find balance. But Lin Mo's body was being absorbed by the origin pearl and his consciousness gradually blurred. He did not know whether the reversal would succeed nor whether he would survive. What unsettled him even more was that in the last moment before his consciousness faded, he saw an ancient rune, similar to the symbiotic rune, emerge from the crack in the origin pearl, seemingly connected to the secret of the birth of the dimensions. Within the chaos seed, prismatic energy and chaotic energy clashed with devastating force. Lin Mo's body was locked fast by the origin pearl's pull, his consciousness teetering on the edge of collapse within the energy storm. He could feel the chaos origin pearl's self-destruct protocol counting down. Every energy pulse sent ripples across the surrounding chaotic space, and once it detonated, the entire multiverse would be reduced to a wasteland of scorched earth. At this critical moment, the ancient runes surfacing from the cracks of the origin pearl suddenly burst with dazzling golden light, resonating violently with the symbiotic rune on Lin Mo's chest. An ancient dimensional will surged into his mind, with Xian Ye's voice following close behind it. Is the origin symbiotic rune the core rune born at the dawn of dimensional genesis, sharing the same origin as your symbiotic rune? It can neutralize the conflict between chaos and balance. Quickly fuse the 2 runes. Without hesitation, Lin Mo summoned the last shred of chaotic symbiotic energy, and guided the symbiotic rune on his chest outward to link with the ancient rune within the origin pearl. The 2 runes intertwined, merging into a gold-black composite rune suspended at the very heart of the energy storm. The energy radiating from the composite rune was like a gentle tide, instantly pacifying the violent conflict of powers. The self-destruct countdown came to an abrupt halt. Detected origin symbiotic rune fusion successful. Host overall strength early hyperdimensional rank, mid hyperdimensional rank. Ultimate ability unlocked dimensional origin mastery, freely manipulate the origin energy of dimensional genesis and balance chaos with order. Chaos origin pearl status self-destruct protocol terminated, converting into dimensional balance core. Lin Mo's body was no longer restrained by the suction force. Instead, he established a deep connection with the composite rune, and the black energy of the chaos origin pearl began to transform into gold-black balanced energy. Raising both hands, Lin Mo channeled Dimensional Origin Mastery at full power, guiding the converted energy to reshape the shell of the Chaos Seed into a colossal gold-black core suspended at the center of the Chaos Forbidden Zone. Success! Outside, Xian Yi and the others burst into cheers. The chaotic energy of the Chaos Forbidden Zone rapidly receded, replaced by gentle balanced energy. Lin Mo slowly walked out of the transformed balance core, gold-black energy swirling around him, his aura stabilized at mid-hyperdimensional rank. But his smile was short-lived. The balance core suddenly trembled violently and a stream of black energy seeped out from beneath it, a hidden scheme left by Jin Shi. Earlier, while accelerating the Chaos Seed seal breaking, he had secretly injected a Chaos Corrosion mark which was now attempting to contaminate the new balance core. Detected Chaos Corrosion mark activated. The mark contains a fragment of Jin Shi's origin consciousness. Objective: contaminate the balance core and restart the Chaos Seed. Warning: the mark is connected to the origin energy of the Chaos Forbidden Zone, and cannot be forcibly removed. That bastard Jin Shi. Lin Mo was furious. His dimensional origin energy erupted at full force as he tried to suppress the corrosion mark. But the mark was like an unyielding parasite, continuously absorbing the energy of the Chaos Forbidden Zone, and black veins spread rapidly across the surface of the balance core. Xian Yi stepped forward, injecting gray balanced energy into the core. This mark is deeply bound to the origin of chaos itself. It can only be removed through the origin purification method, which requires the dimensional purification array of the Dimensional Balance Council. But the Council's purification array is in the primary plane. We need to move the balance core there. I'll handle the transfer. Tai Gang volunteered, activating the metal law as countless silver chains wrapped around the balance core. But the core is enormous. The transfer will produce intense energy fluctuations and unknown threats may be attracted. Lin Mo nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. There's no time to lose. Set out now. Qin Yue, use your spatial ability to open a safe passage. Lu Yi and Huanqin handle the defense along the way. Guardian Xian Yi, help me suppress the corrosion mark. Everyone moved at once. Qin Yu's spatial ability tore open a passage straight to the primary plane, and Tai Gang manipulated the metal chains to guide the balance core slowly into the passage. Lin Mo and Xian Yi flanked the core, continuously pouring in balanced energy to suppress the ever-spreading black veins. Midway through the passage, the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently. A terrifying aura far beyond mid-hyperdimensional rank materialized from nowhere. It was neither chaotic nor balanced, but a kind of inspection energy laced with judgment. Detected unknown higher dimensional energy fluctuations. Target: Dimensional Inspector Ling Su. Rank: late hyperdimensional rank, suspected higher dimensional entity. Ability: Dimensional Judgment, can judge all beings within a dimension who violate dimensional rules. Higher dimensional seal, can seal a target within higher dimensional space. Trait: Absolute Neutrality, only enforces the inspection rules of higher dimensional planes, asking no questions about process, only results. Threat level: higher dimensional doom grade. A figure appeared at the center of the passage, clad in white inspection war armor with a cold, stern face. A silver judgment sword rested in his hand, and the inspection energy radiating from his body was suffocating to everyone present. Unauthorized relocation of the dimensional balance core violates the dimensional inspection rules. Stop the transfer at once or judgment will be executed. Ling Su's voice was like ice, devoid of all emotion. A dimensional inspector. Xian Ye's face changed dramatically. The legendary rule enforcers from higher dimensional planes. I never thought they truly existed. They do not interfere in the internal affairs of a plane, so why are they stopping us from moving the core? Ling Su's gaze hardened and his judgment sword pointed at Lin Mo. You simultaneously possess chaos balance and alternate dimensional origin energies, and you control the dimensional origin core. You have been classified as a dimensionally anomalous existence. You must return with me to the higher dimensional plane for review. Preposterous. Lin Mo burned with fury. We are in the middle of handling a chaos threat. We are moving the balance core to protect the multiverse. What right do you have to stop us? Before the inspection rules, there is no need for explanation. Ling Su's judgment sword flared with silver energy and shot toward Lin Mo. If you refuse to cooperate, I will enforce judgment. Xian Yi immediately stepped in front of Lin Mo, forming a barrier from gray balanced energy. Lord Ling Su, this matter concerns the survival of the multiverse. Please make an exception. After we purify the core and resolve the chaos threat, we are willing to go with you for review. The rules cannot be broken. Ling Su's attack did not pause. The silver energy blade shattered the barrier, blasting Xianyi away and forcing a mouthful of gray origin essence blood from his lips. Tai Gang, Lu Yi and Huanchen attacked at the same time, weaving metal life and spiritual energy into a single three-colored stream, but Ling Su's judgment sword split it apart with contemptuous ease. Lin Mo's heart sank. He could feel that Ling Su's power far surpassed his own, and a direct fight offered no hope of victory. Yet the corrosion mark on the balance core was worsening. Any further delay would allow the core to be contaminated once more, and the chaos seed might be restarted. Lord Ling Su, I will go with you for review, but please allow my companions to move the balance core to the primary plane for purification. Lin Mo made the concession, unwilling to let all their efforts go to waste. A flicker of hesitation passed through Ling Su's eyes, as if he were weighing the matter. Very well. But you must leave a wisp of your origin consciousness as collateral. If your companions fail to complete the purification and stabilize the core within 24 hours, you will be sealed directly in higher dimensional space. Without hesitation, Lin Mo separated a wisp of origin consciousness, turning it into a mote of golden light that flew toward Ling Su. Ling Su raised his hand to receive it, and stored it in the storage space within his inspection armor. The 24-hour countdown begins now. Exceed it, and the seal will be executed. With that, he moved aside and cleared the passage, remaining suspended in the air, evidently monitoring everything. The group dared not waste a moment, and accelerated the transfer of the balance core. After passing through the spatial passage, they finally reached the headquarters of the Dimensional Balance Council in the primary plane. The Dimensional Purification Array had already been prepared at its center. Lui Huanchen and Xianyi immediately poured in energy to activate the Purification Array. Golden purifying radiance enveloped the balance core, and the black corrosion marks began to recede rapidly. Standing beside the purification array, Lin Mo could feel his origin consciousness linking with the pledged spark in Ling Su's hand. His heart flooded with urgency. 24 hours. They had to purify the core, eradicate the hidden danger left by Jin Shi, and contend with Ling Su's inspection, all at once. Just as the purification array reached its critical moment, the balance core trembled once more. A burst of black energy exploded from the heart of the corrosion mark, and a fragment of Jin Shi's consciousness surfaced. Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to attract a dimensional inspector. But do you think you can win? I left a chaos dimensional gate in the chaos forbidden zone, and it has already opened a connection to the chaos higher dimensional space. The higher dimensional chaos creatures there are already on their way. The multiverse will eventually be devoured by chaos. The chaos higher dimensional space. Xianye's face went pale. That is a chaos space on a higher level than the current plane. Even the weakest creatures inside are at late hyperdimensional rank. Once they pour through, the multiverse will be defenseless. Lin Mo's heart tightened. Jin Shi's ambition was far greater than they had imagined. He wanted not only to seize control of the chaos seed, but also to summon higher dimensional chaos creatures to destroy the multiverse. The purification speed of the array suddenly accelerated. After the outburst of Jin Shi's consciousness fragment, the corrosion mark rapidly dispersed instead. Clearly the fragment had been the core of the mark. Once it burned out, the mark lost its foundation. Detected Kate's corrosion mark completely purified. Balance core stabilized, transformed into the multiverse balance core, capable of stabilizing the dimensional barriers of the multiverse simultaneously. Warning: the energy fluctuations of the chaos dimensional gate are intense. Higher dimensional chaos creatures are expected to arrive in 12 hours. The joy of purification was instantly diluted by the new crisis. 12 hours, far shorter than the 24 hours Ling Su had given, but the threat of higher dimensional chaos creatures was more terrifying than any enemy before. Ling Su's figure appeared at the council headquarters, his eyes grave as they turned toward the chaos dimensional gate. Higher dimensional chaos creatures forcibly entering a lower dimensional plane violates the higher dimensional inspection rules. I will assist your defense, but after this is over you must still return with me to the higher dimensional plane for review. Lin Mo's heart leaped with relief. With Ling Su's help, their chances of repelling the higher dimensional chaos creatures soared. Thank you, Lord Ling Su. Ling Su gave no reply. His judgment sword pointed toward the chaos dimensional gate. The number of higher dimensional chaos creatures is unknown, and their strength is formidable. We must set up the defenses as quickly as possible. Your multiverse balance core can reinforce the dimensional barriers. I will take charge of holding back the strongest creature, and all of you will clear away the rest. Everyone acted at once. Lin Mo placed the multiverse balance core at the center of the council headquarters, and gold-black energy radiated outward, rapidly strengthening the dimensional barriers of the multiverse. Tai Gang Lui and Huanchen led the Council Guardians in arranging defensive positions before the Chaos Dimensional Gate, while Qin Yuesu Qin Qinggong and Lu Feng handled logistics, repairing defenses and supplying energy. The 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The energy fluctuations of the Chaos Dimensional Gate reached their peak and an enormous black rift split open the space of the primary plane. Countless terrifying streams of higher-dimensional chaos energy surged out from the rift, led by a chaos higher-dimensional lord named Mo Yuan, clad in black higher-dimensional war armor, his aura at the peak of late hyper-dimensional rank. Detected Chaos higher-dimensional lord Mo Yuan. Rank peak late hyper-dimensional rank. Ability higher-dimensional chaos devouring, can devour the space and energy of lower-dimensional planes. Higher-dimensional chaos avatar can split into avatars at mid-hyper-dimensional rank. Threat level lower-dimensional doom grade. Insignificant ants of the lower-dimensional planes, are you ready to be devoured by chaos? Mo Yuan's voice thundered through the primary plane, and countless higher-dimensional chaos creatures charged out of the rift toward the defensive lines. Ling Su attacked first, his judgment sword sending a colossal silver energy blade straight at Mo Yuan. Higher-dimensional chaos creatures for intruding without authorization into a lower-dimensional plane accept judgment. Mo Yuan sneered, condensing higher-dimensional chaos energy into a black shield that blocked the blade. A dimensional inspector. Nothing more than a lapdog of the higher-dimensional plane. Today I will not only devour this plane but also crush your inspection rules. Lin Mo's dimensional origin energy erupted at full force, empowered by the multiverse balance core, his strength temporarily rising to late hyperdimensional rank. Everyone full defense. The sky of the main dimension was dyed in twin hues of black and silver. Chaotic higher-dimensional beings surged like a tide against the defensive lines, their roars shaking heaven and earth. Mo Yuan's higher-dimensional chaotic avatars littered the battlefield, each one possessing the strength of the mid-superdimensional rank. Silver judgment energy clashed against black chaotic energy, unleashing devastating shockwaves that tore countless tiny fissures into the spatial barrier. Golden black energy swirled around Lin Mo. His dimension origin blade carved arcs of energy, each strike slaying several chaotic higher-dimensional beings. Yet more creatures poured endlessly from the Chaos Dimension Gate. At this rate I'll eventually run out of energy, he thought with growing anxiety. Turning his gaze toward the multidimensional balance core at the heart of the council headquarters, he saw that although its golden black energy was reinforcing the spatial barrier, it could not directly attack the chaotic beings. Detected multidimensional balance core properties. It can be transformed into the Dimension Origin Cannon. It requires injection of 5 types of origin energies: chaos, balance, life, metal, and spirit. Its power is equivalent to a full-strength strike at the late superdimensional rank, but after use the core's energy will be temporarily depleted. Hint: the higher-dimensional chaotic runes on Mo Yuan resonate with the origin symbiotic rune. You may harness that resonance to inject the 5 energies simultaneously. Guardian Xian Yi Lu Yi Tai Gang Huan Chen, inject your origin energies into me, Lin Mo shouted. I'm going to activate the Dimension Origin Cannon and destroy the Chaos Dimension Gate. Xian Ye's gray balance energy, Lu Yi's green life energy, Tai Gang's silver metal energy, and Huan Chen's purple spirit energy surged into Lin Mo's, simultaneously interweaving with his own golden black chaos balance energy. Lin Mo leaped onto the top of the multidimensional balance core and pressed both hands against its surface. Dimension Origin Cannon 5-element resonance. The golden black core instantly transformed into a colossal cannon barrel dozens of meters tall. The 5 types of energy converged within the barrel, forming a rainbow-hued orb of energy that exuded the terrifying aura of the late superdimensional rank. Mo Yuan sensed the danger. His higher-dimensional chaotic energy erupted at full power, condensing into a massive black shield. Don't think you can destroy the Dimension Gate! The rainbow energy orb howled forward and collided with the black shield. Boom! The shockwave spread, causing the entire main dimension to tremble violently. Chaotic higher-dimensional beings were flung into the air and countless avatars dissolved into black powder. Mo Yuan's shield shattered piece by piece. He was blasted back thousands of meters, black higher-dimensional chaos blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura growing weak. The energy fluctuations of the Chaos Dimension Gate weakened noticeably, and the number of surging chaotic beings dropped sharply. Yet strong higher-dimensional energy still pulsed within the gate. Clearly Mo Yuan had not given up. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and was about to gather energy for a second strike when he suddenly felt the origin symbiotic rune within him tremble violently, resonating intensely with the higher-dimensional chaotic runes on Mo Yuan. An ancient vision flooded his mind. At the dawn of dimensions, origin energy split into the balance origin and the chaos origin. The two were originally symbiotic, jointly maintaining dimensional stability. However, during a higher dimensional conflict, the Chaos Origin was dragged into the higher dimensional chaotic space and corrupted by its energy, splitting off a Chaos higher dimensional core. Meanwhile, the Balance Origin split into the Origin symbiotic rune in Lin Mo's hand and the multidimensional Balance core. The higher dimensional chaotic runes on Mo Yuan were precisely the Fallen symbiotic rune, formed after the Chaos Origin was corrupted. Detected Origin Resonance Vision. Ultimate Dimensional Secret unlocked. Balance and Chaos were originally one source. After their split, they evolved separately. If they can be refused, the Ultimate Dimensional Origin will be born, elevating one's power to the Ultimate Dimension level. However, the fusion process may trigger a dimensional restart. Mo Yuan's status controlled by the Chaos higher dimensional core. The Fallen symbiotic rune is suppressing his original self-awareness. So that's it. Lin Mo's mind suddenly cleared. The foreign-dimensional invasion a million years ago that Xianyi had mentioned was likely the first probe from the higher dimensional chaotic space. He looked at Mo Yuan and shouted, "Mo Yuan, you are not a natural higher dimensional chaotic being. You are the incarnation of the Chaos Origin manipulated by the Chaos higher dimensional core." Mo Yuan's body stiffened noticeably, a flicker of struggle flashing through his eyes before it was quickly veiled by black energy. "Nonsense! I am the Lord of the higher dimensional chaotic space, born to devour lower dimensional realms." He attacked again, condensing higher dimensional chaotic energy into a black war lance that shot toward Lin Mo. Ling Su's judgment sword slashed out just in time, its silver energy severing the lance. "He's telling the truth. On your fallen symbiotic rune there remains the origin mark from the dawn of dimensions. It is not purely higher dimensional chaos energy." As a higher dimensional inspector, he could see through the very essence of energy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo sent the origin symbiotic rune flying out. Golden black light enveloped Mo Yuan. "Origin resonance awaken." The resonance force surged into Mo Yuan's body. The fallen symbiotic rune began to tremble violently, and within the black energy surfaced a thread of golden black origin energy. Mo Yuan's suppressed self-awareness. No. The will of the Chaos higher dimensional core must not be defied. Mo Yuan let out a pained roar, his body flickering between black energy and golden black energy, his power surging and waning unpredictably. The energy fluctuations inside the Chaos Dimension Gate grew increasingly violent. Clearly the higher dimensional chaotic space had sensed Mo Yuan's anomaly, and was forcibly controlling him. Just as Mo Yuan's self-awareness was about to be awakened, the Chaos Dimension Gate suddenly expanded several times over. A terrifying aura far surpassing Mo Yuan's flooded in. The will of the Chaos higher dimensional core descended directly. "Insignificant low-dimensional beings, how dare you interfere with the higher dimensional plan? Today I will not only devour your dimensions but also reclaim the complete dimensional origin." Detected descent of the Chaos higher dimensional core's will. Level early ultimate dimension level, the ultimate realm beyond the superdimensional rank. Ability ultimate chaos devouring, can devour the origins and laws of lower dimensional dimensions. Danger level dimension restart class. Mo Yuan's gaze instantly became vacant. Completely seized by the Chaos higher dimensional core, his power erupted to the peak of the superdimensional rank as higher dimensional chaos energy exploded once more. "Lin Mo, hand over the origin symbiotic rune. I can make you a vassal of the higher dimensional chaotic space. Otherwise, after the dimensional restart, you will be reduced to primal dust." Ling Su's expression was graver than ever before. "The Chaos higher dimensional core has violated the higher dimensional supervision convention by arbitrarily interfering with the origin fusion of lower dimensional realms. I have the right to initiate a higher dimensional judgment." His judgment sword blazed with dazzling silver light as his higher dimensional inspection energy operated at full power. "But my higher dimensional judgment can only hold it back temporarily. To resolve this completely, you and Mo Yuan must refuse your origins to form the ultimate dimensional origin. Only then will we have a chance to fight." Fusion. But fusion might trigger a dimensional restart. Lin Mo hesitated inwardly. If the dimensions restarted, all living beings in the current multidimensional realm might vanish. Xianyi stepped forward, gray energy enveloping Lin Mo. "A dimensional restart is not destruction, it is rebirth. The laws of the current dimension have already developed flaws due to countless wars. After the restart, more perfect dimensional laws will be born and living beings will be reborn under the new laws. If you refuse to fuse, being devoured by the Chaos higher dimensional core would be the true destruction." The battlefield situation grew increasingly critical. The chaotic higher dimensional beings charged once more and the defensive lines began to collapse. Qin Yu had overexerted his spatial ability, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. Su Qing's healing energy field shrank, no longer able to cover all guardians. Qin Gong's dimension balance cannon fired repeatedly until his mechanical arm overheated and broke down. Lu Feng's brute force ability reached its limit, his body covered in wounds. No more time to hesitate. Determination flashed through Lin Mo's eyes as the origin symbiotic rune blazed once more. Mo Yuan, I know your self-awareness is still there. Fuse with me, reclaim our dimensional origin, and resist the control of the Chaos higher dimensional core. He leaped toward Mo Yuan, golden black energy extending an energy tether that linked to Mo Yuan's fallen symbiotic rune. Mo Yuan's body struggled again. A hint of clarity flashed through his vacant eyes and cracks appeared in the black energy of the fallen symbiotic rune as golden black origin energy surfaced once more. I don't want to be controlled. Just as the two symbiotic runes were about to touch, and their origins were on the verge of fusing, the will of the Chaos higher dimensional core erupted again. A colossal black energy claw extended from the Chaos dimension gate, reaching for Lin Mo and Mo Yuan. You dare attempt to fuse the origins? What a delusion! Ling Su's judgment sword slashed at full force, its silver energy blade striking the black claw, but was easily torn apart. Ling Su was blasted away, his inspector battle armor shattered as he spat out a mouthful of silver energy essence blood. Hurry! Fuse! I can't hold on much longer. The black energy claw drew closer and closer, forcibly interrupting the fusion between Lin Mo and Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan's self-awareness was suppressed once more, his eyes turning vacant again. Higher dimensional chaos energy lashed out toward Lin Mo. Since fusion is impossible, let's be destroyed together. Lin Mo was struck by Mo Yuan's attack and sent flying backward. The light of the origin symbiotic rune dimmed. The energy claw of the Chaos higher dimensional core seized Mo Yuan, trying to drag him back into the higher dimensional chaotic space and take the fallen symbiotic rune. Without the balance origin, the Chaos origin is worthless. I might as well bring it back and refine it into energy. At the instant Mo Yuan was being dragged into the dimension gate, his self-awareness suddenly erupted. The fallen symbiotic rune broke free from the Chaos higher dimensional core's control and flew toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Complete. The origin fusion. Protect. The dimension. The fallen symbiotic rune and the origin symbiotic rune met in midair. The two runes intertwined and merged into a complete golden black dimensional origin rune hovering before Lin Mo. The will of the Chaos higher dimensional core let out an enraged howl. No. My dimensional origin. The black energy claw turned toward Lin Mo, seeking to seize the complete dimensional origin rune. Lin Mo reached out and grasped the rune. A terrifying aura of the early ultimate dimension level erupted from him, and his dimensional origin mastery evolved into ultimate dimensional mastery. Chaos higher dimensional core, your schemes end here. But just as he prepared to attack, he suddenly felt the dimensional origin rune within him tremble violently. A will from the higher dimensional supervisory council flooded into his mind. Detected the emergence of the ultimate dimensional origin in violation of higher dimensional supervision rules. Immediately initiate a dimensional seal to seal away the ultimate origin and the Chaos higher dimensional core. Ling Su's voice carried helplessness. Lin Mo, the will of the higher dimensional council cannot be defied. But I know you are the hope of the multidimensional realm. This is the higher dimensional key which can maintain self-awareness within the seal. If one day you can master the ultimate origin, you may break the seal and re-establish the dimensional order. A silver key flew from Ling Su's hand and merged into Lin Mo's body. The black energy claw and the higher dimensional seal energy arrived simultaneously. Lin Mo was enveloped by two terrifying forces, his consciousness beginning to fade. He saw the will of the Chaos higher dimensional core trapped by the seal energy, while Mo Yuan's self-awareness turned into a speck of light merging into the dimensional origin rune. The dimensional origin rune blazed ever more brightly. Lin Mo's body gradually merged with the rune wrapped in higher dimensional seal energy, forming a colossal golden black sealing sphere that floated high above the main dimension. The Chaos dimension gate gradually closed. Deprived of their energy supply, the chaotic higher dimensional beings were eliminated one by the remaining guardians. Yet Lin Mo's consciousness had not completely faded. He could feel the dimensional origin rune within the sealing sphere slowly evolving, his ultimate dimension level power still increasing. At the same time, he sensed that within the higher dimensional seal energy lurked a faint will of the Chaos higher dimensional core. It had not been completely sealed and was attempting to corrupt the dimensional origin rune. What unsettled him even more was a lingering thought from Ling Su transmitted through the higher dimensional key. The higher dimensional council is not as neutral as it appears. They prevented the fusion of the ultimate dimensional origin in order to control the origin energies of all lower dimensional realms. The seal is only temporary. In 3 years the seal's energy will weaken, the will of the Chaos higher dimensional core will erupt again, and the higher dimensional council will dispatch stronger inspectors to seize the dimensional origin rune. The twin-colored gold and black sealing orb hovered high above the primary dimension. 3 years had passed like a fleeting white cold glimpse through a crack. Under the erosion of time the sealing energy gradually dimmed, yet within the orb Lin Mo's consciousness grew ever more lucid. He sat cross-legged before the dimensional source rune surrounded by ultimate dimensional energy interwoven in gold and black. For 3 years he had resisted the pollution of the chaotic higher dimensional core will while resonating with Mo Yuan's self-aware spark of consciousness, endlessly refining the dimensional source rune in an attempt to fully master the power of the ultimate dimensional level. Host status detected, peak of early ultimate dimension stage, dimensional source rune mastery 80, chaos pollution purification 90, Mo Yuan self-aware consciousness spark. A symbiotic link has been established with the host's consciousness, granting shared chaotic origin knowledge, and a 30 energy amplification. Chaotic higher dimensional core will pollution suppress residual energy condensed into a chaos inner demon, hidden deep within the dimensional source rune. Remaining sealing energy 30 expected to rupture completely in 1 hour. 1 hour left. Lin Mo opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through his gold-black pupils. Mo Yuan, have you found the core location of the Chaos Inner Demon? Mo Yuan's steady voice echoed in his mind. Found it. It is hidden within the origin rift of the dimensional source rune, the flaw left behind when balance and chaos origin split apart, and the most stubborn point of pollution. To eliminate it completely, our consciousness must invade the rift simultaneously and purify it with our bond's power. Lin Mo nodded without hesitation. Begin. We cannot allow it to influence our judgment after the seal breaks. Their consciousnesses sank into the dimensional source rune together, entering a rift space woven in black and white. At the center of the rift a mass of black energy condensed into a ferocious demonic form, the Chaos Inner Demon. Sensing the intrusion, it let out a piercing howl. Lin Mo Yuan, do you think you can truly eradicate me? I am an avatar of the chaotic higher dimensional core will. As long as the chaotic higher dimensional space exists, I shall never vanish. Then let us sever your connection to the chaotic higher dimensional space completely. Lin Mo's consciousness condensed into a gold-black war blade, while Mo Yuan's consciousness transformed into a black shield. One struck, the other defended, charging straight at the Chaos Inner Demon. The Chaos Inner Demon erupted with black energy, condensing into countless energy claws that slashed at both of them simultaneously. Lin Mo's blade cleaved through the energy claws, severing them with gold-black power, while Mo Yuan's shield deflected the residual attacks. Their coordination was seamless as they gradually closed in on the demon's core. Just as the blade was about to strike the core, the Chaos Inner Demon suddenly unleashed a violent surge of black energy. An ancient rune materialized, the higher dimensional chaos seal of the chaotic higher dimensional core, clashing violently with the dimensional source rune. Higher dimensional chaos seal eruption detected. Dimensional source rune mastery temporarily dropped to 60. The symbiotic link shows cracks. Not good. It is invoking the origin mark of the higher dimensional chaos core. Mo Yuan's consciousness shield trembled violently. Counter it with our symbiotic rune. Lin Mo immediately channeled the energy of the dimensional source rune, resonating once more with Mo Yuan's consciousness spark. A phantom image of their gold-black symbiotic rune materialized and collided with the higher dimensional chaos seal. With a resounding hum, the two runes interweaved, and a shockwave of energy rippled through the rift space. Both Lin Mo and Mo Yuan's consciousnesses were thrown back, reeling in a brief daze. Seizing the opportunity, the Chaos Inner Demon attacked, surging black energy into Lin Mo's sea of consciousness. Give up. You cannot possibly oppose the will of the higher dimensional core. Lin Mo's sea of consciousness churned violently as countless chaotic illusions surged forth. He saw his comrades devoured by chaotic higher dimensional creatures, the primary dimension reduced to scorched earth, and the higher dimensional council reigning over all dimensions. Just as his consciousness was about to collapse, the higher dimensional key at his chest suddenly erupted with silver light. Ling Su's lingering will materialized once more. Hold fast to your true heart. Symbiosis is not compromise, it is transcendence. The silver light dispelled the illusions and Lin Mo's consciousness recondensed. Joining forces once more with Mo Yuan, he declared dimensional symbiosis origin purification. Gold-black twin-colored energy formed a massive vortex of purification, dragging the Chaos Inner Demon into its center. The light of the higher-dimensional Chaos Seal gradually dimmed, and the Chaos Inner Demon's howls grew weaker and weaker until it was utterly devoured by the purification vortex, transforming into a wisp of pure chaotic origin energy that merged into the Dimensional Source Rune. Chaos Inner Demon eliminated. Dimensional Source Rune mastery increased to 95. New abilities unlocked: Chaos Inner Demon immunity, permanent immunity to all chaos type mental pollution, higher dimensional mark breaker can temporarily suppress higher dimensional energy marks. Remaining sealing energy 10. Countdown to seal rupture 10 minutes. Lin Mo and Mo Yuan's consciousnesses returned to the sealing orb, and both let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Mo Yuan's voice carried a note of satisfaction. The hidden threat has finally been eliminated. After the seal breaks, our symbiotic power will be enough to handle most dangers. But Lin Mo remained tense. Ling Su said the Higher Dimensional Council would send even stronger inspectors, and the chaotic higher dimensional space will not let this go. We must stabilize our power as quickly as possible and find our comrades. At that moment, intense energy fluctuations erupted outside the sealing orb. Two utterly different and terrifying auras locked onto it at the same time. One was the icy energy of a higher dimensional inspector, the other a familiar chaotic higher dimensional energy. External threats detected: higher dimensional enforcer Jinmi rank, mid-ultimate dimension stage abilities. Higher dimensional annihilation can annihilate low dimensional energy, and laws and enforcer seal stronger than Ling Su's higher dimensional seal can directly seal dimensional origin. Chaotic higher dimensional deputy Lord Xuanxia rank, early ultimate dimension stage abilities. Higher dimensional chaos corruption can corrode dimensional origin and halt energy circulation, and chaos avatar can split into 10 late superspace stage avatars. Danger level dimensional extinction class. Outside the sealing orb, the sky of the primary dimension was once again dyed silver and black. Jinmi stood clad in black enforcement battle armor, gripping a silver annihilation sword, his radiating higher dimensional energy making the very spatial barriers moan. Xuanxia meanwhile manifested as a colossal black chaos beast surrounded by corrosive chaotic energy, with countless remnants of the chaotic higher dimensional army trailing behind him, the residual forces that had been driven back years ago. Lin Mo, come out and face your death. Jinmi's voice was like ice as his annihilation sword pointed at the sealing orb. By decree of the Higher Dimensional Council, we are to seize the Dimensional Source Rune and seal the ultimate dimensional origin. Those who resist shall face dimensional extinction. Xuanxia's chaotic energy roared that traitor Mo Yuan actually chose to symbiotically bond with a low-dimensional existence. Today I will not only reclaim the chaotic origin but also corrode your dimension completely and offer it to the chaotic higher dimensional core. Inside the sealing orb, Lin Mo's expression was grim beyond measure. Jinmi's strength far exceeded his own, and Xuanxia had brought a horde of remnants. Even with symbiosis with Mo Yuan, victory would be nearly impossible when the two joined forces. Even more terrifying was that his comrades' auras were not far away. They had clearly sensed the threat and were rushing to support him, but against two ultimate dimension stage powerhouses they would be like eggs hurled at stones. I cannot let my comrades walk into danger. Lin Mo immediately contacted Qin Yu through the symbiotic link. Qin Yu, I lead everyone to retreat. Leave this to me and Mo Yuan. Qin Yu's anxious voice came through the communicator. Lin Mo, we haven't seen you for 3 years. There is no way we are letting you face this alone. We have grown in these 3 years too. Qin Yu has reached early superspace stage. Su Qing's life law can provide large-scale amplification. Qin Gong has built the ultimate dimensional balance cannon, and Lu Feng has also broken through to early superspace stage. A warmth spread through Lin Mo's heart. In 3 years his comrades had never given up on him. But he knew all too well that superspace stage power was utterly insignificant before ultimate dimension stage. No. Their target is me and the dimensional source rune. Only if you retreat can we preserve our strength. Too late. Jinmi sneered. With a single slash of his annihilation sword, a silver energy blade struck the sealing orb, and the sealing energy instantly dropped to 5. No one is escaping today. Xuanxia launched his attacks simultaneously. Corrosive chaos energy surged like a black tide, engulfing the sealing orb and causing the energy circulation of the dimensional source rune to stall. Lin Mo Yuan, hand over the dimensional source rune obediently, and I might grant you a swift death. The cracks in the sealing orb widened and gold-black energy began leaking outward. Lin Mo knew the seal breaking was inevitable. Rather than defend passively, it was better to strike first. He exchanged a glance with Mo Yuan, and both nodded simultaneously. Symbiotic seal break, ultimate dimensional slash. Gold-black energy erupted with full force, shattering the sealing orb instantly. Lin Mo's figure floated high in the sky, surrounded by ultimate dimensional energy interwoven in gold and black, while Mo Yuan's consciousness merged into the dimensional source rune, manifesting a black phantom that stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Their energies resonated, forming a colossal gold-black energy blade that slashed toward Jinmi and Xiansha simultaneously. "You're overestimating yourselves." Jinmi's annihilation sword slashed out once more, and the silver energy blade collided with the gold-black one. Boom! The shockwave spread, and the ground of the entire primary dimension split into countless enormous fissures. Lin Mo was blasted back several thousand meters, a streak of gold-black origin blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his aura waned. Xuansha's chaotic corrosion energy seized the opportunity to surge forward, black energy entangling Lin Mo's limbs as the light of the dimensional source rune began to dim. "Got you!" At that critical moment, countless energy fluctuations erupted in the distance. It was the guardians of the Dimensional Balance Council, and the beings of the many dimensions Lin Mo had once saved. Having received Qin Yu's distress signal, they had all rushed to support him. For Lin Mo. For the multiverse. Countless energy projectiles rained down like meteors toward Xiansha and Jinmi. Though nowhere near ultimate dimension stage in power, their sheer numbers momentarily diverted the two enemies' attention. Qin Yu's spatial ability activated, and countless spatial rifts entangled Xuansha's chaos avatars. Su Qing's life energy formed a colossal amplification field, rapidly restoring Lin Mo's aura. Qin Gong's ultimate dimensional balance cannon fired a purple energy projectile that struck Xuansha's core region. Lu Feng led the dimensional guard force to hold back the chaotic higher dimensional remnants. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo made the dimensional source rune burst with light, breaking free of the corrosive chaos energy. Mo Yuan joined me in suppressing Xiansha. Leave Jinmi to me. Understood. Mo Yuan's consciousness phantom condensed into a black war spear and shot toward Xiansha. Lin Mo meanwhile lunged at Jinmi, condensing gold-black energy into an ultimate dimensional blade that clashed once more with Jinmi's annihilation sword. The battle reached a stalemate, but Lin Mo knew it was only temporary. Jinmi's strength far surpassed his own. Xuansha's chaotic corrosion was constantly eroding the battlefield, and the allied beings were taking more and more casualties. Even more unsettling was that when the dimensional source rune collided with Jinmi's higher dimensional annihilation energy, it suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation, one sharing the same origin as Zhang Xian's order energy from years past, yet far colder and more tyrannical. It seemed an unknown connection existed between the higher dimensional council and the dimensional enforcers. Suddenly Jinmi's annihilation sword erupted with dazzling silver light as his higher dimensional energy reached full release. Higher dimensional annihilation dimensional slash. The power of that strike far surpassed everything before. Lin Mo's ultimate dimensional blade shattered in an instant, and he was hurled through the air, crashing heavily into the headquarters of the Dimensional Balance Council, which collapsed instantly. Lin Mo. Su Qing's weeping voice rang out as her life energy poured into him with all her might. Jinmi strode forward step by step, icy murder flashing in his eyes. The dimensional source rune should be returned to the higher dimensional council now. Xiansha had also dealt with Mo Yuan's consciousness phantom, his chaotic energy binding Lin Mo's body. And the chaotic origin, it is time it returned to its rightful owner. Lin Mo's aura was withered and the light of the dimensional source rune had dimmed to its limit. But as he looked at his comrades and the living beings fighting desperately around him, a gleam of resolute determination flashed through his eyes. He suddenly made a shocking decision. He would hand full control of the dimensional source rune to Mo Yuan's consciousness while mobilizing every ounce of ultimate dimensional energy within his body, preparing to die together with the two mighty enemies. Mo Yuan, take the source rune and lead everyone away. Lin Mo's voice was filled with finality. I'll hold them off. Mo Yuan's consciousness phantom emerged, shock filling his eyes. No. We are symbiotically bound. If you die, I die too. This is an order. Lin Mo roared, shoving Mo Yuan's consciousness phantom and the dimensional source rune toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu, take them and go. Remember this, find Ling Su and uncover the higher dimensional council's conspiracy. Jinmi and Xiansha attacked at the same time, their silver annihilation energy and black chaos energy interweaving into a twin-colored stream that shot toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo closed his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as the ultimate dimensional energy within his body began swelling rapidly. Just as the energy stream was about to strike Lin Mo, the dimensional source rune suddenly erupted with intense gold-black light. Mo Yuan's consciousness phantom forcibly broke free of Qin Yu's spatial shackles and charged toward Lin Mo. Symbiotic partner, in life and death together. The dimensional source rune merged with Lin Mo's body once more, their minds falling into perfect synchronization. Ultimate dimensional energy surged explosively, reaching mid-ultimate dimension stage. Ultimate dimension symbiotic self-detonation. Gold-black energy formed a colossal sphere of energy sweeping toward Jinmi and Xiansha. Jinmi and Xuansha's expressions changed drastically. They tried to flee, but the energy sphere's pull had already locked onto them. The shockwave from the gold-black self-detonation energy sphere swept across the entire primary dimension as spatial barriers peeled away like shattering glass. The remnants of the chaotic higher-dimensional troops were turned to ash in the energy storm, and the ruins of the Dimension Balance Council headquarters were blasted thousands of meters into the air. Jin Mie and Xiansha were firmly locked onto by the energy sphere. Cracks appeared simultaneously on the silver law enforcement battle armor and the black chaos shell. Both spat out their origin blood essence, their auras plummeting to the early ultimate dimension stage. Just as everyone believed Lin Mo and Mo Yuan would dissolve into origin dust, the gold-black point of light at the explosion's core suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. Countless fine energy threads extended from the point of light, interweaving into a complete energy body. Lin Mo's figure slowly condensed, surrounded by Mo Yuan's black conscious phantom. As the gold-black twin energies flowed, he radiated a terrifying aura far beyond before. Detected, the symbiotic self-detonation has triggered the hidden trait of the dimension's ultimate origin, indestructible symbiosis. The host's consciousness has completely merged with Mo Yuan, forming the ultimate symbiotic being. Rank late ultimate dimension stage. Unlocked ultimate abilities. Dimensional origin reversal can reverse energy damage to oneself, and within range an indestructible symbiotic body. As long as one's consciousness exists, the body can be reshaped. Warning: the ultimate symbiotic being requires the two consciousnesses to be highly synchronized, otherwise energy disorder may occur. This is impossible. To survive a self-detonation and even break through. Jin Mie's eyes flickered with disbelief and fear. He had never seen such an eerie symbiotic form. Xiansha's chaotic energy churned violently as his body, heavily wounded by the self-detonation, rapidly recovered. But the way he looked at Lin Mo was filled with apprehension. The prophecy of the chaotic higher-dimensional core was indeed correct. The perfect symbiosis of balance and chaos will give birth to an existence of destruction. Lin Mo flexed his reshaped body, feeling the surging ultimate dimension energy within him, and curled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. I said symbiosis is not compromise, it is transcendence. Today you will pay for everything you've done. Mo Yuan's conscious phantom stood side by side with Lin Mo, black energy condensing into a symbiotic war. Lance, lackeys of the High-Dimensional Council and traders of the chaotic higher-dimensional space, it's time to settle all accounts. The two attacked simultaneously. Lin Mo's gold-black ultimate dimensional blade intertwined with Mo Yuan's black symbiotic war lance, forming an energy torrent of interwoven black and white that charged toward Jin Mie and Xiansha. Jin Mie's annihilation sword erupted at full power, its silver energy blade slashing at the torrent, yet it was easily torn apart. Xiansha's chaotic corrosion energy formed a shield, likewise shattered by the torrent. Both were knocked back once more, their injuries worsening. Qin Yu's spatial confinement. Su Qin life amplification. Qin Gong lock onto Xiansha with the ultimate dimensional balance cannon. Lu Feng clean up the remaining chaos soldiers. Lin Mo gave orders decisively, and the teamwork once again reached its ultimate limit. Qin Yu's spatial ability had broken through to the mid-superdimension stage, and countless spatial shackles bound the limbs of Jin Mie and Xiansha, restricting their movement. Su Qin's life energy formed a colossal golden amplification field, and Lin Mo's and Mo Yuan's energy instantly surged by 30. Qin Gong's ultimate dimensional balance cannon, infused with symbiotic energy, fired a violet energy projectile that precisely struck Xiansha's core, and his chaotic corrosion energy instantly dimmed. Lu Feng's brute force ability had reached the peak of the mid-superdimension stage. With both fists hammering down, the remaining chaotic higher-dimensional soldiers were completely cleared away. The battlefield situation reversed in an instant, but Jin Mie's eyes held not the slightest panic. Instead, a strange smile flickered across them. You think this is enough to win? The High-Dimensional Council had already foreseen your symbiotic breakthrough. The envoy of the Dimensional Arbitration Tribunal is already on the way. He will bring the Dimensional Annihilation Array and completely eradicate dimensional anomalies like you. Dimensional Arbitration Tribunal. Lin Mo's heart sank. Ling Su's residual thoughts had never mentioned such an organization. It was clearly a higher echelon force of the High Dimensional Council. Just then a huge higher dimensional rift suddenly split open in the sky above the primary dimension. A figure clad in golden arbitration battle armor and holding a golden arbitration staff slowly stepped out. The energy fluctuations radiating from him far surpassed Jin Ye's, reaching the consummate ultimate dimension stage. Detected envoy of the High Dimensional Arbitration Tribunal, Kaiju. Rank consummate ultimate dimension stage. Ability: dimensional arbitration can directly adjudicate the life and death of dimensional beings. Dimensional annihilation array can seal a specific dimensional region and gradually annihilate all energy within it. Trait: directly controlled by the High Dimensional Council, has no autonomous consciousness, only executes adjudication orders. Danger level: dimensional ultimate extinction grade. Kaiju's appearance plunged the entire battlefield into deathly silence. His arbitration staff tapped lightly and golden energy radiated outward. The symbiotic energy of Lin Mo and Mo Yuan was instantly suppressed, its circulation turning sluggish. Lin Mo Yuan, for violating the high-dimensional supervision rules and giving rise to an anomalous dimensional origin, you are sentenced to dimensional annihilation. Dimensional annihilation array, activate. Kaiju's staff swept again and golden energy condensed into a colossal golden array around the battlefield. Space within the array began to twist, energy rapidly dispersed. Jin Yu's spatial shackles were easily torn apart by the array's energy, and Su Qing's life amplification field gradually shrank. Lin Mo's heart sank. He could sense the array's horror. Once fully activated, every existence within it would be slowly annihilated, including his and Mo Yuan's ultimate symbiotic being. Mo Yuan, break through the array with everything we have. All right. Mo Yuan's conscious phantom synchronized perfectly with Lin Mo. The ultimate symbiotic energy erupted at full force, forming a colossal energy ram that charged at the array's weak point. Overestimating yourselves. Kaiju's staff tapped lightly, and the array's energy soared. The energy ram collided with the array's barrier, leaving only a thin crack before being rebounded by the array's energy. Lin Mo and Mo Yuan simultaneously spat out gold-black origin blood essence, their auras wilting. Seeing this, Xian Shao's chaotic energy recovered rapidly, and a mad smile flashed in his eyes. Lord Kaiju, I'll assist you. The ultimate trump card of the chaotic higher dimensional space, the Chaos Mother Nest, has already been activated, and is rushing toward the primary dimension. The Chaos Ultimate being bred in the nest is strong enough to rival the consummate ultimate dimension stage. By then Lin Mo and this dimension will both be completely destroyed. Chaos Mother Nest. Lin Mo's face changed drastically. Mo Yuan's consciousness sent an urgent message. The Chaos Mother Nest is the energy core of the chaotic higher dimensional space, capable of endlessly nurturing Chaos Ultimate beings. Once it arrives, we will face a pincer attack from two consummate ultimate dimension stage powerhouses. We have no chance of winning. Kaiju did not bother with Xian Sha. The arbitration staff swept again, further strengthening the array's energy countdown to dimensional annihilation. 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, all anomalous existences within the array will be completely annihilated. Lin Mo looked at his teammates beside him, their auras wilting, and a flash of resolve passed through his heart. He knew that relying solely on his and Mo Yuan's strength, they could not break through the dimensional annihilation array, let alone withstand the pincer attack of Kaiju and the Chaos Mother Nest. But he could not let his teammates, and the entire primary dimension, be buried with him. Mo Yuan, can you temporarily detach from the symbiotic being and take everyone out of the array? Lin Mo asked. Mo Yuan's conscious phantom shook its head. Our consciousnesses have already completely merged. Detachment would cause both of our energies to collapse. Moreover, the array has locked onto our origin energy. Even if we escaped, Kaiju would hunt us down. Just then the dimension origin talisman on Lin Mo's chest suddenly trembled violently. A faint green energy surged out from the talisman. It was the life energy that Louis had injected before resonating with the dimension origin talisman. At the same time, Xian Ye's residual thought came from the talisman. The dimension origin talisman can not only balance chaos and order but also connect to the origin energy of all dimensions. As long as we can converge the origin power of all dimensions, we can break the dimensional annihilation array and even fight against consummate ultimate dimension stage powerhouses. Converge the origin power of all dimensions. A flicker of hope passed through Lin Mo's eyes. But how can we gather the origin energy of all dimensions within 10 minutes? I'll help you. Xian Ye's voice came through the communicator, his aura emanating from the ruins of the Dimension Balance Council. I've already united the guardians of other dimensions and activated the multidimensional origin linking array. It can transfer the origin energy of all dimensions to you, but you must use the Dimension Origin Talisman as a medium to withstand the impact of all that energy. This may cause your and Mo Yuan's consciousnesses to completely collapse. Lin Mo did not hesitate in the slightest. For all dimensions, even if my consciousness collapses, it is worth it. Good. The linking array is activating. Xian Ye's voice came through, and countless streaks of origin energy in different colors surged from the cracks in the dimensional barriers, converging toward Lin Mo's Dimension Origin Talisman. Lin Mo took out the Dimension Origin Talisman. As the multidimensional origin energy poured in, its coal-black body gradually became resplendent with every color. He could feel countless turbulent streams of origin energy rushing into his body. It was as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him, and his consciousness tottered amid the impact of the energy. Mo Yuan's conscious phantom strove to stabilize his consciousness. Hold on. We can make it. Kaiju sensed the danger. The arbitration staff erupted at full power. A colossal adjudication light blade formed from golden energy, shooting toward Lin Mo. Stop him. Xiansha attacked at the same time, condensing chaotic energy into a black energy cannon that merged with Kaiju's light blade and swept toward Lin Mo. Qingyue Spatial Defense. Suqing Life Shield. Chen Gong used the ultimate dimensional balance cannon to hold them off. Lin Mo shouted, and his teammates acted immediately. Spatial Defense Life Shield and Balance Cannon fire were launched simultaneously, temporarily blocking the two attacks. The origin energy of all dimensions continued to pour in, and the Dimension Origin Talisman's light grew ever more dazzling. The aura of Lin Mo's and Mo Yuan's ultimate symbiotic being skyrocketed, breaking through to the consummate ultimate dimension stage. Multidimensional origin, symbiotic dimension breaking slash. A multicolored energy blade slashed out, carrying the origin power of all dimensions, and hacked at the barrier of the dimensional annihilation array. Crack. The array's barrier shattered inch by inch, and a huge breach was forcibly torn open in the dimensional annihilation array. Kaiju's face changed drastically. He had never imagined Lin Mo could converge multidimensional origin energy and break through his array. He was just about to launch an attack when he suddenly sensed the energy fluctuation of the Chaos Mother Nest rapidly approaching. A wild smile spread across Xiansha's face. The Chaos Mother Nest is here. Lin Mo, brace yourself for destruction. In another part of the primary dimension sky, a black rift split open, and an enormous black mother nest slowly emerged. Its surface was covered with chaotic runes, radiating a terrifying aura of the consummate ultimate dimension stage. Within the incubation pod at the center of the nest, a black figure was rapidly taking shape. It was the Chaos Ultimate Being. Detected. The Chaos Mother Nest has arrived. The Chaos Ultimate Being is about to complete its incubation. Rank Consummate Ultimate Dimension Stage. Danger Level Multidimensional Doomsday Grade. Lin Mo found himself in a dilemma. On one side was Kaiju's dimensional arbitration attack, on the other the Chaos Ultimate Being that was about to take form. If the two joined forces, even with all the multidimensional origin energy he had gathered, it would be extremely difficult to withstand them. Even more terrifying, he could feel the multidimensional origin energy in his body rapidly draining away. The energy supply from the linking array could not last much longer. At that moment, the Dimension Origin Talisman suddenly received an unknown higher dimensional signal containing an ancient code. Lin Mo's and Mo Yuan's consciousnesses deciphered its meaning at the same time. The ultimate goal of the High Dimensional Council is to seize the origin energy of all dimensions, initiate a higher dimensional fusion, and devour all lower dimensional realms. The chaotic higher dimensional space is merely their pawn. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. So all of this was the High Dimensional Council's conspiracy. The invasion of the chaotic higher dimensional space and the adjudication of the Dimensional Arbitration Tribunal were both meant to trigger the eruption of the dimensional origin energy so that they could seize it and launch the higher dimensional fusion. Kaiju seemed to sense that Lin Mo had deciphered the signal. A flicker of disturbance passed through his eyes, and the arbitration staff erupted at full power, shooting toward Lin Mo. Destroy the anomalous signal. Execute annihilation. The Chaos Ultimate Being within the Chaos Mother Nest had also completed its incubation. The black figure burst out of the nest, chaotic energy condensing into a black war blade, and charged at Lin Mo. The origin of all dimensions belongs to the chaotic higher dimensional space. Lin Mo watched the two consummate ultimate dimension stage powerhouses attacking simultaneously, and felt the multidimensional origin energy draining rapidly from his body. A gleam of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. He made a decision that shocked everyone. He poured all the multidimensional origin energy into the Dimension Origin Talisman and activated multidimensional origin self-detonation, taking Kaiju and the Chaos Ultimate Being down with him, while teleporting his teammates and the beings of all dimensions to a safe, unknown dimension. Mo Yuan, are you ready? Lin Mo's voice was filled with finality. Together in life and death. Mo Yuan's conscious phantom merged completely with Lin Mo, and the multicolored Dimension Origin Talisman burst with dazzling light. Lin Mo raised his hand and waved it. Spatial energy wrapped around his teammates, and all surviving beings, teleporting them toward the unknown dimension. Qinhua Su Qing Chen Gong Lu Feng, and all the beings of every dimension, live on. Remember the High Dimensional Council's conspiracy. In the future you must overthrow their rule. Lin Mo. Su Qing's weeping voice came through, but she was forcibly taken away by the teleportation energy. The attacks of Kaiju and the Chaos Ultimate Being arrived simultaneously. Lin Mo raised the Dimension Origin Talisman above his head, multicolored energy erupting at full power, multidimensional origin, ultimate self-detonation. A multicolored energy sphere formed once again. This time its might far surpassed the previous symbiotic self-detonation, enough to severely wound or even destroy consummate ultimate dimension stage powerhouses. Kaijus and the Chaos Ultimate Beings' expressions changed drastically. They tried to flee but were firmly locked in place by the energy sphere's gravitational pull. The energy storm from the ultimate self-detonation of the multiverse origin raged for 6 full hours. As the iridescent light gradually faded, the spatial barrier of the main dimension became as fragile as a cicada's wing, while countless dimensional fissures flickered unsteadily in the void. At the core of the explosion, the faint multicolored spark did not disperse. Instead, it rapidly contracted and condensed amid the lingering energy waves. Lin Mo and Mo Yuan's minds burned fiercely within the spark like twin flames. The violent energy of the multiverse origin did not annihilate them, rather it triggered the ultimate evolution of the dimensional origin rune. System detected the backflow of energy from the multiverse origin's self-detonation. The dimensional origin rune has evolved into the Genesis origin rune. System host and Mo Yuan fused form early dimensional Genesis level, a Genesis realm beyond the ultimate dimension level. System unlocked Genesis level abilities. Dimensional reconstruction repairs damaged dimensional barriers and reshapes local dimensional laws. Origin anchor locks onto any origin energy coordinate within the multiverse twin Genesis body. The two consciousnesses can act independently while sharing Genesis energy. System notice Genesis energy must be rooted in the multiverse origin. Excessive use will exhaust the dimensional origin. We broke through. Mo Yuan's consciousness phantom separated from the Genesis origin rune, transforming into a black silhouette that floated side by side with Lin Mo in the void. Pale gold Genesis energy swirled around them. Their previous wounds had fully healed, and they could even clearly sense the flow of every strand of origin energy within the multiverse. Lin Mo raised a hand and waved. Pale gold Genesis energy poured into the spatial rift beside him, instantly sealing it, and the shattered dimensional barrier began to slowly repair. It's the feedback from the multiverse origin and the evolution of the Genesis origin rune. But where are the Arbiter and the Chaos Ultimate Body? The moment his words fell, an aged and majestic voice came from the void. Not bad, little one. You actually survived an ultimate self-detonation and even stepped into the Genesis realm. A figure draped in a dark gold robe and holding a bronze Genesis furnace slowly materialized. It was none other than Hongming, the chairman of the High Dimensional Council. The energy fluctuations radiating from him far exceeded those of the Arbiter, reaching the middle stage of the dimensional Genesis level. Within the bronze Genesis furnace burned pale purple origin fire, and the furnace's body was carved with ancient Genesis runes. Meanwhile, the Arbiter and the Chaos Ultimate Body knelt on one knee, their auras feeble, their wounds temporarily suppressed by Hongming's energy. System High Dimensional Council Chairman Hongming detected. System Level Middle Dimensional Genesis. System abilities: Genesis Furnace Forging can forge and reshape dimensional origin energy. High Dimensional Law Mastery can temporarily modify the laws of lower dimensional planes. System Core Objective: gather the multiverse origin. Use the Genesis Furnace to reshape all dimensions and establish a single-order dimension dominated by the High Dimensional Council. System Danger Level: Genesis Doom Level. Chairman Hongming. Lin Mo's heart sank. The origin anchor of the Genesis origin runes suddenly trembled, locking on to two familiar energy coordinates. One came from the bronze Genesis furnace. Clearly the core fragments of the multiverse origin had been drawn into the furnace by Hongming. The other came from the depths of higher dimensional space. It was precisely the teammates who had been teleported away. Your Genesis origin rune has awakened its origin anchor, hasn't it? Hongmeng curled his lips into a meaningful smile as the bronze Genesis furnace slowly turned. Your teammates are safe. I've placed them in the high-dimensional prison. If you hand over the Genesis origin rune and help me complete the dimensional reshaping, I can make them guardians of the new dimension, and even let you and Mo Yuan jointly wield the authority of Genesis. A single-order dimension. That's just the autocratic rule of the high-dimensional council. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. The origin anchor clearly showed that his teammates' energy was suppressed by a dark gold barrier, placing them in dire straits. You used the chaos high-dimensional space as a pawn and provoked dimensional wars just to collect the multiverse origin. Hongmeng neither confirmed nor denied it. The origin fire in the bronze Genesis furnace surged violently. Chaos and balance were never meant to coexist. The chaos of the multiverse stems from the split of the origin. Only by merging all dimensions into one and placing the Genesis laws under the control of the high-dimensional council can true eternal stability be achieved. He raised his hand and waved. Dark gold energy condensed into a chain of laws that shot toward Lin Mo. A wise man submits to circumstance. The Genesis realm is powerful, but you've just broken through and your energy is not yet stable. You're no match for me. Not necessarily. Lin Mo and Mo Yuan exchanged a glance, activating their Genesis energy at the same time. Twin Genesis origin slash. Pale gold and black energy interwove into a two-colored slashing strike that collided with the chain of laws. With a loud clang, the chain of laws snapped inch by inch. Hongmeng was forced back half a step, surprise flashing in his eyes. Twin Genesis body. That exceeds my expectations. Mo Yuan seized the chance to activate the origin anchor. Black energy turned into a slender anchor chain that pierced through the barrier of higher dimensional space. I've locked onto the coordinates of the high-dimensional prison. Lin Mo, hold off Hongmeng, I'll rescue the teammates. Trying to leave. Hongmeng snorted coldly as the bronze Genesis furnace tilted, firing several streams of origin fire at Mo Yuan. In a Genesis realm battle, does one simply leave whenever one wishes? Lin Mo immediately moved in front of Mo Yuan, forming a shield of pale gold Genesis energy to block the origin fire. Mo Yuan, go quickly and return quickly. Leave this to me? He knew well that his chances of facing Hongmeng head-on were slim after just breaking through, but as long as he could rescue the teammates and rely on the origin resonance of the multiverse, they might still have a fighting chance. Mo Yuan nodded. His black figure turned into a streak of light and dove into the higher dimensional passage opened by the origin anchor. Hongmeng wanted to give chase but was tightly entangled by Lin Mo's Genesis energy. The pale gold energy could not only attack but also reconstruct local laws, causing Hongmeng's high-dimensional law mastery to fail several times. How utterly arrogant! Anger flashed in Hongmeng's eyes as the bronze Genesis furnace erupted at full power. The origin fire condensed into a colossal golden fire beast that pounds toward Lin Mo. Let me show you the true power of the Genesis realm. Lin Mo dared not take the blow head-on. He used Genesis energy to drive dimensional reconstruction, and the space before him twisted instantly. The fire beast missed and slammed into the dimensional barrier, triggering a violent explosion. He took the chance to retreat. The Genesis origin runes spun rapidly, sensing the origin energy of the multiverse through the origin anchor. Living beings of the multiverse, Hongmeng wants to destroy the current dimensional order and reshape it into a tyrannical dimension. Offer a wisp of your origin power to help me fight the high-dimensional council. The surviving dimensional guardians and beings from countless civilizations felt the call of Lin Mo's Genesis energy, and offered their own origin power one after another. Countless thin threads of energy converged from all corners of the multiverse and merged into Lin Mo. His Genesis energy instantly surged to the peak of the early Genesis realm. No matter how much lower dimensional origin you gather, you cannot shake the high-dimensional laws. Hongmeng's bronze Genesis furnace turned once more. Pale purple origin fire and dark gold law energy intertwined to form a Genesis law cannon. Be annihilated. The pale gold Genesis energy collided with the law cannon, and a massive energy black hole appeared in the void. Lin Mo was blasted back several thousand meters with pale gold Genesis essence blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The gap between the middle and early Genesis realm was far vaster than imagined. Meanwhile, inside the high-dimensional prison in higher dimensional space, Mo Yuan broke through the barrier and saw the imprisoned Qin Yuesu, Qin Chen Gong Lu Feng, and the others. They were bound by dark gold law chains. Their energy completely suppressed, their faces pale, but they were still conscious. Mo Yuan? You and Lin Mo are all right. Joy flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Mo Yuan raised a hand and waved black Genesis energy, severing the law chains. No time to explain. Lin Mo is holding off Hongmeng. We must go back and support him as soon as possible. Just as he was about to mobilize his energy and open a return passage, an icy laugh suddenly came from the depths of the prison. Since you're here, why rush to leave? A figure in silver battle armor holding twin swords slowly walked out. It was Yin Xuan, one of the High-Dimensional Council's twin enforcement guards. Her strength had reached the peak of the ultimate dimension level, and she was surrounded by high-dimensional enforcement energy of the same origin as the Arbiters. Chairman Hongmeng expected you to come for a rescue, so he had me waiting here for a long time. Yin Xuan's twin swords slashed out simultaneously, unleashing silver energy blades laced with law-cutting power straight at Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan had only just broken through to the Genesis realm, and had not fully mastered his energy, so he could only dodge the edge of the attack. He formed a shield of black Genesis energy to block the strike. You go first. I'll hold her off. Su Qing's life energy rapidly flowed into her teammates' bodies. Qin Yu's spatial ability began probing for a return passage. Qin Gong took out the repaired ultimate dimension balance cannon from his storage space, and Lu Feng's brute force energy was also quickly recovering. But Yin Xuan's attacks grew increasingly fierce. Her twin swords wove a silver sword net that trapped Mo Yuan tightly, even able to briefly suppress his Genesis energy. Mo Yuan's energy is being held down. Lin Mo sensed the situation in the prison through the origin anchor, anxiety rising in his heart. He knew he could no longer delay against Hongmeng, he had to settle this quickly. Lin Mo fiercely activated the Genesis origin rune, and the pale gold energy resonated intensely with the origin energy of the multiverse. Dimensional Genesis origin reconstruction / This strike condensed 90% of his Genesis energy, even overdrawing part of the multiverse origin. The pale gold energy blade carried the power to reconstruct dimensional laws as it slashed toward Hongmeng. Hongmeng's expression changed. The bronze Genesis furnace defended at full power, forming a colossal shield of pale purple origin fire. Boom! The energy blade shattered the shield and struck the Genesis furnace. The Genesis runes on the furnace dimmed. Hongmeng was blasted away, spraying a mouthful of dark gold essence blood, his aura weakening for the first time. You actually dared to overdraw the multiverse origin. Hongmeng was both shocked and enraged. The origin fire in the bronze Genesis furnace visibly weakened. At this rate, the multiverse will be exhausted prematurely. Lin Mo ignored him. Seizing the moment, he mobilized the origin anchor and opened a Genesis passage directly to the high-dimensional prison with pale gold energy. Mo Yuan, bring the teammates over. Seeing this, Mo Yuan inside the prison erupted with black Genesis energy, forcing Yin Xuan back, grabbing Qin Yu and the others by the wrist and charging into the Genesis passage. Yin Xuan wanted to pursue but was repelled by the Genesis energy at the passage entrance, forced to watch helplessly as they escaped. They returned safely to the main dimension. Su Qing immediately poured life energy into Lin Mo's body to ease his energy overdraft. Lin Mo, how are you? I'm fine. I can still fight. Lin Mo shook his head, but the light of the Genesis origin rune was rapidly dimming. The origin energy overdrawn by that blow could not be recovered anytime soon. Hongmeng slowly stood up. The origin fire in the bronze Genesis furnace blazed anew, and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Since you insist on resisting, don't blame me for draining the multiverse origin dry. He raised a hand and swept it through the air. A violent energy fluctuation came from the depths of higher dimensional space. Countless dark gold law chains surged out of dimensional fissures, extending toward every corner of the multiverse and beginning to forcibly extract origin energy. System: the multiverse origin is draining rapidly. Estimated complete exhaustion in 12 hours. System warning: Hongmeng is initiating the Genesis furnace sacrifice. Once the multiverse origin is drained, the furnace will erupt with enough energy to destroy all dimensions and reshape a single-order dimension. Lin Mo's heart sank. He could feel the land beneath his feet losing its vitality, dimensional fissures in the distance expanding wildly, and the auras of countless living beings rapidly weakening. We must stop him from extracting the origin. Mo Yuan exchanged glances with Qin Yu and the others, and they all nodded. We'll hold off the law chains. You attack the core of the Genesis furnace. Qin Yu's spatial ability erupted at full power, sending countless spatial cracks to entangle the law chains. Su Qing's life energy turned into vines that filled the sky, obstructing the chain's extension. Qin Gong's ultimate dimension balance cannon was infused with Genesis energy, firing purple energy projectiles at the chains. Lu Feng and Mo Yuan joined forces, interweaving Genesis energy with brute force energy to sever one law chain after another. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, leaping toward the bronze Genesis furnace. The Genesis origin rune condensed its last wisp of Genesis energy. Genesis Worldbreaker Furnace Core Strike. The pale gold energy blade aimed straight for the furnace's core, the exact location of the multiverse origin's core fragments. Just as the energy blade was about to hit the furnace core, the Genesis furnace suddenly erupted with dazzling dark gold light. All the Genesis runes on its body lit up and a massive energy barrier blasted Lin Mo away. A strange smile curled at the corner of Hongming's mouth. Did you think I wasn't prepared? The furnace core not only hides the multiverse origin but also seals the remnant soul of the dimensional founder. The bronze Genesis furnace slowly opened a crack. A blurred golden phantom emerged from within, radiating energy of the same origin as the Genesis origin rune. It was the remnant soul of the dimensional founder from the dawn of dimensional creation. System Dimensional Founder's remnant soul detected. It contains the complete Genesis laws. Level Peak Dimensional Genesis Remnant Soul State. System noticed the remnant soul is being controlled by Hongming's law energy and forcibly refined. If the refinement is completed, Hongming will break through to the peak of dimensional Genesis. The Dimensional Founder. Lin Mo's pupils contracted. The Genesis origin rune suddenly erupted with intense resonance, and an ancient will surged into his mind, the Founder's lingering thought recording the truth of dimensional Genesis to prevent the High Dimensional Council from interfering. Back then the Dimensional Founder had voluntarily bound his remnant soul to the multiverse origin, only to be discovered by Hongming, and used for refining to enhance his power. Hongming, you dare to desecrate the Founder's remnant soul. Lin Mo was furious and Genesis energy erupted once more. Hongming sneered. Forming hand seals, he controlled the Founder's remnant soul to attack Lin Mo. Those who achieve great things are not bound by trivialities. Once I refine the remnant soul and become the new Founder, I will naturally commemorate his achievements. The Founder's remnant soul attacked with complete Genesis laws. Lin Mo was unable to withstand it, and was blasted away by a single blow. The light of the Genesis origin rune dimmed to its limit. The multiverse origin drained faster and faster. The earth began to crack, rivers dried up, and the wails of living beings rose one after another. The defenses of Qin Yu and the others gradually collapsed as the law chains broke through and continued extracting origin energy. Mo Yuan looked at Lin Mo, who was swaying on the verge of collapse, and a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Lin Mo used the origin anchor of the Genesis origin rune to bind my Genesis energy to the multiverse origin. I'll hold off the Founder's remnant soul and Hongming. You take the chance to repair the multiverse origin and stop the Genesis furnace sacrifice. No. You'll be devoured by the origin's backlash and vanish completely. Lin Mo hurriedly tried to stop him. There's no time. Mo Yuan's black Genesis energy erupted as he charged at the Founder's remnant soul. We are the twin Genesis body. My consciousness will remain forever in the Genesis origin rune. Remember, guarding the multiverse is not only a responsibility, it is the very meaning of our symbiosis. Mo Yuan's figure collided with the energies of the Founder's remnant soul and Hongming. Black Genesis energy, dark gold law energy, and pale gold Founder energy interwove into a colossal energy vortex. His consciousness through the twin link merged into Lin Mo's Genesis origin rune, becoming an eternal origin anchor. System Mo Yuan's consciousness sacrifice detected. The Genesis origin rune's origin anchor is stabilized, and the multiverse origin's drain rate has slowed. System passive skill unlocked. Twin resonance. Mo Yuan's consciousness can assist in controlling Genesis energy, increasing Genesis law affinity by 30. Tears glistened in Lin Mo's eyes. He clenched the Genesis origin rune as pale gold energy resonated with Mo Yuan's consciousness, temporarily elevating his strength to the middle Genesis realm. Hongming, I will make you pay for what you've done. He leaped toward the bronze Genesis furnace and poured Genesis energy at full power into the furnace core, attempting to repair the multiverse origin and awaken the autonomous consciousness of the Founder's remnant soul. But at that moment an icy will suddenly came from within the Genesis furnace. It was not from Hongming nor from the Founder's remnant soul. It was a will from an even higher dimension, carrying an aura of destruction, as if it had been waiting all along for the moment of the Genesis furnace sacrifice. Before the bronze Genesis cauldron, Lin Mo pressed both hands hard against the rim of the cauldron core, while pale gold Genesis energy like a surging stream poured endlessly into the cauldron. His knuckles turned white from the strain, the muscles of his forearms taut with bulging veins, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, striking the scorching surface of the cauldron before instantly vaporizing into white mist. The annihilating will from a higher dimension pressed down on his shoulders like an invisible giant hand, making every step he took feel as though he were carrying 1,000 June on his back. System detected the materialization of a higher dimensional annihilating will. The host Genesis energy is in turmoil. System realm drop. Mid-stage dimensional Genesis stage to peak ultimate dimension stage. System new realm unlocked. Genesis nurturing period. A transitional stage of the Genesis realm requires slowly nurturing the source origin, and forced breakthroughs are forbidden. System tip. The Genesis nurturing period is the foundational stage of the Genesis realm. One must accumulate enough multiversal origin and align with the Genesis laws, otherwise one will remain forever at peak ultimate dimension stage. Arc. Lin Mo let out a suppressed roar, his knees bending uncontrollably, and his back was already soaked through with cold sweat. That higher dimensional will coalesced inside the cauldron into a vague black phantom. The phantom had no definite form, yet it exuded an aura of annihilation that made even Genesis energy tremble. It slowly raised one hand, and a stream of black energy pressed down toward Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo suddenly arched, his body veins bulging from his hands, and bore the pressure with sheer force. Senior Founder, I know you are still here. Break free from Homing's control. Together we will fight this annihilating will. His voice was hoarse, yet it carried unshakable resolve. His fingertips trembled faintly as he tried to touch the golden remnant soul within the cauldron core. The remnant soul of the dimensional founder flickered faintly within the cauldron core as if it were struggling against the law energy of Hongming. Sensing Lin Mo's touch, the remnant soul suddenly lit a faint golden glow at its fingertip. The glow spread up Lin Mo's arm and merged into his Genesis origin talisman. Lin Mo's whole body jolted as a clear stream of consciousness flooded into his mind, along with the Founder's voice, Lord of Annihilation. A destructive being beyond the higher dimensions. Using Hongming's hand. To break through the dimensional barrier. The Genesis nurturing art. Nurture slowly. Do not be too eager. After the message was delivered, the light of the Founder's remnant soul dimmed once more, yet a crack had appeared in the law energy through which Hongming controlled the remnant soul. Joy stirred in Lin Mo's heart. He immediately adjusted his energy according to the Genesis nurturing art passed down by the Founder, no longer forcing energy inward but allowing the pale gold energy to seep gently through the cracks in the laws like a fine stream, nourishing the remnant soul, while also repairing the chaos within his own Genesis energy. His movements slowed. He pressed both hands gently against the cauldron core, and his breathing grew long and steady. The Genesis origin talisman at his chest pulsed with gentle golden light, and his aura, which had plummeted after an earlier surge, began to climb back, yet at an agonizingly slow pace, like a trickle feeding into a great river or ocean. This was precisely the nature of the Genesis nurturing period: quality over quantity. One had to patiently refine the origin and align with the laws, not chase after rapid breakthroughs. The dying struggle. Seeing that Lin Mo had not forced a breakthrough but had instead slowed his rhythm, Hongming's eyes flashed with disdain. He formed hand seals, and the source flame within the bronze Genesis cauldron surged once more. So what if you awaken the remnant soul? The Lord of Annihilation is about to descend, and every one of you will become nourishment for annihilation energy. He raised his hand and swept it through the air. Several source flames condensed into fire serpents that coiled toward Lin Mo's limbs. Lin Mo twisted aside to dodge. Though his movements were no longer as quick as before, they carried the rhythm of the Genesis nurturing art, and evaded the fire serpent's strikes with uncanny precision. His foot tapped lightly on the void, and his figure drifted back like a willow catkin. At the same time, his left hand flew through seals, condensing pale gold energy into a small shield that blocked the law chains lunging from behind. Qin US spatial displacement. Lin Mo's voice was steady without a hint of panic. Su Qing nourished the Founder's remnant soul with life energy. Don't rush. Qin Gong aimed the balance cannon at the law runes of the Genesis cauldron, and slowly weakened its energy. Lu Feng helped me hold off Hongming's fire serpents. Qin Yu immediately raised his hand, and spatial ripples spread from his palm. Several spatial cracks detonated along the path of the fire serpents, forcibly warping their trajectories. Su Qing gripped her staff of life in both hands, and green energy fell like fine rain, seeping through the cracks in the cauldron core. The light of the Founder's remnant soul brightened a little. Qin Gong operated the ultimate dimension balance cannon. The barrel rotated slowly, and violet energy shells landed with pinpoint accuracy on the law runes of the Genesis cauldron, weakening the energy by only a sliver each time to avoid triggering a violent surge inside the cauldron. Lu Feng meanwhile leaped into the air. His fists wrapped in peak transdimensional brute force energies smashed heavily into the oncoming fire serpents, and scattered them into sparks. While Hongming was preoccupied, Lin Mo approached the Genesis cauldron, once more gently stroking the cauldron core with his right hand. A delicate sensation came through his fingertips as the Genesis nurturing art turned at full power. He could clearly sense the multiversal source fragments within the cauldron resonating with his Genesis origin talisman. Pale gold energy wound around the fragments like silk threads, weaving brocades slowly yet unswervingly, repairing the damaged origin. Just then the bronze Genesis cauldron suddenly trembled violently. The black phantom within, the Lord of Annihilation's will incarnation, swelled abruptly, and an icy piercing voice rang through the entire main dimension. Hongming, you have delayed too long. Begin the sacrifice. The Lord of Annihilation's will incarnation raised a hand and waved it. Black annihilation energy burst out from the cauldron, instantly coiling around the founder's remnant soul. The remnant soul's light dimmed with alarming speed as if it were about to be devoured entirely. Hongming's face changed abruptly. He had not expected the Lord of Annihilation to forcibly start the sacrifice. My lord, the multiversal source has not yet been fully gathered. There is no need for it to be complete. The Lord of Annihilation's voice carried the rhythm of destruction. As long as I devour the Founder's remnant soul and this boy's Genesis origin, it will be enough to open a breach in the dimensional barrier. Black annihilation energy spread outward. Lin Mo felt a stream of icy breath surge through his fingertips and into his body, and his Genesis energy, like lake water hit by a sudden cold current, was frozen through in an instant. His body shook violently, his teeth ground audibly, and his hands pressed frantically against the cauldron core, nails almost digging into the patterns of the cauldron body. Don't even think about it. He abruptly tipped his head back, throat working, and spat out a mouthful of pale gold Genesis essence blood. The blood landed on the cauldron core and immediately transformed into a golden rune, resonating intensely with the Genesis origin talisman. The Founder's remnant soul seemed to sense his determination. It erupted with another golden light, broke free of Annihilation Energy's restraints, and linked with Lin Mo's golden rune. System detected resonance with the Founder's remnant soul. Genesis nurturing art compatibility increased by 10, current compatibility 30. System multiversal source fragment fusion progress 20. Genesis energy recovery speed increased. System warning: the Lord of Annihilation has begun a forced breakthrough, and a transdimensional class crack has appeared in the dimensional barrier. Lin Mo's gaze became increasingly resolute. He slowly raised both hands, then slammed them down. Pale gold energy intertwined with the golden light of the Founder's remnant soul, forming a barrier of gold that held back the corrosion of Annihilation energy. The muscles in his arms twitched slightly from sustained exertion, and the veins on his forehead bulged once more, but his breathing remained even, following the cadence of the Genesis nurturing art, as he repaired his Genesis energy without haste. Seeing the situation take a bad turn, Hongming unleashed the full power of the bronze Genesis cauldron. Source flame and annihilation energy intertwined into a two-colored energy current that shot toward Lin Mo. Since I can't control you, then let everything be destroyed together. Lu Feng. Lin Mo shouted without turning around, yet he precisely predicted the trajectory of the energy stream. Lu Feng leaped up and crossed his arms in front of Lin Mo, condensing brute force energy into a black shield. With a loud bang, the energy stream struck the shield. Lu Feng was knocked backward repeatedly, his feet carving two deep furrows through the void, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but the shield never broke. Jinyu seized the chance to activate his spatial ability, wrapping countless spatial shackles around Hongming's limbs. Though Hongming broke free in an instant, it bought Lin Mo invaluable time. Su Qing's life energy surged again, enveloping Lin Mo and the Founder's remnant soul in green light to accelerate their recovery. At the same time, Qinggong's ultimate dimension balance cannon fired a sustained beam of violet energy, hitting the Genesis cauldron's energy core with perfect accuracy, and throwing the energy fluctuations inside the cauldron into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo pushed the Genesis nurturing art to its limit. His hands formed complex seals, and pale gold energy like vines entangled the multiversal source fragments. The fragments began to fuse, slowly coalescing into a complete golden origin crystal. A trace of fatigue appeared on his face, and his eyelids grew slightly heavy, but his eyes remained bright, and his fingers never stopped. The progress of the Genesis nurturing period was slow yet extraordinarily stable. Every fusion made his Genesis origin purer. No. The Lord of Annihilation's will incarnation howled in fury. Black annihilation energy surged once more, the crack in the dimensional barrier widened, and a colossal black tentacle stretched out from the rift, grasping toward Lin Mo and the Genesis cauldron. The tentacle was covered in black scales and tipped with sharp claws and fangs radiating an aura even more terrifying than that of the Annihilation Will incarnation. System detected the descent of a tentacle from the Lord of Annihilation's true body. Power level peak dimensional Genesis stage. System danger level beyond Genesis doomsday. For the first time Lin Mo's expression turned grim. He could feel the dreadful pressure radiating from the tentacle, greater than Hong Meng and all his previous enemies combined. His body tilted slightly forward as he gripped the Genesis Origin Talisman with both hands. Pale gold energy condensed into a slender golden sword, its blade shimmering with a soft yet tenacious light.